Chapter 1 Binding the Almighty Godly Hero System. Jiang Nan was holding a bouquet of brightly colored red roses in his arms and was about to knock on the door with great excitement, but he heard a strange sound coming from the house. University life is over. Jiang Nan and his girlfriend, who has been in love for 4 years, have successfully found a job, rented an old house in the urban village on the outskirts of Magic City, and are ready to officially start living together. Today is the first day of cohabitation life. Jiang Nan knows that his girlfriend likes the sense of ceremony. He went to the flower store to buy 99 red roses to commemorate their first time. When he heard the sound, his brain wanged and the blood in his body rushed to his head. He and his girlfriend had been in love for 4 years, and their relationship had only progressed to the point of embracing and kissing. And every time Jiang Nan wanted to explore further, his girlfriend would splash cold water, saying something about saving her first time for after graduation. She said that Jiang Nan didn't love her if she tried to dominate her. She said that it was immoral to have sex while a student. Girlfriend said all right. Jiang Nan cannot refute. He also do not want to because of their own momentary selfish desire against her heart. After all, he loved her to the bone, to her 100 obedience, never consider their own needs. For years he hadn't been able to get her himself. Unpleasant and strange sounds continued to come from the house, and Jiang Nan could no longer tolerate them. The cabbages he had worked so hard to grow could not be allowed to be given away by wild boars for nothing. He didn't want to be a shrunken head turtle. Don't be an ingrate. There was no need to endure any longer if he couldn't tolerate it. Thud. With a loud bang, Jiang Nan kicked open the door of the room. At this time, Li Kurson was wearing a black silk halter nightgown. The stunning scenery inside was hidden. She was half lying on the sofa, a long leg stretched out. Her white feet were placed on the coffee table, and her toe caps were coated with bright red nail polish. The man next to her was holding that foot with both hands, his head lowered, concentrating on pressing the soles of his feet in a haphazard manner, his mouth almost holding in his toes. This man was Jiang Nan and Li Kurson's college classmate and the class president of their class. His name was Xiao Baojun. Xiao Baojun is the young master of a second-rate family in Magic City, and he was a flirt when he was in school, and changed women more diligently than he changed his clothes, and he has been craving Li Kurson's body, but Li Kurson has been treating him as if he is not there. After graduating from university, Li Kurson wants to keep her account in Magic City. Jiang Nan has no more value. Only Xiao Baojun, such a rich second generation, can give her everything she wants. Just now when Jiang Nan went out to buy flowers, Li Kurson received a phone call from Xiao Baojun, which was exactly what she wanted. Although Jiang Nan was good to her, he was a poor man. Could he give himself happiness? Love is okay, but marriage is not suitable. Follow Jiang Nan can never turn over. Life can only eat chaff. Will affect the next generation. Xiao Baojun is the second generation of the rich. With him will be able to leave the account in the Magic City. And in the future he is a broad wife, can live a life of clothing and food, everyday shopping, beauty. Such a life does not smell good. Jiang Nan can't compare with Xiao Baojun. She decided to leave Jiang Nan and go to hug Xiao Baojun's thigh, so she let Xiao Baojun come over to find her. Today she wants to speak clearly with Jiang Nan in front of Xiao Baojun. As soon as she entered the door, Xiao Baojun monkeyed around with her, but Li Kurson said that a girl's first time is very precious, and she wants to have a sense of ceremony. Li Kurson was actually still a chick? Xiao Baojun is a little unbelievable. Since Li Kurson said so, he did not force. She pouted that she was tired of looking for a room in the past 2 days. Looking at her dainty little look, Xiao Baojun's heart melted and volunteered to massage the soles of her feet to relieve her fatigue. He didn't know what massage at all. He just pressed it haphazardly. This is the first time Li Kurson and Xiao Baojun's skin was close to each other. She was tickled in her heart, and she couldn't help but let out a strange sound that made people want to be in the wrong place. Jiang Nan kicked open the door of the room and took a step inside. He wanted to violently beat this food-stealing boar to ease his heart. The two people inside the room were shocked by this sudden scene. Li Kuxin's scream, and her foot kicked directly into Xiao Baojun's face. Jiang Nan today she wants to part ways with him, so she is no longer disguised. Reacting, Li Kurson instantly exploded. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Can't you knock when you enter the house? Li Kurson had jumped down from the sofa and pointed at Jiang Nan angrily. What am I doing? Please, can you explain? Although there was no indescribable image, the scene was intolerable to Jiang Nan. His eyes were scarlet as he questioned Li Kurson. During the university, Xiao Baojun's heart for Li Kurson was obvious to all, and she was leading the wolf into the house. In the past 4 years, Jiang Nan had to work odd jobs to earn money every holiday in order to satisfy Li Kurson, who had not had a full meal, and he bought clothes, bags, and cosmetics for her with all the money he saved. But Li Kurson's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Helpless, he also borrowed a lot of online loans. Violent collectors often make threatening phone calls, and a few times also dragged Jiang Nan out and beat him violently, almost to death. A man has to spend money for a woman. This is Li Kurson's theory of a scummy woman. She doesn't care if you live or die. Jiang Nan, you're a poor man and you dare to ask for an explanation. You also don't look in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Xiao Baojun took Li Kerson in his arms and looked at Jiang Nan with a contemptuous face and roared. Jiang Nan, today I want to tell you plainly. I Li Kerson never loved you. The person I love is Broken Army. Li Kerson kissed Xiao Baojun on his lips after she finished speaking, with a shy and flirtatious face. Jiang Nan was holding a large bouquet of red roses in his arms, which seemed unusually ironic at this moment. He couldn't believe that the woman who said she would love him for a lifetime would say such desperate words. Jiang Nan suddenly regretted that these 4 years of sincerity had gone to hell. Li Kerson was a ditch of lust that only knew how to ask for something and never said anything in return. So much so that Jiang Nan hadn't eaten any meat in 4 years, and now he was going to end up with 2 empty pockets. Baby, following me is the right thing to do. Letting you eat and drink every day. Xiao Baojun wrapped one hand around Li Kerson's willow waist, and his other hand began to be dishonest. You are so bad. Li Kerson's cheeks blushed as she cursed. The two people completely ignored in Jiang Nan, who was on the side, and flirted recklessly. Jiang Nan angrily slammed the rose in his arms onto Li Kerson's face. Just as he was about to raise his fist, a clear electronic tone sounded in his head. Ding! The almighty godly hero system has detected a godly hero seedling. Does it accept the binding system? Jiang Nan, like the pretty boy who opened the book and added it to his bookshelf, usually read countless books and knew the system thing too well. After a short period of surprise, he decisively bound. The God's Hero text that pretty boys and fairies want to read is here. Please move your little hands to give a 5-star positive feedback and add the bookshelf, and you'll be as lucky as Jiang Nan, and become the most beautiful boy in the world. Chapter 2, Face Slamming Scumbag Girl. Ding! Binding successful. A system layout appeared before Jiang Nan's eyes. Host, Jiang Nan, age, 22, physique, 8, spirit, 8, strength, 7, charisma, 8, skills, none, divine magnificence points, 0, divine magnificence gold, 9999999999999. Remarks, the peak value of an ordinary person's physical attributes is 10. The divine magnificence gold has been bound with the world's major banks, and the host can make payments through fingerprints, face swipes, and pupils. Jiang Nan ignored the other information on the system's layout, and his attention fell directly on the number behind the divine magnificence gold. 999999999. What does stand for? The pretty boys who often savored the divine magnificence text understood it well. Unlimited wealth. Jiang Nan, who had dreamed of becoming rich overnight, actually had his dream come true. Finally rich. Not ordinary rich. Super rich. Jiang Nan couldn't help but hum that familiar song in his heart. Wait for me to have money. I'll buy a domestic cell phone without blinking. I'll eat enough delicacies from all over the world. Lamborghini will never stop playing. I want to do what I love to do, no matter what. In the past, he only knew to satisfy the requirements of the scum of the earth, never to spend money on himself. In the future, he will only please himself. Scum of the earth is not a ball. Jiang Nan had been unlucky for more than 20 years, and the god of luck had finally come down. Just as lucky as the pretty boy who opened this book and added it to his bookshelf. Just when Jiang Nan was thinking about it and was overjoyed, the system beep sounded again. Ding! The host smashed the roses on the scummy girl. Courageous, rewarding the newcomer with a big gift package. Jiang Nan directly ignored the reward, and instead focused on the word scum. Scum girl? Cheap money but not color. Hate the poor and love the rich. See different. Play with emotions. Turn the other cheek. These are the characteristics of a scum girl. In the past, Jiang Nan always thought of Li Kerson in a favorable light, but now it seems that he is very wrong. She is a proper scum woman. Even the almighty system said so. There is no need to doubt. The rose smashed into Li Kerson's delicate face, and the thorns on the leaves pierced her face, oozing out a trace of blood. Hiss! Li Kerson touched her face in pain. Jiang Nan, are you crazy? Have a little self-awareness, will you? You can only make me despise you even more. Jiang Nan has never been able to move a single finger on her. Today he even dropped the rose on her face. Has he grown fat? Looking at Li Kerson's ugly face, Jiang Nan scoffed. A scum girl, what qualification do you have to despise others? Xiao Baojun blocked Li Kerson behind him and pointed at Jiang Nan's nose and cursed. Jiang Nan, you paralyzed me to waste, you believe it or not? A poor man like you can't even feed yourself. Can you afford to sleep with a beautiful woman like Xin? Li Kerson, this slag woman is a bottomless pit. Can sleep up, also do not want to sleep. Money to spend on their own body does not smell? But in terms of momentum he can't lose to Xiao Baojun. If Li Kerson is so heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Jiang Nan sneered. I just did a silent calculation. I've been with Li Kerson for 4 years and we've drilled in the grove a total of 460 times, 730 times in the corner of the park, 52 times in the ravine, and 64 times in the river. which is a total of 306 times, and I've spent $646 on her, which is only $6 each time. You can't even buy a bowl of noodles for $4.60, and it's still expensive? The surrounding tenants, hearing the noise here, had already surrounded the door of the room with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. When the crowd heard Jiang Nan's words, they were first stunned, and then they couldn't help but laugh out loud. There is no such thing, Jiang Nan actually said with a nose and eyes, not allowing others to disbelieve. Li Kerson's angry face was green and white. Jiang Nan, you are talking nonsense. You spit blood. You are nasty and shameless. Xiao Baojuan's white and dead fish eyes sprouted 2 streams of anger. Surprisingly, all of them were played rotten by Jiang Nan, but still damned pretending innocence to the laborer? Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Stinking, how dare you lie to me? At this time, Li Kuxin was mute and could not speak. The stinging pain on her face had not disappeared. A big slap slapped her eyes. Her fair face instantly had 5 red fingerprints, and one side of her face was also swollen. With tears in her eyes, she clenched her lower lip and looked at the angry Xiao Baojun in aggravation, trying her best to defend herself. Broker, Jiang Nan, this is nonsense. You believe me, I really am innocent. Really, the reason why Li Kerson does not let Jiang Nan on, is to find a big gold master in the future. She knows that rich people care about this. Broker, what I said is true. Tonight you can verify. If I have half a lie, let you casually dispose of it can be well. Li Kerson hugged Xiao Baojuan's arm and started to pamper him. Right, try not to know. The crowd watched the fun and yelled. Anyway, he hadn't spent a penny on her yet, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he gave it a try tonight. Xiao Baojun reached out and lifted Li Kerson's chin. Fuming, tonight, the laborer will have to check the body. If you lie to me, see how the laborer can clean you up. With this wave of operation, Jiang Nan was considered to have taken out a mouthful of bad anger. It was just cool. Li Kerson's face was swollen and crooked to one side. She tried to squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. Broken army. Don't worry, my first time is only reserved for you. It was because of Jiang Nan's fabricated lie that she received a slap from Xiao Baojun. Silently enduring it was not her style. Li Kerson. She had followed Jiang Nan for 4 years. Without merit she had suffered, and at the last moment she decided to fish for another one. Jiang Nan, I've been with you for 4 years. You have to compensate me for the loss of youth. A scum girl is a scum girl. It's clear that she cheated herself out of money and sex, and she's still this righteous. Ding! The system detected a scum woman making unreasonable demands on the host. Task 1, agree to the scum woman's request. Rewarded with a bag of dog food. Task 2, facepalm the scummy girl. Reward the king of Jinjiang Garden. No. 1. Jinjiang Garden? This is the most upscale residential neighborhood in Magic City, and the average price has already reached 200,000 square feet, worthy of being the most omnipotent divine hero system in history. Out of the blue, you have to reward a building. Trenchless, it's just cool. In the metropolis of Magic City, where every inch of land is gold, what is the concept of owning a building? Unrivaled, terrifying, only dog lickers wanted dog food. He, Jiang Nan, was now an all-powerful godly man, and owning a building was the most basic standard. He licked Li Kerson for 4 years and already owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in online loans, and the ending was actually being mercilessly abandoned by the scum woman, who still had the face to ask for youth loss fees. The scum girl would only ask for nothing in excess and never say anything in return. What did she have to lose? Youth loss fee? Be a dream fart to eat? Jiang Nan let out a cold laugh. He was completely seeing through the ugly face of this scum girl. Pretty boys, move your little hands to get rich. 5-star praise and add to the bookshelf. You will be as lucky as the pig's foot. Oh, not convinced to try. There are surprises behind. Chapter 3, Personalized Female Bodyguard completes reporting for duty. Jiang Nan looked straight at Li Kerson and said coldly, Li Kerson, you're a scum girl, green tea, and you still have the face to ask for youth loss fee? I poo. Don't treat everyone else as a little cutie. I spoil you. You're the queen. If I don't hang you, you're no. At this time, Jiang Nan was like waking up from a big dream, more awake and rational than at any time. The reason why he used to tolerate and satisfy in every way was because he loved too deeply and became retarded. The book said that the woman in love has an IQ of 0. In fact, the IQ of the man who gives true love is even more terrible, is a negative number. It is because some people are willing to give their heart. The scum men and women have the opportunity to take advantage of it, playing each other in the palm of their hands, cheating money and color. Li Kerson couldn't believe her ears. In the past she was Jiang Nan's treasure, held in her hand for fear of falling, in her mouth for fear of melting. Now he actually called her a scum girl. Green tea? You. She was so angry that she couldn't speak, lifting her hand and hitting towards Jiang Nan. This lady, please return all the money you swindled over the past 4 years, and also pay the breakup fee. Otherwise, you'll wait for the court summons. At this time, a woman wearing a tight red low-cut dress stood in front of Lee Kurson, grabbing her raised wrist and staring at her with sharp eyes. Lee Kuxian's wrist was pinched with raw pain, as if it had broken. Who are you? Lee Kuxian's eyes dropped out. The young woman in front of her was too bewitching, too sexy, and her face value threw her off a few blocks. I'm Mr. John's private bodyguard and lawyer. Private bodyguard? Lawyer? Lee Kurson was in disbelief. That expression was like she had seen a ghost during the day. Impossible. Jiang Nan was just a poor college student who just graduated. He had no money and no status. How could he have a bodyguard? A lawyer? Impossible? You're the trust that Jiang Nan paid for, right? Don't scare me with this. Only this explanation made the most sense. She simply didn't believe that a poor hanger-on like Jiang Nan would have a private bodyguard. A lawyer. To death. She didn't believe it. She had been with Jiang Nan for 4 years. She knew him too well. He was a poor man with nothing. Otherwise she wouldn't not want him. Believe it or not is up to you. If you don't do what I say, then I'll see you in court in 3 days. The woman in the red dress smiled and said with a certainty in her tone. Lee Kurson was a little scared when she saw that the red dress woman did not look like she was talking for fun. Jiang Nan, I've been with you for 4 years. There's no merit but there's also bitterness. You can't be too desperate. On the side of Xiao Baojun completely forgot the existence of Lee Kurson. Seems to have lost his mind. Staring obsessively at the mountains of the woman in the red dress, the knots in his throat kept rolling. This woman is also too seductive. Scroll. Scum girl like you, don't let me see you again. Jiang Nan had already seen Lee Kurson's true colors and did not have a single trace of attachment to her. There was only endless disgust. Yes, all disgust. Good. I'll roll this time. Lee Kuxian was so scared that she stuttered and pulled Xiao Baojun to run. At this time Xiao Baojun was indulging in the beauty of the red dress woman. He shook off Lee Kurson's hand and cursed, "Don't touch the laborer." He could only see Xiao Baojun walking up to the red dress woman, his snake letter-like gaze traveling up and down. He couldn't help but lick his dry and cracked lips. Beauty, I am Xiao Baojun, the young master of the Xiao family in the south of the city. Make a friend? He put his hand out in front of the woman in red and said playfully. The woman in red dress had a playful smile on her face, stretching out her slender jade hand, and with that light grip, Xiao Baojun's bones shattered. Ouch! He let out a miserable hiss, almost fainted from the pain. This stunningly beautiful woman looked soft and weak, but her hand strength was actually so big. This was something Xiao Baojun did not expect. Scram! The red-clothed woman's voice was not high but very powerful. She most despised scum who took pleasure in playing with women. The good man was not forced to do so. Xiao Baojun grimaced in pain and fled. Lee Kurson looked at the scene just now. Her heart became even more apprehensive. The 36th plan is to go. Broken army. Wait for me. Lee Kurson gritted her teeth and chased out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of rejecting the slag woman, and obtaining the entire building king of the Jinjiang Garden District. Name, Jinjiang Garden No. 1 Building King. Market value, $20 billion. Worthy of being the most all-powerful and ostentatious system in history. A building king with a market value of $20 billion can be rewarded for refusing a scummy girl's unreasonable request. Just very invincible. Just very luxurious. It was simply trenchant. Jiang Nan had fantasized himself countless times as a pig's foot in a godly hero's text, and such an atmospheric and luxurious system was very much in line with what he wanted. Jinjiang Garden District, the most upscale district in Magic City. There is no one. The district's buildings are divided into several grades. The cheapest price per square foot has soared to 100,000. The most expensive belongs to this set of No. 1 King of the building. It is said that the average price has reached 500,000 a square foot, and there is a continuing upward trend. Now, this building king is his. He has seen the overnight rich, but never seen a moment on the rich. Today he did it. He is a myth of riches, and he's rich as hell. Is this the rhythm to soar to the heavens and be hanged from now on? Jiang Nan liked this system more and more in his heart, and gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. Bull batch. After that pair of scummy men and women left, the crowd of onlookers gathered their eyes on the demonic red-skirted woman, only to see the woman walk towards Jiang Nan. Hello boss, my name is Bian Mimi. I'm your personal bodyguard. Bian Mimi put away her cold aura and transformed into a charming little demon. She respectfully gave Jiang Nan a deep bow, her voice sweet and mushy. When she bent down, the gully became even deeper, and the peaks on both sides were hidden, giving people an urge to climb up. Jiang Nan felt his mouth dry and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. This woman was not simple. Ding! Newcomer's gift pack personal female bodyguard completed reporting for duty. Name, Bian Mimi. Face value, 95, goddess level. Age, 22. Height, 180. Weight, 106. Bust, 36E, Loyalty, 96. Jiang Nan was shocked, stunned. Such a goddess-level beauty was actually a personal female bodyguard rewarded by the system. Angelic face, devilish figure, the red tight dress wrapped around her exquisite figure, front and back, sexy and alluring, and the hem of the skirt on both sides opened up to her thighs, revealing a pair of white and sexy legs, so that people could not help but think about it. The focus is that pair of proud sinister peaks. 36E, would be terrifying. This is a woman with a big chest, scary as hell. No need to explain, pretty boys get it. A personal female bodyguard? Jiang Nan looked at Bien Mei Mei and was a bit confused. Such a stunning beauty is a newcomer's gift package rewarded by the system, which is already unbeatable. And the word personal is even more intriguing. Do you want to see a female bodyguard? The backstory is even more exciting. Chapter 4, comes with a female driver. Bien Mimi seemed to see Jiang Nan's doubts and smiled. Boss, I'll protect your safety 24 hours a day, guarding you every inch of the way. Her smile was beautiful and warm like an April day on earth, instantly soothing the hurt in Jiang Nan's heart. There were also two small rabbits that were not confined, jumping and wanting to break free from the cage. Waves of. Her identity is Jiang Nan's personal female bodyguard, and it is also the kind that accompanies the whole process 24 hours a day, without leaving an inch. It would be very much to the liking, very soothing. Jiang Nan looked at Bien Mimi with approving eyes. This was a woman of substance. Not bad. Nice job. Jiang Nan was grateful for Bien Mimi's timely appearance. If it wasn't for her, he would still be entangled by that pair of dogs. He was 10,000% satisfied with this personal female bodyguard. Not only does she have the skill, but she also has the face value. Should it be too perfect? Boss overpraise? It's my duty to protect your safety. Bien Mei Mei had a smile on her face and a gentle tone. That Li Ku Xin couldn't compare. The crowd of onlookers were stunned by the scene before them. This young man who was dressed in floor clothes was not simple. Such a stunning beauty is actually his personal bodyguard? Unbelievable. Terrifying. This plain and ordinary young man is the legendary super divine hero? Too low profile. The nemesis of the pseudo-rich. Just as people were talking, a sound of wolves crying and ghosts howling came from far away, and the crowd couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Let go of me. Let go. This has nothing to do with me. Woo woo. A black-clothed man grabbed Li Kerson's hair and dragged him over, followed by several hand-held sticks of yellow-haired brats. Two of them escorted Xiao Baojun, one twisting an arm. Go! One of them kicked at his buttocks. Xiao Bailuan was kicked to his knees and then ripped up again. Just now when Xiao Baojun and Li Kerson ran out, they were bumped into by this group of people when they were at the entrance of the alley. They recognized Jiang Nan's girlfriend Li Kerson and grabbed the two of them. Xiao Baojun grimaced in pain. You've got the wrong person. I'm the youngest master of the Xiao family. Let go of me or suffer the consequences. These people did not pay any attention to the two of them at all and pulled them hard. The ferocious appearance of this group of people instantly scared away the onlookers, with only a few bold ones standing at a distance to watch. Jiang Nan, today is the deadline. If you don't pay back the money, the man in black shouted angrily at Jiang Nan, and he took another look at the shivering Li Kerson to reveal a wry smile. I can't guarantee that your girlfriend will be intact. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan, in order to satisfy Li Kerson, borrowed a campus loan, knowing that it was a trap, but he still had no choice but to fall into it. In order to pay back the loan, he tore down the east wall to make up for the west wall, and now the loan has accumulated to as much as 1 million. 20 minutes ago, Jiang Nan was really unable to pay back, but at the moment he is the almighty god. 1 million or so is a meal for him, but he does not want to pay back. He didn't spend a single penny of these online loans. All of them were spent on Li Kerson, the scum of the earth. If he wanted to pay it back, it was also her who paid it back. What the hell has it got to do with himself? Whatever, Jiang Nan said indifferently. For this kind of money-cheating and heart-stealing scum girl can't be merciful. Her heart was broken by her, so she would say such desperate words. The black-clothed mangy man originally wanted to take Li Kerson to threaten Jiang Nan. Who knew that he would say so? Completely unexpected. As soon as he ripped the black silk halter on Li Kerson, his two magic palms reached in, and Li Kerson struggled and screamed for mercy. The woman wants it, and the money has to be returned. This is their robber logic. Tramp. No money? Take your life if you don't have money. The black-clothed mangy man let go of Li Kerson and quickly pulled out a sharp knife and slashed towards Jiang Nan. Whoosh! With a sound, the sharp knife in the black-clothed mangy man's hand flew out from his ear, and was inserted into the wall behind him in an unbiased manner. Everyone was dumbfounded, not reacting to what was going on at all. Who did this? The black-clothed mangy man stared with wide eyes, shocked and angry. The knife flew past his ear and stuck in his head by only 1 millimeter, and the mangaka was still in shock at this point. There's a right to be wronged. You've got the wrong person. Bien Mei Mei's voice was resounding. Before she came to report for duty, She had already checked Jiang Nan's previous details, and all that money he had borrowed online had been spent on Li Kurson, which was of course to be paid back by her. It's only natural to repay debts, and it has to be repaid today. Stinky, don't meddle, otherwise, or Moncler outlet online you are not polite. The black-clothed mangy man pounced towards Bien Mimi without saying a word. Bien Mimi did not hesitate to step out. A choke on the neck of the reckless man, gently of force. The black-clothed reckless man rolled his eyes, headlong to the ground, wailing in pain. The other few yellow-haired brats looked at this situation. Their faces turned white with fear, and they pulled their legs to run. Stop! Bien Mimi let out a stern cry. A few people were petrified on the spot, then kneeled down and begged for mercy. Auntie, spare your life. Auntie, spare your life. We are also trying to make a living. Bien Mimi was Jiang Nan's personal female bodyguard. Anyone who was unfavorable to her boss had to be cleaned up. Xiao Baojun and Li Kurson were naturally within the scope of cleaning up, but she didn't want to dirty her hands. Take them away. The money will be returned by them. Bien Mimi pointed to Xiao Baojun and Li Kurson who were sifting on one side, signaling them to take the people away. Don't let me see you guys again in the future. Yes, Auntie. Xiao Baojun and Li Kurson instantly despaired and scurried to escape, but they were grabbed by a few yellow hairs and dragged away. The few people watching from afar were shocked by the scene that just happened. The female bodyguard was so powerful. How terrifying was this young man? Unimaginable. Bien Mei's strength could not be doubted, both inside and outside. Just very favorable. The newcomer's gift package rewarded by the system was too shocking. It was actually a stunning female bodyguard, or a 24-hour personal guard. Thinking about it was very powerful. Jiang Nan decided to take Bien Mimi to the Jinjiang Garden District and spend the night there tonight. Ding! The host's liabilities have been successfully transferred. The system rewards a Rolls-Royce that comes with a full-time female driver. Ha ha! Can a system like this not call for love? Give a pillow when you want to sleep. He wants to go to Jinjiang Garden District with Bien Mimi, and the system sends him a car that comes with a female driver. Is it too powerful? Just very favorable. A brand new black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked on the side of the road in the city center village. A group of men, women, and children surrounded the car, constantly pointing and discussing. This urban village is the 70s and 80s of the old houses. Tenants are some ordinary working people, usually are 100,000 to 100,000 cars, like this luxury car never seen before. Dedicated female chauffeurs are on the scene, and the pretty boys are rushing to the ducks. Chapter 5, I Want Milk. This car costs tens of millions at least. Why is such a luxury car parked here? Only rich people can afford such a luxury car. Envious. I just searched online. This car is the latest version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, limited to only one globally. Its value can't be measured by money anymore. Money can't buy it. An earring youth said excitedly, as if this car was his. When his words came out, the crowd's jaws dropped to the ground. The owner who can drive such a top luxury car is worth at least hundreds of billions of dollars, but also powerful people. The crowd has already shifted the focus of the discussion from the car to the owner of the car. The owner of the car is definitely a super godly man. This car is worth hundreds of millions, right? The car owner wouldn't be Bill Gates, right? No, the owner of this car should be much more powerful than Bill Gates. This car has only one global limited edition. Only money can't buy it. The earring youth's words drew unanimous recognition from everyone. That's right, only money can't buy it. Jiang Nan and Bien Mimi walked out of the city village, and while he was thinking about the form in which the fragrant car and beauty rewarded by the system would appear, he saw a group of people pointing at a car and discussing it. Ding! The Rolls-Royce Phantom is signed in and is right in front of the host's eyes. This is the car that the system rewarded? It was just shocking. Jiang Nan didn't own a car, but he often searched the internet for various top-tier luxury cars, and this Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him was worth at least $2 billion. Please make way. Jiang Nan pushed through the crowd towards the luxury car. The earring youth despised Jiang Nan and coldly grunted, "Kid, what are you squeezing for? This car is worth a lot of money. Don't get too close, you can't afford to pay for it for several lifetimes. That's it. Stay away. Don't get too close, this is a limited edition luxury car." Jiang Nan simply do not listen to the people's discouragement. Continue to walk forward, but also said indifferently, "I will pay for it if it is broken." Ha ha, you kid has a big mouth. You can't buy a headlight in your whole life, and you still pay for it? The earring youth sneered. Anyway, bragging is not taxed. Let him blow. Hey, there are a lot of young people nowadays. They don't know how thick the sky is. He doesn't even recognize that this is a top-class luxury car. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to blow so much. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiang Nan was getting closer and closer to the car. The crowd was staring wide-eyed and holding their breath, as if something earth-shattering was about to happen. There was still a step to cross to the car door when the door suddenly opened. See this situation? the crowd's heart is in the throat. The original driver is in the car. This kid played big. A white naval dress, wearing pink shorts under the cool beauty from the car came out. The owner of the car is actually a big beauty, but also so young. The crowd began to talk again. This woman is either a rich girl, or was adopted by the big man. In many people's perception, young and beautiful women are all vases. They have no earning power of their own. This girl can drive such a luxury car, is even more of a vase among vases. The crowd stared at the cool beauty, waiting to see how she would taunt this guy who didn't know how to die. Boss, my name is Chang Yueshi. I'm your full-time driver. Chang Yueshi greeted politely. Her smile was sweet, her voice was soft, and her entire person was like a piece of cotton candy, making people want to get close. Ding! Full-time female driver Chang Yueshi has completed reporting for duty. Name, Chang Yueshi. Face value, 93. School beauty level, age, 20. Height, 176. Weight, 96. Bust, 36D. Loyalty, 95. Chang Yueshi's face value of 93 belongs to the school flower level beauty. So much worse than Bien Mimi, but it looks more pure, giving people a very relaxed feeling, just very cozy. While the crowd of onlookers were surprised by Chang Yueshi's beauty, they were even more surprised by Jiang Nan's identity. Boss? A full-time driver? The eyes of the crowd were almost glazed over. How was this possible? Then he looked at Jiang Nan, with a white t-shirt on top, a pair of half-used jeans underneath, a pair of cheap loafers on his feet, and less than 200 renminbi for his whole body. And this woman actually called him her boss? It's incredible. Could it be the legendary second generation of rich people experiencing life? The heir of a mysterious family? The crowd instantly realized that such a low-profile godly man was worthy of everyone's respect. The crowd took out their cell phones and took pictures of Jiang Nan and the luxury car and sent them to the headlines. Weibo, and the circle of friends. The title was, the highest profile luxury car and the lowest profile divine magnificent. This piece of information instantly triggered the streets of Magic City, and everyone was guessing what kind of person this low-profile super godly man was. No one dared to take pictures of such a super tycoon. If they violated the big man's portrait rights, they would have to suffer. So the pictures that were transmitted to the internet only showed Jiang Nan's back. The earring youth who led the mockery of Jiang Nan just now had a blue and white face, and really wanted to find a crack in the ground. The others were also shocked and adoring. Jiang Nan looked at the female driver Chang Yueshi. It was very cool. It was very eye-pleasing. In the crowd's shock, Jiang Nan, Dian Nini, and Chang Yueshi got into the car one after another. Go to Jinjiang Garden. Worthy of being a luxury car? The speed of the car was fast and steady, just like sitting on a bed. Dian Nini was sitting right next to Jiang Nan. Her sweet-smelling breath filled his face, itchy and comfortable. Boss. Dian Mei's red lips lightly opened, and she softly voiced out, "Ah." Jiang Nan twisted his head and saw the deep bottomless gully, two peaks rippling. Something to drink? Jiang Nan and Dian Mimi were sitting in a separate space that was so large that it could be said to be a single apartment with all the necessities of life. Is there milk? I want to drink milk. Dian Mimi got up and pulled open the refrigerator door. There was no milk to be found. Boss, no milk. A glass of red wine? She took out a bottle of 90-year-old romantic Connie, poured 2 glasses and handed Jiang Nan one. This morning Jiang Nan cleaned the rented house inside and out by himself, preparing to have a 2-person world with Li Kersen, but he didn't expect to have a problem. After half a day's work, he didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water. At this time he felt his mouth was dry. He took the red wine and drank it all in one gulp. Drinking down hundreds of thousands of dollars in one gulp would be very refreshing. Jiang Nan once swore, when he had money to drink milk every day, this 90 years of romantic Connie to be more expensive than milk. After drinking the red wine, Jiang Nan felt relaxed and fell asleep on the sofa without realizing it. As a personal female bodyguard, the boss's health and safety is her greatest duty. In order to let Jiang Nan sleep a little more comfortable, Dian Mei held Jiang Nan's upper body, slowly put him on the sofa. She cupped Jiang Nan's head in her hands and placed it squarely. The 2 little bunnies pressed right into his face. He hadn't slept through the night and woke up after being tossed around by her so much. Jiang Nan opened his eyes. Shock. The scenery here was unique. This little goblin actually wanted to seduce him. If he didn't show it, was he still a man? Jiang Nan grabbed her willow waist, and with a force her body knuckled down, instantly coming into close contact. Ah! Dian Nini was held by Jiang Nan in the cold and couldn't help but shriek. Pretty boys, remember to 5-star praise plus attention. Oh, there is milk to drink in the back. Chapter 6, Simply Not Human. Dian Mimi let Jiang Nan tightly embrace her waist, and did not struggle. Her breathing began to rush up. She has not been in love. The actual practice is even less. Once heard girlfriends said, men are with the lower body thinking animal. She still do not believe. At this time she is really believe. The first day of work boss want her. The boss has more wealth and billions of dollars. low-key and not publicized, is a man of substance. By him to see is her good fortune. She has no reason to refuse. If he dared to want her now, she dared to give. It was her honor to be able to offer herself to him. Dian Mei's little heart thumped wildly. Her pretty face flushed red. She closed her eyes tightly and waited for the storm. Such a stunning beauty was a fatal temptation to any man. Jiang Nan was a real man, and the temptation was self-evident. She was in his arms right now, and he could crush her underneath him with a rollover. But Jiang Nan was not a monkey-minded person, or else he wouldn't have not wantedly cursed for 4 years. Dian Mimi was his 24-hour personal female bodyguard, and could, at any time, and was not in a hurry for this moment. So he let go of her and whispered, "The battlefield is too small to exert. Go to Jinjiang Garden." Is he more powerful than the fierce men in action movies? More skillful? Although Dian Mimi had never had a boyfriend, she had seen many action movies, in which all the men were alive and well, with countless tricks and tricks. Her own boss is a real fierce man? A small flame of longing lit up in Dian Mimi's heart. She slowly got up and got off Jiang Nan, her palm-sized pretty face red. What? Shy? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at her askance, his eyes full of playfulness. Dian Mei looked hot and sexy on the outside, but she was actually shy on the inside. Aha, who would be shy? I wouldn't be. Dian Mei didn't dare to look at Jiang Nan. Her little mouth was still quite hard. Since she was 16 years old, she had been an international bodyguard, protected many high-level leaders, experienced many big scenes, and was a woman who had seen the world. Any occasion she can be calm and relaxed. Did not expect to be planted in the hands of a man. Facing him was so flustered. He, still mouth hard, face is red to the root of the ear. Looking at her cute little appearance, Jiang Nan couldn't help but tease her. Don't be such a straight man, okay? Dian Mei complained in her heart. Jiang Nan sat next to her, put his mouth close to her ear, and whispered, "I like girls who blush. What's the point of dry flirting?" The deer in Dian Mimi's heart was in turmoil, always ready to offer herself. Ding! The female bodyguard's loyalty to the host +1. Loyalty has reached 97. Dian Mimi's loyalty to him had reached 97. The point of extreme loyalty that she could go to the bottom of a mountain of daggers for him, just by teasing him a little bit. His loyalty has increased. If he breaks through that layer of paper, his loyalty will still grow up, and when it grows to 100, he will be invincible. The speed of the car is fast and steady. The luxury car with a superb female driver, plus a personal female bodyguard, is so bullish. In a short while, we arrived at the parking lot outside the Jinjiang Garden District. Jinjiang Garden District is the most upscale residential area of the Magic City. To buy a house here is worth tens of millions of people. Worth hundreds of millions of people are not a few. Look at the parking lot of the car to know. There are Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini Bull, Maybach, Aston Martin, not plus Disney, McLaren, and so on, are the world's luxury cars. Just after parking the car, the cell phone in Jiang Nan's pocket rang. He pressed the answer button and a respectful female voice sounded. "May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang Nan?" "It's me. You have purchased the entire building king in Jinjiang Garden. You are our most honored guest. We are going to send you the real estate certificate of this building. May I ask where is your mansion?" "Motor, labor has come over before you guys think of delivering the real estate certificate. Can the work efficiency be a bit higher? I've already arrived at Jinjiang Garden." Jiang Nan spoke out in a low voice. Li Sutong respectfully said, "Mr. Jiang, wait a moment. I'll immediately send someone to greet you. I'll be there in 10 minutes. This no. One building king had been capped for 2 years, and had not sold a single set so far, becoming a peace of mind for the company's top management, and it was not expected that the entire building had been bought by a mysterious tycoon just an hour ago. When the news came out, the whole group of companies were shocked. What kind of horror is the person who took the whole building king at once? That is 20 billion real money. Definitely a world-class top godly tycoon. Just very shocking. It's terrifying. The chairman of the Li Group called Li Sutong, the president of the Magic City branch, and urged her to personally deliver the real estate license to the big shot's residence, so there can be no sloppiness. Li Sutong received her father's phone call, did not dare to delay a moment, quickly mobilized a dozen elite talent, using the most advanced technical means, after an hour of struggle, finally found the phone number of this mysterious big boss. The female president who has always been high and cold couldn't help but get nervous. Slowing down this big brother is not a joke. Li family in Kyoto is the leading big family. In the international are also the top 100 tycoons. What big storm has not experienced? What big tycoons have not seen? But it was the first time to see the master who took out $20 billion to buy a building at one time. This kind of person is what kind of existence? Simply not a person. Is God. She immediately called the phone over. It turned out that the mysterious big brother has come to Jinjiang Garden. Lee Sutong was now at the group headquarters, and it would take at least 10 minutes to arrive at Jinjiang Garden at the fastest speed, so she immediately hung up the phone to the sales department manager and asked her to immediately go and greet a Mr. Jiang, saying that the person had already arrived at Jinjiang Garden. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan asked Bian Nini and Chang Yueshi to wait for him in the car, and he walked into the No. 1 sales hall alone, which was specially designed to receive customers who were interested in the king of buildings. The No. 1 building king had a total of 88 floors. Each floor was an independent duplex, and the top floor was even better, with an open-air swimming pool and a sky garden, and the average price of each floor was more than $200 million. Jiang Nan is a billionaire, rich, waist straight, although dressed very plain, but the aura cannot be hidden. The security guards at the entrance wanted to go up and stop him, but they were shocked by his powerful aura and let him go. There were quite a few people in Magic City who could afford the king of buildings, but very few people were willing to take more than $200 million to buy a set of housing, so there weren't many people inside looking at the housing. In the hall, a group of salesmen in black suits were surrounding a young man, serving tea and water, very attentive. There were a few sales ladies who saw Jiang Nan walk in. They were first shocked. How can such a person come here? They really don't have any self-awareness. It is said that the customer is God, but no one will treat a poor man with stall goods as God. A few sales ladies glanced at him contemptuously, and continued to compliment the young man. At this time, a youthful girl walked up to Jiang Nan and greeted him with a smile. "Hello sir, may I help you?" The girl blushed as soon as she spoke and looked cute. "Pretty boys and fairies, join the bookshelf and don't get lost. The content in the back is even more exciting." Chapter 7, Gambling. Ding! The system has detected a school beauty. Name, Tang Yen Yen. Face value, 90, school beauty level. Age, 19. Height, 168. Weight, 90. Bust, 34B. Initial favorability, 60. The school beauty, Tang Yen Yen, had reached an initial favorability of 60 towards him. A direct pass on the first meeting. It seemed that this girl was sincere and had a high degree of plasticity. "You respect me a foot, I respect you a foot." Jiang Nan liked such a sincere girl. Such a girl was a potential stock. Increasing favorability was imperative. "Oh, can I sit down and talk?" Jiang Nan responded in a very gentlemanly manner. The girl brought Jiang Nan to sit on a sofa by the window and then enthusiastically poured tea. At this time, a woman wearing a blue professional outfit with heavy makeup walked over and reprimanded. "Tang Yen Yen, your probation period will end soon. If you can't sell one more suite at the end of the month, you'll pack up and leave." Jiang Nan swept a glance at the sign on the woman's chest, which read Annie, the manager of the sales department. Annie received a phone call from Lee Sutong, saying that she should receive a Mr. Jiang, although she did not say what kind of person this Mr. Jiang was, but those who could let Lee Sutong personally give an explanation were definitely not ordinary people. Annie hung up the phone, and after a little bit of tidying up her appearance, she went downstairs in a flurry. When passing through the No. 1 sales hall, and saw Tang Yen Yen serving tea and water to a poor person, and was furious. Hearing N's words, the few female sales on the side all looked this way, all with a look of contempt. "Tang Yen Yen, you don't want to be sick and desperate. Only a big shot like Lin Xiao can afford the king of the building, wasting time on a poor person. Are you stupid? It's been 2 months since we came here, and we haven't sold a single set so far, and you still don't want to get ahead, not wanting to pay. It is impossible to sell a house in your life. Those few sales you said," and I said loudly, mocked Tang Yen Yen. "Our Jinjiang Garden does not keep idle people. If you do not want to do it, you can roll up and leave. There are a lot of PhDs and masters outside waiting to join the job," Annie said in a conspiratorial manner. Why do many people judge people by their appearance? Tang Yen Yen couldn't understand. Facing the accusations of the crowd, she was unable to defend herself, tears in her eyes. The young man walked to Tang Yen Yen's side. "Yen Yen, why suffer? You have to make good use of it while you're young, or it will expire." This young man is the eldest young master of the 4 great families of the Magic City Lin family. Lin Mo. His biggest hobby is to play with women, especially like to be involved in the world of the young girl. Tang Yen Yen worked here for more than 2 months. He came over twice in 3 days, and also let slip that as long as Tang Yen Yen followed him, he would buy a set in the No. 1 building king. But Tang Yen Yen just didn't get on board. All the sales in the first sales hall volunteered to go to bed with Lin Mo, but he just wouldn't let up, and wouldn't stop until he took down Yen Yen Tang. The king of the building has been capped for 2 years now, and up to now not even one set has been sold. Anne's position as the sales department manager has faltered, and if it goes on like this, she will be replaced, and Tang Yen Yen's disagreement with Lin Mo's request is against her. So An looks at Tang Yen Yen cross-eyed and catches the opportunity to make a cynical mockery of her. Tang Yen Yen is the school flower level beauty. Super high face value makes her sales heart jealous. She has become the public enemy of the sales department. Every time Annie looking for trouble, everyone will also rise up to attack. Ding! The system has detected a group of bullies who are afraid of the weak and have bad intentions. Choice 1, let it happen and reward the host with a good guy card. Choice 2, punch this group of people in the face and take the heat for Tang Yin, rewarding the host with a lucky draw opportunity. The person who is issued a good man card is either weak or incompetent. Jiang Nan does not want to. He wants to ruthlessly hit the face of this group of fools who do not know the sky and the earth. The road to help is his style. Jiang Nan opened the system lottery page, which has a wide range of prizes. Lucky little cherry, liquor relieving little yellow bean, bad luck charm, power pill, divine fairy water, good pregnancy patch, easy face mask, and golden gun pill. Jiang Nan read over the prize descriptions, and this golden gun pill was very interesting. Eating one to battle for 3 days and 3 nights was a breath of fresh air. It would be terrifying. Very invincible. This lottery opportunity was not to be missed. It's cool in case you draw one. Annie wants to welcome the noble guest Mr. Jiang. This poor influence here is really bad. We must get rid of him, so as not to lose a lot of money for a small cause. Security. What's going on? Such a person also dared to put down to come in. Blind? Annie saw that Jiang Nan had no intention of leaving, so she yelled at the security guards at the entrance. The 2 security guards immediately came over and pulled Jiang Nan outward. Go, go, this is not a place you should be in. Quickly go, let go. Do you have you treat God like this? Jiang Nan shook off the 2 security guards and said in a cold voice. At the same time, a group of people in the hall took turns to reprimand Tang Yin. Where is Tang Yin, the opponent of this group of old greaseballs? She could not say a word. She just wiped her tears. Lin Mo skimmed his lips and mocked. God, just you girls still call yourself God. Brain into water, right? Ha ha ha. Do you know how much a square foot of house here costs? With your poor look, you can't afford a bathroom in your whole life. A poor of ground floor goods actually knows no heaven and earth like this. Oh, how do you know I can't afford it? Jiang Nan fearlessly looked at Lin Mo and said, the dog's eyes are low. Lin Mo originally wanted to show his superiority in front of the beggar, but he didn't expect to be disliked by Jiang Nan like this and called him a dog. He is a hallowed young master of the Lin family. Wherever he goes, he is the existence of the front and back, but he was actually scolded by a beggar like this? Uncle could not tolerate it. Brat, buy a set now and let everyone open their eyes. If you don't, you're a dog, a mutt. Hearing Jiang Nan scold him, Lin Mo instantly exploded. What if I buy it? Jiang Nan didn't get angry and said without any hesitation. Lin Mo was furious. If you step on a horse and have a suite in Jinjiang Garden right now, I'll immediately kneel down for you and yell 3 times grandpa. If you don't buy it, you'll drill through my crotch and yell 3 times grandpa to me. That's not fair, is it? 1. You're bound to lose. Fair how? So what if it's not fair? After all, you are going to call me grandpa. What do you want? Lin Mo is sure that he can win. Just how Jiang Nan bet he is not afraid. In 5 minutes if I get the real estate license for the No. 1 building king, you'll drill through my crotch and call me grandpa 10 times. If I can't do it, the same punishment. Just now, Li Sutong said on the phone that he would be there in 10 minutes. Jiang Nan estimated that he would be there in 5 minutes at the slowest, so he dared to bet that he would get the real estate license within 5 minutes. Once this word came out, Lin Mo laughed out loud. A poor person who can't afford to buy a bathroom, but also to get the real estate license in 5 minutes. The pregnant cow is blown up to the sky by you. Annie and those sales were also amused by Jiang Nan's words. Can the cheek be thicker? How dare you want to buy the whole building, king? You think everyone else is a little cutie, do you? This person didn't run out of a mental hospital, did he? I'm laughing my ass off. Just you? Buying an entire building, king, and getting a real estate license in 5 minutes. Your brain is kicked by a donkey, right? Lin Mo met such bragging to the sky for the first time. Okay, just according to what you said. Get the real estate license within 5 minutes. Let the big guys take a look. There is not a bit of suspense in this bet. What kind of result is even a little cute? All can see. The crowd is waiting for Jiang Nan to call out grandfather to Lin Mo, or let this guy who doesn't know the sky is high suffer. See if you still dare to brag in the future? Tang Yin was also stunned by Jiang Nan's words, although she does not like to judge people by their appearance, but she also does not believe that he will get the real estate license of the whole building, king, in 5 minutes. It is absolutely a fool's dream. Chapter 8 Goddess Beauty Night Sutong. Knights Group President's Office. After hanging up the phone to Annie, Li Sutong took dozens of key personnel from the president's office and rushed towards Jinjiang Garden in great numbers. The car roared all the way and arrived at Jinjiang Garden in less than 10 minutes. As soon as Annie saw Li Sutong arrive at the hall, she hurried over to greet him. Good day, Mr. Li. She also pointed at Tang Yin and said, Mr. Li, this Tang Yin has been here for more than 2 months. A little bit of eyesight is not there. correct her a little bit and then cry. The other few sales neatly stood in a row, lowered their heads and did not make a sound. Li Sutong is a famous domineering female president. They do not dare to talk nonsense, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Li Sutong's face became more and more ugly. Where is Mr. Jiang? Where is the honorable guest I asked you to receive? And panicked when she heard that. It was all because of this Tang Yin. If it wasn't for her herself, she wouldn't have delayed here so much so that she didn't receive the honored guest until now. Mr. Knight, Tang Yin invited such a person to the hall and served tea. Isn't this a disgrace to your face? It wouldn't be good if the distinguished guest, Mr. Jiang, saw it. But this person just won't leave. He even blurted out that he can get the real estate license for the king of the building in 5 minutes. I don't know who gave him the confidence. Annie replied. That mysterious big brother said that he had already arrived at Jinjiang Garden, but now he couldn't see anyone. Li Sutong's mood was frustrated to the extreme. She couldn't afford it if she offended the big brother. Enough, Mr. Jiang, who purchased the entire building king, has already arrived at Jinjiang Garden. Now all of you put away your own little calculations and bring out your fullest enthusiasm for me. Li Sutong coldly laughed. What? The Mr. Jiang that Li Sutong was talking about turned out to be so terrifying? Annie was apprehensive. This time it was a big deal. She couldn't help but shiver. The other salesmen couldn't believe their ears. One building king that hadn't sold a single unit in 2 years was actually bought by someone? This person who bought the king of the building did not go through the sales department, but directly through Li Sutong. It is very scary. Just what kind of a big shot is it? Everyone was nervous and excited. Annie glanced at Lin Mo and rolled her eyes in her heart. Young Master Lin of one of the 4 great families of Magic City was just a brother among brothers in front of Mr. Jiang. Hearing that someone had bought the entire king of buildings, Lin Mo also lost his sense of superiority all of a sudden. Although he was the young master of the Lin family, he didn't have a lot of money at his disposal, and his saying that he wanted to buy a set in the king of buildings was just coaxing these gold-digging women. 10 minutes ago, obviously Mr. Jiang said that he had already arrived at Jinjiang Garden, but there was no one in sight. Where exactly did it go wrong? Li Sutong's heart was in her throat. Slowing down such a big shot would definitely affect the family's business. Without delay, she had to contact Mr. Jiang as soon as possible. Li Sutong's brows furrowed slightly as she took out her cell phone and found the number she had just dialed once again. Ringing. The cell phone in Jiang Nan's pocket rang, and he took it out and pressed the answer button. Once Li Sutong saw that the other party had answered the phone, her face instantly stretched. Hello, Mr. Jiang? It's me. I'm Jiang Nan. In the next second, the entire room was petrified. Shocked. Everyone was as dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost during the day. Standing there motionless. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. This plain and ordinary young man, covered in cheap floor goods, was Mr. Jiang? Shock. Terrifying as hell. I'm not dreaming, am I? Annie shuddered as she thought about her behavior earlier. Lin Mo didn't believe that this person was really Mr. Jiang, who had bought the entire king of buildings. If that was the case, wouldn't he have lost a lot this time? No way. It must be an imposter. A lord who could take $20 billion to buy a building king. Judging from Li Sutong's experience, he was at least a middle-aged man, but he didn't expect to be so young. He only looked to be in his early 20s. It's too scary. Domestic and foreign well-known big families, the main members of large consortiums. Li Sutong does not say that all familiar, but also know about 8 or 9. But in front of her, this young man, she knows nothing. This reinforced the idea in her mind that this person must be the young master of some mysterious big family. A family whose strength was terrifying. So terrifying that it was unimaginable. She had seen a low-profile tycoon, but she had never seen such a low-profile one. His whole body added up to less than $200. No one would think that he was a tycoon worth more than $100 billion. A low-profile tycoon is even more terrifying. You are Mr. Jiang? Li Sutong wore a smile as she respectfully and nobly stretched out her hands. Ding! The system has detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, Li Sutong. Face value, 97, goddess level, age, 25, height, 175, weight, 98, bust, 36F, initial favorability, 50, personality, cold and domineering personality, cold and domineering personality, cold and domineering. Jiang Nan marveled in his heart. The woman in front of him was the goddess-level beauty with the highest face value he had ever seen, actually as high as 97. The 2 peaks were even higher. 36F? Just terrifying. She was dressed in a high-grade handmade customized suit. The size of the clothes was just right. 1 inch bigger to show fat, 1 inch smaller to show thin, outlining her bumpy body perfectly. Beautiful women. Just eye candy. Jiang Nan was a little dazed for a moment. I'm Li Sutong. On behalf of the Li Group, I welcome Mr. Jiang's presence. Please bear with me if I've slowed down Mr. Jiang just now? Li Sutong continued, her tone warm and smiling like a flower. Didn't the system say that this woman was cold and overbearing, but she was so enthusiastic towards him? Jiang Nan stretched out his right hand and gently gripped that pair of white and slender jade hands, and just by gently holding them, an inexplicable electric current quickly traveled to every nerve. Those hands were soft and boneless, tender and smooth. Just holding them was a great enjoyment. This feeling was so good, but Jiang Nan still quickly let go of his hand. He was now a billionaire god, a person who did great things. He could not stick to the small details. Li Sutong instructed his men to open the large golden box, and once the box was opened, it revealed a stack of large red books. Mr. Jiang, this is your house ownership certificate. Please take a look. Li Sutong personally handed the large box to Jiang Nan. Everything was like a dream. Lin Mo didn't want to admit that it was real, but he couldn't change it. This plain young man was really a mysterious tycoon, and a tycoon who bought a building king at once was a terrifying existence. How could he, a hallowed young master of the Lin family, think of the bet just now? Lin Mo wanted to die. He lost completely, very much. Li Sutong thought of Annie's disrespect to Jiang Nan just now, and instantly her face turned cold. She looked at Annie and coldly said, "You go to the finance room to settle the bill and leave here immediately." And who was standing at the side shivering, instantly paralyzed to the ground when she heard this? She had been working in Li's group for 5 years. Was it easy for her to mix up to be the sales department manager? She was not willing. If she was dismissed by nights, it would soon spread throughout the real estate circle. Which other company would want her? Without a job, what was she going to live on? What was she going to pay off her mortgage and car loan? She couldn't lose this job. This job was too important to her. Anne's entire body seemed to be drained. Not a bit of strength. She couldn't stand up, so she could only crawl to Li Sutong's feet and beg Li Sutong to give her another chance. "Mr. Li, it's my fault. It's my fault. I have no eyes. I didn't recognize Mr. Jiang. Just give me another chance. I will definitely make up for my mistakes." And was in tears. Her makeup was all spent. Her face was black and white. It was a mess. In the face of Annie's bitter pleas, Li Sutong was unmoved. Chapter 9, punching Lin Mo in the face. The big shot that even Li Sutong was in awe of. Annie actually dared to treat it with such a bad attitude. She would never condone such an employee. Annie saw that Li Sutong didn't react. She crawled to Jiang Nan again. Her head thumped on the floor. Her forehead was cracked, and silk blood oozed out. "Mr. Jiang, I'm wrong. It's my dog's eyes. You're generous. Just let me go as a fart. Too bad luck. Security, throw her out." Li Sutong gave an order. Annie was completely desperate. Li Sutong had always said nothing. She was in trouble this time. However, at the last minute, she still had to fight to the death, to divert the conflict. Maybe she could still save herself. Annie recklessly climbed up and pounced on Lin Mo like a shrew. "It's all because of you, you dog-eyed guy. You actually mocked Mr. Jiang for not being able to afford a bathroom, and even made a bet with Mr. Jiang. Now you lost. Hurry up and call Mr. Jiang grandpa. Call. Lin Mo was having a weak heart over the bet, but Anne was not able to get rid of the pot. He was furious and threw a slap on Anne's face that had taken off her makeup. "Motor, you're tired of living." Annie stumbled and fell to the ground. At this point in time, she didn't have any scruples. She didn't even have a job anymore. Did she still fantasize about Lin Mo coming to punch her performance? She was going to tear apart this scummy man who cheated on her. Annie got up from the ground like crazy and pounced on Lin Mo again, and the two of them wrestled. Lin Mo yanked Anne's hair, punched and kicked, and was not willing to show weakness. Scratched and bit. Lin Mo's face was scratched out a carrot wire. Arm, back of the hand was also bitten out deep teeth marks. Looking at the two people who were fighting each other, a few strong security guards quickly stepped forward to stop them, and pulled the two people apart with 7 hands and 8 feet. This shameless Annie, licking dog, actually dared to offend him. Lin Mo was furious and gritted his teeth. But the most important thing at the moment is to leave here. Annie the stinking will have plenty of opportunities to teach her a lesson later. He lost. He had to drill through Jiang Nan's crotch like a dog, and had to call him 10 times grandpa. How could he stand such a shame? He might as well kill him. Lin Mo tidied up the collar that was torn by Annie and was about to leave as if nothing happened. But he was grabbed by Annie again and he kicked her to the ground again. "Lin Xiao, our bet isn't over yet. Why are you leaving?" As soon as Jiang Nan gave the word, a few security guards held down Lin Mo who was about to escape. "Young Lin, you can't leave yet." A few security guards dragged Lin Mo to the middle of the hall. Lin Mo struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? I'm the Lin family's youngest master. Don't mess around." Although Lin Mo is the Lin family's youngest master, he is a loser, scum, and has an extremely bad reputation in the upper circles of Magic City. Today he actually dared to dictate in nights. He has to kill his sharpness. "Lin Xiao, A gentleman's word is a team of horses. Since there is a bet with Mr. Jiang in the first place, you have to fulfill it. Going back on your word is not the style of the Lin family. Li Sutong's tone was aggressive, leaving no room for maneuver. People under the roof have to bow their heads. Lin Mo still understands this. He smiled playfully and said, Miss Li, just now I was just joking with Mr. Jiang, how can I take it seriously? Tramp, this joke you opened up a lot. Jiang Nan looked around the crowd and said, everyone present just now heard it. Was Mr. Lin joking? One was the big boss who bought a building, and the other was a falling dog. The lesser of the two was clear to the crowd. It was then unanimously said, it's not a joke, especially those female saleswomen who mocked Jiang Nan together with Annie. In order to take credit for the crime, they also recounted the cause of the bet between the two of them. The words were full of adoration for Jiang Nan and contempt for Lin Mo. Lin Xiao, willing to bet, please. Li Sutong did not give Lin Mo any face at all and said in a cold voice. A few security guards pulled Lin Mo to Jiang Nan and pressed him to the ground, ready to let him drill through Jiang Nan's crotch. Jiang Nan was of course happy to do so, but in front of everyone, especially in front of a goddess like Li Sutong, he still felt a little inappropriate. I, Jiang Nan, am not the one who is unforgiving, so the crotch humiliation will be waived. But in order to fulfill the bet, lest others say that I don't count on my words, Lin Xiao still has to call me 10 times grandpa, and then slap himself 20 times. How's that? When Lin Mo heard this, he was so moved that he almost turned his back. As long as he doesn't suffer from crotch humiliation, everything else is barely acceptable, because trying to escape is impossible. Quickly call grandpa, the crowd urged. Lin Mo knew that this hurdle had to be passed, so he clenched his teeth and his heart and called out, Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. The security guard counted on one side. 1, 2, 3. Lin Mo called 10 grandpa in one breath. The next step is to slap himself. He raised his hand, closed his eyes, and snapped on his face for 20 times in a row, as if he were a dragonfly. Grandpa called, slapped and slapped. Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This pass finally passed. Today disgrace to the maternal grandmother's house. He has to leave this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. Lin Mo was relieved, turned around and was about to leave, but was called by Jiang Nan. Slow, the bet has not been fulfilled and you want to leave? Lin Mo instantly became bad. Just now grandpa called and slapped. Why not let go? Mr. Jiang, I did everything you said. Although Lin Mo was angry, he knew that he was a lamb to be slaughtered at this time and did not dare to make a mistake. I don't know who you're calling grandpa, and did you slap him? Lin Mo instantly understood that a perfunctory act would not pass. The security guard again pressed Lin Mo. Lin Mo can only loudly call Grandpa Jiang Nan. Grandpa Jiang Nan. His painful expression attracted laughter. Li Sutong also could not help but laugh out loud. After calling Grandpa, it's time to start hitting the face. Annie volunteered to come out. Mr. Jiang, let me do the task of hitting the face, so that he won't cheat again. Annie wanted to offset the mistake she had made in this way, hoping that Li Sutong would change her mind. And even if she still ended up having a hard time escaping the fate of being expelled, she still had to take a breath of bad luck. This Lin Mo was too bad. A scumbag. Although the ones he cheated were gold-digging women. Crackling. Annie could not help but go up to dozens of big slaps, slapping Lin Mo's eyes, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, due to being pulled by the security guards who could not move. He could only swear, I can't spare you. Annie got tired of slapping and sat on the ground panting. As soon as the security guard let go of his hand, Lin Mo broke free and kicked towards Annie. Annie couldn't stand up by his kick, so she followed the trend and hugged Lin Mo's leg and bit it, which caused him to cry and wail in pain. Throw the two of them out for me. Li Sutong gave an order and several security guards threw the two out of the hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully punching his face, rewarding him with one lucky draw opportunity. Chapter 10, Visiting Building King No. 1. Lin Mo and Annie had just been thrown out when the system beep sounded. The sound was so melodious and wonderful. Jiang Nan opened the system lucky draw carousel and clicked start lucky draw. The carousel slowly began to rotate, slowly getting faster and faster. Faster and faster. Jiang Nan stared at the prizes on the carousel, and when he saw that the golden gun pill was about to slide to the pointer in the center, he quickly shouted to stop. The carousel did not stop immediately, but slowed down, and swayed around again before stopping. And the prize that finally stayed on top of the pointer was not the golden gun pill, but a good pregnancy patch. Jiang Nan was a bit disappointed and threw the good pregnancy sticker into the system space. A good pregnancy sticker was not a good luck sticker. Jiang Nan laughed bitterly in his heart and shook his head. Having slapped those dogs in the face, even if he didn't draw the prize of his choice, it was still cool. It was cost effective. Jiang Nan was the most ostentatious, low-profile and mysterious tycoon Li Sutong had ever seen, which successfully aroused her curiosity. What kind of terrifying power would be behind such a young and promising youth? What an honor it would be to have the privilege of knowing such a big shot. Having a good relationship with a powerful family like Jiang Nan would definitely be beneficial to the development of the Li family. So how could Li Sutong let go of this big gold master? After disposing of the two ungrateful things, Annie and Lin Mo, Li Sutong was only slightly relieved. Mr. Jiang, are you still satisfied with my handling just now? Li Sutong carefully accompanied her with a smile. Jiang Nan did not answer, but was thoughtful. Li Sutong was apprehensive in her heart. Mr. Jiang, feel free to mention any requests you have. I will definitely not let you down. Oh, then I won't be polite. I personally think that Tang Yanyan is very suitable to take over the position of sales manager. I hope Mr. Li will consider it. Jiang Nan looked at Tang Yanyan, who was on the side, her eyes full of praise and encouragement. Tang Yanyan was named by Jiang Nan. She was flattered. Do not know what to do. Their own a newcomer. Internship for more than 2 months has not sold a sweet. How have the ability to serve as a sales manager such a key position? The sales manager earns over $1 million a year. How can he be himself? Just because he poured a cup of tea for him? This is a drop of water when the spring to return the favor? A few other salesgirls were shocked to hear Jiang Nan's proposal. Tang Yanyan is a newcomer with no ability, no education, no performance. What qualifications does she have to be a sales manager? No need to consider. From now on, Tang Yanyan will be the sales manager of the Jinjiang Garden Sales Department. The person Mr. Jiang sees will not be wrong. Li Sutong agreed without any need to consider at all. Li Sutong was in a high position and didn't know much about the sales staff at the lowest level. If it wasn't for what happened today, she wouldn't have known that there was such a person as Tang Yanyan. Didn't Annie say that Tang Yanyan invited Jiang Nan in? And warmly entertained him? She is the knight's meritocracy. In public and private should be well rewarded. Nowadays there are very few people like Tang Yanyan who are not snobbish. Ability is secondary. Personal quality is the most important. Just now also denied their own Tang Yanyan listened to Li Sutong's words are surprised and happy. She knows that this is all because of Jiang Nan's face. They will not only not be dismissed, but also rose to the manager. Tang Yanyan swore in her heart. Must do a good job. Live up to Mr. Jiang's promotion of her. Ding. Tang Yanyan's favorability towards the host plus 50. Currently favorability 90. This girl was too real. She was just a sentence. And her favorability actually skyrocketed by 40 points. Already reaching the limit value. Just very invincible. For Li Sutong to be appointed like this, a few of her sales hearts were very unconvinced. In terms of qualifications, in terms of ability, ranking 18 can't be ranked by her Tang Yanyan. Just now they all went in together to mock Tang Yanyan, but also mock Jiang Nan, and now bowels are repenting. Regret did not recognize this super rich, or now who is promoted to manager is not certain it, cannot change must learn to accept. A few people of brain surrounded Tang Yanyan, each full of smiles, praise, people is so realistic. Afterwards, Li Sutong brought Jiang Nan to visit the No. 1 King of Building. This building was located in the core of Jinjiang Garden, a total of 88 suites, except for the top set which was an 8-floor duplex. The other 87 suites were all 6-floor duplexes, and the decoration of the whole building was very luxurious. Mr. Jiang, this chandelier is the latest international limited edition. The chandelier is inlaid with 88 pigeon egg-sized diamonds. These diamonds are exclusively supplied by the South African royal family, and the value of diamonds on a chandelier is more than 10 million. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows is made of bulletproof material, which can't be penetrated by any missiles, and also prevents ultraviolet rays and nuclear radiation. And the curtains are the most expensive nano fabrics. The duo arrived at the topmost set of 8-story duplex. First floor parlor, second floor entertainment room, third floor wine stash room, fourth floor kitchen plus dining room, fifth floor study, sixth floor check room, seventh floor bedroom, eighth floor swimming pool. The roof is a sky garden. Each floor was an independent space with exceptionally good sound insulation. Li Sutong took Jiang Nan on a tour one by one, taking great pains to introduce them. This 8-floor duplex was worthy of being the king of kings, and the whole set of rooms was a palace of splendor and luxury. The level of luxury inside was even greater than the other 87 sets. The crystal chandelier in the living room not only had 100 egg-sized South African vanilla diamonds on it, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows were also inlaid with gold and silver threads, and the glass, apart from preventing missiles, ultraviolet rays, and nuclear radiation, could also automatically adjust the indoor light in different kinds of weather. They arrived at the 7th floor bedroom, which had a master bedroom and 20 or so secondary bedrooms. The duo walked into the master bedroom. A large round bed of about 60 square meters came into view. The bed was covered with a set of light green bedding, eye-catching yet noble and elegant. This set of bedding was customized at Hessen's headquarters. The materials and workmanship are very sophisticated. Sleeping on it can relieve fatigue and improve sleep quality. Hessen is the world's highest-end bedding brand. Jiang Nan had only heard of it before and never seen it. Today it was really shocking to see it. If it wasn't for Li Sutong's presence, he would have jumped onto the bed to feel it. Such a big bed would be boring to sleep by himself. From the bedroom out, came to the 8th floor. Here is a 1,000 square feet of large swimming pool around the chaise lounge, hammock, table. Li Sutong pointed to the water in the pool and said, "This is pure natural mountain spring water. Has been purified more than 10 times. Harmful substances to the human body all purified away. The water there are hundreds of minerals and vitamins beneficial to the human body. It is directly drinkable." After saying that, Knight Sutong reached out and cupped some water and drank it to prove that the water was indeed clean. Finally, the two people visited the roof of the sky garden. Sitting in the garden on a deck chair, the scenery of the magic bund is unobstructed. There is a kind of will be over the top, a glimpse of the mountains feeling. After visiting the whole building, it was already early morning. "Mr. Jiang, I've already booked a private room at Heaven on Earth. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to give me the pleasure." Li Sutong was wearing a smile. Her proud and sinister peaks were so high that the buttons on her chest nearly opened as soon as she spoke. "Pretty boys and fairies, move your little hands to point 5-star praise and add bookshelves. You are the world's most beautiful boy and the most adorable sister." Chapter 11 Diamond Membership. Ding! The system releases random tasks. Choice 1, decline the goddess's invitation. Reward makeup box. 9 free shipping. Choice 2, say yes to the goddess invitation. Reward 2 points of charisma value. Charm value is a good thing. It can instantly boost one's charm. Charm is a unique power that radiates from the inside out. A power that is full of attraction and can bring happiness to her people while reflecting their own value. While makeup changes only the skin. Besides, he wasn't a sissy, and Jiang Nan accepted the invitation without hesitation. "Then, I'll respectfully accept." Ding! Host agrees to the goddess's invitation. Charisma value +2. Charisma value has reached 10. Charisma value reaches 100 points will open up the host's 10,000 people's fascination trait. Now the charisma value was only 10, but it was already the peak value of an ordinary person. Jiang Nan sat in Li Sutong's red Ferrari supercar and quickly arrived at the Earthly Paradise Hotel. The Human Paradise was the only 10-star hotel in Magic City, one of the highest-end hotels in the world, and only those who obtained a membership card could come in and spend money. There were 4 levels of membership: bronze, silver, gold and diamond, and there was only one diamond membership card. So far no one had applied successfully. Li Sutong was a gold-level member and a regular customer here. The waiter warmly welcomed them to an elegant box. The box was 600 square meters in size, and inside there was an entertainment area, a cafe, a bar, and a bathroom. A dozen waiters in pink suits stood at the door, and when they saw the two of them come in, they all bent down and bowed in unison. Inside the box is playing low and pleasant music. Pink and yellow light is warm and comfortable. The table was already filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. The waiter introduced the dishes and drinks one by one. Every dish here was the world's top ingredients, which were kept fresh at -100 degrees during the airplane transportation. Just one bottle of Wolianye from the 60s was worth $1 million, and the total value of the meal exceeded $3 million. Jiang Nan was the first time he stepped into such a high-class place, and he still felt it was very rare. The two of them ate and chatted. A good time always passes in a flash. After the meal, Li Sutong invited Jiang Nan to go to the entertainment area to sing. Jiang Nan was the school's recreation officer during college, and his best skill was singing. The two of them sang a few of the most popular songs of the moment, and drank some red wine during the time. Ding! The host's performance is great, rewarding the host with a diamond membership card to Heaven on Earth. There are actually such great benefits. System, love it, love it. Ding bell. Jiang Nan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number calling. He got up and walked to the side. "Hello, which one? May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang? I am the account manager of Heaven on Earth. Your diamond membership card has been issued. The company sent someone to send it to your residence? When is convenient for you?" Just now. Li Sutong had told him that no one was eligible to apply for Earthly Paradise's diamond membership card, but he didn't expect the system to reward him in the next second. Just very cool. It was very favorable. "I'm in the 520 golden box. Send it over now." The general manager of the Human Paradise heard that the diamond member was actually in the golden box, and his legs shivered in fear. How could such a horrible person condescend to be in the golden box? His career would be ruined if he was blamed from above, and I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get his bones left. The general manager held the black card with diamonds in both hands, staggered into the elevator, and soon came to the golden box 520. You are Mr. Jiang? When the general manager was in the elevator just now, He had already fantasized the general image of this diamond member in his mind. The person who was qualified to have this card was at least a middle-aged man who was very well dressed, with substance and cultivation. The young man simply didn't have this strength. This was a gut-wrenching strength that could not be possessed just by having money. The man in front of him was too young, visually estimated to be in his early 20s. The important thing was that he was still covered in ground-level goods, completely subverting his cognition. Unbelievable. Shocked. Aha! Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. It was just natural and composed. You are the most honored diamond member of heaven on earth. This is your membership card. The man bent his head low and presented the diamond black card with both hands. Having this card allows you to spend free of charge at all venues under the earthly paradise, and at the highest end. Li Sutong opened her mouth wide in shock. As a gold-level member of earthly paradise, she was naturally well aware of the weight of a diamond member. In order to become the only diamond member, only money was not enough. One had to make a great contribution to the society in order to do so. This would be terrifying. What exactly was the identity of this simple and unassuming young man in front of her? It's not just as simple as multiple wealth and billions. There is also monstrous power? Taking out $20 billion at once to buy a building king was already outrageous. And actually the only diamond member of heaven on earth? What kind of terrifying existence was that? Jiang Nan cupped the diamond black card in his hand. This card had a black body and was surrounded by 8 sparkling blue diamonds. High-end, atmospheric, upscale. Now that he was a diamond member, of course he was treated at the diamond level, and the gold level simply could not fulfill the demand. The manager personally brought them to the diamond suite on the top floor and then went out. This was a luxurious presidential suite, which was decorated in an atmospheric yet cozy style, and all of the items and utensils were the world's top brands. The wine cabinet was filled with various famous wines that had been treasured for 100 years, and Jiang Nan casually brought a bottle of 45-year-old Romanée-Conti. A bottle of this kind of wine was worth as much as 3,830,000 Chinese dollars online. He unscrewed the cap of the bottle, poured 2 cups, and handed Li Sutong a cup, and with 4 eyes facing each other, everything blended into the wine. Beautiful wine plus a beautiful woman. Simply a perfect match. Wine does not intoxicate everyone. Li Sutong's pretty face was slightly red, her beautiful eyes flowed. Under the soft light, this man looked more and more charming. Although the clothes on his body were cheap, he had a very high-class face. The angular handsome face is inlaid with dark and deep eyes with a charming luster under the thick eyebrows. The high nose is firm and handsome, and the 2 thin lips outline a beautiful arc. Just very heartwarming. Li Sutong was born with a golden key. From childhood to enjoy is a princess general treatment, but behind all the beautiful also have unknown helplessness and heartache. She was in her mother's womb by her father's set doll marriage. Her future has long been predetermined. Facing such a handsome man in front of her, the pain in her heart winds up. Is she going to spend her whole life with someone she doesn't love? Before tonight, Li Sutong didn't believe she would ever meet love. At this time she realized she was wrong. Isn't this man in front of her her true destiny? She was a domineering female CEO with eyes high above the top, but this man was so deeply attracted to her that she couldn't help herself. She couldn't help but lean on his shoulder, and the air in the room was instantly ambiguous. Jiang Nan is a man. In the face of the goddess's active goodwill, no reaction that is not a disease? His whole body muscles were tense, the hot blood in his body was boiling, and if he didn't release it, he was going to be suffocated. With Li Kurson together for 4 years, he endured for 4 years, until the breakup also did not go to the final step. Now that he was a billionaire god, he didn't want to hold back any longer. He wanted to explode all the torrential power he had saved up for more than 20 years. Ding! The system randomly rewards the host with 5 points of physique. At this time the physique has reached 13, exceeding the peak value of an ordinary person by 3 points. A pretty boy just can't hold back. It's time to explode. Add it to the bookshelf. The back is even more exciting. Chapter 12, He is a King. The system was too understanding, wasn't it? Jiang Nan felt that his body was instantly full of strength. Now as long as he was given a fulcrum, warping the earth was no big deal. Sutong. Jiang Nan wrapped his hand around Li Sutong's willow waist, soft and supple. It felt so good in his hand. The hot thin lips pressed down in an instant. His kiss was like a storm, warm and strong, and she released all her passion and responded madly. Jiang Nan. Li Sutong's eyes narrowed slightly, murmuring between his lips. Jiang Nan picked up Li Sutong and went to the bedroom. His lips had been unable to leave. Her lips were soft and sweet, making him addicted. The two of them were like Siamese twins as they both collapsed onto the large bed. Jiang Nan gasping, Li Sutong panting. The two bunnies were squeezed, constantly struggling. Boom! The buttons of the blouse was hard to open. A warm feeling came. Jiang Nan could not help but reach out to catch. Soft and elastic. 36F. It's scary to think about it, and when I see it today, it's really shocking. Li Sutong's dominance was not only in the business world. When he was so deep in love that he couldn't pull himself out, he was pressed down by Li Sutong with a fierce roll. The first taste of forbidden fruit between the two was exciting, very violent, very crazy. After a few rounds of a great battle, no contest, 2 hours later Jiang Nan finally equalized the battle, as if a male lion returning in triumph was fierce and tireless, over and over again, until Li Sutong was begging for mercy at her knees. He suddenly felt that if he had met her earlier, it would have been better, and it would not have been 4 years of sincere misrepresentation. It was a long night, and it seemed like in the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan became a real man and tasted the sweetness. Li Sutong buried her head into Jiang Nan's embrace, the unspeakable part of the hidden pain. This man's physical strength is too good. She, the domineering female president, had to surrender. Growing up so big, she has not served anyone, whether in business or life. She is a high and proud queen, did not expect to lose under this man's body, and lost completely. He was a king, wantonly plundering every inch of her, and wherever he went, it was miserable. She was paralyzed, without a bit of strength. Jiang Nan wrenched her head and kissed on her sexy sweet puffy lips. Baby, is it okay? All right? He was too powerful. She almost didn't die. Li Sutong's small fists hit his sturdy chest. Her pretty face was shy and charming, wanting to speak. After a night of fighting, Jiang Nan summarized a truth for pretty boys. Women in high positions are more adorable, and the more domineering a woman is, the more exciting she is. Those who understand understand. No explanation is needed. Li Sutong was a goddess-level beauty with a face value of 97, and looking at her delicate appearance, Jiang Nan fell into a deep fascination and love, his body getting closer and closer. People need to go to the restroom. She couldn't care about putting on her clothes, wrapped the bedsheet and hid in the restroom. For the first time in his life, Jiang Nan had a one-shot impulse towards a woman. Li Sutong was too tempting. Not only did she have the passionate exuberance of a big woman, she also had the charm of a small woman. A man would sink for her, only because too much love, want to again and again, endless possession. But Li Sutong was just an ordinary person, and Jiang Nan's physique was even higher than the peak value of an ordinary person. So how could she eat it? It would be abnormal not to beg for mercy. Jiang Nan's heart welled up with infinite pity and heartache. What a good woman. She didn't give up even when her physical strength was running out. She is like dying. Half an hour later, Li Sutong came out of the bathroom, the white bath towel wrapped around the top of the sinister peaks. The deep gully was hidden. The wet hair was draped over her shoulders. The water on the tips of her hair pooled together and flowed into the gully. The towel was a bit short. Li Sutong instinctively pulled the hem, not daring to look at him. Can't have a little more visual impact? She is afraid of him. After the bath, it seemed to hurt more between her legs, and walking was difficult. Jiang Nan saw her come out, got up and hugged her, but Li Sutong changed her face in fear and begged, Nan, another day, okay? Jiang Nan could see that she was deeply hurt. How could he not be heartbroken? It's not like he's an animal. He's a pretty boy who values love. I'll blow dry your hair for you. The man's voice was tantalizingly magnetic and gentle. There was a scare, a false alarm. Li Sutong breathed a sigh of relief. Her face gradually flushed. She wrapped her arms tightly around his male dog's waist, her face pressed against his sturdy chest, feeling very secure. Jiang Nan placed her on the sofa in front of the dresser, picked up the hairdryer and blew her hair, his fingers weaving in and out of her hair with extreme gentleness. At this moment, her body and mind were wrapped in warm love. She was the happiest woman in the world. Ding! Goddess class beauty Li Sutong's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess class beauty Li Sutong's favoritism towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess class beauty Li Sutong's favoritism towards the host. She has fallen deeply in love with this man. A love that is fierce and profound. Ding! Goddess level beauty Li Sutong's favorability towards the host has been raised to 90. And when it is raised to 100, she will be obedient to the host for 100 days. Sleeping for one night raised your favorability this much? What if it was 2 nights? 3 nights? What about countless nights? It's awesome to think about it. Bubbling with pleasure, Jiang Nan was going to completely conquer the goddess, and then he would be able to do it for 100 days. Ding! The system randomly rewards 10 points of physical fitness. Ding! The system randomly rewards 10 points of strength. The most powerful system ever. Timely, thoughtful, instantly, Jiang Nan felt a powerful force implanted in his body, and every sweaty eye came alive. Cool. He was ecstatic in his heart. It wasn't a problem for this physique to battle several Li Sutongs at a time. The more raw he was, the more profoundly she loved him. The deeper she loves him, the deeper she loves him. It is not a love that only stays on the surface, but the combination of spirit and flesh, merging into one. The shy look of her begging for mercy last night floated in Jiang Nan's mind, and now that his physique had increased by another 10 points, Li Sutong's screams would be even more miserable. Jiang Nan blew dry Li Sutong's hair and placed her on the bed. He also went to the restroom to take a shower. When he came out, she was wrapped in a bath towel and asleep. Jiang Nan carefully untied the towel for her and then brought a blanket to cover her. She was really too tired. Jiang Nan heartbreakingly kissed her on the forehead and half lay next to her. He called up his system page to check his personal information. Name, Jiang Nan. Age, 22. Physique, 23. Spirit, 8. Strength, 17. Charisma, 10. Divine Magnificence Gold, 999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. Divine Magnificence Points, 0. Skills, none. Prize, good pregnancy patch prize, good pregnancy patch prize, good pregnancy patch. This is just the beginning. The pretty boy has to work hard. He was the system's chosen seedling of the Divine Magnificence, so he couldn't live up to the system's expectations. He had to work hard to spend his money and earn Divine Magnificence points. Chapter 13, Spending 100 million today. It was already 12 noon when Li Sutong woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw that human in God's face smiling at her, it was warm and happy. Li Sutong realized that the bath towel on her body was gone, and at this time, she was not wearing a single inch. You didn't do anything bad while I was sleeping, right? Her cheeks flew red, imploringly looking at the man with a bad smile on his face. You won't know if you check. You're bad. If you want to check it, it's you who should check it for me. Li Sutong raised her eyebrows and softly said. Jiang Nan rolled over and pressed her underneath him. Good. I'll let you forget the pain after you've gotten better. The next second, the two of them were tightly entwined together, unwilling to separate for a long time. They were like a newlywed couple, like glue. I hope that time can stand still at this moment, forever and ever, not to separate. After 3 hours, Li Sutong was drenched in sweat. No, if she continues like this she will have to die in his hands. He has to leave this demon and go back to replenish his body and build up his strength. Next time she must win big. Jiang Nan's physique is more than twice the peak value of an ordinary person. Such a physique is not a problem to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. But Li Sutong cannot eat. Jiang Nan took Li Sutong to eat the Diamond member's special lunch, and during the meal he let Li Sutong drink his own portion of bird's nest kanji as well. Last night and today, she had consumed too much physical strength, and she needed to be properly replenished to make up for it. Li Sutong's body was very weak now, so Jiang Nan called the driver Chang Yueshi and bodyguard Bian Mimi. Chang Yueshi drove Li Sutong's Ferrari supercar, while Bian Mimi drove Jiang Nan's limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Nan and Li Sutong sat in the back seat of the Ferrari. She was leaning sideways in his arms. He had one hand wrapped around her soft and boneless waist, one hand was interlocked with her fingers, and his lips were kissing her hair. The picture was sweet and cozy. The two hearts came closer and closer, and were finally imprinted together. Heart to heart. Ding. System mission, consume 100 million today. Reward 5 points of spirit. His physique and strength exceeded the peak value of an ordinary person, and currently his spirit was still ordinary, so he hated incoherence. Punch the duck. Must complete the system mission and get the reward. Jiang Nan sent Li Sutong home and then went to the Magic City Luxury Street, which was all filled with the world's top luxury brands. Armani, Chanel, Barleone, Hermes, Zegna, Gucci, Ferragamo, Louis Vuitton, Dolce & Gabbana, Versace, Prada, have everything. Here is the positioning of high-end consumer groups. So very cold. The flow of people and the pedestrian street kind of mass consumption places cannot be compared. Come here to consume are rich people. Ordinary people simply do not dare to come, because there is no money in the pocket. There is no bottom. Only look not to buy will only be mocked by the salesman. They find uncomfortable. Why bother? However, there is no lack of some pseudo-rich people. These pseudo-rich people would rather fall into the abyss of the loan, but also to dress themselves bright and shiny, in order to fish which scum gold-digging women. Jiang Nan had also fallen into loans, but he hadn't spent money for himself, but to satisfy Li Kerson's bottomless pit. He has never bought a single piece of hundreds for himself, but for Li Kerson is generous. 10,000 yuan bag without blinking, although the heart is very painful, but on the surface to behave generously, or the scum girl said he did not love her. Now it is different. He is a billionaire. He only spends money for himself, spend money to improve his taste in order to attract quality women. The first 20 years of Jiang Nan live how suffocating, in the future to have how wanton and spontaneous. Living for oneself is the king's way. Jiang Nan and Bian Mimi walked together, attracting a few passers-by to stop and watch. The man had a handsome face that was shared by both the gods and men, an aspen tree-like figure, and exuded a unique charm all around. But his clothes were too shabby, right? The woman had a long flesh-colored dress. Her tall and plump figure was set off to the fullest, and her white googly-eyed face carried a charming smile. Licking dog, absolutely licking dog. They cannot afford to buy clothes. The money is used to lick women. Indeed, there are many men who sell their family assets, swipe credit cards, and take out online loans in order to lick women, and end up in debt, which is sad and pathetic. Instantly Jiang Nan was labeled as a dog licker. Facing the strange gazes, Jiang Nan didn't care. He was the almighty god Ho. It didn't matter what others thought of him, what mattered was having money in his pocket. Having money was the king's way. It was the bottom line. With his head up and his back straight, he walked into the Versace store next to him, and as soon as he entered, the salesmen greeted him with smiles on their faces. Although Jiang Nan was dressed cheaply, he was followed by a stunningly beautiful woman. And this kind of person would usually throw away money for a beautiful woman, even going into debt. To be able to pay the bill was God, and they had to hold it up and honor it. The salesperson's mouth was as sweet as honey, attentively giving up her seat, serving tea and water, taking fruit plates. The quality of service could be comparable to an 8-star hotel. Sir, your girlfriend is too beautiful. Our store has the latest dress. Only a good figure like your girlfriend's can show off its value. The salesman had already figured out the psychology of the licking dogs. As long as the women liked it, they would be satisfied even if they smashed their pots and pans. As long as the women were moved, the business would definitely be closed. In fact, the licking dog is not good when, if not careful, will lose money. Some people in order to lick the goddess, and even do illegal things, facing prison. But there were still some people who scrambled to be licking dogs. When the salesman saw Jiang Nan followed by a stunning beauty, he directly took down a beige silk dress and brought it to Jiang Nan. This is a star product from the Paris Fashion Week. Would you like your girlfriend to try it on? It's absolutely high-end. I'm looking at men's clothing, Jiang Nan said indifferently. He came here today to spend money for himself, to buy whatever he liked. Now, he was the almighty god Ho. He should not be a licking dog anymore. Pleasing himself was the king. Do as you please. Just very cool. Licking dogs will only make people look down, low to the dust. The salesman was stunned. This man dressed in ordinary clothes was not ordinary. She then looks at the beauty beside the man. This stunning beauty is a rich woman? A rich lady? A man she had adopted? In fact, nowadays, there are not a few rich women who have adopted men. There is no emotion to speak of between them. It's just a matter of each taking what they need. Although the salesman despises this kind of man in his heart, he is still enthusiastic and considerate on the surface. As long as he spends money, he can get a commission. Who cares if he is a duck or a chicken? Mr. See men's clothing, you come here on the right. Our store men's clothing, whether from the fabric, or workmanship, or style, are this year's most popular, the highest end. Not only have ready-made clothes, but also can be tailored for you. The salesman had been through 100 battles and his ability to improvise was top-notch. And as soon as he saw that the horse's ass had been patted on the horse's leg, he immediately reversed his direction. Dian Mei helped Jiang Nan pick a set of shirt and pants to wear at the moment, as well as a pair of casual shoes, and then changed into them in the fitting room. People were clothes and horses were saddles, and Jiang Nan, who was dressed in a famous brand, looked even more handsome and had a stronger aura. The beauty was just extraordinary, with a unique vision, very much to Jiang Nan's liking. He chose 2 more sunglasses, 2 ties and a hat. The salesman attentively packed the package and said to Bien Mimi, "Ma'am, the total is 888,888 yuan. What kind of payment method do you have?" Chapter 14, Limited Edition Watches. The man was very handsome and had the trait of being a soft eater, so of course things like buying the bill should be left to a woman. The sales clerk looked at Bien Mimi with a smile on her face and handed the sales slip to her, signaling her to go to the cashier to settle the bill. What kind of person does the laborer think he is? Jiang Nan is not stupid. He has read everything from the sales clerk's eyes. He took the bill from the sales clerk's hand, and walked to the cashier without slowing down. Calmly, the sales clerk's eyes widened. No way? This man is not witch? He actually went to the checkout by himself? Just now the horse's ass patted on the horse's leg. This moment and look away. She began to doubt her own eyesight. In the past she looked at people but super accurate. This man actually spent 888 to buy clothes for himself. It seems not the boss is also an executive. The sales clerk's eyes began to blaze up. The sales clerk gathered her hair, pulled down her collar, and handed over her business card with both hands. "Sir, this is my business card. If you need anything, just give me a call. You can have it delivered to your door." If she could have something with a man like this in private, she wouldn't have to worry about the rest of her life. This salesgirl was also quite good looking. In the eyes of a beggar, she was a goddess. In the eyes of a godly man, she was nothing. Jiang Nan most despised this kind of gold-digging woman. His woman had to be equal to himself before he could do so, even if there was a gap in financial strength. Spiritually, he had to synchronize. He directly ignored the business card handed over by the sales clerk and walked out with the large and small bags. Dian Mimi wanted to help Jiang Nan carry the bags. Jiang Nan did not push back and gave her the bags. actually letting a beautiful woman carry the bags. The sales clerks once again stared in disbelief. Unbelievable. This man just doesn't make sense. Men and women shopping. Men are payment machines and carriers. They can't afford to let women take things, let alone such a stunning beauty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 times consumption cashback. At the same time, a message came on Jiang Nan's cell phone. Your tail number 123 account shortcut amount 888-8880, balance 888-8880. Jiang Nan looked at the bank information and couldn't help but hook his lips. Spending money is cool. 10 times cashback is even cooler. Yesterday, when he bought roses for Lee Kurson and swiped his credit card, he didn't have a penny in his bank card, and now he has more than $8 million. Anyway, he had endless divine gold to spend. Keep spending, keep returning, keep spending, keep returning. Just very cool, very casual. Today's system task is $100 million. Now only spent more than $800,000 of God's luxury gold. From the goal is still far away. Pretty boy to continue to work hard. Must spend $100 million. The duo came to a lavishly decorated Hermes boutique again, and the shopkeepers greeted them with a brain. Like this world high-end brand stores, 3 days do not open. Open eat 3 years. Every day to the store to consume only a handful of customers. But can walk into the store is to consume. Are quality customers? They throw thousands of dollars. A buy is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of all. Especially men and women together. Buy up simply cannot stop. As the saying goes, the customer is God. God came, which has no reason not to be enthusiastic. Dry sales of this line have practiced a pair of golden eyes. As long as the customers stepped into the store, a glance to see the relationship between the two. Is a husband and wife or lover? Is the relationship between the upper and lower levels? Or the relationship between the package? For different customers have different sales tactics. Jiang Nan walked in front. Dian Nini followed, carrying a large bag of things in hand, which is very inconsistent with common sense. If you are in a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship or a lover's relationship, the man will not allow the woman to carry anything in order to please her, and the woman will be given priority when she enters the store. Couples are more casual. Sometimes the man carries things, sometimes the woman carries things. Most of the time the husband and wife share. The superior-subordinate relationship is much easier to distinguish. Of course the subordinate carries the stuff. Look at the situation of the two people. The salesman already has a number in his heart. These two people are either husband and wife, or superior and subordinate relationship. Even if they are husband and wife, the woman has no status at home. After judging the relationship and status of the two, the salesman was particularly enthusiastic about Jiang Nan. Sir, you have a good eye. This watch is the treasure of our store. Only 6 pieces were released worldwide. Only one in Magic City. It's a symbol of successful people's identity and status. Jiang Nan stood in front of a separate glass cabinet and looked at a golden wristwatch inside. This watch was more luxurious and atmospheric compared to the others, and the price tag was certainly not expensive. 68 million. The salesman hurriedly took out the watch and described it in detail. This one is made by Italian and Swedish watch masters after 2 years of dedication. The dial, strap and hands are all made of pure gold. The precision of the glass on the dial reaches the precision of the glass of military fighters, which is not only waterproof and oil-proof, but also virus-proof. In fact, all of the above is nothing. The highest value of this watch lies in the 12 points of time, which are 12 finely carved diamonds. These diamonds are not ordinary diamonds, but mined from the snowy mountains at an altitude of 888 meters. The salesman relished and introduced it relentlessly. This watch was indeed good. Both the style and the materials used were luxurious, and it was definitely the finest of watches. Jiang Nan didn't like watches. What he cared about wasn't the watch itself, but the price of the watch. The price is not suitable, Jiang Nan said indifferently. This watch was the most expensive of the men's watches in the Hermes store, and many customers had looked at the watch but not the price, so it had been on the market for a week and hadn't been sold yet. It was normal for customers to dislike the high price of this watch. Sir, the price of this watch is a bit expensive, but it's definitely value for money. A status like yours needs to be matched with a watch like this. Low-key but not too luxurious. This man's whole body famous brand. There is a goddess-level big beauty beside him. His status is absolutely extraordinary, where the salesmen are willing to let go of such a big man. One by one, they take turns to fool Jiang Nan to buy the bill. Identity? What is his status? Yesterday he was a faithful licking dog who owed a buttload of online loans. Today he was the system's chosen seedling of an all-powerful godly hero with a bright future. He was a rich generation that couldn't be compared to a rich second generation like Principal Wang. The status is quite terrifying. $68 million? Still expensive? It wasn't even a drop in the bucket for Jiang Nan right now. Jiang Nan took the watch from the salesman's hand. He wanted to ask if there was anything more expensive than this. Before he could say anything, the watch in his hand was grabbed by a woman. Wow, great. I'll take this watch. This woman was about 30 years old. Light green silk cheongsam, beige high heels, handheld LV bag, a rich broad wife dress. The salesmen all had glowing eyes, and hurriedly greeted the young woman warmly. These luxury store sales base salary is not high. They mainly rely on the commission. Such a watch worth more than $10 million. The commission alone is 4 or 500,000. 10 sales equally. One person also has 4 or 5 million. 40 to 50,000 is not a small amount for them. So they work together, united, and strive to take the intention of the customer. You want no more. A big man is not as big as a woman. Withholding. Several salesmen in the heart despise Jiang Nan. It is said that the customer is God. That is also said to be willing to pay the customer. Want and do not want to pay the money is not even a fart. At this time, a group of salespersons in the store surrounded the young woman, leaving Jiang Nan on the side. Chapter 15, I give up. They wanted quality customers, and quality customers were their god of wealth. Soon the salesman opened the ticket and the young woman pulled out her credit card ready to pay. Wait, a low male voice rang out. When the crowd turned their heads to look, Jiang Nan was standing behind the young woman. What for? The young woman frowned and said impatiently. Obviously, this watch was in his hand, but she snatched it without a word, and he would not spoil such an overbearing woman. In reality, there were quite a few people like this. Some people just felt that they were better than others. Their sense of superiority was overwhelming. As long as they had their eyes on something, they casually took it away. Just like Xiao Baojun, he took away Li Kersen when he saw her, without even asking Jiang Nan whether she agreed or not. However, Jiang Nan was now very thankful to Xiao Baojun. If it wasn't for him, he would still be tormented by the scum girl. This watch is mine, Jiang Nan said lightly with a natural expression. The young woman did not react for a moment, but the salesperson standing on the side was not calm. They had seen many such people. They couldn't afford to buy something themselves. As long as someone else looked at it, he regretted it and grabbed it again. Not the slightest bit too expensive anymore. Mister, don't you not want it because it's too expensive? This watch is already this lady's. A salesman looked askance at Jiang Nan and said, if you don't have the money to buy it, don't pretend to be a big-tail wolf. You don't think it's dignified for a lady to buy it, do you? Expensive? When did I say it's too expensive? It's true that he didn't say it was too expensive. He just said that the price wasn't right, and the saleswoman understood it as him being too expensive. In principle, there was nothing wrong with their understanding. Customers only smacked things as too expensive. No one would smack things as too cheap, unless one was stupid and had too much money. Jiang Nan is rich in money, but people are not stupid. He just doesn't follow the common sense. He just dislikes the watch too cheap. No, you clearly mean that it is too expensive. Didn't you say the price isn't right? What is it if it's not too expensive? Is it too cheap? The saleswoman's tone was tinged with mockery. Anyway, this watch was determined to be sold to this lady. They didn't need to please this man anymore. It is too cheap, but I like this watch, so I reluctantly take it, Jiang Nan said with a cold snort. It was too unconventional. There were actually people like this? People are stupid and have a lot of money. The young woman was annoyed when she heard that her father's birthday was coming up. She was worried about what to give as a gift. Just now when she was reading fashion magazines at home, she found out that there was such a wristwatch, which was the only one in Mordor. So she drove over to try her luck. But as soon as she walked in the door, she saw that the watch worth $10 million was in the hands of a man, and she grabbed it. Rich is so overbearing, so capricious. She made up her mind in her mind. If this man wants this watch, she is willing to pay more money to buy it. How can it be yours? Anyone has the right to buy it before you pay. The woman looked at the salesman again and said, tell me guys, is this watch his? Seeing that the checkout was about to be done. But then there was another complication, which was something that no salesman would like to see. Sir, you didn't say you wanted this watch either. This lady is about to check out. You'd better take a look at the others. The other watches are also quite good. At this time, a salesman had already fetched a watch and handed it over. Jiang Nan ignored the salesman and instead said to the young woman, ma'am, there are rules for everything. There's a first come, first served. Ugh, rules, being rich is rules. Talking about rules in front of people who thought they were rich was a joke. These people didn't put the so-called rules in their eyes at all. Humph, rules? What are the rules? I'll pay $13 million for it. The woman was determined to win, preferring to raise the price. The reason why she was like this, besides liking it, was to fight for it. In Magic City, as long as it was something she saw, she would get it by all means. Isn't it just a few stinking dollars? He was a billionaire, all-powerful godly man. The last thing he lacked was money. Jiang Nan did not hesitate and directly shouted the price. 15 million. The salesman saw such a situation for the first time. and his brain was a bit inadequate. Two buyers bidding for the sake of gas. In the end, there will be two very different results. One is the highest bidder wins, of course, is the most they would like to see. The other result is that the price is raised too high. The two people feel that it is not worth it, and in the end, no one will buy it. The pitfall is the salesman. I'll offer 16 million. The woman gritted her teeth and added 1 million. This was too much of a waste of time. Jiang Nan directly increased the price to $20 million. I've seen people who are stupid and have a lot of money. I've never seen this. Stupid and outrageous. The price of the 12.68 million watch was actually raised to 20 million. A few salesmen were stunned, and a few men and women who were watching stood at the entrance of the store. To fight with a woman over a watch. Too ungentlemanly. Words can't be said like that. A man has to fight for this. He can't lose to a woman. Being rich is capricious. That young woman originally just wanted to let Jiang Nan know what to do, but she didn't expect that not only did he not admit defeat, but he was also so ungrateful that he actually raised the price to $20 million. The woman was riding a tiger at this time. This price had long exceeded her mental expectations. If she just conceded defeat, she could not live up to her face. The woman bit her lower lip and decided to add one more time. She couldn't lose this face. 21 million, 25 million, 30 million, both of them were red-eyed, neither of them refusing to admit defeat. What they were earning at this point was not the watch, but face. What they shouted out didn't seem to be money, but just a string of numbers. After the woman shouted out $30 million, it shocked everyone, and everyone turned their attention to Jiang Nan, waiting for a miracle to happen. The woman looked like she was determined to win. She held her head high and looked at Jiang Nan with contempt. I give up. The crowd clamored at these words. This man has conceded. He can't even fight a woman. It's obvious that he's deliberately messing up. Trap. Trap. The one who gives up is the real winner. Seeing what's going on is human nature. Whether it's a commoner or a rich man, there are already a lot of people standing outside the store. Snipes and mussels are fishing. Now the happiest person is the salesman. It was only when the salesman handed the $30 million bill to the young woman that she awoke from the joy of victory. It was supposed to be a $10+ million watch, and now she actually had to offer $30 million to buy it? Injustice. Too unjust. More unjust than sinus. This is clearly a trap. The woman is not willing to be the wrongdoer. But so many people are watching her. She really cannot afford to lose this person. People live face. Trees live skin. Some people in order to face cannot even life. She only lost some money for the sake of face. It wasn't too much. The woman clenched her teeth, stomped her foot, and directly swiped her card. Ma'am, your balance is insufficient. Chapter 16 Reward host with a power pill. The credit card in her hand could only swipe more than $10 million. $30 million could not be swiped out at all. Today this happened as she did not expect before. Now things have developed to this point. She can only admit it. Can only break the teeth to swallow. The woman took out her cell phone from her bag and dialed a phone. 10 minutes later there was a middle-aged man who hurriedly walked into the store. Husband, you can come. The woman saw the man ecstatic. Her husband came to give her check out. Face can be instantly recovered. The man black face. The woman's words did not finish. A big slap thrown over. You loser. Is it easy for laborers to earn money? You just waste money like this. See if I don't beat you to death today. The woman had wanted to find her man to settle her bill and help her find face, but she didn't expect to come up with a slap and call her a loser in front of so many people. In the face of the stormy middle-aged man, the woman completely lost the arrogance of a moment ago, and looked like a pathetic little sheep. Hubby, my dad's birthday is coming up. I just want to give him a watch to give you face. Oh. This woman is a small 3 on the throne married to a middle-aged man. The man took her as the first love, but she does not sympathize with the man. Is not easy to make money. Spend a lot of money like water. Just 2 years, tens of billions of dollars of the family have been squandered by her few births, but also in the online loan gambling. Just now, the man just received a call from the online loan company. The woman actually owes the online loan company billions. Even if all the assets in his name are mortgaged is not enough to pay. Being in a state of anxiety, the woman actually called to ask him to come and settle the bill. So he completely exploded. You stupid woman. Besides spending money, what else can you do? I've had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to meet you. The middle-aged man was aggrieved in his heart and could no longer control his inner grief. Squatting on the ground and bawling. In order to you my wife is scattered. In order to you my family's wealth scattered. And now the only one listed company cannot keep, but also sold for you to pay back the online loan. Once a billionaire, now is in debt. He now has nothing, but also care about what face. The man cried while rambling about how difficult it was for him. Nowadays there are some girls who always think of getting something for nothing, recognizing their godfather, being a mistress, and breaking up other people's families. A slap in the face. Some men have a few stinking money. They drift, change a young and beautiful, married only to realize that it is not so beautiful as they imagined. Why would a young girl want to marry you? A bad old man is not to look at your money? If you can't spend money hard, what can you satisfy them? This kind of only know how to suck blood scum woman is certainly hateful, but this kind of man who abandoned his wife and children also do not deserve sympathy. The crowd of onlookers were all talking, some condemning the woman, some mocking the man deserved it, and at this time the salesman cannot laugh. This woman does not have the money to buy this watch, they cannot force to buy and sell. Ding! The system releases a random task, by the man's company, rewarding 40 schoolgirl level maids. Was the system asking him to do charity? The system had rewarded a goddess level female bodyguard, a schoolgirl level female driver, and now the maids were missing. 40 schoolgirl grade maids would be very sweet and very favorable. How could a building work without maids? Jiang Nan's mind was no longer on this wristwatch, but shifted to the middle-aged man's company. The middle-aged man's crying caused the young woman's extreme dissatisfaction. Her own youth had been hitching a ride. No amount of money could buy it back. A big man still want to be shameless? Not just spend you a few stinking money? As for that, I've been with you since I was 20 years old. I've wasted all my years on you. I can earn money when it's spent, but can I buy my youth back with money? In the past, you said how much you love me. Now I kind of understand. You love money, not me. Otherwise why can't you give up spending money for me? Not to spend money on her is not to love her. The theory of the scum girl is one set of the same. It is simply a replica of Lee Curson. Jiang Nan was glad that he had lost his way. Living with a scum woman would have been no joy to speak of, and would have been drained by her, and in the end, there would not even be any bone crumbs left. The woman ignored the grieving man and left angrily. Jiang Nan likes to do as he pleases and is free to do as he pleases, so he left it to Bien Nimi to buy the company. Bien Nimi is an all-round female bodyguard, not only proficient in martial arts, but also has high attainments in law and business. The key point is that her loyalty to Jiang Nan has reached 96, and she is very relieved to be entrusted with the matter of purchasing the company. After Bien Nimi asked the middle-aged man to leave, Jiang Nan walked out of the Hermes store. This 1268 watch was not sold, and the sales were chasing after it. There were no tears in their desire to cry. Is it still impossible to buy a top-notch watch with money? Jiang Nan swept through the luxury street for a while. Spring, summer, fall and winter clothing, shoes, socks, hats, each buy 10 sets. Various brands of watches bought a total of dozens of pieces. Women's models and men's models have. The reason why he bought so many, not to show off the rich, but to complete the system task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming $100 million of divine magnificence gold. Ding! Reward the host with 10 times cashback, which has been deposited into his personal account. Ding! The host's charm value +1. The current charm value is 11. Ding! Reward the host with a pill. Description of the use of the vigorous pill. The body quality of the person who takes it increases dramatically, and the effect lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. After spending $100 million on a luxury street, the system reward tones rang out one after another, making one's heart pound. Just very refreshing. It was very powerful. Those who came to spend money in the luxury street were not poor, but spending 100 million at a time was not at all, and he was the first. After pulling in such a big patron, there will be no worries about no business in the future. How to hold on to such a big patron is to treat him with the highest courtesy. The salesman of the brand store lined up in a long line and personally delivered the goods to the door. And the Rolls-Royce Phantom was stuffed in the parking lot of the luxury street. The parking lot was an open surface parking lot, and every day, a group of men and women who were hangers-on came over to take pictures with the luxury car, so that they could post them on the internet to show off and make their unknown friends and relatives envious. This gesture is not encountered in 100 years. They naturally will not let go of the opportunity. This is which tycoon, really trembling powerful. He's going to move the whole street for the festival. What thug? That car alone is the unattainable existence of the tycoon. That is the latest version of Rolls-Royce Phantom, the world's limited edition of only one. Money cannot be bought. Isn't this the Rolls-Royce Divine Mansion from yesterday? Bullish. The melon-eating masses were discussing while filming this scene and posting it on Jitterbug in headlines. Being able to see a super godly man with such specifications was enough for them to show off for a while. Jiang Nan turned a blind eye to these people's fuss and directly sat in the car. Chang Yueshi looked at the large bag of various branded chow clothes, socks, shoes, hats, sunglasses, belts, ties, and dozens of high-grade wristwatches, and stared in amazement. His own boss was really handsome and cool, dashing, crazy, unconventional. To buy it all in one fell swoop, the most swashbuckling man she's ever met. Chapter 17, by Yang. A luxury car is a luxury car, and in the blink of an eye, It was steadily parked in the underground parking lot of the No. 1 Building King of Jinjiang Garden. This parking lot is 6,000 square meters in size, and was specially built for the owner of the No. 1 Building King. Now that Jiang Nan owns the entire No. 1 Building King, this underground parking lot of course belongs to him alone. Such a large parking lot can park more than 200 cars. Now there is only one car. It seems very monotonous, very lonely. Jiang Nan pondered to buy more cars. Otherwise it would be a waste of such a large parking lot. You know, in a metropolis like Magic City, parking lot is the most scarce resource. There are many people who can't buy it at all. They can only rent a parking space. Such a good resource should be used wisely. The things bought are really too much. Jiang Nan and Chang Yueshi, two people simply can't finish taking it once, so they called the housekeeper of the No. 1 Building King to take it together. Ding! Goddess level housekeeper has finished reporting for duty. Name, Xia Miao. Face value, 95. Goddess level. Age, 24. Height, 170. Weight, 98. Bust, 36E. Loyalty, 98. Xia Myrtle is a graduate of the University of Property Management with a postgraduate degree, and with her excellent professional skills and superb work ethic, she stood out from the more than 2,000 applicants and became the housekeeper of the No. 1 King of Jinjiang Garden. This housekeeper was actually goddess level, and with a loyalty of 98, it was terrifying. In the future, he would have to pay the housekeeper, and it was necessary to find out her salary package. Xia Myrtle put her things in the living room and was about to leave. One of the important rules in their line of work as housekeepers was to keep a certain distance from the owners, especially the male owners, and one of the reasons for this was also very realistic. That is, they were afraid of falling in love with the male owners over time and affecting the reputation of the neighborhood. Wait, what is your salary package? Jiang Nan faintly opened his mouth and asked. $20 million a year. Xia Myrtle was apprehensive in her heart. An annual salary of $20 million was the topmost existence in her line of work, and she herself was the only one in the country who had reached this kind of treatment. Was it going to be a pay cut? Oh, a bit less. I'll offer you $40 million. Such a goddess-level housekeeper with a loyalty of up to 98 would be rare. A pay raise was inevitable. It would be worth it. Xia Myrtle originally thought that Jiang Nan was going to cut her salary, but she didn't think that it would double. $20 million was already scary. Now it actually went up to $40 million. Now she should be the richest and highest paid housekeeper in the world, right? An annual salary of $40 million is definitely a high salary in Magic City, higher than the salary of corporate executives. She can not only eat and drink without worrying, but also help a few younger brothers at home to start a family. Xia Myrtle was surprised and happy, and thanked her. Ding! The host has given the housekeeper a salary increase, rewarding her with a bottle of divine immortal water, which has been deposited into the system space. Description of its effects: after serving it, the bust size will skyrocket by one size. Looking at the roll of the divine immortal water, Jiang Nan was upset that he couldn't use it at all. However, it wasn't superfluous. It was stored in the system space first. Maybe one day it could be really useful. It was something that those mediocre girls dreamed of wanting. After the housekeeper Xia Myrtle excused herself, Jiang Nan noticed the driver Chang Yueshi, only to see her carefully caressing the sapphire set on the floor window, lovingly, with her mouth reciting the words, "Wow, it's too dazzling, too beautiful, too luxurious." Jiang Nan didn't move and stood behind her, gently slapping her on her single, beautiful shoulder. Ah! Chang Yueshi was startled and turned her head to jump into Jiang Nan's arms. Jiang Nan lifted her tiny chin and narrowed his eyes. You did it on purpose. Chang Yueshi felt the approaching danger and was about to break away from his arms. No, no more. People are scared by you. Her small face was blushing. She didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Nan. You're the one who intentionally scared people. She was dressed coolly, but she was not a casual girl. Although she liked her boss at first sight, she would not take the initiative to seduce him. However, if her boss wanted her, she would be happy to do so. At this moment, she no longer struggled, but pressed her face against Jiang Nan's chest, listening to his thumping heartbeat and waiting for his next move. Although this little driver's face value was below that of Bien Nini and Xia Myrtle, she looked fresh and unique. However, Jiang Nan was not a boss who casually ate his female subordinates, so he let go of Chang Yueshi. Can you cook? After he dined with Li Sutong at Paradise on Earth at noon, it was already 5 or 6 hours by now, and at this point, his stomach was already banging its drum in protest. Chang Yueshi gathered a strand of hair in front of her forehead, a little lost. Will, what do you want to eat? I'll do it. It was her honor to serve her boss. Besides driving, she could do anything as long as her boss needed it. Chang Yueshi came to the kitchen, and marveled again at the luxurious decoration in the kitchen. Just because of this kitchen, the rice can be eaten for 2 more bowls. It is simply too appetizing. She opened the refrigerator. It was empty. There was nothing inside. Jiang Nan hadn't stayed here yet, so there wasn't any food prepared in the fridge, so the duo went out to eat. The duo had just sat in the car, and the car hadn't even started yet when Jiang Nan received a call from his hairdresser and best friend Bai Yang. Jiang Nan, are you free tonight? Buddy treats you to a drink. Bai Yang is Jiang Nan's neighbor, and Jiang Nan is the same age. From elementary school to high school, the two are in the same class. The relationship is better than brothers. Later, Jiang Nan went to Magic City to go to college, while Bai Yang early embarked on the road to work. In Magic City, a large clothing company to work. Jiang Nan during the university also went there to play summer jobs. Bai Yang in the factory work is very busy. Usually only Sunday rest. Rest will occasionally get together with Jiang Nan. Today is Sunday. Bai Yang looking for him to drink is also considered normal, but the voice over there is also a little wrong. Could it be that something is wrong? Okay, where are you now? I'll go over to find you. In the 6 months before he graduated from college, Jiang Nan was busy submitting resumes and looking for a job, so he hadn't seen Bai Yang for a long time and missed the dude. The company that Bai Yang worked for was in the western suburb of Magic City, 100 miles away from the city, and the workers in the factory got together for meals at a restaurant near the factory. The meals there are also cheaper than in the city, very suitable for low-income people. Every time he and Bai Yang are there to get together. He had a car now, and it was only a few minutes drive there. I'm at the Festival Village restaurant near the factory right now. Come over. Go to the western suburb where Jiaoren Clothing Company is. Receiving Jiang Nan's instructions, Chang Yueshi turned the car around and drove in the direction of the western suburbs. In less than a quarter of an hour, the car was parked on the parking lot outside the Jiaoren Clothing Company. There were dozens of restaurants on both sides of the road, and as it was a day off, there were quite a few people in each of the small restaurants. In fact, the factory also has a cafeteria, but many people feel that the food in the cafeteria is not good, so they eat outside every now and then. The another village restaurant that Bai Yang had mentioned had been here a few times before by Jiang Nan and him, so he found it quickly. The restaurant had 2 floors. The first floor was a hall, and the second floor was a private room. Jiang Nan and Chang Yueshi walked in and saw groups of men and women sitting together to eat, and in a corner, they found Bai Yang. They only saw him with a red face, drinking mulled wine with his head down, as if something had happened. Chapter 18, Teaching this pair of dogs. Bai Yang was drinking alone, so the duo walked over. He had already drank half a bottle of white wine. He was just drinking on his face. He wasn't drunk. Bai Yang raised his head and saw Jiang Nan and a cool beauty already sitting across from him. Jiang Nan, this is the girlfriend? You kid is good. Bai Yang poured 2 glasses of wine and placed them in front of Jiang Nan and Chang Yueshi. Bai Yang knew that Jiang Nan had a girlfriend that he had been in love with for 4 years, but he had never met her, so he took Chang Yueshi as Jiang Nan's girlfriend. Cheers! Bai Yang raised his glass and gestured, then drank it all in one go. Bai Yang had a good drinking capacity. Since he brought his fiancée to work in the factory, he rarely drank white, and drank 2 bottles of beer at most. It was unusual for him to drink so much white wine today. Jiang Nan snatched the wineglass from Bai Yang's hand. Drinking like you can't work, eat some food. There was only a plate of peanut rice and a plate of small crispy pork on the table. Jiang Nan signaled Chang Yueshi to go to the service counter to order food. Chang Yueshi got up and went to the service counter. Jiang Nan knew Bai Yang best. He was a person who was usually very cheerful and optimistic. Something must have happened today, otherwise he wouldn't have borrowed alcohol to drown his sorrows. Bai Yang, what happened? Jiang Nan asked with concern. Everyone has their own privacy. Jiang Nan is not a person who likes to pry into other people's privacy. Bai Yang is his own good buddy. Maybe he can help him. After all, he is no longer in the past. He is now a billion omnipotent god ho. To him, nothing was a matter. Motor, women don't have a single good thing. Bai Yang couldn't help but vent when he saw that Chang Yueshi wasn't there. That smelly Lu Qingqing has followed someone else. Lu Qingqing is Bai Yang's fiancée. Last year in the hometown of the introduction of the acquaintance, glossy gift to be 88,000. Gold and silver jewelry spent more than 30,000. And bought 4 seasons of clothing, shoes and socks. Skincare products? These things are 2 or 3 million. Engagement day also pulled the Lu family a pig, a sheep, 10 boxes of apples, 10 boxes of peaches, 10 packages of sugar, 10 pieces of blue, 10 hard china, 10 fish, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of cookies, 10 boxes of milk, 10 boxes of eggs, meaning 10 perfect. In addition to the above money and things, the White family also set up 3 tables in the town's restaurant, entertaining Lu Qingqing's uncles and aunts, 7 aunts and 8 aunts, cousins and sisters. This wave down, spent the White family 120,000. Bai Yang and his father these years hard to save the money was spent. Rural people betrothal are to spend money. Only Bai Yang spent more than twice as much as others. Mainly Lu Qingqing long beautiful, is recognized as a beauty in the countryside. The value of a beautiful woman is naturally higher than that of an ordinary woman, although there is no shortage of money. Bai Yang also recognized. After the new year, Bai Yang introduced Lu Qingqing to their own clothing company to work. Thought the two people together safer, before the marriage will not be a problem. But what he did not expect is that Lu Qingqing actually in his own eyes with someone else. Bai Yang was very bitter in his heart, so he wanted to give Jiang Nan to pour out the bitterness in his heart. Lu Qingqing is with someone else. Li Kerson is also with someone else. Nowadays, this society is really too many scum women, so that people cannot be defended. The reason why scum women are scum women is that they only cheat money and not color. In fact, it is good to leave the scum as soon as possible. The longer you delay the more you lose. And finally even the bones of the crumbs are not left when you cry God without tears. Leaving the scum woman, Jiang Nan began a brand new life of God's hero. It is very tugging, very free and easy. Bai Yang is not the same as him, he is just an ordinary wage earner, emptying his family's wealth in exchange for a woman with someone else. He is not willing, his heart is broken. Jiang Nan wanted to comfort Bai Yang, not knowing how to speak. Buddy, think about it, what should be yours can't run away, what isn't yours can't stay. Jiang Nan patted Bai Yang's shoulder and said, Jiang Nan has not been favored by Bai family since he was a child. He is not an ungrateful person. Nowadays the least bad thing about himself is the money. He intends to help Bai Yang, so that he can live the life of a human being. Baby, you can't turn your life around by following that poor bastard. Follow me, I'll transfer you to the office tomorrow. Brother Wang, you're so nice, the woman pampered. At this time, a short fat man walked into the restaurant with his arm around a slim woman. They were talking so loudly that the crowd couldn't help but look up. Just by looking up, Bai Yang instantly exploded. The woman who spoke was none other than Bai Yang's fiancé, Lu Qingqing, and that short fat man was the man she was looking for. Bai Yang's eyes were scarlet. He got up and grabbed the short and fat man's collar, and slammed his fist on the man's left eye. Bai Yang, are you crazy? What do you want to do? Lu Qingqing went up and pushed Bai Yang, shouting hysterically. The short, fat man's eye socket was bruised. He stormed, Kid, you dare to hit the laborer. You don't want to mix. I'm telling you clearly now, you've been fired from the company. Immediately roll up and get out. This fat man is not someone else. It is Bai Yang's top boss, the company's general manager Li Dalong's wife's brother director Wang. Because of the fat, people behind the scenes called him Fat Wang. This person by Li Dalong. In the factory, bullying, see the woman is beautiful. Try to get into bed. Tired of playing on a kickoff. Do not know how many male employees digging corner. Many people are angry at the behavior of Fat Wang dare not say. Today, Bai Yang's move is to pull the hair out of the tiger's mouth. Asking for trouble. Bai Yang was a team leader under Fatty Wang. This position was something that he had exchanged for with his strength, and he was not willing to let Fatty Wang ask him to get lost with a single word. Fatty Wang, don't be a dog in the fight. You can't say whether the laborer is leaving or staying. Bai Yang pointed at Fatty Wang's nose and cursed. Since he had flipped out, there was no need for him to care so much. He couldn't lose to Fatty Wang in terms of momentum. Tomorrow's matter will be said tomorrow. Right now he wants to export the bad anger in his chest. Good, Bai Yang, if you have the balls to wait for me. This Fatty Wang was too arrogant, abducting someone else's woman and still being so righteous. Almost all of the people eating in the restaurant were employees of Jiarun Clothing Company. They knew Fatty Wang's character very well, and they were all indignant for Bai Yang in their hearts. Ding! The system releases a random task. Help good buddy Bai Yang to teach this pair of dogs and men a lesson. Rewarding Jiarun Clothing Company. Jiang Nan had long been unable to watch, and was about to strike when the system released the random task. Just in time. Jiarun Clothing Company? Is that the clothing company that Bai Yang is in? Yes. The system actually answered the question in his mind. Without a reward he would have to teach this pair of dogs a good lesson. And with a reward it wouldn't be superfluous. The system is really understanding. Too powerful. Actually rewarded him Jiarun Clothing Company. Tomorrow rolled up and rolled out is Fatty Wang and Lu Qingqing, this pair of dog man and woman. Jiang Nan pulled away from Bai Yang, went up and punched Fatty Wang's right eye. The eye socket was suddenly purple and black, and both eyes were swollen into a slit. Not waiting for Fat Wang to react. Snap 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 snap. Dozens of big slaps fell on the big cake face of Wang, both sides of the face instantly swollen, like a balloon blown up. The crowd was shocked by Jiang Nan's action. The diner was silent, only the crisp sound of slaps falling on the meat patties. Motor, pile driver 1. Laborers today to teach you a good lesson. Jiang Nan's two hands seemed to be unable to stop and kept hitting until Lu Qingqing on the side came over to push him. Jiang Nan, stop it. She stretched out her palm and hit towards Jiang Nan's face. Before her hand could fall, splat, with a crunching sound, Lu Qingqing's face received a slap. Chang Yueshi stood in the crowd and admired her boss's Dragonfall 18 palms. She was almost ready to wave the flag for him, but at this time, she saw a woman trying to hit her boss, so she rushed up to give that woman a slap. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Lu Qingqing wasn't a saving grace. She went up and was about to grab Chang Yueshi's face. Dang! Jiang Nan kicked her out of the door. Chapter 19, Teaching the Security Guards. At this moment, Fatty Wang's face was swollen like a big pig's head. His already small eyes were almost gone. He was beaten like this in public. It was the biggest insult to him. How could he tolerate it? The crowd of onlookers were also frightened by the scene just now. This young man is finished. Fatty Wang will certainly not let him go. Fatty Wang was furious. Lu Qingqing, call the company's security room and tell them to come over immediately and tie up these people for me. Lu Qingqing was kicked out by Jiang Nan. Her buttocks fell into two halves. She grimaced in pain and didn't stand up for a while. When she heard Fatty Wang call her, she gritted her teeth and pulled out her cell phone, calling the security room of the clothing company. She limped to Fatty Wang's side to help him. At this time, Fatty Wang's eyes were swollen and he couldn't see anything. He could only be helped by Lu Qingqing to walk out. Motor, a moment to let you know the old man's awesome. Wang Fat Man cursed and walked out of the restaurant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, rewarding the market value of 10 billion Jia Ren Clothing Company, with a school flower level female assistant. Ding! Rewarding 2 points of spirit. The current spirit value reaches 10 points. Ding! Reward 2 points of physique. Current physique value is 25. Equity transfer has been deposited into the system space. The reward for punching this pair of dogs in the face is quite generous. A company with a market capitalization of $10 billion, and a schoolgirl-level female assistant attached. What's more is that the spirit and physique have also been boosted. Jiang Nan instantly felt refreshed and energized. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The crowd of onlookers outside the diner was dispersed by a dozen men wearing blue security uniforms, holding electric police batons and being fierce. This group of people stride into the restaurant. The restaurant is eating. People are scared to run out. That's him. Arrest him. Lu Qingqing stood in the middle of a dozen security guards, pointing at Jiang Nan. Her eyes filled with hostility. Jiang Nan picked up a glass of white wine and drank it all in one go. He got up without any panic. His gaze fell on this group of people. Sensible ones hurry up and get lost. Don't force the laborers to make a move. Motor. The always arrogant and domineering security guard did not put anyone in his eyes at all, let alone a mediocre kid. Simply ate ambition and leopard's gall. Give it to me. The bald security guard at the head gave an order, and the security guards instantly rushed up to surround Jiang Nan and the few of them. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and slightly hooked his lips. Just a few of you little yakuza. You don't know your own strength. Go outside if you want to fight. Jiang Nan's words attracted a burst of mockery from the crowd of security guards, who danced the batons in their hands, ready to start a fight. Kid, you still don't know the heights of heaven like this when you're dead. Let's see how the laborers can clean you up. The bald security guard looked at Jiang Nan with contempt and snorted. Go outside. I'll see just how big a wave you can make. He then said to the other security guards, let him out. Go outside and clean him up. The crowd outside the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this, all worried for Jiang Nan. The dozen or so security guards were all tall and had weapons in their hands, while Jiang Nan was just an ordinary youth with bare hands. Where was their opponent? Usually these security guards in the factory is also everyone afraid of the ruthless role. Today this kid cannot die also have to fall a disability. Jiang Nan is for the sake of Bai Yang to beat up Fatty Wang. Now Jiang Nan's situation is very dangerous. Of course he will not stand idly by. Bai Yang and Jiang Nan walked out of the restaurant side by side, ready to fight with the security guards. Chang Yueshi's loyalty was as high as 95. At this time Jiang Nan was in danger. She naturally did not leave, and followed Jiang Nan closely. Lu Qingqing complacently followed the security guard. She wanted to see the miserable end of this brat Jiang Nan. One-on-one or together? Jiang Nan said to the bald security guard in the lead. His voice was not loud but very strong. This kid is crazy, too self-important. The crowd took a few steps back, afraid of blood splashing on them. Lu Qingqing couldn't wait. She wanted to catch Jiang Nan quickly to avenge herself and Fatty Wang. Don't give him crap. Hurry up and arrest him and teach him a good lesson. Director Wang is still waiting for the letter. The bald security chief was afraid of no one. What he was best at was beating people up. A few days without meat his hands were itchy. Jiang Nan like this in his eyes was just a mole cricket. He could die in a minute. Jiang Nan did not have any fear of him, which also successfully aroused the bald security guard's spirit of victory. He would like to see what this kid has the ability. I don't believe in this evil. I'll play with you today. The bald security chief glared fiercely at Lu Qingqing. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Stinking. What else are you capable of besides sleeping for men? The reason why the security chief listens to Fatty Wang's dispatch is mainly because his brother-in-law has a high position of power. A lone fatty one he does not hang him, not to mention Lu Qingqing such a slag woman. Lu Qingqing was glared at by the security chief so much, and did not dare to say anything else. Good. You kid has the guts. Admire. Fight one-on-one. Lest people say I'm bullying you. The crowd of security guards were all eager to try. This kid could be easily taken down without any effort. Anyone would want to show off in front of the boss. How meaningless to fight alone. Come together. Jiang Nan opened his arms, narrowed his eyes and smiled, with a look of indifference. The crowd sighed. All of them pinched a cold sweat for him. The security guards all have guys, and his bare hands and empty fists. The power of single combat is very disparate, but also together. Simply take the eggs and diamonds touch. The result can be imagined. Bai Yang and Chang Yueshi were also dumbfounded by Jiang Nan's words. Isn't it obvious that they are going to suffer a big loss? There would be a death. Jiang Nan. Bai Yang pulled Jiang Nan's clothes, trying to stop it. It's fine. You and Yueshi go to the side. Jiang Nan wore a smile, but his tone was firm. Jiang Nan had attracted these people because he had stood up for him. Asking him to stand by and watch was not Bai Yang's character. Jiang Nan, things started because of me. You guys go, I'll go back with them. They can't do anything to me. I'm not leaving either. I'm going to fight alongside you. Chang Yueshi looked at Jiang Nan with a firm tone. The security chief was waiting impatiently. Mother asterisk 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 her. What's the point of grinding? Take the few of them down together. With a command, the security guards waved their batons and came towards the three. It was too late. Jiang Nan pushed away by Yang and Chang Yueshi as he turned around with a 360-degree sweeping leg, and the security guards fell to the ground, and the police batons in their hands all flew out. Mama. So powerful. Practitioner? This is also too powerful. The people who were worried about Jiang Nan just now were so shocked that their jaws dropped at this moment. This kid's hands were too good. Too scary. The security chief took a look at his own men were all kicked down by Jiang Nan, and immediately came to the fire. Too damned not to give face to the laborers. Bunch of losers. Give it to me. The security guards struggled to get up from the ground and rushed towards Jiang Nan again. Jiang Nan did not slow to raise his leg. Dun 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 dun. A dozen security guards were kicked out 10 meters away. There was a sound of wolves crying and ghosts howling. All of them covered their lower bodies and rolled on the ground, and their screams made people shudder. Chapter 20, Teaching the Security Chief. Looking at the crowd of security guards rolling on the ground, Bai Yang couldn't believe his eyes. Was this still the good buddy he grew up with? When did he become so powerful? Just now he was ready to rush up to help, but this time he was shocked. Great, great, well fought, well fought. Chang Yueshi excitedly clapped her hands and jumped up. She ran to Jiang Nan's side and gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome, really great. Jiang Nan looked at her cute little look and reached out his hand to scratch on her tiny nose. Stay away. The security chief was completely dumbfounded. His group of well-trained lapdogs were all strong and powerful. How could they lose to a brat? Impossible? Even now, he was unwilling to admit the truth in front of him. Get the hell up. Arrest this kid and cut him into pieces. The security chief roared with rage. The security guards didn't seem to hear him. They just rolled around on the ground, screaming more and more miserably. The security chief, who had always been formidable, became a bare-rod commander at this moment, and he was so angry that he stomped his feet. He couldn't afford to lose this person. He didn't want to become the laughingstock of the company. He had been a mercenary abroad. Who was he afraid of? Today he would personally take down this kid who didn't know how to die, letting him know the power of labor. The security chief waved his hands. Kid, take it. A huge force came strongly. Jiang Nan slightly retreated. Jiang Nan didn't know martial arts. It was just that his physical attributes were better than ordinary people, and he struck out relying on the unstoppable explosive force within his body. He held his breath and tried to transport all the strength of his body to his limbs and bones. At this moment, a magical power emanated from his surroundings, forcing the security captain to stand on unsteady feet across a distance of several meters. The security chief clenched his fists and roared as he rushed towards Jiang Nan like a whirlwind. The moment this force approached, Jiang Nan completely exploded. His feet violently stomped on the ground, his body rose up in the air, and after flipping over in the air, he kicked the security chief's chest. The security chief fell back 10 meters away. A stream of dirty blood sprayed out of his mouth as he tried his best to fix his staggering body. Jiang Nan only wanted to teach these dogs a lesson, and only used 5 points of force just now. If he had tried his best, the security chief would have died. The security chief stood firmly. He felt the powerful oppressive force from Jiang Nan. This is the first person he met after returning to China who is equal to himself. This is the first person he has met since he returned to China who is equal to him. People are not what they seem. Just now he was too gullible. The security chief secretly used his luck in his body and rushed towards Jiang Nan again. Jiang Nan slowly moved forward. The two forces were at odds with each other and approached each other step by step. The security captain darted forward, and the moment he struck, Jiang Nan's fist had already smashed towards him, and he hurriedly clasped his hands over his head to avoid the fist. Boom! With a deafening sound, Jiang Nan's fist landed heavily on his forehead, and after he retreated 7 or 8 meters, he finally couldn't support his staggering body and went limp on the ground like a pile of mud. 2 streams of yellow liquid flowed out of his pants. The crowd was induced to laugh. A large portion of the onlookers were from Jiarun Clothing Company, who were not less angry with Fatty Wang and the security guards in the factory. Watching the security chief get his ass kicked, the bad anger in the hearts of the crowd finally came out. Lu Qingqing, who was hiding in the crowd, trembled with fear and sneaked away. Bai Yang stood dumbfounded in the crowd. Recalling the scene just now, he seemed to be dreaming. The security chief was beaten like this. Losing his job was a small matter. Jiang Nan might be in trouble. Bai Yang, you go back to the factory. I'll take care of anything. Jiang Nan patted Bai Yang's shoulder before he came back to his senses. You hurry up and go. I'll be fine. Jiarun Clothing Company was right next to it. He hoped that Jiang Nan would leave here quickly so as not to cause any trouble. He didn't want his good brother to be implicated for his own sake. Ding! The host taught the gang of lapdogs a lesson, rewarding the host with 5 points of charisma value. Ding! Reward the host with a lottery opportunity. Jiang Nan called up the lottery disc and started the lottery with a silent thought in his mind. The disc began to slowly rotate, faster and faster. Stop! Congratulations to the host for drawing a Vantone sticker. Note, this paste plaster's non-aton. Paste? What kind of reward is this? However, since it's a system reward, it's definitely not an ordinary plaster. If I draw it, I'll put it in the system space for now. Maybe I can use it in the future. Jiang Nan looked at Bai Yang firmly. Brother, we'll all be fine. So hurry back. Tomorrow, he will go to Jiarun Clothing Company to hand over. Not only will Bai Yang not be fired, he will also be promoted to general manager of the company. Jiang Nan is very relieved to take Chang Yueshi to leave. Bai Yang didn't know about this. His mood at this moment was very complicated. Fatty Wang will not give up after being beaten, and his dismissal from the factory is a foregone conclusion. Dismissal on dismissal. This is not to stay, and the master has its own place. Let him uneasy is Jiang Nan. Today he hit the fat man and factory security for himself. If the fat man they alarm, Jiang Nan afraid to eat jail. Bai Yang is very chagrined. He regrets that he asked Jiang Nan to come over today, not to mention that he should not let him intervene in this matter. If Jiang Nan was arrested, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Yang went back to the dormitory. The roommates advised him to leave overnight. Offended Wang, fatty consequences are very serious, not as simple as expulsion. Bai Yang didn't listen to his roommates. He won't leave tonight. He has to take all the responsibility. It was already 11 o'clock when Jiang Nan and Chang Yueshi returned to Jinjiang Garden. It was not safe for a girl to go home alone this late, so Jiang Nan invited Chang Yueshi to stay here. It just so happened that Chang Yueshi also had the same intention, and she was very happy when her boss took the initiative to say it was more than she could ask for. In the parking lot, she couldn't help but kiss Jiang Nan on the cheek. Boss, you're so nice. Jiang Nan clasped her head with both hands and walloped her to the side of the car. Little girl, I'm a wolf, a very fierce wolf. The implication was don't just tease me, or you're in danger. Really? Wolves are good. I want to dance with the wolf. Chang Yueshi's mischievous eyes flashed with a quintessential light, her small mouth pouting. This boss was not an ordinary person, young and capable, and such a good fighter. Chang Yueshi's careful heart was easily captured by him. She wished to be eaten by this wolf. Even if there was no bone crumbs left, she was still willing. Ding! School beauty Chang Yueshi's loyalty +1. This loyalty of Chang Yueshi was also too easy to increase. He hadn't done anything yet? Just wait, I'll eat you after I fatten you up. Jiang Nan let go of Chang Yueshi. There were some things that couldn't be rushed, come what may. The two of them came to the suite on the top floor, and Jiang Nan let Chang Yueshi pick a random bedroom to go to sleep. There were about 1 to 20 bedrooms here, all of which had independent restrooms. You pick a bedroom to wash up and go to sleep, Jiang Nan said, and walked into the master bedroom. There were only 2 people in such a building, she and Jiang Nan. Chang Yueshi was a bit scared. She wanted to sleep in a room with Jiang Nan, but she was too shy to say so she had to stay in a room close to the master bedroom. Knock knock. Jiang Nan was having a beautiful dream when a sharp knocking sound came. He looked at his watch. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 21. Chang Yueshi having a nightmare. Boss, open the door. Open the door. Chang Yueshi's cries came from outside the door. Jiang Nan couldn't think about it, and without having time to turn on the lights, he got up and went to open the door. He didn't know exactly what had happened, and his heart was instantly in his throat. Ding! Trigger random mission. Hold the school beauty for 10 minutes without letting go. Reward 5 points of spirit. The system is going to engage in ambiguity. Is it too skinny? 10 minutes. Isn't this forcing him to make a mistake? However, this reward was really heartwarming. His physique had grown to 25, and his spirit had only reached 10. It was a bit uncoordinated. Holding Chang Yueshi for 10 minutes would reward 5 points of spirit, and it would be very hit and miss. This task had to be completed. The moment the door was pulled open, a slippery, naked body fell into his arms. She clung to his lean waist and whimpered in his arms. At this moment, Jiang Nan was only wearing a triangle pants head, and a warm fragrance instantly wrapped him up. Chang Yueshi had liked to sleep naked since she was a child. Just now a nightmare woke her up. She didn't care to wear underwear and ran out. At this moment she fell naked in Jiang Nan's arms. The man's sturdy body was taut. A strong hormone filled every inch of her skin. Gradually there was a sense of security. Her cries were getting smaller and smaller. Her small body trembled unceasingly in his arms. The two soft masses in front of his chest rubbed against his sturdy chest and abdomen, and an inexplicable fire erupted from his chest and rushed downward. Jiang Nan tried to hold down the flames in his heart. One arm wrapped around her thin shoulders, one hand gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chang Yueshi's small face was flushed red. This was the first time she was lying naked in a man's arms like this. This man was still her boss. It was really humiliating. The little rabbit in her heart was hopping madly. She also felt the dissimilarity of the man's body. Now if he wanted her, she would give everything she had without reservation. From the outside to the inside, from the spirit to the flesh. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I just had such a horrible dream. A man was holding a knife with blood still dripping from it, and he hacked at me, and I was scared awake. This dream had accompanied Chang Yueshi for many years. Ever since she could remember, she had been tormented by this dream. Growing up, she hadn't slept on her own, living in a group home when she went to school, and sleeping with her grandmother at home. She had also wondered if this dream was related to her birth, but grandma said it was nothing at all, that she was overthinking it. "If you want to sleep with me, just say so. Your story is too cliched, right?" Jiang Nan deliberately teased her. Ever since he had the system, Jiang Nan was just as handsome and cool as the pretty boy who chased the book every day. The peach blossoms bloomed, and his womanhood was so good that it exploded. "You're so bad. People are really having nightmares." Chang Yueshi punched Jiang Nan's chest with her small fists and was about to break away from his arms. It had only been 3 minutes. Jiang Nan hadn't completed the system mission yet. Of course he wouldn't let go of Chang Yueshi. His two arms tightly confined her in his arms. It just wouldn't let go. "Do you want to sleep with me?" The man's low and magnetic voice rang in her ears. Chang Yueshi did not know if Jiang Nan wanted her or was teasing her. "If you say so, I'll listen to you." Her face reddened to the roots of her ears. Fortunately there were no lights on in the bedroom, or else how embarrassing it would be. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. A minute was as long as a century, and Jiang Nan secretly screamed in his heart. The system is playing rogue. It's too unorthodox. Chang Yueshi was hugged by Jiang Nan, tightly hugged. Her breathing began to become rapid. If she continued like this she would not be able to keep her chastity. What the hell is this man going to do? Just hold her like this, but no next move. Do you want her to take the initiative? Chang Yueshi pressed her head against Jiang Nan's chest, listening to his wild heartbeat. Her small hand quietly reached over. Jiang Nan felt the danger approaching step by step. If he didn't make a move, he would really be finished. One of his hands suddenly lifted Chang Yueshi's chin, and a wild storm swept over her. His warm lips pressed on her soft fragrant lips, desperately seizing them. Chang Yueshi's small hands had no choice but to shift their position. She hugged his waist and responded to him with all her heart. 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, the big success is accomplished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of holding the school flower level beauty Chang Yueshi for 10 minutes. Ding! Rewarding 5 points of spirit. Congratulations to the host's spirit has risen to 15. Jiang Nan felt that his eyes were much brighter. His mind was unusually clear. His back was straighter, and his essence had been boosted like never before. Energetic, just very refreshing. The entire person was vibrant, full of vigor, energetic. That is, he won't feel sleepy even if he doesn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His spirit is just too good. When his spirit was good, his waist didn't get sore and his legs didn't hurt, and his attack power was stronger. Chang Yueshi was being sucked and plundered viciously by Jiang Nan. Just when she was extremely eager, Jiang Nan's lips slowly left, and his arms around her loosened. "Quickly go to sleep. We have a big day tomorrow." Jiang Nan pulled his small hand and walked to the bedside. He rushed into the shower room to take a cool shower, and by the time he came out, he could already hear Chang Yueshi's even breathing. The next day, when Chang Yueshi woke up with a start, she found herself lying naked on a large round bed. Oops, it's over and done with. She pulled a blanket over and wrapped it around herself. Last night. She struggled to remember everything that happened last night. The man held her hard and kissed her, and beyond that, It seemed like nothing else. Later she fell asleep in a daze. Chang Yueshi stretched out her slender fingers and touched the soft red lips. Bare. The lips seemed to be broken, and a hint of pain hit her. She hurriedly lifted the blanket and checked her body, finally sighing in relief. Jiang Nan was too crazy, too fiery. Fortunately he only kissed her lips, otherwise it would have been more than just a broken lip. Chang Yueshi suddenly felt a wave of fear. Too terrifying. Terrifying as hell. She wanted to quickly get dressed and get up before she remembered that her clothes were in the other room, so she wrapped her body with a blanket, opened the bedroom door and looked around for a while without seeing Jiang Nan. Just as he was about to cross out, the door of the room was suddenly opened by a person who was it from the outside. Got up. Just now I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. I bought breakfast. Hurry to wash up and finish eating, Jiang Nan said while placing several boxes on the table. The expression was natural and casual, as if nothing had happened. Chang Yueshi was not so calm. Remembering last night's events, she couldn't help but blush, not daring to look up at him, hurriedly wrapped in a blanket and fled into the next bedroom. After breakfast, they drove to the western suburb of Jiaran Clothing Company. While sitting in the car, Jiang Nan took out the equity transfer agreement and legal representative certificate from the system space. The column of legal person had Jiang Nan's big name written on it, proving that this company belonged to him. In fact, Jiang Nan is not interested in the company doing business. His current task is to spend money, spend 10 times cashback, then open the company to save a lot of trouble. Just very cool. Jiaran Clothing Company had been established for 30 years, and it was a well-known existence in the domestic clothing industry, with a market capitalization of $10 billion. In the eyes of a godly man like Jiang Nan it would be ordinary and not worth mentioning at all. He intended to give this company to his good buddy Bai Yang to manage. It doesn't matter if he earns money or not, he just wants to have fun. Chapter 22 New Boss. Jiaran Clothing Company. A stage was set up in the middle of the courtyard. More than 2,000 employees were sitting neatly under the stage, and on the stage stood the main, middle and senior management of the company. Hello everyone, I want to announce a major event. Our Jiaran Clothing Company has changed to a new boss from today. General Manager Li Dalong's words had not yet finished, causing a commotion on and off the stage. There is no sign. How suddenly announced a change of boss? In the end, what happened? The people were all talking to each other, speculating about the reason for the change of boss. What kind of person is the new boss? This was what they were most concerned about. The boss's personality directly affected everyone's salary and working atmosphere. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. In order to give our new boss a good impression, after an in-depth study by the company's leadership team, we have decided to clean out some of the black sheep in the company and give everyone a brand new working environment. What do you all say? Li Dalong stood in the center of the stage. Passionate. Black sheep? If you want to commit a crime, there is no excuse. This is to make things happen. The employees under the stage were apprehensive. Everyone was at risk of being fired. The stage was instantly silent. Only a few people on the stage were responding loudly. Li Dalong scanned the stage, his expression suddenly serious. Some people in the company disregard discipline, defy the law, entangled some punks in the society to abuse and beat the company's leaders. The nature of the extremely vicious, do not deal with it is not enough to civilian anger. Just last night, our company has an employee called Bai Yang to find a social youth. The company's leadership and security guards were beaten, resulting in a number of injuries. Such behavior is a serious violation of factory rules and regulations, must be severely punished. Fatty Wang stood on the stage. The swelling on his face hadn't subsided yet, and his eyes were still squinted into a slit. Li Dalong glanced at Fatty Wang and yelled toward the stage again, "Bring Bai Yang up." The crowd turned their heads to look back, only to see two security guards, one twisting one of Bai Yang's arms toward the stage. Bai Yang was brought in front of Fatty Wang, who remembered yesterday's humiliation and kicked him hard in the ass. "Motor, I'll kill you. Bai Yang, you've been fired. Before you leave the company you publicly apologize to Director Wang and this will be over. Otherwise take the consequences." Li Dalong put the microphone to Bai Yang's mouth and threatened. Bai Yang raised his head and stared angrily at Fatty Wang. "Fatty Wang, you're not a human being when you step on a horse, not as good as you are." This curse from Bai Yang scalded the heart of many employees on the stage. Fatty Wang, relying on his brother-in-law's power in the factory rampage, no evil, by his harassment of countless female employees, male employees' girlfriend, as long as there is a little bit of color he has to engage in. Many people hate him to the bone, but they dare not say anything. In front of thousands of people to be scolded. Fat Wang, angry face or angry into pig liver. A fist toward the face of Bai Yang. "You son of a," snatched the fiancé of the laborer. "The laborer will fight you today." Bai Yang tried his best to throw off the two security guards, grabbed Fatty Wang's collar with both hands, and used his knee to ruthlessly push towards his bottom. 1, 2, 3. Fatty Wang was toppled to the 7 meat, wailing and squatting on the stage. The crowd on the stage 7 hands and 8 feet up, only to hold down the crazy like Bai Yang. Lu Qingqing off stage saw Wang Fatty beaten by Bai Yang, ran to the stage, slapped on the face of Bai Yang, asterisk 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 asterisk, 205, is that I don't want you, and director Wang has nothing to do with it, want to take it out on me, if not for so many people pulling him, he had to slap her ugly face to pieces, stinking, green tea that cheats money in color, scum girl. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the entrance of Jiang Clothing Company. Jiang Nan asked Chan Yueshi to wait for him in the car. He picked up a stack of documents and walked into the company's gate. The security guard guarding the door took one look at Jiang Nan and recognized him. Wasn't he the kid from last night? He even took the initiative to send himself to the door. Jiang Nan simply ignored the security guards and strutted towards the front. A security guard quickly ran to the stage and leaned over to mutter in Li Dalong's ear for a while. Jiang Nan had already walked onto the stage. That's him. He's the one who caused trouble yesterday. He's from the same village as Bai Yang. Make sure to send him to the police station. Lu Qingqing pointed at Jiang Nan and reported to Li Dalong. Thinking about yesterday's incident, a wave of fear ran through the hearts of Fatty Wang and the security guards, who had almost put their lives on the line. No one dared to act rashly in the face of Jiang Nan, who had been sent to their door. You kid, you took the initiative to send yourself to the door. The police will be here in a while. You won't be able to run away. Li Dalong yelled at Jiang Nan. When Bai Yang saw Jiang Nan, his eyes turned red. His good buddy was implicated for his own sake. He felt guilty and blamed himself. Fine, I'll wait. Jiang Nan wore a smile and spread his hands easily. Jiang Nan, it doesn't matter about you. If you want to go to jail, it's me who will sit. Bai Yang said to Li Dalong again. Mr. Li, this is all because of me. I take full responsibility. You guys let him go, I'll go to jail. Li Dalong sneered. What a good brother who lives and dies together. In that case, you two will just squat in the jail together. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit with a big back stomped in, followed by a beautiful woman who was holding a stack of documents. This man with a big back head was the former boss of Jiang Clothing Company, and he came today to make a handover with the new boss. The general manager and the crowd on the stage took a look and hurried down to greet him. The crowd reached out their hands to shake hands with the visitor, but were ignored. The man with the big back head wore a smile and went straight to the stage, and the crowd followed. Didn't they say a new boss was coming? Could this beautiful woman be the so-called new boss? The crowd all guessed in their hearts. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road. I've kept you waiting. The big-backed middle-aged man held Jiang Nan's right hand with both hands and kept apologizing. The few people on the stage were instantly confused when they saw the situation. This man was actually the new boss of Jiaoran. It was too unbelievable. All the people on stage were amazed. Stunned. What kind of operation was this? A youth who was going to be sent to jail by the general manager was actually their new boss. The company is going to change. Li Dalong and Fatty Wang are going to be finished. The employees under the stage almost cheered. Bai Yang and Lu Qingqing stood in place, their brains unable to turn a corner for a moment. How did Jiang Nan, a freshly graduated college student, become a big boss? Was there really a myth of overnight wealth? Jiang Nan nodded his head generously and smiled, not blaming the big back. The beautiful woman walked to Jiang Nan and stretched out her jade hand, respectfully saying, Mr. Jiang, my name is Meng Shasha. I'm your assistant. Ding. School flower level beauty assistant Meng Shasha has finished reporting for duty. Name, Meng Shasha. Face value, 92, school flower grade. Age, 22. Height, 168. Weight, 96. Bust, 34F. Loyalty, 95. Another school girl beauty is just awesome. Very empowering. Li Dalong and Wang Fatty were scared silly. They were as hard as a dog in the sun and wanted to die. What's going on here? Big Back looked at Bai Yang, who was pulled by the security guards, and asked Li Dalong. This misunderstanding is all a misunderstanding. Li Dalong stuttered incoherently. He yelled again towards a few security guards. Bunch of losers, don't release them yet. Chapter 23 Personnel Appointment. A few security guards were scared out of their wits, letting go of Bai Yang and running off the stage. This is the new boss of Jiang Clothing. Everyone applaud. The big back head picked up the microphone and said loudly. There was thunderous applause and cheers on and off the stage. Only Li Dalong, Fatty Wang, and Lu Qingqing looked like frosted eggplants, drooping their heads. The smiles on their faces were worse than crying. Next, please ask our general manager Jiang to say a few words to everyone. The big back handed the microphone to Jiang Nan. Mr. Jiang, you say a few words. Jiang Nan took the microphone and said indifferently, I hope everyone will keep up the good work in the future and create greater splendor for Jiaran. Applause thundered from the stage. Jiang Nan handed the personnel appointment letter in his hand to Meng Shasha. I will now announce the new personnel appointments. Li Daolong used his position to use his power for personal gain, embezzled public funds, took bribes and accepted bribes. He has violated the law and is not suitable to continue to serve as the company's general manager. He has been dismissed by the company, and the position of general manager, Mr. Bai Yang, has been assumed. Wang Hai used his position in the factory rampage. No evil, harassment of female employees, caused the public anger of the majority of employees, removed the post of workshop director, dismissed from the factory. The head of the security guards helped the tiger and was dismissed from the factory. Lu Qingqing's style is against ethics and morals. Fired. Other personnel will remain unchanged for the time being. After Meng Shasha announced the new personnel appointments, Li Daolong and Wang Hai immediately sat paralyzed on the ground. All of this came too suddenly, without a sign, like a bolt from the blue. How could they accept it? Clothing industry is not too big, not too small. Li Daolong was fired by the good people of the matter will soon be spread in the whole clothing industry. Who will still use him? This is a bad track record of people? Without income. How can he meet his wife's high spending? How to provide for his son who is studying abroad? How to live in the future? He did not dare to think. Li Daolong is not willing. He plopped kneel in front of Jiang Nan. Tears. Mr. Jiang, I'm wrong. I beg you to give me another chance. I will change. Will not let you down. Li Daolong is a clay bodhisattva over the river himself. Wang Hai also lost the backing. He wanted to rely on their own to fight again. Crawl to Jiang Nan in front of the bitter begging. Jiang, you want to fight to scold, please feel free. I beg you to take back the order. Give me a way out. My family has an old man and a small child is still waiting for me to feed it. You will not remember the small man. Pity me. It's all because of this Wang Hai and his sister's trouble. Otherwise he wouldn't have used his power for personal gain and embezzled public funds. The more Li Daolong thought about it, the more angry he became. Reaching out towards Wang Hai's still unswollen face, he slapped him several times, and before Wang Hai could fight back, he stood up and kicked at him again. You a non-competitive guy. It's all because of what you did. See if I don't kill you, a turtle grandson. Today, Li Daolong is Wang Hai's brother-in-law. His sister let Li Daolong on the east, he dare not go on the west. Wang Hai usually do not put this brother-in-law in the eyes. Not to mention that Li Daolong is not anything now. He will be even more to look at him. Wang Hai is not a vegetarian. Climbed up and Li Daolong wrestled together. At this time, a group of uniformed police came up to the stage. Li Daolong and Wang Fatty double take away. What goes around comes around, and when the time comes, the wicked will naturally get their comeuppance. The crowd cheered for the downfall of Li Daolong and Fatty Wang. Lu Qingqing, however, is not happy. Really hate myself blind. How did I follow Wang Hai that? Bai Yang is the real diamond bachelor. Being fired she does not care. She wants to win back Bai Yang. As long as she can go back to Bai Yang, in the future she does not have to do anything. She will have endless money. Face is nothing. In Lu Qingqing's dictionary there is nothing. Find a rich man is her ultimate pursuit. At this moment, she ignored everyone's strange looks and jumped into Bai Yang's arms with tears in her voice. Bai Yang, you forgive me this time. I will be wholeheartedly on your good. Really, I do what I say. It's because that fat Wang threatened me that I was forced to be with him. In fact, the person I love is you. It's always you. Bai Yang, please just forgive me. Tomorrow we will go back home to get married. I will definitely be a good wife and mother. In the future, Lu Qingqing was crying in a sad and sorrowful way. Pear blossom with rain. Bai Yang has seen the true face of this woman. A few drops of hypocritical tears cannot deceive him. To put it bluntly, this woman is for the sake of money. There is no emotion to speak of. Bai Yang pushed away Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing, we have no relationship. Please respect yourself. Also, you go back and return the dowry to my parents as soon as possible. Otherwise we can only see you in court. Lu Qingqing was in tears. She couldn't believe that Bai Yang, who begged himself to change his mind yesterday, was so desperate, and his claim that he loved her was all a lie. She was completely desperate. Thinking of Bai Yang's current status, she still didn't want to give up, so she grabbed Bai Yang's hand and hit it towards her face, and when Bai Yang pulled his hand out, she slapped herself. Bai Yang, I am wrong. Please forgive me. Dozens of slaps slapped down, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The scum girl is good at performing, using the bitter meat trick to win the understanding of others. Once or twice effective. Used more will not work. Dismiss the meeting. Jiang Nan waved his hand, and all the people on and off the stage dispersed, leaving Lu Qingqing alone in the wind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the handover of the company. Rewarding a security chief. A young man wearing a brand new security uniform walked up to Jiang Nan and bowed deeply. Mr. Jiang, Dynasty reports to you. Ding! Security Captain Dynasty has completed reporting for duty. Name, Dynasty. Age, 25. Height, 190. Weight, 180. Face value, 50. Loyalty, 95. Specialty, grade 8 fighting technique. Specialty, grade 8 fighting technique. This was the system reward for his security chief, and the tall man was a hit. You stay in Jiaran and fix the security team properly for me. Yes. Bai Yang was fully responsible for handling the company's affairs, and Jiang Nan asked Meng Shasha to properly assist Bai Yang at Jiaran. After everything was arranged, Jiang Nan left with Chan Yueshi. In the car, Jiang Nan hung up the phone to Bian Mimi. Hello, how are the talks about the company going? Bian Mimi was an all-round female bodyguard. Not only was she proficient in martial arts, she had also obtained a dual degree in law and business administration. Doing business was as simple as writing one for her. The middle-aged man is now being forced into debt every day, even threatening his life. His only listed company is eager to sell. Bian Mimi knows that he can't hold on much longer, so she presses the price and doesn't let go. The company with a market capitalization of $5 billion, she only offers $2 billion. The seller wants $4 billion. The dispute between the two sides on the $2 billion. Bian Mimi on their own bid is very sure. The deal is just a matter of time. There are a lot of people who can afford to buy this company in Magic City, but there are really not many people who can take out billions of cash at any time. Bian Mimi was even less anxious after analyzing the situation, and waited for the seller to come to her door and beg her. Since Jiang Nan trusted her so much, she had to use the least amount of expenditure for the greatest return and live up to her boss's expectations of her. What she didn't know was that Jiang Nan wasn't interested in some bull ***** company, but in order to complete the system mission, all he wanted was to spend money. More money was better. Saving money was a shame for him. Treating money like dirt is what makes a true godly man. Chapter 24, Bian Mei returns to know. One building king. Jiang Nan was most unafraid of spending money. To the godly man, money was nothing, happiness was the most important. Boss, the price has not yet been negotiated. The other party is asking for a bit high. I want to drag him for 2 days. The other party will definitely give in. After all, he is in dire need of money now. Boss, don't worry about it, definitely won't spend a penny more than necessary. Hearing Bian Mimi's words, Jiang Nan was exasperated and laughed. When did he ask her to save money? What he wants is to spend money. Spend money. The more he spends the better. Don't wait any longer. Take it immediately. Give as much as you want. Don't press the price. Bian Mimi on the other end of the phone was confused by Jiang Nan's words. The companies she used to work for, the bosses were one more stingy than the other, one more calculating than the other, while this new boss of hers was special, as if he had more money than he could spend. It was just shocking. It's scary. Employees have to obey their bosses as their vocation, and since Jiang Nan said so, she had no qualms about doing as she was told. Okay, I know. I'll contact the other party here. When Bian Mei hung up Jiang Nan's phone, she contacted the middle-aged man and closed the deal at $4 billion. Just after the deal was made over there, Jiang Nan's side received a system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of buying a company. Company name, Hualai Technology Company. Market capitalization, $5 billion. Main business, new energy technology development. Hualai Technology has just been listed not long ago. The company is in a rapid rise period. The company is involved in the research and development of new energy. The prospect is very good. Jiang Nan didn't know anything about high technology, nor did he need to. The billionaire god had all the strength in the world, and he could hire high-tech talents heavily to manage it. It would be very easy. It's very worry-free. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-fold cash rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host on receiving 40 Godhawk points. Ding! The system rewards the host with 40 schoolgirl-level maids. Divine Magnate points were redeemable for various skills in the system mall, and 40 Divine Magnate points was exciting. Jiang Nan was a divine hero who owned a building king. Maids, gardeners, bodyguard teams, and even soldiers could not be missing. And now that the system was rewarding 40 maids, it was very considerate, very thoughtful, very much to his liking, very powerful. In the future, when he returns home, he won't be so bored. Someone to serve tea, someone to do laundry and cooking, someone to clean up the house, and someone. Just think about it and be happy. The Rolls-Royce Phantom quickly arrived at the king of the first building of Jinjiang Garden. In the next second, 40 schoolgirl-level maids wearing black and white low-necked maid outfits with white skin and long legs neatly lined up on both sides of the car door. They nodded slightly, all with charming professional-style smiles on their faces, and said in unison, "Good day, master." Ding! School flower grade maid Miao Ruoz. I has finished reporting for duty. Ding! School flower grade beauty Su Tian completes her check-in. Each of these 40 maids were school flower level beauties, but each had their own beauty and characteristics. Miao Ruosi is front and back, sexy and enchanting, while Su Sweet is pure and lovely, can be cute or imperial. All of them were very eye-catching and beautiful. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded his head as he walked towards the No. 1 building king. While he was walking, he sent a message to the goddess-level housekeeper Xiao Miao. Xiao Mai received the message and quickly came over to bring the 440 mates to the No. 1 building king's conference hall, made a clear division of labor, and explained the precautions to be taken in the work, and the maids took the order and began to enter the work state. Words divided into two sides. After Bian Mimi negotiated with Hualai Technology, according to Jiang Nan's instructions, she paid a lot of money to commission major headhunters to recruit top talents who had made outstanding contributions in the field of new energy. The company is represented by Bian Mimi. Jiang Nan is only responsible for the money. Other things he does not ask. Bian Mimi is Jiang Nan's personal female bodyguard, to be guarded 24 hours a day, but now she is busy for the company's affairs, cannot guard at Jiang Nan's side. Then she was worried. After negotiating with the headhunter to go, she went to Jinjiang Garden to see her boss. Jiang Nan sat in the living room and swiped his cell phone. The maid Miao Ruosi brought a small and exquisite fruit plate, and Su Tiantian brought a cup of freshly brewed coffee. This day was just very cozy. However, the absence of the goddess-grade bodyguard Bian Mimi is still a bit empty and insubstantial. Just as he was thinking, a familiar alluring figure appeared in front of him. Jiang Nan raised his head, and the first thing that entered his eyes was that pair of proud peaks. Bian Mimi? Boss, I'm your 24-hour personal female bodyguard. I'm meant to guard you at all times. You just can't leave my sight. She pretended to be angry and pouted. Jiang Nan reached out and pulled that snow-white jade hand. Come here. Miao Ruosi and Su Sweetness hurriedly retreated when they saw this. Bian Mimi was pulled by Jiang Nan and sat on his lap. Miss me? I don't want you. I'm worried about you. You're such a super godly man. A lot of people are staring at you. How dangerous it is for me not to be by your side. Bian Mei said seriously. She was indeed worried about Jiang Nan. As a personal female bodyguard with a loyalty of 96, protecting her employer's safety was her top priority. What Bian Mimi said made sense. As a super godly man himself, the richest man in the world, a female bodyguard was far from enough. He had to build up his own armed forces as soon as possible in order to protect himself from threats to his life. Bian Mei's heartfeltness touched Jiang Nan. Mei, thank you. The boss suddenly became so serious, which made her uncomfortable, so she stood up from Jiang Nan's lap. Boss, can I stay here? Of course you can. There's a building here. The rooms are at your disposal. Such a king of a building, except for the maid who was Jiang Nan, would be quite meaningless. Living in a goddess-class beauty would add a lot of fun. Why not be happy about it? I'm your personal female bodyguard, to guard you at all times. Bian Mei was straightforward, without a hint of unnaturalness. This woman was straightforward and generous. It was also very material. He got up and intercepted her, kicked open the door to the master bedroom with his foot, and threw her on the large bed, then leaned over and pressed. Woman, it's dangerous to sleep in the same room as me. He narrowed his eyes and forced his way closer to her face, and his thin lips, as handsome as knife carvings, instantly pressed down. Raining kisses were passionate and frantic. It was that simple and rough. It overwhelmed her. Last time in the car, he didn't want her. This time in bed, he definitely couldn't escape. Since she couldn't resist, let's enjoy it to the fullest. Bian Mei closed her eyes tightly and let him sweep and plunder. She was ready to go up the mountain of knives and down the sea of fire. Just as she was opening up her body and mind to lure the enemy in, the maid on the fourth floor reported through voice intelligence that dinner was ready. He didn't intend to eat her. He was just giving her a wake-up call. Woman, don't tease me. There's a price to pay for teasing me, you know? Jiang Nan got up, and Bian Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had only watched some action movies in the past and had no real-world experience, so she was passive when facing her boss's offense. To have a dominant position and not be disliked by her boss, she must master the techniques. Bian Mei thought of taking time to learn well from MS Salad, so that she would be able to get the hang of it when her boss needed it. Chapter 25 The Night I Missed You. After dinner, Jiang Nan lay on all fours on the big round bed, thinking of his elderly grandparents. The two old men had raised 4 children in their lives. The oldest Jiang Changkai, the second Jiang Changrun, the third Jiang Success, and the fourth Jiang Qianlun. Jiang Nan's father, Jiang Changrun, the second in line. Jiang Nan was 3 years old when his father died due to illness. A month later, his mother, Li Changchang, also do not know the whereabouts of his mother, and later learned that his mother remarried to a neighboring village. At that time, his grandparents were in their 60s, and in order to support him and his sister, his grandfather worked at the construction site during the day and in the field at night. Grandma was herding sheep for a big sheep farmer in the village. Once when it rained heavily, Grandma slipped and fell in a ditch when she was driving the sheep back to the village, and broke her back and legs. Jiang Changkai and Jiang Chenggong said that the old man favored the Jiang Nan siblings, so they did not care about the old man. Only Jiang Qianlun busy care. stayed in the hospital for a week, due to the lack of money to pay hospital fees, went home to recuperate, and then the grandmother fell into a back and leg pain. Today, the two old people have been more than 80 years old, still planting the family's acres of responsibility. Jiang Nan vowed from a young age to study hard, grow up to repay his grandparents, so that they can live a happy old age. Now that he was a billionaire god, he could finally repay his grandparents. Jiang Nan took out his cell phone and directly transferred $10 million to his little aunt Jiang Qianlun. $10 million is not money to Jiang Nan, but it is an astronomical figure to the rural people. The money was just transferred in less than a second. Jiang Qianlun called the phone over. Where did he get so much money from? A college student who just graduated? She was uneasy, so she called Jiang Nan to ask about the situation. Xiao Nan, where did you get so much money? We can't do anything illegal. What did Jiang Qianlun think of him as? Jiang Nan didn't blame her. Besides his grandparents and sister, Jiang Qianlun was the one who cared about him the most, and it was only natural for her to worry about a child from a poor family who had so much money all of a sudden. If Jiang Chengkai and Jiang Chenggong were brothers, they wouldn't care where you got the money from, as long as you can give it to them. Faced with Jiang Qianlun's questioning, Jiang Nan had already prepared himself mentally. He told her that he had bought a lottery ticket and won. Jiang Qianlun was then relieved. Xiao Nan, you still have to get a daughter-in-law in the future. You take back this money. Jiang Qianlun was treating Jiang Nan like a son. She couldn't help him and didn't want to add to his burden. Little aunt, I won dozens of first prize. The prize money is more than $1 billion. This money is for you and grandparents to spend. Don't be reluctant to spend it. I'll transfer it to you when it's spent. Jiang Nan had been very obedient and honest since he was a child, so Jiang Qianlun took him at his word and accepted the money. Jiang Old Man and Jiang Old Lady are usually taken care of by Jiang Qianlun. Jiang Chengkai and Jiang Chenggong won't care at all. The money hit her, Jiang Nan assured. The old man is old. Money is really not important to them. The important thing is the companionship. Jiang Nan is ready to go back to his hometown in these few days. If the two old men are willing, he intends to receive them to live in Magic City. Jiang Nan also has a sister, Jiang Shui. She is 2 years older than him. In order to let Jiang Nan complete his studies, Jiang Shui dropped out of school early to work in the south. Due to the lack of skills, she can only do in an electronics factory as a frontline operator. Every day is a 12-hour shift. Really hard, and only 3,000 or 4,000 income per month. Jiang Nan Heartache's sister. After the university, he himself work and study to earn tuition fees, and do not want his sister to send him money. But Jiang Shui still thundering on the 5th of every month to transfer money to him. Jiang Nan then Jiang Shui to him to transfer the money in a bank card. To save her, he planned to make a trip back to his hometown first, and then went to get Jiang Shui to live with him in Magic City. At this time, inside the Li family villa, Li Sutong was lying on the bed, tossing and turning and finding it difficult to sleep. Ever since she had that night with Jiang Nan, her heart was stuffed to the brim with him, with an indefinable feeling. She felt that she had fallen in deeply and was hard to extricate herself. Li Sutong was a very sensible woman. Even though she was deeply in love, she still had to find out Jiang Nan's details, which was important for the development of their Li family. She had already hired an internationally renowned private detective to carry out an all-round investigation, and under normal circumstances, there should be a result this evening. Ding! The email alert tone suddenly rang. There must be a result. Li Sutong's trembling hand opened her cell phone mailbox. No such person found. Seeing these 4 words, Li Sutong couldn't believe her eyes. Stunned, taken aback. How could this be possible? How could this be the result? Obviously a super godly man, who she truly felt, was actually not found. What did this portend? An even more terrifying deduction surfaced in her mind. He was definitely someone from a powerful hidden great family, a unique existence in the world, and only with such power did he have the strength to do all this without leaving a trace. Mysterious, terrifying. Thinking of Jiang Nan, Li Sutong had a hollow feeling that she could not fulfill. What was he doing at this time? Was he also thinking about her? She found Jiang Nan's WeChat and sent a miss you emoticon. Jiang Nan was lying on his bed planning to go back to his hometown when the WeChat beep sounded. He opened WeChat and saw the emoticon packet sent by Li Sutong, and his heart warmed. The system said that this woman was high and cold and overbearing, but Jiang Nan didn't feel it at all. She was passionate, with a lot of flavor, and she understood men's hearts very well. She could be sweet or imperial, big or small, rigid or soft, up or down. Just 100 variations of a little vixen. Jiang Nan already had dozens of school beauty and goddess-level beauties by his side, although they were all different. However, Li Sutong was the only goddess whose face value reached 97. Her beauty was more than skin deep. There was also a deep connotation. Jiang Nan liked this kind of quality woman. Women with unfathomable depth. He tapped his cell phone screen and a large red lip was sent over. When Li Sutong looked at the red lips Jiang Nan sent over, she thought of his blazing kisses, and now the red marks on her own body hadn't disappeared yet. That night, the battle was fierce. Everywhere it went, there was devastation. Despite being deeply hurt, she was addicted to him, and the next day was extremely lingering and difficult to part with. Thinking about the heavenly upheaval of that day, Lee Sutong couldn't help but feel her blood boiling and her face blushing. Today I had an infusion and missed your night. A selfie was then sent over. She was half leaning on the big pink bed. Her pretty face was slightly red. Her two big round balls were hidden in the black silk halter nightgown. Her two big white and tender long legs were slightly bent. The whole person was flirtatious and enchanting. It was hard for people to hold on to themselves. Looking at the big beauty on the screen, Jiang Nan's throat knots rolled. His throat was dry and smoky. The muscles of his whole body began to tense up, and there was a blazing fire that rushed out of his chest and rushed downward. Water from afar couldn't quench his thirst. It was just very suffocating. It was hard to bear. At this moment, Lee Sutong was also being racked on the fire. Wait, I'll find you. Lee Sutong couldn't take it anymore. Just that once, she got addicted and couldn't quit anymore. She rushed out of the room. The red Ferrari supercar sped away from the villa like an arrow off the string. Chapter 26, 3 days and 3 nights in a great battle. The words were split into two. Jiang Nan sighed, quickly ran to the 8th floor. Dang! Water splashed everywhere. Jiang Nan pinched his nose and buried himself in the water, hoping to cool down quickly. The Ferrari supercar raced all the way and soon stopped at the underground parking lot of Building 1 King. Lee Sutong was wearing an ultra-short black halter lace nightgown, with a stunning view inside, jumping up and down and leaping up and down. Just want to see him. Want him tonight. Death is also willing. Lee Sutong came to Jiang Nan's bedroom. The door was open, but there was no one inside. The expected exciting scene did not appear. She walked to the bed, touched the open blanket. There was still a warmth inside. It should not have gone far. Lee Sutong rushed into the restroom, then knocked on the bedroom doors one by one. There was no sign of Jiang Nan. Where the hell did he go? She did not care to think too much, and rushed to the 8th floor. In the large swimming pool, the man was like a frog crouching at the bottom of the water, not moving at all. Jiang Nan had already been holding his breath in the water for 10 minutes. He drilled out of the water and touched the water on his face, his entire being much more awake. As soon as he looked up, Lee Sutong jumped in. Jiang Nan hurriedly stretched out his arms and she landed solidly in his arms. This woman was like a blazing fire, and his newly cooled body was instantly ignited by her passion. Dry fire. One touch. Unmanageable. She couldn't wait any longer and directly held the man's head and nibbled on it, starting from the eyes, then the nose, ears, then the lips, neck, all the way down and down. Jiang Nan was gnawed by her and was burning with desire. At first Jiang Nan let Lee Sutong nibble and lick, so happy, until she went wild all the way and couldn't break. Jiang Nan was furious. Stabbing, stabbing. The black silk suspenders on her body were torn to pieces. Miserable. The large pool became their battlefield, and 2 hours later, she was lying in his arms, as if she were a wounded white rabbit, pitiful and cute to the extreme. Jiang Nan's current physique, strength, and spirit all exceeded the peak value of an ordinary person. Not to mention one Lee Sutong. Even 10 Lee Sutongs would not be his match. Jiang Nan picked up Lee Sutong and came to the bedroom. Lee Sutong's internal injuries were very deep and her physical strength was not enough. She was softly curled up in the middle of the big bed, and it was as hard as if she was missing a rib in her body. The woman in front of him gave him a lot. Jiang Nan was touched, cherished, and more heartache. He lay over, hugged the woman's soft willow waist from behind, and his warm lips landed on the root of her slightly red ear. The domineering female president who has always been immune to men, does not have a little immunity to Jiang Nan. A hint of his breath can make her completely fall. Lee Sutong's ears itched and her heart was empty. She turned around and her 2 long legs climbed up. Jiang Nan saw the extreme longing from her blazing eyes again. To play a painful, play him a dark day. Jiang Nan casually took out the vigorous pill from the system space. This pill was rewarded to him by the system. After taking it, it could instantly boost his physical strength. It was just very cool and powerful. Baby, open your mouth, Jiang Nan said gently. Lee Sutong obediently opened her red lips, so he put the peanut meter-sized white pill into her mouth. And before she could feel anything, the pill drilled down her throat and into her stomach. What is it? Lee Sutong instantly felt empowered, unstoppable. Her pretty face flushed 2 piles of red. He had given her that kind of medicine? My exclusively developed magical pill. Eat one and the fighting power lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Nan looked at her askance with a bad smile. Ding! The host has achieved the best of everything, randomly rewarded with 5 points of power. The understanding system was the most awesome. Replenishing physical strength to fight again would be awesome. You're so bad. Lee Sutong was already impatient at this point. She was like a beautiful snake instantly wrapping him tightly, without a single gap. She wanted to melt her into her body and never separate. The effect of the power pill was immediate, and this night, she got more and more courageous in 100 battles. After breakfast, she fought again, until nightfall, then she fought again, for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. It was just very addictive and fried. Until the effects of the power pill passed, Li Sutong only panted and begged for mercy. This power pill is really too good. It can make all people can instantly increase their fighting strength. The most crucial thing is that the medicinal effect is long-lasting, actually as long as 3 days and 3 nights. This is the height that any ordinary woman can't reach. This is really useful. Next time I will take it again. Before leaving, Li Sutong said in Jiang Nan's ear, her voice 1,000 times more charming. Still addicted? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes in his heart. After Li Sutong left, Jiang Nan used 20 Divine Magnificence points to exchange his divine car skills in the System Mall, and he was going to drive the Rolls-Royce directly back to his hometown. Jiang Nan's hometown was in a small village in the southern part of the Central Continent province, more than 4,000 kilometers away from the Magic City. It would take a day and a night by train to reach the county town, which was still dozens of miles away from the village, and it would take an hour to take a public transportation, and the key was that there were too few public transportation buses. There were only 2 trips in a day, and sometimes you just couldn't catch up. Driving back will be very convenient, a breath of driving to the doorstep, but also can save a lot of time. The luxury car is worthy of being a luxury car. All kinds of performance are very good, plus his divine car skills. The car speed soared to 400 kilometers per hour, a proper interpretation of speed in passion. The car was fast and steady, without a single bump. Jiang Nan was thinking about something while driving. He was now a billionaire god, but what else did he have besides money? He was only lucky to have bound the godly hero system, and didn't have any strength, so if others knew about his bottom line, he would still be slaughtered? Especially for those who got rich overnight like him. It was easier for people to be jealous and envious. His personal female bodyguard was now responsible for spending money for him to earn divine magnificence points, and he also had to work hard to improve his physical attributes and quickly form his own sphere of influence. Only a strong force could allow himself to rest on his laurels. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. The last thing he needs now is money. It's easy to build a team of bodyguards, but it's hard to find thoughtful people, and using the wrong person will be even more dangerous. Jiang Nan called up the system page in his mind. Host, Jiang Nan, age, 22, physique, 25, spirit, 15, strength, 22, charisma, 16, skill, divine car skill, prize, good pregnancy patch, divine water, after patch, prize, good pregnancy patch, divine water, after patch, divine magnificence points, 21 divine magnificence gold, 9999999999999, divine magnificence gold, 999. 999, 999, 999. Although all of the body's attributes exceeded the peak value of an ordinary person, they would not be worth mentioning for a divine magnificent. Chapter 27, Beaten by Daughter-in-Law. Long-term malnutrition had caused Jiang Nan's physique to be poor, and now that his physique had grown to 25 points, there was a sea change. Strength points had also grown to 22, exceeding the peak value of an ordinary person by 12 points. Taking down a cow was no big deal. Spirit and charisma also improved a lot. The whole person seems to be transformed, handsome more than half a star, and can't say specifically where it's different. In short, the whole person looks just very comfortable, very attractive. As long as you complete the system's random tasks or take the initiative to do something meaningful on your own, the system will reward attribute points. But in order to obtain skills, you have to keep spending money to earn divine magnificence points. Only with the divine magnificence points can you buy various skills in the system mall. Skills are the quickest way to improve your strength, so it seems that spending money can't be delayed. The limousine roared all the way, less than 5 hours, the car to the countryside on the concrete road. At this time is already evening, the villagers carrying hoes 3x2 to go home, leisurely talk about the growth of crops. A few children were chasing and playing on the road, and when they saw a car driving by, they stood by the side of the road to watch. Jiang Nan's village is located in a remote area. Most of the young people have gone out to work. The village is full of children and middle-aged people over 40 years old. Everyone usually travel is an electric car. Driving is very few. Only on New Year's Day there will be young people driving back. Now not New Year's Eve. See, a car is very fresh. Besides, today's car and New Year's Eve back to the car is not the same. The children are the first time to see. They are very curious. The village's cement road is very narrow. Can only pass through a car? Moreover, this Rolls-Royce's size is bigger than ordinary cars, so it takes up the whole road. At this time, the luxury car could only slowly follow the people like a snail and drive forward. Suddenly, a child ran out from the village. Grandpa, Grandma, it's not good, it's not good. Old man Jiang and old lady Jiang were beaten by his daughter-in-law. The child was panting and his little face was suffocating red. This child is the neighbor of Jiang Nan's family. That is, Bai Yang's brother's child. His mother died when he was born. He also follows his grandparents. He is as poor as Jiang Nan. He often goes to Jiang Nan's house to play. Old man Jiang and old lady Jiang will give him whatever good food they have. Bai Yan and Nyo were carrying their host towards home. When they heard the child say so, they ran all the way home. The two old men are over 80 years old. How can they stand it? The people on the road heard the child's words, and also accelerated their pace. Jiang old man's two families are also bitter enough. The only filial son is a short-lived ghost. The two sons are wife. They not only do not provide for the elderly, but also always think of the old man from the place to get some oil and water. Villagers are not accustomed to the style of the two brothers, but no one dares to control. After all, that is the family business. Get it wrong will fall all over. Why bother? Only Bai Yan two families dare to say a few words when not false, but also inevitably by the Jiang family's daughter-in-law scolded meddling. Adults and children are running towards the Jiang family's old house. The concrete road instantly becomes spacious. The car all the way through, and soon arrived at the door of his house. Just now, Jiang Nan was curious about why people were running to the village, but it turned out that they were coming to his house. The yard has been crowded with people. Standing outside the gate cannot see inside. In the end, what happened? Jiang Nan heart apprehensive. He had just walked to the door when he heard a woman cursing. You two old bastards, didn't you say you don't have any money? Then you still have money to buy an air conditioner? And a refrigerator? A washing machine? I can't do it without giving you two color. Talking nonsense all day long. That's right, the two old guys must have money. All to that little. Yesterday I also saw that bought pork to send her family to support a few students. Where to come from the free money? Must be these two old guys to give. Another woman went on to say, a few days ago, Jiang Nan transferred money to Jiang Qianlan. Jiang Qianlan bought air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, and clothes and food for the old man, and was known by the two families of Jiang Chengkai and Jiang Chengdong, who came over to force them to ask for money. And when they couldn't ask for money, the two daughters-in-law moved in. Jiang Qianlan told the old man that Jiang Nan had won the lottery, and the money to buy things was all given by Jiang Nan, telling them not to tell anyone, just for fear that the two daughters-in-law of the Jiang family would come over to ask for money. Jiang Nan has been a bitter child since he was a child. It is not easy for him to earn money, and the money he won is not from the wind. The two old men will not say anything even if they are dead or alive. Old man Jiang staggered up from the ground, to pull his wife, just to be pushed down by them again. What are you two doing? Can the two old men stand you pushing them around like this? Bai Yan walked up to stop them, while reaching out to pull the old lady. You count what things? Our family matters do not need you tube. Tube your own acres and thirds of land on the line. Lu Hohat reached out and slapped Bai Yan's outstretched arm. Jiang Nan pushed aside the crowd and walked to the center of the courtyard. Before the crowd could react, he let out a stern cry. What's going on? The crowd instantly quieted down, then began to murmur. Jiang Nan's siblings were raised by Jiang the old couple. The two children were very filial to the two old men, especially Jiang Nan. He would not allow anyone to bully them. When he was in high school, when Wang Kaiyun scolded his grandmother, he was beaten by Jiang Nan. Now that he has graduated from college and is an adult, he will not tolerate it even more when he sees the person he respects the most being bullied. The crowd all involuntarily took a step back for fear of blood splashing on them. Jiang Nan squatted down, tears welling up in his eyes. Grandpa, Grandma, he helped the old man up, and Bai Yan had already moved two chairs for the two old men to sit down. Lu Hohat and Wang Kaiyun were a bit at a loss for words when they faced Jiang Nan, who suddenly came back. For the sake of these two old things, this kid could not care about his life. Jiang Nan slowly got up and walked to Lu Hohat and Wang Kaiyun. His black eyes were full of hostility. He coldly said, "You too, apologize to my grandparents." Jiang Nan did not want to die. They were not vegetarians either, to make them apologize, unless the sun came out of the west. Wang Kaiyun raised her face, her flat and long face twisted into a big 8. On what grounds? Why should I apologize? Lu Hohat took a look at Wang Kaiyun's aura. She also instantly had a bottom. Both hands crossed her waist, yelling at Jiang Nan, "What are the two of them?" Pa! Jiang Nan raised his hand and gave Lu Hohat a big slap. Jiang Nan's current physique and strength was absolutely terrifying for ordinary people. As soon as the slap went down, Lu Hohat quickly spun around in place like a gyroscope, unable to stop even if she wanted to, and after hundreds of spins, her body curled up as if she had been cramped, and she fell heavily to the ground, fainting to death. Wang Kaiyun looked at Lu Hohat's miserable condition, trembling with fear. 2 streams of talc yellow liquid left down the inner thigh. Too powerful. The crowd looked at Jiang Nan incredulously. Had this kid gone to practice kung fu? Apologize. Jiang Nan stared at Wang Kaiyun and fumed. Chapter 28, Teaching this group of unfilial children and grandchildren. Wang Kaiyun didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Nan. Her arms were clasped in front of her chest. Her whole body was shaking like a sieve. How did this brat become so powerful? Lu Hohat fainted to death with a single slap. Too slapeable. The 36th plan is the best plan. Wang Kaiyun slowly squirms her feet. Ma ya! She suddenly shrieked and rushed towards the crowd. Jiang Nan took a step across, reached out and grabbed Wang Kaiyun's collar, lifted him to the middle of the courtyard like a chicken and threw him hard on the ground. Ouch! Wang Kaiyun let out a miserable scream. Her buttocks were drilling pain. She twisted her body, but she couldn't stand up. The crowd silently gave Jiang Nan a nod in their hearts. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A group of people rushed in from outside the main door. The people who came were none other than Jiang Changkai, Jiang Changgong, and Jiang Qingsai's son Jiang Bei and Jiang Qinggong's son Jiang Dong. A few people took one look at Lu Hohat and Wang Kaiyun's appearance and became furious. Instantly red-eyed. Jiang Nan, you don't want to live when you step on a horse. Jiang Bei saw Lu Hohat fainted on the ground, clenched both fists and punched towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan reached out and grabbed his wrist, gently twisted it, only to hear ka-ching, a crunching sound, followed by Jiang Bei's miserable howl. As soon as the other three men saw that Jiang Bei had suffered a loss, they went up together to attack Jiang Nan. Brat! Still lawless. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be surnamed Jiang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You stepped on the horse today is finished. Jiang Nan touched his nose, squinted his eyes, and looked at the three people who were approaching step by step, and was just indifferent. Jiang Dong rushed up and hugged Jiang Nan's waist. Jiang Changkai and Jiang Shengkai went up and went to twist Jiang Nan's arms. Ding! The system releases a randomized mission. Task 1, bind your hands, rewarded with a pack of band-aids. Task 2, teach these ungrateful children a lesson, rewarded with a chance to win a lottery. Teach them a lesson. Teach these unfilial children and grandchildren a lesson. Jiang Nan gathered the strength of his entire body, turned his wrist, grabbed one of Jiang Qingsai's and Jiang Xingxing's arms, threw them with force, and threw them out of the gate over the heads of the onlookers. At the same time, his left leg kicked behind him, and Jiang Dong wailed, covering his crotch and jumping up. Ma, it hurts. The crowd ran outside the gate and searched for a while before seeing the two Jiang brothers struggling in the pond. Serves them right, but anyone with a bit of filial piety is cursing these two unfilial sons in their hearts, and no one goes up to rescue them. Only Jiang Dong and Jiang Bei, a person holding a stick in his hand, limping to pull their father to the shore. At this time Lu Hohat and Wang Kaiyun also stood up trembling, looking at the hostile face of Jiang Nan shuddered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Rewarded with 1 lottery opportunity. Comes with 5 points of spirit, 4 points of charisma. The system was always so sweet and understanding, making up for deficiencies in a timely manner and having a qualitative leap in physical attributes as a whole was awesome. Jiang Nan didn't have the heart to draw a prize right now. He helped the 2 old men into the house and poured tea for them. Xiao Nan. Jiang old lady was in tears, tightly pulling Jiang Nan's hand. This grandson of theirs is a bitter child. Unlike others who have parents to support them, everything is on his own. It is heartbreaking. Grandma. Jiang Nan gently wiped the old lady's tears with his hand, and a layer of water mist also clouded his eyes. Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Jiang Nan said and looked towards the main door. His gaze just met Wang Kaiyun's. Wang Kaiyun shivered in fear and pulled on Jiang Chengcheng and Jiang Dong and left. This group of unfilial children and grandchildren of the Jiang family slipped away under the eyes of the crowd. Only then did the crowd's eyes fall to the black luxury car at the entrance. This car is really atmospheric. What brand of automobile is this? This is the first time I've seen it. Looking at it, it's not an ordinary car. It should be very expensive, right? Nowadays, it's not uncommon for rural people to see cars, and young people who work outside almost have one, but they are mostly the lowest-end cars, and their prices are usually within $100,000. Jiang Nan's car is the only one in the world, worth $2 billion. Of course, not anyone who wants to see it can see it. It is normal not to recognize it. This car looked very high-end and expensive, but no one could figure out how a poor kid like Jiang Nan could own it. So some people took out their cell phones to take pictures and search. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Several men and women opened their eyes wide and spoke out almost simultaneously. Only one of its kind in the global limited edition. Worth $2 billion. A middle-aged woman opened her mouth incredulously. The crowd didn't know about luxury cars like Rolls-Royce, but their jaws dropped in shock at the price. How was this possible? Looking at this sky-high luxury car and thinking about Jiang Nan's outburst, the villagers' minds couldn't turn a corner for a while, and no one could believe that a child who had lost his parents since he was a child could be so accomplished. Is this a lottery win? They have seen on the news once won 350 million. Have not seen such a horrible, just a car 2 billion, that have to win how many billions? Ah, really? A car is worth 2 billion? Impossible, an older woman said. She didn't know exactly how much 2 billion was. It was a lot anyway. She didn't believe it at all that a car could be worth that much. Her words were recognized by many people. Rather than saying that they didn't believe that Jiang Nan could afford such an expensive car, they simply didn't want Jiang Nan to be able to afford such an expensive car. Laughing at people who didn't hate people who did. This was human nature. Envy and jealousy. Looking at the imposing car, thinking about the current state of life of the Jiang family, the group's hearts were sour. No one had the heart to watch the fun anymore. They all dispersed with heavy hearts. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang's old man couldn't help but open his mouth. Xiao Nan, you don't work well. What are you doing back here? It was nothing for their old couple to suffer a little at home, and they didn't want their grandson to know too much for fear of affecting his work. For the old man, everything was good when Jiang Nan was good. Now that Jiang Nan had beaten those two family members, they would definitely not stop, and the two old men were worried. Grandpa, now that the company is on summer vacation, I came back to see you. Jiang Nan pulled old man Jiang's hand, which was rough like tree bark. His nose was sour. For the sake of life, the old man had not been idle for a day. Xiao Nan, hurry up and leave. They just suffered a loss. They will definitely not let you go. Old Mrs. Jiang said worriedly. Jiang Nan hadn't come back for half a year. Why wouldn't she want him to stay at home with them more? But her grandson's safety was more important than anything else. I'm afraid that if he stayed, he would be dealt with by those two brothers. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Nan smiled indifferently. Grandma, you can rest assured. Didn't you see just now? I didn't suffer a bit of loss, right? Jiang Laotai then recalled everything that happened just now. She couldn't understand how Jiang Nan became so powerful all of a sudden. Both of their families together couldn't beat him, and the two nuisance women were scared and didn't dare to make trouble anymore. Jiang old lady thought in her heart. The wrinkles on her face slowly stretched. Jiang old man, on the other hand, shook his head and said, I'm afraid they'll go and sue Xiao Nan. The eldest girl's father-in-law is the chief of the police station, and has a lot of power. Chapter 29 Donation of 100 million. Jiang Qingsai's eldest daughter in the town is a teacher, married a good family, her husband in the county business. Father-in-law is the town police station a hand. For Jiang Qingsai's two families earned a lot of face, do things more emboldened, but Jiang Nan simply do not eat this set, not filial piety to be beaten, and it is hard to beat. Grandpa, you can rest assured, now is the rule of law society. No matter how big the power is, you can't do whatever you want. Jiang Nan said this with his mouth, but in fact, he knew in his heart that his grandfather's concern was justified. Jiang Qingsai's two families would definitely not give up, and would definitely call his daughter. Jiang Nan comforted his grandparents, and then took out the gifts bought for the old man from the trunk of the car. Clothes for all seasons, hats and shoes and socks of 10 sets each, and also bought gold jewelry and jade for Mrs. Jiang. Several large boxes of high-grade nutritional products, boxes of golden light, just look at the box to know the price is not expensive. Finally, 2 big boxes of seafood and some other expensive food were carried out from the car. The old couple looked at so many things. While complaining about Jiang Nan's indiscriminate spending, they were laughing. They were heartbroken about the money, but their grandson's filial piety made them very happy. The clock in the hall room struck 12. Mrs. Jiang asked old man Jiang to go to the vegetable garden to pick bean curd. She wanted to make his favorite bean curd fried meat. Jiang Nan pulled the old man Jiang who was going to go out to pick bean curd. Grandpa, Grandma, you two rest. Today I'll let you taste my grandson's handiwork. The children of a poor family are early starters. Jiang Nan has been especially understanding since he was a child. When his grandparents went to work in the field, he and Jiang Shui cooked at home, so he has practiced a good hand at cooking since he was a child. When Jiang Nan picked up his basket and went to pick vegetables in the vegetable garden behind his house, he opened his cell phone software and passing in directly donated $100 million to the county Red Cross. Jiang Nan's family is located in the remote Mishui County, is known far and wide as a poor county. In the past few years, China's policy is better. Their county has successfully removed the hat of poverty. The farmer's small life is to eat sugarcane up the stairs, the section of the sweet, step by step. But this is not contradictory to Jiang Nan to make contributions to his hometown, which is a dream he has had since he was a child. Donating $100 million is nothing to Jiang Nan, but it is horrible for a small 18th-tier county like Mishui County. Ding! The host has successfully spent $100 million, rewarded with a 10-fold cashback. Ding! Reward the host with 1 divine hero point. Ding! The system rewards the host with 5 power points. Ding! The system rewards the host with 3 points of physique. Cashback couldn't attract Jiang Nan. Strength and physique were a pleasant surprise. One's physical attributes were getting better and better, and one's strength would greatly increase. Divine Magnificence points could be exchanged for skills, and what Jiang Nan lacked the most was Divine Magnificence points. Jiang Nan picked some fresh vegetables, and began to busy himself in the kitchen. The two old men couldn't stand idly, but also came over to help. The old man Jiang held a lot of chopped wood. The old lady Jiang burned the fire. Jiang Nan took charge of the pot, and in half an hour, he packed up 4 or 5 dishes. There are braised pork, steamed lobster, beef in sauce, cold cucumber, stir-fried bean curd, and a bird's nest porridge. Grandparents and grandchildren have not eaten together for a long time. Today's gathering is particularly happy. A family of 3 happily ate the meal. The 2 old men looked at the grown-up grandson, forgot all the suffering, face overflowing with happy smiles. The words were divided into 2. Jiang Changkai and Jiang Chenggong's 2 families ate Jiang Nan's loss. Their hearts were harboring an evil fire. They didn't even eat lunch, so they gathered at Jiang Qingsai's house to discuss how to deal with Jiang Nan. Dad, that kid Jiang Nan is also evil. He was not this powerful before. I don't know if you guys have found out. That car of his is not an ordinary car. It's expensive. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Changkai. Jiang Changkai frowned. This Jiang Nan must have learned martial arts, but it's easy to cure him. That's right. So what if his car is expensive? It must be rented. Even if he's rich, he can't just beat people up. Big brother, sister-in-law, make a phone call to Danny Z. Just say Jiang Nan beat people. The police station has to manage. Wang Kaiyun said while the iron was hot. Right, call Danny and tell her father-in-law to send someone over. I almost didn't die in his hands today. Lu Haohat gritted her teeth in hatred. Jiang Nan's slap was too hard. Directly hitting her fainted and died. This revenge will not go unrewarded, is not a gentleman. Jiang Chenggong thoughtfully said. Jiang Nan is now a what situation we have not yet clarified. Cannot act rashly. Dad, isn't he just an ordinary citizen? Isn't that clear? I don't believe he will have any great ability. Jiang Dong said unconvincingly. Out of the ordinary, and driving a luxury car. Jiang Chenggong always felt that something was wrong. In just half a year's time, Jiang Nan had changed too much. When the group was discussing how to deal with Jiang Nan, Lu Hohat had already run to the bedroom to call her eldest daughter. She had the connections and still lost to a brat knot. After lunch, Jiang Nan and the 2 old people are taking a nap. Is sleeping well. Heard the sound of knocking on the door outside. Jiang Nan afraid to wake up the old man. They hurriedly get up to see the situation. The door pulled open. A group of people poured into the yard. This group of people he only recognized Jiang Changkai and Jiang Chenggong, 2 families. The other people are very unfamiliar. This group of people are the town and county cadres at all levels. Among them there is Jiang Qingsai's daughter's father-in-law. Jiang Changkai and Lu Haohat's 2 families' face are lifted to the sky. Or their face is big. Just a phone call. In-laws with so many people to come to them out of anger. In-laws, this is Jiang Nan. He intentionally hurt people. My body still hurts all over. You guys quickly arrest him. Lu Haohat squeezed in front of Wang Guochen and said with a pandering face. Yes, he beat up both of our families. It's simply lawless. Wang Kaiyun also squeezed over and said. This time, this kid Jiang Nan is finished playing. He has to be arrested and sit for a few days. Otherwise it will be hard to solve the hatred in his heart. Jiang Chenggong and Jiang Qingsai's 2 families' eyes are all complacent colors. A trace of embarrassment swept across Wang Guochen's face and he did not make a sound. You are Mr. Jiang, right? He then looked at an older man beside him and introduced. This is our Mishui County's Secretary Wang. The man called Secretary Wang warmly shook Jiang Nan's hand and said, Mr. Jiang, on behalf of the entire county's people, I would like to thank you for your selfless love. Secretary Wang, a hand of Mishui County? He was actually so polite to Jiang Nan, and thanking him for his selfless love? The brows of these 2 families immediately tightened in disbelief, and calling him Mr. Jiang? A brat was actually called Mr. Jiang by the county party secretary. What exactly was his status? Jiang Chenggong muttered in his heart. The other few people were also as if they had seen a ghost during the day. Why were these big shots so respectful to Jiang Nan? Mr. Jiang, you donated 100 million to our county Red Cross. I want to do a special report on you. A young woman in her 20s said with a face full of admiration. Ding! The system has detected a school beauty. Name, Su Man. Face value, 92. School beauty level. Occupation, county radio reporter. Age, 23. Height, 165. Weight, 98. Bust, 34D. Initial favorability, 100. The girl in front of her called Su Man is actually also a school beauty level. And the most unbelievable thing is that the initial favorability has actually reached 100. The beauty of a small place is the most real, the most adorable. The good sense is bursting. Simply very invincible. This school flower level beauty is a reporter from the TV station, and is here to interview him, but he doesn't want to accept any media interviews. Low profile is the real God Ho. Jiang Nan donated $100 million to the county Red Cross? Are these people mistaken? Where did a poor man get so much money to actually donate $100 million? Scary. Shocking. Jiang's family members were so shocked that their eyes fell out. $100 million. They had never seen so much money before. And Jiang Nan actually donated it to the county just like that? 100 million points of money is just a little bit of money. A special report is not necessary. Jiang Nan wore a smile and his tone was firm. Chapter 30 meets her standards. $100 million was a little bit of money? Jiang Nan didn't put it in his eyes at all. And the group was shocked. Asking him to make some contribution to the town's construction shouldn't be a problem. The mayor was calculating in his mind. The real rich people are very low profile. People have said that they do not report. They do not dare to force. Angry, this god of wealth is not a joke. Jiang Nan donated $100 million to the county Red Cross. Although the Jiang family group of people like a dream cannot believe that it is true. But the facts are in front of us. Do not believe it, also have to believe. They were puzzled as to how Jiang Nan, a poor student who had just graduated, could have so much money, and when he made a donation of $100 million, then his actual assets would be too much to imagine how much there was. As Jiang Nan's uncles and aunts, it is reasonable to say that they can also help this nephew's light, but they have never managed Jiang Nan. Even the old man and the old lady did not manage, but also from time to scold them. At this moment, Jiang Chengkai and Jiang Chenggong, two family members' intestines, are repenting, regretting that did not have to Jiang Nan them a little better. Jiang Nan is now the county's god of wealth. The leaders are so respectful of him. Jiang Chengkai and Jiang Chenggong, two families, would not dare to make a mistake. Can only eat this dumb loss. The town's group of leaders are in the compliments of Jiang Nan. Jiang Chengkai, their group is the heir. No one cares about them. Think about what they just said. They do not have the face to stay here. Can only not move and slipped away. They have to go back and hold a meeting to study Jiang Nan. Jiang Chengkai sat on the boss chair in the hall. Sip a mouthful of white wine. A sad face. He could not understand how Jiang Nan would be so rich. Lu Hohat walked to his side and grabbed the wineglass and said angrily, "You still have the heart to drink. Hurry up and think about how to get some money from his hands and buy a house in the county. Jiang Bei is so big and still hasn't got a daughter-in-law. Dad, Mom, this kid Jiang Nan must have done something fraudulent. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten rich overnight." Jiang Bei was 2 years older than Jiang Nan. Although he didn't go to college, he always thought he was better than Jiang Nan. He didn't believe that Jiang Nan could earn so much money based on his real skills. "You have the ability to also cheat an overnight wealth to show me. No matter where his money comes from, get into our hands only counts." Lu Hohat glared at Jiang Bei. This son of hers is too unproductive. Getting money, how to get it? You still expect Jiang Nan to help the poor? Jiang Bei said unconvincingly. "We should start with the two old guys." Lu Hohat walked to Jiang Chengkai and said mysteriously. Jiang Chengkai heard a sudden light. He patted his head and said with great joy, "Right? Why didn't I think of it?" Lu Hohat probably used her finger to pound Jiang Chengsai's forehead, scolded, "On you this elm brain." At the same time, Jiang Chengsai's home door was closed. The family sat in the room to conspire. Jiang Nan is so rich. The finger cracks leak a little bit of their several lifetimes cannot be spent. Such a great god of wealth of course cannot be easily let go. That car of Jiang Nan's is worth a lot of money. He can donate 100 million at a time. Then his total assets must be over 10 billion. Jiang Dong thought that his judgment was very accurate. Hearing Jiang Dong's words, Wang Kaiyun opened her mouth wide in shock. 10 billion? Ma Xiaoyun doesn't have that much money either. Hasn't Jiang Nan become the richest man in China? Too scary. Jiang Chenggong sucked in a few puffs of cigarette. His face became more and more gloomy. Where exactly did Jiang Nan's money come from? What he wanted now was not to get money from Jiang Nan, but to follow Jiang Nan to make big money. Kaiyun, make a table of good food tonight. Invite parents over. Let's make amends to them. Wang Kaiyun looked at Jiang Chenggong like an idiot. This was the first time she heard him call out to the two old guys' parents, and make a table of good food to entertain them, and also make amends. What kind of show is this man singing? Jiang Chenggong saw Wang Kaiyun look at him in such a way, so he was more pleased. Women's hair is long and short-sighted. Listen to me, we'll be rich in the future. Wang Kaiyun suddenly realized and rolled her eyes. Silly, you're the only one who can. You are trying to buy the two old guys? Jiang Dong broke the organ in a single word. Jiang Nan was raised by the two old men. He would definitely listen to the old men's words, as long as they were bribed, and they put in a few good words in front of Jiang Nan. It would be much more effective than them begging Jiang Nan on their own. Zhong's old house. The leaders of the town had already left. Only Su Man stayed. As a senior reporter, she didn't want to miss such a good material. This man was so young and his value was terrifyingly high. What was the reason behind it? She was very curious, and she felt it was her duty to figure it out and write a report, using his success story to inspire the young people who only thought of lying down now. Jiang Nan did not want to be so flashy, but everything seemed to be out of his control. The people in the village heard that the town leaders had come to the old Jiang family house. Everyone was curious, thinking that it was related to the fight. They all came over to see what was going on, and only when they arrived did they realize that Jiang Nan had donated $100 million to the county cross. This news is like a bolt from the blue, shocked the people dizzy, do not know exactly what happened. The people heart sour, or cannot help but curiosity to discuss with each other, guessing, Jiang Nan is how to earn so much money, until the town leaders are gone. The villagers only slowly dispersed. Jiang Nan and Suman sat in the hall. Suman took out the AIP and started to interview Jiang Nan, asking him how he started the business, what was the original intention of donating to the Red Cross, whether he had a girlfriend, etc. Jiang Nan is a lucky pretty boy. He does not need to start a business, can have endless money, but cannot say that he has an all-powerful system, can only make up a pass. Asked whether there is a girlfriend, Jiang Nan sold a pass, is not to tell Suman. This Suman's good sense of him has reached 100, is the kind of thing that can do anything for him. On the mountain of the sword under the sea of fire, Jiang Nan is very satisfied, and would like to have an in-depth exchange with her, but not now. Suman, this girl is really handsome, and Jiang Nan is simply a natural pair. Jiang old lady looked at the two hearts secretly happy. Jiang Nan have graduated from university, should also become a family, if you can marry a beautiful reporter. Their Jiang family's ancestral tomb is also considered smoke. In the evening, Suman wants to go to the town. Jiang old lady came over to stay. Daughter, eat at home, stay here at night, tomorrow you two will continue to talk. Suman graduated from a famous university in Kyoto, is also a person who has seen the world. Her beauty plus talent has also conquered a lot of official second generation rich second generation, but those people are relying on their parents to get to the top. She can't see one. She likes Jiang Nan such as their own business rich generation. Such talent has real skills. Jiang Nan is not only gold, looks good compared to the popular fresh meat, the whole body is full of testosterone, is very in line with her standards. In the face of Mrs. Jiang's retention, Suman's heart is happy. If you stay here at night, you can further communicate with him, talk about life ideals and so on. But Jiang Nan did not open her mouth, she was embarrassed to stay. Jiang Nan could see Suman's mind, and it was just what he wanted. So he opened his mouth and said, don't you want to know if I have a girlfriend? I'll tell you at night. Chapter 31, Jiang's brothers battling the elderly. Listen to the words of Jiang Nan. Suman a little surprise. After all, nowadays people love to gossip. A young man's entrepreneurial saga is a bit boring, and then add a little personal private life is much more interesting. After the surprise, she realized that something is not right. Why tell her at night? Just a little intriguing. Suman could not help but blush a little. All right then. She smiled again and said to elder Mrs. Jiang, then I'll trouble grandma. It's good that she can stay. Let the two young people have more contact. Maybe it can really work out. Jiang Laotai was happy to hear Suman promise to stay. Good. You two continue to chat. Your grandfather and I will go cook. The old lady happily went to the kitchen. Mom. Before the old lady Jiang had even walked into the kitchen, the two Jiang success families crossed into the courtyard. Wang Kaiyun was the first time she had ever called the old lady Jiang mom. In the morning, she even hit her with her hands, but now she actually called her mom, calling her so affectionately that it gave the old lady goosebumps all over her body, and for a while, she didn't know how to talk to her. Mom, I've already made lunch. You and my father, Jiang Nan, all go over to eat, and this beautiful woman from the county, a piece of the past. Wang Kaiyun went up and held the old lady's arm. Jiang Changgong, on the other hand, walked to the hall with a smile on his face. Jiang Nan, your aunt has made a good meal. You all go over to eat. Things that go wrong must be evil. Jiang Changgong for the first time was so kind to Jiang Nan, and also invited him to dinner. This matter is not simple. In the morning there was also a big fuss. Now it is like nothing. Jiang Nan is also convinced of these people's face skin. No need. After all, no one is short of food now. Jiang Nan said with an indifferent smile. Did not wait for the old lady Jiang to react. Wang Kaiyun hard pulling her to go out. The old lady was scared by her beating, afraid to shout Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan walked out of the hall. Wang Kaiyun hurriedly let go of Jiang old lady, accompanied by a smile. Jiang Nan, in the past is the aunt did not do the right thing. Today I officially apologize to your grandparents. In the future, your uncle and I will be filial piety to them. You can rest assured that you are outside. Jiang Nan grunted coldly. Why don't you know the mind of these two families? Grandma, would you like to go to dinner? Not going. There are all kinds of dishes at home. Good to do. Mrs. Jiang hurriedly said. She didn't believe that Wang Kaiyun would kindly ask her to go for dinner. Besides, it was not comfortable to go to their house for dinner. Hear that? My milk doesn't want to go. No one should force her. Don't force. Don't force. How can we force her? Wang Kaiyun hurriedly said. Jiang Nan was now a god of wealth. What he said was what he said. No one dared to refute it. When Jiang Chengkai and his family heard that Jiang Shengkai and his family had gone to the Jiang family's old mansion, they ran here in a flurry of wind and fire. Lu Hohat had a basket of eggs in her hand, and Jiang Chengkai had a killed chicken in his hand. The two families put the eggs and chicken directly into the kitchen. Lu Hohat walked to Jiang old lady's side and said with a smile on her face, "Mom, these eggs are all native eggs with high nutritional value. I'll give them back to you after eating them." She also looked at Jiang Nan and continued, "And that chicken, you stew it. Let Jiang Nan also taste our home soil chicken. It's better than the chicken sold in the city." Jiang Chenggong and Wang Kaiyun on the side looked at Lu Hohat's currying favor. Their faces were not good. "Sister-in-law, what kind of delicacies has Jiang Nan not eaten? And he still doesn't care about a chicken from you?" Wang Kaiyun said as she rolled her triangular eyes in disdain. Wang Kaiyun even openly mocked her. "Lu Hohat is not an oil lamp. Rare or not, this is our heart. Unlike some people do not have a penny." "Who doesn't have a penny? Isn't she here to tell Mrs. Jiang to go to dinner?" Wang Kaiyun was furious and stomped her feet. You're the one who doesn't give a dime. My family also killed chickens. They are all stewed. Success and I are here to ask our mom and dad to go over for dinner." The two shrews were at odds with each other and fought. Old man Jiang took out the eggs and chickens from the kitchen and handed them to Jiang Chengkai. "Take them home. Your mom and I can't digest them." These two sons of his didn't have a filial son. Their old couple never drank a mouthful of water from them. Today it's very unusual to call for dinner and send something. He is not going to go into the trap. Jiang old lady and Jiang old man went to the kitchen, began to busy cooking. Jiang Nan and Su Man went to press the road together. The yard only Jiang Chengkai two families and Jiang Success two families. The more the two women quarreled, the higher the pitch of the voice. All were their respective men pulled home. As soon as they arrived home, Jiang Chenggong began to complain about Wang Kaiyun. "Your things are just rare. If they were better to them before, now they are not developed." Wang Kaiyun unfilial. Jiang Chenggong as a son not only did not oppose, but also very supportive of her. This will come to say such words. Wang Kaiyun of course, very aggrieved. "I things are rare. You do not rare, you give if you are a little better to them. It is not so. Then isn't it that you don't allow to give it?" Jiang Chenggong was angry with Wang Kaiyun for the first time. Wang Kaiyun couldn't stand Jiang Chenggong talking to her like this. She immediately exploded. She crossed her arms. "If I don't let you give it to me, you won't give it to me. What if I let you die? You also go to die?" The more the two quarreled, the more energized they became, neither of them letting the other go. "Enough, they do not come to eat, we do not care. So a table of food to eat their own does not smell good?" Jiang Dong huffed and said. Two people see Jiang Dong angry, only dare not squeak again. Jiang Chengkai two families are also the same, intestines are repenting green. Really regret the previous did not have a little better for the two old people. Jiang Changrun died. They did not care Jiang Nan two siblings. These two children are relying on Jiang Qianlan to receive help to live. Now Jiang Nan developed. They cannot even a little light cannot dip. Really a big loss. Jiang Bei saw Jiang Qingsai's two families came back with something. He knew that people didn't forgive them, and his dream of buying a house in the county town was dashed. "Blame you too, rat's eye. If you used to line a little breeze, now not get fine rain, also not to go to the temporary clasp, but also by the Buddha kicked." Jiang Bei muttered, resenting his parents in his heart. "Now, regret is also too late." Jiang Chengkai helplessly shook his head. "Do not say, who has not before and after the eye. If we know Jiang Nan will be developed, we smash pots and pans to sell iron also want to be good to them. Jiang Chengkai and Jiang Chenggong are both snobs. Who is useful to them, they will lick like a lapdog. Who is not as good as them, they will go up and step on a few feet." When Jiang Changrun was sick, Jiang old lady went to their home to borrow money. They did not borrow a penny, but also in the village that Jiang Chengrun's disease is a bottomless pit. Lending him is equal to the water drop. After Jiang Changrun's death, they all avoided Jiang's old lady, like avoiding the plague, afraid of the old man to give them to eat, drink, and even more afraid of letting them control Jiang Nan siblings. Now Jiang Nan rich, they have the cheek to come over to flatter. Originally Jiang old lady also do not want to give their sons and daughters-in-law to hold a grudge. As long as the future is good, the family live in harmony is also a good thing. However, they do so with a purpose. The purpose is to dip Jiang Nan's light, rather than sincerely good to them. So it is not good to Jiang Nan. So Jiang old man old couple do not intend to forgive them. After dinner, the old lady Jiang wanted to let Su Man live in the room with air conditioning. Su Man said nothing, said she had already booked a room in the town, and wanted to go back to the town. In the heat of the day, there is no air conditioning, cannot sleep. Jiang old lady also no longer detained. Let Jiang Nan send her to the town. The two people by the way to talk, may be to determine the relationship it. Chapter 32, Sharing a Room. Jiang Nan drove the less. Su Man sat on the co-pilot. The car drove towards the town. In less than 5 minutes, The two of them arrived at a hotel in the town. Suman opened a standard room. Go up and sit down for a while. I still have a few more questions to interview you. Tomorrow I'm going back to the county. Jiang Nan did not excuse himself. Followed Suman towards the room. This Suman only met one side. Good sense directly burst. In the end is sincere or false. Jiang Nan has not been clear. Tonight he will try the depths. To the room. Suman let Jiang Nan first sit. She wants to take a shower. Today in the countryside a lot of sweat. She must be washed fragrant to share a room with the male god. Jiang Nan opened his cell phone and saw a few new messages in his classmate group. So he curiously clicked in. Xiao Baojun, next month is the school's centennial celebration. Let's get together as a class before the celebration. A. Great. Good. The class president's proposal is good. B. I support it. C. I also agree. No one in the class should be left out. Everyone should come. As soon as Xiao Baojun spoke, many of his lickspittles came out to state their positions. Far-sighted eyes, at Jiang Nan. Are you coming to the class party? Nicknamed Far-sighted eyes is Jiang Nan's deskmate. This classmate is a bit introverted. He is despised by Xiao Baojun first class in the class and is not bullied by them. His only friend is Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan goes and he goes. Jiang Nan doesn't go and he doesn't go either. Jiang Nan and Xiao Baojun stream also do not deal with. Also not less bullied by them. But Jiang Nan's temper is hard. That group of people also have a few points of fear of him. Big Banger, at Far-sighted eye. Are you Jiang Nan's follower? Does Jiang Nan have the face to come? The girlfriend doesn't even want her anymore. The big mallet is also Jiang Nan's nemesis. One day he stole a touch of Li Kursin in the evening study hall and was beaten by Jiang Nan. Since then he has been harboring a grudge and looking for faults everywhere. Now that Li Kursin is good with Xiao Baojun, he wants to ridicule Jiang Nan and export his bad temper. When the big mallet's words came out, the other students felt incredible. Jiang Nan was so good to Li Kursin. How did he split up? But everyone didn't discuss this in the group. Xiao Baojun would never forget that day. He and Li Kursin were brought to an abandoned factory by that group of people. They did Li Kursin in front of him. They also beat him to the point that his head was bleeding. Finally his family came up with $3 million before they released him. Hearing the words of the big mallet, Xiao Baojun instant fire. He has not been on Li Kursin. She was played by that group of people. All thanks to Jiang Nan. This revenge is not a gentleman. This revenge he must report. Jiang Nan did not want to participate in the reunion. But when he heard the big mallet say so, he still had to go to participate. Jiang Nan, at Far-sighted eyes. I'll be there. As soon as Far-sighted I took a look at Jiang Nan at him, he immediately replied with a smiley face. Xiao Baojun, kid, I hope you won't go back on your word. Lang Yuhan, which day exactly? Is it booked? The high and cold goddess Lang Yuhan, who has not been showing her face in the group, actually came out to bubble. The boys in the class were immediately enthusiastic and said in the group that they would definitely come to the reunion. Lang Yuhan, people is her name. She does not say much, always give a person a kind of refusal outside the cold ice feeling. She is recognized by the school of high cold goddess level school flower. The school of male students are secretly in love with her, but only dare to look at the distance but not dare to blasphemous play also. Everyone gave her a nickname Iceberg Beauty. Xiao Baojun also chased her for 4 years, did not succeed. Until now there is still upset. This cold rain cold actually also want to come to participate in the reunion. Xiao Baojun, heart of the flame once again rekindled. Xiao Baojun, goddess, you set the time. We all listen to you. Xiao Baojun instantly transformed into a goddess-licking dog. And the other boys also began to coax in the group. They all hoped that the goddess would come. Even though they couldn't have substantial contact, it was still cool to feast their eyes on her. Lang Yuhan was also not polite, since everyone unanimously wanted her to decide. Then she would be the master of the group. Lang Yuhan, then let's set it for next Sunday night. Does everyone have an opinion? Except for Jiang Nan, who didn't say anything. All the boys in the group unanimously approved, and the girls could only obey the majority. Lang Yuhan, at Jiang Nan student, next Sunday is fine, right? The icy mountain beauty actually at Jiang Nan alone. And the crowd of boys instantly exploded. At Jiang Nan, you're dumb. Can't you show your head and take a bubble? Big Banger, at Jiang Nan, you. The goddess asked you, what kind of grandpa are you pretending to be? You are obviously a grandson. At Jiang Nan, at Jiang Nan, at Jiang Nan. Before Jiang Nan could speak, all the boys started to at him. A group of Jiang Nan didn't bother to pay attention. Jiang Nan, at Lang Yuhan, no problem. Lang Yuhan, at Jiang Nan, okay. The iceberg beauty actually interacted with Jiang Nan that. The hearts of all the boys were sour and tasteless. A mediocre poor boy. What qualification is there to cause the goddess's favor? Xiao Baojun heart is also as hard as plugging a stone. Wait for it. He will teach Jiang Nan a good lesson. Otherwise it is difficult to solve the hatred of the heart. Li Kursin has been diving, did not say, but everything in the group is within her monitoring. Jiang Nan, Xiao Baojun, are her enemies? she will take her new boyfriend to ruthlessly hit them in the face. After she was bullied in the cave that day, Xiao Baojun kicked her out, and it was impossible to turn back to that poor bastard Jiang Nan, so she found a boyfriend through an online blind date. And the man, although older, was incredibly strong. Li Kerson thought that on the day of the reunion, she would bring her boyfriend along, blinding all the girls' eyes, ruthlessly hitting Jiang Nan and Xiao Baojun in the face. 3 days to see, so that you will be impressed. Jiang Nan closed WeChat, and when he looked up, Su Man was already standing in front of him. She was wearing a white halter nightgown. Her exquisite figure was hidden. Her wet hair was draped behind her back. Her small palm-sized face seemed to have a layer of water mist, translucent white luster, and the whole person was fresh and unassuming, and her beauty was unbelievable. Su Man at night is more attractive than during the day. Jiang Nan looked at her. She was also looking at Jiang Nan. The four eyes looked ambiguous. This man has a unique charm that is hard to resist. Not just more wealth and billions, but more importantly, handsome. Whether it is the body or features cannot be picked a little fault. Su Man was hooked to his soul at the first glance, and now that the two of them are in the same room together, the little heart jumped even more. Su Man immediately looked dumbfounded, just like that straight hooked look. Hey, am I the most handsome man you've ever seen? Jiang Nan suddenly opened his mouth. Su Man's mind was seen through by Jiang Nan. She couldn't help but have her little face turn red, embarrassedly averting her gaze and looking out of the window. If Ms. Su wants to do some special exercises, I'll be happy to cooperate. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and rubbed his nose, saying, Su Man hadn't been in love yet, and Jiang Nan's revealing words like this made her face turn even redder. Was he flirting with her? Those men who chased her had never said such words in front of her. Jiang Nan was the first, and waves rose in Su Man's heart. Facing Jiang Nan's flirting, Su Man didn't know how to answer. Mr. Jiang, please don't joke around. It makes me embarrassed. If this man really did it, she would definitely actively cooperate, but she couldn't say that she was willing to do special exercises. Su Man sat on the bed with a red face. Mr. Jiang, you go and flush too. Jiang Nan, is this asking him to prepare for the exercise? Chapter 33, Honestly Meeting. The beautiful woman had said for him to take a shower, so let's go. Maybe there's going to be a bloodbath in a while. After Jiang Nan walked into the bathroom, Su Man went to the first floor and prepared to buy him a pair of underwear. When the salesman asked her what size she wanted, she hesitated. How did she know his size? This was the first time she had ever bought underwear for a man. She was completely inexperienced. It's not unusual for a woman to buy panties for a man. What's unusual is that she actually doesn't know the size. Su Man felt that the salesman saw what was going on, and her little face went red again. Oh, take one pair for each size. The sales clerk was puzzled when she encountered such a customer for the first time. Could it be that she wanted to sport more than one person? She took one pair of men's underwear of each size, put them in a plastic bag, and handed them to Su Man. Su Man finished the checkout and fled up the stairs, and heard the middle-aged sales clerk muttering, young people playing can be really fresh. Su Man. She bought 10 or so pairs of panties at once, and she wanted every size, so it's no wonder that people think more. Mr. Jiang, I bought you underwear. Su Man stood at the bathroom door and shouted, this woman is really attentive. Jiang Nan agreed while thinking about how to attack the city tonight. Thank you, then how can I get it? Su Man said with a red face, you open the door a crack, I'll stuff it in for you. Jiang Nan then obeyed and pulled the door. The door left a crack. Stuff it in. Su Man took a large bag of underwear and stuffed it into the door crack. But how could he not stuff it in? The tip of his nose was sweating with anxiety. With such a small crack, stuffing a pair of panties through wasn't a problem. But this was 10 or so. It wasn't that easy to stuff them in. Jiang Nan was also anxious inside. He didn't dare to open it too big. Too big would expose the target. Too small and couldn't stuff it in. He gently held the door handle with one hand. Don't be anxious. Stuff it slowly. Jiang Nan comforted Su Man while admiring his strength. Boom! A blast of thunder rang out. Su Man shivered. Her feet slipped. Her hands couldn't help but support herself on the door. And the door was pushed open. And she jumped solidly into Jiang Nan's arms. A warm sensation hit Jiang Nan, and Jiang Nan swallowed a mouthful of spit. This woman's body was so soft, like a ball of cotton. It must be very absorbent. A thunderstorm just now. So scary. At this moment, Su Man was really so embarrassed. She was really frightened by the startling thunder. She was afraid that Jiang Nan would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. Jiang Nan was delighted in his heart. Heaven help me. The beauty actually took the initiative to throw herself at him. Ding! The system releases a randomized task. Task 1, push away the school beauty Su Man. Reward a Barbie doll. Task 2, have a marvelous journey. Reward 5 points of physical fitness, plus a power pill. Vigorous pill. This reward is very appealing. If not for the fact that he witnessed the effects of Knight Sutong taking it, he really couldn't believe that there would be such a miraculous medicine. What marvelous journey! An experienced pretty boy like Jiang Nan understood it as soon as he heard it. There was no need to think at all. Something's not right. This system is a bit tawdry. Since the system boosts, let's have a marvelous journey. Just the thing. He and Su-man are meeting for the first time. The speed of this development is not at all under human control. Su-man's favorability towards him is 100, which means she can offer everything. Going up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire will not be hesitant to do so. Outside the lightning and thunder, heavy rain poured down. Su-man shivered in Jiang Nan's arms. She was really afraid of thunder. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around her waist. The slippery and tender touch made him fall in love. This little woman is 3 steps down. One sniff and you will be poisoned. Jiang Nan could not help but pick her up and put her on the soft big bed. The deer in the woman's heart. The 2 big white rabbits stood tall and broke free from the cage. Dry fire and water. Everything was expected and happened without any suspense. Throughout the night, Su-man was caught off guard and lost. On the snow-white sheets, a delicate red rose bloomed. Jiang Nan took her in his arms and gave her a kiss on her forehead. This woman is too strong. For Jiang Nan, she has defied the odds time and time again, and danced to her heart's content on the tip of the knife, and it just makes people very touched. This is the magical charm of having a favorability of up to 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Ding! Reward the host with 5 points of physical fitness. Ding! Reward the host with a power pill, which has been deposited into the system space. Ding! The school goddess Su-man's favor value to the host is plus 50. The system was true to its word, and the reward for completing the mission was great. What was even more refreshing was that the school flower level goddess added 50 points to his favorability in one go. It's just terrifying. It was very real. There weren't many prizes in his system space, and the only few things he had didn't seem to be of much use, and his most favored golden gun pill hadn't been obtained so far. So despite the fact that he was already very strong, there was still a small loss in his heart. Jiang Nan remembered that he still had one more chance to draw a prize, so he then opened the draw carousel in his mind. He pressed the word start lucky draw in his mind, and the pointer went round and round with the disc. Jiang Nan prayed silently in his heart, hoping to draw the prize of his heart. Seeing the right moment, Jiang Nan shouted in his mind to stop in time, and the pointer pointed at the golden gun pill without deviation. He couldn't help but cheer out. The Su-man in his arms was so shocked by him that her big white rabbit trembled, and she raised her peach blossom eyes in disbelief. Mr. Jiang. He stretched out his hand, gently lifted her small chin, soft red lips, infinite temptation, did not open his mouth to speak and pressed up strongly. Call the name. Jiang Nan, such a big person. Even though the two had been honest with each other, she didn't dare to casually call him by his name, and now that he said so, there was no need to be scrupulous. Nan. Su-man daintily voiced out, hearing his heart itch. Man, let's go traveling? Jiang Nan had a sudden thought, and a wave of heat rose at the bottom of his dark eyes. Su-man didn't even think about it, and directly nodded her head yes in his arms. Aha! She was born in an intellectual family in the county. Her parents paid great attention to rich upbringing, and every year they would take her out on a trip together. But with Jiang Nan it was different, and it was definitely an unprecedented and marvelous trip. Jiang Nan opened the system space to check the prizes inside. There were good pregnancy paste, divine immortal water, wonton paste, power pill, and golden gun pill. He also checked the uses of these prizes. The good pregnancy patch could not be used for the time being, and the wonton patch could be given to grandma to cure her years-old back pain. Divine fairy water can be given to Su-man to drink, and then increase the size of the number one will be more powerful. And vigor pill and golden gun is the most in line with the heart of the prizes. Travel must improve the quality of the tour. The two of them lingered once more, until 10 o'clock to get up. Su-man followed Jiang Nan back to the Jiang family village. The two of them just like a pair of men and women in love. Jiang old lady looked at the heart of joy. Jiang Nan from the system space took out wonton paste to Jiang old lady pasted on the waist. Grandma, this plaster is magical. A paste can completely cure your old back pain. This grandson is really filial. Not only bought them a lot of food, clothes, gold and silver jewelry, but also didn't forget to bring her the ointment. Jiang old lady smiled and laughed and actually shed tears. It has been 1 or 2 decades since her son passed away. How good it would be if he was still alive now. Grandma. Su-man thoughtfully wiped the old lady's tears. This ointment is really magical. The moment it is pasted on, Jiang old lady feels relaxed. Her waist and legs don't hurt. Her waist that was bent at 90 degrees straightens up at once. The old man who was looking at Jiang also says straight that it's a good medicine. He has lived for more than 80 years. The first time he has seen this kind of miracle medicine. Jiang old lady waist straight, the wrinkles on the face also stretched out. Just all of a sudden a dozen years younger. Chapter 34, Jiang Nan becomes a personality. Jiang Qianlan's home was in the village next door to Jiangjia village. Jiang Nan was going to bring Su Man along to see the family in a while, but he didn't expect Jiang Qianlan to come with her 2 children. Brother Jiang Nan! Brother Jiang Nan! The 2 children ran into the courtyard and called out when they saw Jiang Nan, happy and unable to stop talking. Jiang Qianlan and Su Peng, a total of 3 children. The eldest is a girl, this year 18 years old, in Kyoto to go to college, the holidays there to work and study. The 2 boys are twins, just turned 15, in the county to read high school. Now is the summer vacation, at home to help their parents to do the work in the field. Jiang Nan did not go to the Magic City to go to college before. Every weekend and holidays will take the 2 of them to play. The brothers are very close. Since Jiang Nan went to college, every year on vacation to work in the Magic City, the opportunity for a few people to see each other is almost no longer. Yesterday afternoon in Jiang Qianlan they were working in the field. They heard a person in Jiangjia village said Jiang Nan came back today after eating, taking advantage of the morning cool in the field to work for a while and came over. Seeing Jiang Nan, both children were very excited. Jiang Nan was also very happy, rubbing both hands on top of their heads, saying, "You two have grown so tall." A few people entered the house. Jiang old lady took out the snacks Jiang Nan brought back for them to eat. These food are not available in the county. Both from the packaging and taste show the high grade. The 2 children ate a little bit, then pulled Jiang Nan to see his car. When they arrived at the gate, they saw the high-grade car. They had never seen this kind of car before, so they were very curious. Jiang Nan let the 2 children get into the car, and drove around the county, buying them both things to wear, eat, and use, and then returning home fully loaded. Spent money again. Jiang Qianlan looked from the car out of large bags of things on the heartache of money. Her nephew since childhood lost parents. Not easy to earn money. Let him give 2 children to buy things she can't bear. Aunt, these things are not superfluous. All right, Jiang Nan said casually. After his father's death, Jiang Qianlan's 2 families treated him and Jiang Shui as if they were their own children, even more than their own, usually not willing to buy things for their own children. As long as Jiang Nan they need, Jiang Qianlan will not hesitate to buy for him. Every year during the holidays, his aunt will take him and his sister over to live in a small house, give them to do good food, educate them. Jiang Nan hired Jiang Qianlan 2 families as their own parents. Su Peng and Jiang Qianlan do not have much culture, busy farming at home. Su Peng went out to work in the spare time. Jiang Qianlan at home to feed the pigs and cows to manage the children. Although the husband and wife are very hard-working, but the burden of the day on the tight. Jiang Nan transferred 10 million to her a few days ago. In addition to the 2 old people to buy electrical appliances and food spent a little. The other in the bank card she did not spend a penny. Today she came to return to Jiang Nan, to keep him to marry a wife with. Su Man was in the kitchen helping Jiang old lady to cook. The 2 children were studying the intellectual toys Jiang Nan bought for them. Jiang Qianlan walked to Jiang Nan's side and whispered, "Xiao Nan, I didn't spend a single penny of the money you transferred to me except for buying some things for your grandparents. I'll transfer it to you. You still have to spend money to get a daughter-in-law." The last thing Jiang Nan lacked was money. Transferring $10 million to Jiang Qianlan was just pocket money for her. She actually wanted to return it. It seemed necessary to reveal a little bit of her strength. "Little aunt, I have investments in Magic City. Every month is hundreds of millions of profits. Giving you that money is nothing at all. You can rest assured to spend it. I'll transfer it back to you when it's finished." Last time Jiang Nan said that he won the lottery, and now he said that he has investments in Magic City with hundreds of millions of profits every month. Jiang Qianlan's mouth opened wide in shock. It seems that it is necessary for her to reacquaint herself with this nephew. This child has been ambitious since childhood, now really become a character. Jiang Qianlan feel very pleased. If her second brother is still alive, the second sister-in-law did not remarry. This family should be how happy ah. Thinking of her deceased second brother, Jiang Qianlan's eyes were red and her heart was hard to bear. "Little aunt, I want to bring my grandparents and your family to live in Magic City." Jiang Nan casually voiced his thoughts. His mission in coming back this time was to convince them to go to Magic City together. Jiang Nan owned a building in Magic City and had endless money to spend. Taking them all over to enjoy their happiness was his most simple idea. His grandparents had worked hard all their lives. Now that he had the strength, he had to give them the best life. Jiang Qianlan and Su Peng had been subsidizing them despite the tight times, which made Jiang Nan very grateful, receiving them to live in Magic City. Jiang Nan would treat them like parents to repay their kindness. Magic City? That's the most prosperous city in China. Everything is ridiculously expensive, especially the house price. Ordinary people can't afford to buy it. Jiang Nan actually wants them to go to Magic City? Besides, do they have a skill? How will they live there? Jiang Qianlan felt that Jiang Nan just casually said that. He didn't consider it comprehensively at all. "Xiao Nan, the Magic City is not like our home. We have to spend money to go out. I have never dared to think of going there in my life. Jiang Qianlan was telling the truth. Which big cities don't cost money? She doesn't have much education, so she really doesn't want to go to Magic City. Little Ant, I bought a building in Magic City. You guys have a place to live when you go there. Money is even less of a problem. I'll pay for all the expenses. You and Ant can work in my company. You don't have to do anything. Just pass the time. If you don't want to go to work, don't go on. Go out to shop and shop. Travel on the line. Jiang Qianlan does not doubt Jiang Nan's filial piety. Even if he is now very capable of earning money, so many people are relying on Jiang Nan to support. She cannot bear it. Jiang Nan saw that Jiang Qianlan hesitated, so he continued. If you go to live in Magic City, you can move your household accounts there together. It will be very beneficial to my two younger brothers' studies. Just based on their current grades, easily getting into Kyoto University is not a problem. Speaking of the child's education, Jiang Qianlan also really some heart. Their province is the country's highest college entrance examination score. To get into the Kyoto University, such a first-class university, is really not easy. The province on more than 100 indicators. The Magic City, like the big city, is not the same. They are here in the middle of the students wherever they can be admitted to the country's one of the most prestigious schools. There are a lot of rich and well-connected families who are trying to find a way to move their children's household accounts to the big cities, with the aim of getting a good university in the college entrance exam. Families like them can only accept the cruel reality. How Jiang Qianlan did not expect that there would be such an opportunity in front of him. Xiao Nan, is it good to move the household registration? Jiang Qianlan was still a bit in disbelief. You don't have to worry about any of this. Everything has me, Jiang Nan said with certainty. This nephew of hers was so rich, these things shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Qianlan believed Jiang Nan's words, but relocating the whole family to Mordor was not a small matter. She still had to go back and discuss with Supang before deciding. Xiao Nan, I'll go home and discuss with your aunt. Jiang Nan nodded. He still had to convince his grandparents to go to Magic City together. The old people had lived here for their entire lives. It wouldn't be too easy for them to leave. Chapter 35, A Family Doesn't Speak Two Words. During the meal, Jiang Nan told his grandparents about his idea, and before Mrs. Jiang could say anything, Old Man Jiang was the first to come out against it. No go. I've lived here for my whole life. I'm almost in the ground. I don't want to die outside. Old Man Jiang had been stubborn all his life. He had never been one to say anything. This was something Jiang Nan knew very well. Your grandfather and I are so old. We won't bother you. We are used to living at home. We are not used to going there. Old Mrs. Jiang also said. Jiang Nan hadn't really thought so much about it. He had only thought about letting the old man go to enjoy his happiness, and hadn't considered other issues. For many old people in the countryside, their grandparents lived on this piece of land in their hometown for generations. They were born here, grew up, got married and had children, and slowly grew old. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain and every piece of water here had become an inseparable part of their lives, and it was absolutely unacceptable to suddenly ask them to leave for an unfamiliar place. Jiang Old Man is a person who cannot be idle. Every day to go to work in the field, do not do is felt to be wasted life. If he went to the Magic City to rest, not suffocated to death, is strange. If Old Man Jiang and Old Lady Jiang don't go to Magic City, Jiang Qianlan also don't want to go, because she don't worry about the two old people in the house. Then the two daughters-in-law of the Jiang family won't be even more emboldened. Listening to the words of grandparents, Jiang Nan is no longer forced. Although the conditions of the Magic City is good, the two old people are not accustomed to will affect the health. People should follow them when they are old. How to be happy, how to come. But he has to protect the old man, is no longer subjected to the anger of the two families of Jiang Chenggong and Jiang Chengkai to do. The two old men are over 80 years old. Jiang Nan really can't rest assured. He wants to hire a nanny for them to cook and do laundry for them and take care of their daily routine. Grandparents, since you don't want to go to Mordor, I'll hire a nanny to take care of the two of you. Otherwise I don't feel assured. Jiang Nan's idea made it difficult for Old Man Jiang to accept. No, we are both in good health. We don't need someone to serve us. Besides, our family has been clean for generations. If you want to hire a nanny, what's the difference between that and old money? Isn't that a joke to people? Old Man Jiang's thoughts made his two grandchildren couldn't help but laugh out. Grandpa, what era is it now? Rich people in the city all hire nannies. Yeah, Grandmaster, you're too old-fashioned in your thinking. Jiang Old Man listened to the two grandchildren, a little impatient. Now the children have become like this. Go. What era also cannot find someone to serve? That self is not a waste of man. We all know that the old man's temper is stubborn, and do not want to provoke him to anger. Just go along with him to speak. You two know what? Your grandpa is right. Jiang Qianlan blared at the two children. As soon as Old Man Jiang heard that everyone agreed with him, he opened his box and started to talk again. After lunch, Jiang Qianlan took the two children home. Before leaving, Jiang Nan reminded her of the matter of going to the Magic City. Let her and Su Ping discuss it. Jiang Qianlan nodded her head and agreed, but she was torn and could not rest assured of her parents. After Jiang Qianlan left, Jiang Nan took Su Man to the township. The township leaders are a bit flattered, can give a one-time donation of 100 million to the county of the big man. For them as the god of heavenly fortune, how can people not excited? Township leaders to Jiang Nan introduced the township's achievements over the years and the existence of some difficulties, as well as the blueprint for future development. Su Man are on the side of the note, and Jiang Nan simply do not listen to. Directly to the township donation of 50 million. The mayor of the township excited tears, holding Jiang Nan's hand for a long time do not want to let go. This young mayor is just graduated college students. He wanted to get the town's economy up, but the clever woman is difficult to cook without rice. Countless times to the county financial application for funding, but the delay has not been the result of the Jiang Nan donation of 50 million on the very touched. Many of his plans have come to an end. Leaving the town hall, Jiang Nan drove directly to the village committee. Another 20 million to the village committee donations. His request is the village school refurbishment, improve the teachers' salaries, the village clerk to guarantee that must be done, and said that he can rest assured that the development of the Magic City, the two old people at home, they are solely responsible, do not want to worry about him. The village branch secretary in the village is a very high prestige, as long as he is looking after the two old people. The Jiang family of those unfilial descendants will not dare to do anything to the old man. Jiang Nan will also be relieved. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. The Bai family and his family have been neighbors for generations, and the relationship is also very good. In the past, the Bai Yan couple did not take care of him in Jiangshui, and now also often take care of the two old people. Jiang Nan is very grateful. After dinner, he went to Bai Yan's house together with Su Man. Jiang Nan is Bai Yan couple watched grow up, now so successful, they are happy in their hearts. Jiang Nan gave them a chat for a while, chatting about Bai Yang. They already know that Bai Yang is the general manager of Jiang Nan's company. Bai Yang only has a high school diploma. Jiang Nan did it all to help their family. Both families are very touched, and said a lot of words of thanks. Uncle, aunt, why are you so polite? I didn't eat at your house a lot when I was a kid. Bai Yang and I are like blood brothers, so don't talk about two families when you're a family. Chapter 36, Going on a Deserted Island Adventure. This child is too understanding, too good at talking. Bai Yan and his wife were touched and their eyes were red. Jiang Nan left to in Nyo pocket stuff 20,000 yuan, said it is for the White Alum family children, and said that they let them call the White Alum, so that he went to the Magic City to find Bai Yang, in the company to arrange a job to do. The White Rock couple again a burst of thousands of thanks. White Alum is also a bitter man. His wife died in childbirth. He has been working outside to earn money over the years. The child stayed at home to have parents to take care of. See this child. Jiang Nan remembered him in Jiangshui when he was a child. The heart is not a taste. Everything Jiang Nan did today Su Man was in her eyes. This man is too kind. Her heart's love for him is deeper, and her favorability is climbing. Such a good man. To be able to give him a word is her greatest honor, and she was so proud when she actually had an in-depth exchange with him. Coming out of Bai Yan's house, Jiang Nan's mind kept ringing with system beeps. Ding! Today's host consumption of 7,003,000. The reward tenfold return is now deposited into the bank card. Ding! The school beauty Su Man has plus 10 favorability towards the host. Ding! The school beauty Su Man's favorability to the host plus 20. Ding! Jiang Nan is not interested in money. He is interested in the goodwill of the beauty. The initial goodwill is high as 100. Last night and the beauty of some in-depth exchanges, the goodwill soared 50 points, which increased by 30. The goodwill has reached 180. On the very invincible. On the knife mountain under the fire has been unable to express Su Man's heartfelt feelings for him. Jiang Nan thought that the two people go out to play a trip will be able to stimulate her potential. Jiang Nan drove and Su Man came to the town to stay in the room yesterday. Girls are generally very shy. Once developed by a man once will be a big change in temperament. They are more enthusiastic than men, more eager. This Jiang Nan has been in Li Su Tome on the body to get the verification. For Su Man will have experience. As soon as she entered the door Su Man went to take a bath. After taking a bath Su Man's small face was red. The pair of peach blossom eyes flowed even more tantalizingly bright. She did not wear clothes, just loosely wrapped around a bath towel, which mysterious parts were just covered. Jiang Nan stared at her, looking at her embarrassed, turned around and snapped, "What are you looking at? Don't go to take a bath yet." Jiang Nan hugged her waist from behind. "Look at my woman. What do you care?" He leaned over and whispered in her ear, his slightly hot breath making her almost suffocate. Jiang Nan felt the muscles of her body tighten, so he let go of her and went to take a shower. And when he came out, Su Man was already lying on the bed waiting for him. "Woman, I'm coming." Jiang Nan leaped forward and pounced on her like a hungry wolf hunting for food. The woman had completely forgotten last night's injury and was fully engaged in a new journey. A beautiful journey was always so short. Jiang Nan and Suman to come to a real meaning of the trip. To travel on the travel of a painful. Travel the fun. Always in a place is very meaningless. He wants to open a new journey. Early morning sunlight shines on the curtains. The interior is bright. Jiang Nan stretched out a lazy waist, all refreshed. Suman was like a small lazy cat lying in his broad embrace, drawing circles on his chest with her hand. How she wished that time could stand still, just like that the years were quiet. Thinking that Jiang Nan would soon be returning to the magic city, Suman was suddenly very sad. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Man! Jiang Nan kissed her hair. There was a fresh scent that cords around the tip of her nose. Where do you want to go play the most? I'll take you there. Really? Suman raised her eyes in surprise. Her eyes were glowing. Traveling out with such a man would definitely be a different experience. Suman looks quite quiet, but she likes to play exciting. Places she can't go with her mom and dad. She wants to go with this man. Go to a deserted island to explore. She blinked her eager eyes askance at the tip of Jiang Nan's nose. Suman heard the old man say that looking for a man to look at his nose. Suman thought that there was no scientific reasoning. After practicing, she felt that the old man's experience was still quite reliable. Jiang Nan's nose was long and straight, high and straight. The root of the mountain was full, and she blushed at the thought. Thinking about me again? Jiang Nan knew that she was thinking about it again, so he deliberately teased her. It is said that men are animals that think with their lower body. In fact, this is just the appearance. Once a woman is conquered by a man, the kind of heart and soul, the woman will be out of control. The brain becomes a pose, all the time with the lower body to think. More urgent than the man, more enthusiastic, more addictive. Suman is not. She eats her heart out and wants it every minute. Not at all. She shyly didn't dare to look at him. The deer in her heart started to bang around again. Not that she didn't want to, but her heart was not enough. Really no? Say it again. Jiang Nan gangly laughed and used his hand to tickle her armpit. The itchy Suman giggled non-stop. Her body kept wriggling and bumping around in Jiang Nan's arms. There is. I have fought. You. Until Suman begged for mercy. Jiang Nan only stopped. Not yet waiting for Suman to calm down. An unprecedented storm came on strong. Until the evening to stop. The duo hadn't eaten for a day. It was nothing to Jiang Nan, but Suman needed to replenish her nutrients in time, or she really wouldn't be able to hold out. Let's go. I'll take you to elope while it's late at night. Jiang Nan pulled Suman out of the room. Chapter 37, Encountering the Same Table. A day and a night of heavy physical labor for Jiang Nan is effortless, but Suman is after all an ordinary woman. Dry 2 hours of physical work will wear out blisters, let alone a day and a night of intense labor. At this time she is soft, breath like a swimmer, her face white without blood. Jiang Nan looked at it very heartbreaking. Out of the room, Jiang Nan bent down and ordered, "Come up." Oh, Suman felt unbelievable. A big man like Jiang Nan was still a proper warm man. She instantly burst into tears. She really couldn't support her body, so she obediently lay on his back. Jiang Nan carried Suman and walked towards the elevator. When he entered the elevator, the men and women inside all looked at the two of them curiously. Look, how sweet other people's boyfriends are. Which is like you, lifting up your pants and disowning them, a girl said as she glared at the man beside her. Wow, so handsome. I wish I had such a handsome boyfriend. Such a man can be called perfect, and eye-catching and heart-catching. This woman is so lucky. The women stared straight at Jiang Nan, countless little hearts popping out of their eyes, repeating two words in their hearts. Love, love. And the eyes on Suman were full of envy and jealousy. The men were not so friendly. All of them gritted their teeth and glared angrily. This kid is too showy. Isn't it obvious that he's not getting along with them? A few men quietly make a wink. Once out of the elevator to Jiang Nan hands. In fact, Jiang Nan has long been prevented. Not waiting for them to do it, one by one was kicked out of the hotel. All the piss wailed and fled. Suman on Jiang Nan's back looked dumbfounded. This man is not a human being, is a god. Wherever it is a king-like existence. Others simply do not have the power to fight back. So powerful. Suman heartily exclaimed. Jiang Nan, you just realized it now? Suman, this kind of awesome is not the other kind of awesome. Of course people know that kind of awesome. That kind of awesome is addictive awesome. While this kind of awesome is called daunting. People just need to know that kind of awesome. They don't want to know this kind. Suman muttered in her heart. While grabbing Jiang Nan's ear with her hand, she daintily voiced out. People just don't know anymore. Jiang Nan, then I'll let you know no. If it wasn't on the street, he would have let her know immediately. Jiang Nan all the way back. Suman attracted a lot of passers-by to watch. Like watching monkeys, Suman was embarrassed to see. To calm down, Jiang Nan back her stride forward. Is not allowed to go down. Jiang Nan lickly cursing for 4 years, did not get her a little sincere, and Suman only 2 days and her acquaintance, gave him so much, such a girl he has to cherish, he willingly pay body and mind. Jiang Nan ignored the eyes of the crowd and carried Suman into a high-class restaurant. A young waiter brought them to a private room on the 2nd floor. Serve me all the hard dishes, the great tonic foods you have here, Jiang Nan said to the waiter as he sat in the private room. One of each? The waiter asked again. This restaurant was the most upscale in town, and there were 180 types of hard dishes plus tonic foods, so if they asked for one of each, the consumption would be tens of thousands of dollars, and besides, the two of them couldn't finish it. The waiter thought Jiang Nan had made a slip of the tongue, so he asked again. Yes, just the two of you? The waiter still couldn't believe it. 2 people wanting so many dishes. Would there be others coming? Yes. Jiang Nan was concise and did not say one more word, which really shocked this waiter. Was this the legendary man who was stupid and had a lot of money? Could this bastard be trying to eat a king's dinner? Okay, you two wait a moment. The waiter jogged all the way downstairs and went to the cashier to report to the boss. The boss was a young woman in her 20s, dressed generously. As soon as she heard the waiter's words, she was also a bit shocked. After all, this was just a small town. How could there be such a person? Before 20 years old, she worked as a waitress in the Magic City Hotel, where the customers are either rich or expensive. There are many people who eat a meal on 100, 000 or 200, 000 is nothing at all, but the per capita income here is here. Could it be that this person is from a big place? The boss's wife thought of this on the heels, snapped up the stairs. He would like to meet this big man, may be helpful to her career. She has always wanted to open a chain of hotels in the county. Their own lack of funds, but also cannot find a partner. Could it be that the opportunity has come? She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Come in. The door was gently pushed open by the person outside. The woman froze and almost shrieked in shock. The woman tried to suppress the shock in her heart and looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief. She couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't this her junior high school desk mate Jiang Nan? She had been secretly in love with him for 3 years and had never confessed. She sympathized with Jiang Nan's life. Every week from home to bring hard-boiled eggs, oil buns, fruits, etc. to Jiang Nan to eat. Jiang Nan does not eat, she also bet not to eat. This did not let him give in. And then she had to Jiang Nan to help her write homework, and then put the good food to him as a payment for writing homework. 3 years of junior high school, equal to Jiang Nan on behalf of her. The results can be imagined. Jiang Nan wished to get into a key high school, and she was barely on the junior college. Later she heard that Jiang Nan got into a famous university in Magic City. The gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. It is a world of difference. The small flame of love in her heart gradually extinguished. Chapter 38, Wenla. She never thought that she would actually meet her old acquaintance in the hotel she owned. This might be the so-called fate. Jiang Nan was just a mediocre pretty boy when he was in junior high school, and the man in front of him had infinite charms all around, both in body and face, and he was fascinated when he looked at him. Jiang Nan's dress is even more unusual. The suit is Louis Vuitton, shirt is Hermes, tie is Gucci, shoes are Givenchy's. This set down the total value of more than 2 million. This person who went to a prestigious university is different, elegant and successful. Looking at Jiang Nan, when LA's mind is like a movie fast play, past events scene by scene, as if yesterday. Are you, Jiang Nan? She was surprised and happy, and asked tentatively. Ding. The system has detected a school flower level beauty. Name, Wenla. Face value, 95. Goddess level. Age, 24. Height, 175. Weight, 108. Bust, 36D. Initial favor, 110. Jiang Nan looked at the prompts on the system page. His heart was shocked abatch. The initial goodness actually exceeded 100. As high as 110? More horrible than Suman. Actually still goddess level. In such a small town would be very rare. It is simply the existence of a national treasure. Jiang Nan smiled as he looked at the goddess level beauty in front of him. His heart quickly pondered over the name. Wenla. It seemed familiar. He mentally tapped his head and remembered. Wasn't this the schoolgirl from his middle school days? His deskmate? When he was in junior high school, Wenla had inquired about Jiang Nan's family situation in Yang's mouth, and was very sympathetic to him, always bringing him good food. In those 3 years, he had not been less favored by her. This is a person who is a beautiful girl with a good heart. After the entrance examination, the two broke contact. Almost 10 years, originally thought from now on will not meet again. I did not expect the world everywhere is a surprise. God actually let them meet again. Thinking of Wenla's good to him, Jiang Nan's heart is warm. A little want to cry. Wenla, he blurted out, hearing Jiang Nan's familiar voice with a magnetic quality. Wenla was so excited that she almost wanted to hug him. After so many years had passed, it was rare and touching that he could still call out her name quickly. Just now Wenla only focused on looking at Jiang Nan. Only then did she notice Su-man next to her. This woman looks pure and lovely. Could it be his girlfriend? Such an excellent man. Naturally there is no shortage of excellent women around him, and having a beautiful woman with him would seem to be very common. Wenla's heart swept through a trace of sadness. Her life is not this blessing, can only silently send blessings in the heart. Jiang Nan politely invited Wenla to sit down. Wenla wanted to catch up with him and reminisce about those years of youth, but she was a woman who had seen the world, and she grasped in and out very accurately. No, I'll go down and order them to hurry up and serve the food. We can't slow down our old classmate, Wenla said and turned her head to go. Just out of the door, can no longer hold back the emotions of the heart. Tears such as the dike of the sea gushed out. Wenla deliberately explained the back kitchen to take out the watchman cooking skills. The best ingredients are used. Do well, do fine, do fine. Color and flavor must be first class, in order to maximize the retention of the nutritional value of the dishes. Soon, the waiter served up a variety of delicious dishes. There are hundreds of types, but they are all very small plates, concentrated all the essence, so that not only taste the different types of dishes, but also to eliminate waste. It is very in line with Jiang Nan's mind. Jiang Nan gave Su-man a piece of 5-spice donkey meat and sent it to Su-man's mouth, and also brought his own portion of black chicken soup to her. Eat it, and replenish your body properly, or else I will be heartbroken. After a day and night of fighting, it was as if Su-man's soul had been drained away. In order to quickly recover her strength, she indeed needed to make up for it. Otherwise there was really no way she could go back to the battlefield. Thank you, Su-man said politely, opening her mouth and holding the tender donkey meat. Her heart warmed. She did not look at the wrong person. Jiang Nan not only has more wealth and billions, but also has a strong sense of love and righteousness. Such a man can't be found by beating his head against the lantern. It would be very much in line with her heart. Thank you for what? I don't need you to thank me for loving my own woman, Jiang Nan said in a serious manner. Su-man, alright, I'll be redundant. Su-man added a piece of yuan fish meat and sent it to Jiang Nan's mouth. It's good for this man to eat. Great tonic. This little girl kinda knew how to feel sorry for him. After all, after 2 days of great battles in a row, ordinary men would have surrendered their weapons, especially since the second one lasted for a day and a night, and they would lose half of their lives even if they didn't die in battle. Jiang Nan is different. He is not an ordinary man. What is a day and a night? After all, he had already had a brilliant battle record of 3 days and 3 nights. He was thinking of challenging for 10 days and 10 nights, or even longer, but only if he had an evenly matched opponent. It would be very meaningless for a person to sing a solo act. This one doesn't compliment. That one does. I want to eat that one. Jiang Nan looked at Su-man, dark currents surging under his eyes. Su-man thought he wanted to eat other dishes, so he scanned the other dishes on the table and asked, which one to eat? I'll clip it for you. That one. Jiang Nan stared at her pretty face and said with a bad smile, Chapter 39, Savage Island. Which one? Su-man suddenly shyly lowered her head. Her afterglow fell on her 2 active big white rabbits. Her face flew up in 2 blushes. Could it be that he wants to eat this? This is a restaurant. Stop it. Go back and eat. Her petulant little look gave one the urge to ravage her fiercely. This one to eat. That one too. Jiang Nan stared at the 2 bouncing big white rabbits, his throat rolling. Fine. Both are for you. Su-man lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him, afraid that he would eat her right here. There's one more. Jiang Nan continued to go around the bend. Su-man was confused by his whining. Besides these 2 big white rabbits, what else was there? She really couldn't think of anything, so she asked, what? As long as there's all for you. Collagen. Su-man only understood what Jiang Nan wanted to eat when he heard it. It turned out to be his own thinking. People don't want to eat any big white rabbit at all. He wants to eat collagen. Then she said, pork skin and pig's feet have high collagen content. Do you want 2 servings? It's normal for a big brother man like Jiang Nan to focus on skin care, and Su-man didn't feel bad about it. Silly girl. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that this woman still needs to be properly coached and tempered. These secret words are not known. How can they communicate in the future? Su-man looked at him stupidly, not understanding why he said this. Was she really stupid? Jiang Nan got up and leaned over and said something in her ear, and Su-man's face instantly reddened to the root of her ear. No wonder this day and night he made a fuss about wanting to eat collagen. At that time she thought he had slipped his tongue. So there was this meaning? This man is too bad. Where did he learn all these things? But listen to her heart itchy. Really, as a man is not bad, women do not love. On the dinner table, the 2 fed each other to eat, but also from time to time flirting was delivered to the waiter to see. Cannot help but envy some handsome man and pretty girl, born to be a perfect match. A few waiters in the hall whispered about the upstairs pair of lying talented lovers, was passing by. The Wenla heard. The heart is very bad taste. This meal has been eaten until the dark through until the end. Eat so much tonic. Suman's essence gradually recovered. The whole person is full of vigor again. Old classmates come to her store to eat. Should not be charged. But people Jiang Nan is now not short of money. Accompanied by a beautiful woman. Wenla is afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Jiang Nan came to pay for it, only to give a familiar price. 50% discount. Jiang Nan is very clear. A discount of 50% is just a cost fee. Wenla does not make money at all. People insist on this. He can only lead the goodwill. After all, the future is long. Others honor him afoot. He will honor others afoot. Will not let people suffer. Old classmate, welcome the two of you to come more often in the future. I'll treat you next time. On her way out, Wenla said in a very official manner, in front of another woman. She didn't ask Jiang Nan for his business card, nor did she ask him where he was employed. She knew in her heart that if he remembered the love of his former classmates, the two of them would still have the opportunity to see each other. And if they had already forgotten, even if they left their contact information, so what? Wenla is a smart woman. She has a hunch that they will meet again. Definitely. Jiang Nan took Suman back to the room, then searched where there was a deserted island on his cell phone's travel software. He wanted to have an unprecedented exciting journey with her. Opening the software and typing in the search, dozens of deserted islands were searched. Some were tourist areas, some were still undeveloped. The two people carefully selected where to go for more excitement. The tourist area will not go. It is not interesting. I want to have an adventurous journey. Let's go to the Wild Man Island, Suman said as she pointed to a search result on her cell phone. Savage Island was located in the southeastern part of Sia. It was a deserted island within the Triangle Bend. Legend had it that there were savages on the island, so very few people chose to explore wherever they went. Jiang Nan's curiosity was piqued when he looked at the brief about the island. He liked the thrill of places like this where no one had ever been. Suman, a woman of the world, had such an adventurous spirit, let alone him being an all-powerful godly man. Alright, this is it. The duo's addiction grew when they put down their phones and went back into battle mode. After finishing and sleeping for an hour, it was dawn and Jiang Nan and Suman set off. They drove to the county town and bought tents, bedding, ropes, food, drinks and so on for the deserted island tour. The trunk was stuffed to the brim. After preparing all the things all the way in, toward the destination to drive. Luxury car is not only fast, but also stable, all the way through, less than 3 hours, to a place thousands of miles away. Savage Island was in the middle of an ocean, and to get there you had to take a boat there. And since it hadn't been developed yet, there were only a few small private boats. They got off and saw a small fishing boat that was catching fish in the sea. So Suman took out a brightly colored dress and waved it at the people on the fishing boat. Soon the fishing boat rowed over. There was a sturdy and dark man on board. He stood the boat against the side and jumped onto the shore. Are you two going to the island? Chapter 40 Black Big Fish. Jiang Nan nodded. This island is rarely visited. It's very dangerous. Han said kindly. We are here to explore. Going to a dangerous place makes sense. Suman looked at Jiang Nan again and said, what do you say? Of course. Then get on the boat. I'll send you there. The Hanzi enthusiastically invited. The weather on the island is changeable. You must bring a tent, rain gear, and food and drink with you. The Hanzi chattered and explained. Suman's long-desired trip to the deserted island was finally about to begin. She was just thrilled. Okay, you help us get the stuff in the car to the boat. The sea will still be calm this time. You won't be able to go there if the tide rises, said the Han Yu. Then hurry up. Since we're here, let's not waste any time and hurry up to start the magical deserted island journey. Jiang Nan said and walked towards the car. The three of them carried all their stuff to the boat, and Hanzi rowed the boat towards the deserted island place, finally arriving safely after 2 hours. The Hanyu helped them carry all their stuff to the island again, and the three of them together found a cave that could protect them from the wind and rain, and put their stuff inside again. How much? Jiang Nan pulled out his cell phone and prepared to pay. The Hanzi scratched his head and said, don't ask for money. I fish here for a living. I'm not a professional at this. How can I ask for money? Don't want money? Hanzi's words would be very unexpected. Jiang Nan felt that he was very real. Jiang Nan, this person is like this. If others are real, he will be more real. Otherwise his heart will be uncomfortable. After all, it took you more than 2 hours. Don't want money, I also feel bad. Jiang Nan said. The man looked embarrassed. Then you will give $100 for the oil. The boat was burning oil. The round-trip oil money was more than 100. He didn't intend to collect the money. People wanted to give it. He just asked for a little bit symbolically. When the man saw the arrival information, he thought Jiang Nan had accidentally lost an extra zero. So he hurriedly said, Sir, it's 100, not 1,000. It's more. I'll transfer it to you. No need. That 900 is another payment for your hard work. The Han heard Jiang Nan's words and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sir, thank you. When will you go back? Give me a call. I'll pick you up. With his hand, he handed over a slip of paper with a phone number written on it. Jiang Nan took the note and directly stored the number on his cell phone. After the Han left, Jiang Nan and Su Man started to organize the cave. This cave was on high ground, and inside was an irregular polygon, as big as 5 or 6 square meters, and there were some moldy dead branches and leaves on the ground, so it could be seen that no one had been here before. Jiang Nan took out a shovel and shoveled out the garbage. After the ground was made clean, Su Man spread the double-crawling mat on the ground, then put the bedding, pillows, and put the water to drink and the food to eat neatly on one side before the two of them sat down to rest. It was now a hot summer day, but the temperature on the deserted island was very low. Fortunately, the long sleeves and long pants were prepared in advance. Su Man put a small light blue top over her skirt, and took a sweatshirt for Jiang Nan, and the two of them walked out of the cave hand in hand. Look, where? Su Man looked at the sea in the distance. Jiang Nan followed the direction of her finger and saw that the afterglow of the setting sun was sprinkled on the surface of the sea, glittering with a reddish light. Jiang Nan pulled her and walked towards the sea. In front of her was the sparkling sea, behind her was the lush forest, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, as if she was in a paradise beyond the world. Look, there's a big fish there, so big, it's still black, said Su Man, pointing to the sea. In fact, Jiang Nan also saw it. The fish was 5 or 6 meters long, and its body was black. I'll go catch it up, Jiang Nan said and went to take off his clothes. Before Su Man reacted, he took off only a pants. Don't, it's too dangerous. Before Su Man's words fell, Jiang Nan jumped into the sea in a single leap. Su Man nervously looked at the bottom of the sea, his heart in his throat. At first, he could still see Jiang Nan, but in a moment, he became more and more blurred, and finally he disappeared. Su Man was very nervous. The heart kept praying that Jiang Nan quickly appeared, but 10 minutes have passed. Have not seen Jiang Nan show his head. Jiang Nan will not be eaten by the fish, right? Su Man felt a chill down her spine and didn't dare to think further. Su Man was so anxious that tears flowed out of her eyes, and stood on the seashore and kept calling out Jiang Nan's name. She blamed herself for not letting Jiang Nan bring her here. If she didn't come here, Jiang Nan wouldn't have jumped into the sea and wouldn't have been eaten by the big fish. Su Man regretted and hid her head, sitting on the beach and sobbing. Besides, Jiang Nan, after he jumped into the sea, he saw the big fish emitting a dazzling black light, as if there was a magical power sucking him to chase that fish. Jiang Nan had already been in the water for 10 minutes, and he felt like he was about to suffocate to death, so he hurriedly opened the system mall to see if there was an undersea respirator. He quickly browsed through the skills and commodities in there, and really found a skill called Undersea Intelligent Breathing. The labeled price was 30 Divine Greatness points, but he only had 22 Divine Greatness points right now. What to do? If he didn't breathe again, he wouldn't be able to hold on. He thought that the system wouldn't want his chosen Divine Magnificence sapling to just hang up pointlessly, right? Jiang Nan called the system in his mind. System, come out, I have something to say. Chapter 41, Catching Up with That Big Black Fish. System, what is it? This system of his is really confusing. Sometimes leathery, sometimes flirty. He's dying and still acting high and mighty like this. Can't he see the dangerous situation he's in? I want to purchase the Undersea Intelligent Breathing skill. I'm still short of 8 Divine Greatness points. I owe it first. System, are you sure you want to owe it first? Your uncle. What if I don't owe it? Jiang Nan couldn't help but curse in his heart. System, my grandpa is the same as you. How? The system is serious and said immodest words. If there is an entity, Jiang Nan really want to go up and kick him. What time is it? But also play. I'm sure I want to owe. Quickly give me the skills. Jiang Nan fumed, shouting in his heart. System, okay, now it's time to complete a mission to offset the outstanding debt. For him to complete one task, it's 10 he also promised. Hurry up, wait any longer, labor really has to say bye-bye to you. Just as the words fell out of his mouth, Jiang Nan heard the system beep. Ding! The Undersea Intelligent Breathing skill has been given to the host. The host can breathe freely at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Nan immediately felt refreshed and relaxed, as if he was breathing in the fresh air after the rain is soothing. Jiang Nan was already a good swimmer. Plus this breathing skill would be invincible. He could swim freely in the sea. Just when Jiang Nan was happy, the system beep sounded again. Ding! The system releases a randomized mission. Catch up with that black fish and kill it. Only success, not failure. This system couldn't take a little loss. Just after giving the Undersea Intelligent Breathing skill, it came to ask for money, without a little bit of human feeling. The system was not a human being in the first place. Where would it have any human feelings? Just now, Jiang Nan only focused on negotiating with the system. At this moment, that big black fish had already run away without a trace. The system actually wanted him to catch that fish. It was equivalent to looking for a needle in a haystack. The difficulty could be imagined. Jiang Nan looked around at the bottom of the sea, vaguely saw a black shadow in the distance, so he swam over. The black shadow was getting thicker and bigger. Su-man sighed. She sat on the shore while crying and shouting Jiang Nan's name, but still did not see Jiang Nan appeared. Took out her cell phone ready to call the emergency call for help, but took out a look at the cell phone actually turned off. Is not out of power. She rushed from the pocket of Jiang Nan's clothes to pull out his cell phone. The result is dumbfounded. Jiang Nan's cell phone cannot be opened. It is really a ghost. Has always been very courageous. Su-man was also scared by this strange scene, half dead. She kept comforting herself in her heart. All right, it must be out of power. She picked up the clothes and ran to the cave. There are more than a dozen large capacity charging treasure in the cave. She wanted to quickly charge her cell phone, and then call to find someone to save Jiang Nan. Running to the cave, she panicked and dumped the bag of rechargeable treasures on the ground, and took both cables and plugged them into her cell phone. After plugging in, Su-man trembled and pressed the on button. It is really no power. This will finally open the phone. She rushed to dial the emergency number. The next second she was completely desperate. Actually no signal? How to do? What should we do? Su-man curled up helplessly in a corner of the cave. Outside the sky suddenly darkened. The cave is even darker. Su-man climbed over to touch a searchlight to open. Just open the light. Heard a deafening crisp thunder in the ears. The cave trembled violently. Su-man hurriedly lying on the mat, buried his head into the bedding. Did not dare to move. At this time she was cold and hungry. The fear of the heart has reached the extreme. Although there are a lot of food she did not dare to get up to eat. There are savages on this island. She was afraid that the smell of food would lead those savages over. She suddenly thought that many things are afraid of light, so she climbed up and turned on all the searchlights. In a moment, the cave was as bright as day, while outside the cave was pitch black, and only the sound of rain could be heard, accompanied by eerie and strange sounds from time to time. Su-man covered herself in the bedding and sobbed in pain. She was so young. Her life had just begun. Was she going to be trapped here like this? There was also Jiang Nan, the man she fell in love with at first sight. Now he had been eaten by that black fish spirit. She recalled the bits and pieces of the past few days with Jiang Nan. Her heart was as hard as a knife cut, filled with deep self-reproach. It was she who proposed to go on the deserted island expedition. Everything was her fault. Su-man couldn't help but let out a loud cry. She was sorry for Jiang Nan, sorry for the man who loved her deeply. He died. What was the point of her living? Outside the cave, the sound of thunder and lightning, the sound of the wind, the sound of the rain, the sound of strange screams mixed into one, like the kind of sound in the ghost movie. Su-man trembled, subconsciously wrapped tight bedding, and then put his fingers into his ears. Do not allow himself to listen to think. She prayed for the sky to brighten up soon. Suddenly, Su-man heard a rustling sound at the entrance of the cave. She stared her head into the bedding, biting her lower lip tightly, holding her breath, her whole body stiffly holding a position. Her lower lip was bitten out of blood. Her breathing is getting more and more rapid. Ghost? Beast? Savage? Hooligans? One horrifying image appeared in her mind. The sound of the cave entrance was getting louder and louder, and it seemed that something had burrowed in. Su-man's spirit was on the verge of collapse, and she finally couldn't help but scream out. Chapter 42, Fish Treasure. Ah! She screamed. That sound was gone. Su-man stretched his ears to listen carefully. Outside was the loud sound of thunder and lightning. The cave was quiet as a pin could be heard. The silence was creepy. Could it be that he was just hallucinating? There was nothing at all. Or maybe that thing was scared away by her? Is it true that human ghosts are afraid of evil people? Su-man was just thinking. Suddenly the sound just now started again, and it seemed that something was slowly coming towards her. Getting closer and closer. The sound was getting clearer and clearer. Su-man shrunk her body into a ball. She was really going to die. To be eaten by the monster. She closed her eyes tightly, leaving tears of despair. At this moment, her past from childhood to adulthood replayed in her mind. Her family who loved her, her teachers who cared about her, her close friends, her classmates, and finally the picture was fixed in the moment when Jiang Nan jumped into the sea. Maybe this is her life. Su-man felt that the monster had already reached her and was about to rip the bedding from her. Ah! The quilt wrapped around Su-man's body was violently ripped off by something. She closed her eyes tightly, her whole body shrinking into a ball as she screamed out in terror. Su-man was so terrified that she didn't dare to open her eyes to see. Was it a savage who ripped off her bedding? Or was it a lone wild spirit? Things have come to this point. If she does not run she will really be finished. Thinking of this, Su-man will have the courage to open her eyes, ready to climb up to escape, see everything in front of her, then directly fainted dead. The words were divided into two sides. After Jiang Nan received the system mission, he saw a piece of black stuff in front of him. He wanted to quickly catch that black fish to complete the system mission and then go to find Su-man. He was like a free fish swimming in the water, swimming close to the piece of black shadow to take a look. Sure enough, the front is the black carp just now. This fish is so big, it won't be a sperm, right? Jiang Nan a little close to the fish. Suddenly the fish turned back, body instantly become bigger, opened the bloody mouth at him to suck air. Jiang Nan pulled all the strength of the whole body, trying to fix himself not to go forward, but the fish mouth attraction is too horrible. Jiang Nan soon swallowed into his stomach. Jiang Nan into the fish belly actually did not die. The brain is unusually clear. There is a violent fishy smell inside so that he felt his stomach turning uncomfortable. He clenched his fists, punching and kicking in the fish belly. A moment later in headbutt, like the Monkey King in the Iron Fan Princess stomach, like the tossing and turning. But unfortunately, he did not have a weapon. Spelling is their own strength. This big golden carp was shaken by Jiang Nan and kept spitting out blisters. Jiang Nan kept punching and kicking in the fish's belly for a moment. The fish's stomach and intestines, liver and gallbladder were all smashed by him, and the belly was like a pot of porridge, staining Jiang Nan's face and body with a fishy odor. Jiang Nan eyes bright, found the fish belly there is a golden light such as the size of the egg round things. This should not be the fish eggs, right? Jiang Nan picked up that thing and put it on his nose and smelled it. There was no flavor. This fish has become a spirit. Is this thing in the fish belly a valuable treasure? Jiang Nan has heard of chicken treasure, cattle treasure, sheep treasure, etc. Which things are valuable Chinese medicine? This is if the fish treasure is not also worth a lot of money? Jiang Nan is not interested in money. He wants to take it back to the study. May also be able to overcome a lot of medical problems, to which the patient with a terminal illness to bring a ray of hope. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan remembered his father. His father had cancer that year. After half a year of treatment, he unfortunately left the world. At that time he was still small. He did not know sadness, and did not know to cry, thinking that his father was just temporarily away. But now he could not help but cry like a fountain of tears when he thought of it. If this thing is a fish treasure, it definitely has a miraculous effect. Jiang Nan clutched that round thing tightly in his hand. The big golden carp kept swimming forward. Its speed seemed to be getting slower and slower, occasionally surfacing to take a big breath. Jiang Nan wanted to take advantage of the moment it opened its mouth to escape, but time and time again, it ended in failure. This fish spirit had already been beaten by him to the point that he was dazed and confused, and he should die soon, and he would have completed the system mission. Since this was the case, Jiang Nan did not try to go out into the sea, so he might as well lie down in the fish's belly and rest for a while. Jiang Nan just jumped into the sea when it was evening. Now do not know whether it is night or already dawn. He lay in the fish belly, remembered Su Man. He jumped into the sea, never went out. Su Man must be very worried about him. So big a deserted island. Everywhere hidden danger. A soft girl, how to spend this long dark night. Thinking about it, Jiang Nan's nose is sour, eyes red. He was originally with a girl to relax. The results of his own even ran here, leaving the girl alone on the desert island alone to face the darkness and horror. He has to quickly return to find her, to protect her. Jiang Nan stood up and began to toss the fish belly skyward again. Killing this fish spirit he could go out. Chapter 43, Removing Harm from the People. On a calm sea, several fishing boats were casting nets to catch fish when suddenly a man shouted, "Look guys, that black fish spirit has appeared again. That fish spirit has appeared again." Hearing the shout, several fishing boats quickly drove this way. "We can't let it escape this time. We must catch him and avenge our brothers." Yes, avenge the brothers. Jiang Nan heard the noisy sound outside in the fish belly. He couldn't help but grip the thing in his hand tightly. He was only wearing a pair of underwear now. Where was this thing hidden? He had a flash of light. It was safest to hide this thing in his stomach. But this thing was too big to swallow in one bite. If only it was as big and small as the Monkey King's weapon. Jiang Nan just thought in his heart. The thing in his hand really became smaller. He carefully held it in his hand to scrutinize it, and concluded even more that this thing was definitely a treasure. He opened his mouth, and before he could reach his mouth, the golden shining thing drilled into his mouth and ran to his stomach in a puff of smoke. Jiang Nan ate this thing and instantly felt refreshed. His eyes glowed, and he had a feeling of floating in the air. This demon is not right. Rolling his eyes. Really? Dead? Great. After wreaking havoc on so many people, it's finally dead. Ow. The crowd cheered and pulled the big black carp onto the shore. This fish spirit not only eats other fish, but also eats people. There are several fishermen were dragged under the water by it. Not even the bones of the body were found. So all these fishermen hate it to the bone, because this fish's mana is too powerful. Ordinary people can't subdue it at all. Now this fish finally died. Everyone is like New Year's Day cheering, running around. Not long, this piece of fishermen are gathered over. There are hundreds of people. They surrounded this dying fish. 7 mouths to talk about. Some people suggested to gut it, broken into pieces, thrown into the sea to pay tribute to the souls of the dead. Some people said it roasted and ate, in order to relieve the hatred, but also said that such a fish spirit eats certainly good for the human body, may also have magic power. Others say, pull it to the bazaar to sell money. When Jiang Nan heard the talking outside, he used his head to hit the fish belly as hard as he could, hoping that these people would realize the movement inside and cut the fish belly open so that he could get out. Look, look, the fish belly is moving. That, a man suddenly called out, and everyone else's eyes focused on the fish belly. Really, there's movement. There's something inside. Is it someone? It should be a little fish spirit. Impossible. Even if there was someone, it's dead and digested. Quickly, bring a knife and open the fish's belly to see. A tall man gave an order, and someone handed over a 1-meter long sharp knife. The man took the knife, bent down, and plunged a knife into the bulge. Jiang Nan hurriedly dodged it, and the knife almost missed his head. Scratch! A 2-meter long slit was cut into the fish's belly, and Jiang Nan jumped out of the fish's belly in a flash when he finally saw the sky. OMG! Demon! A woman suddenly shrieked, and the crowd fled. No one dared to look behind them for fear of being caught by the demon. Jiang Nan touched the dirt on his own face and dove headfirst into the seawater, starting to bathe. The crowd was running when they heard a loud plop from behind them. They all stopped and slowly turned their heads to look behind them. The beach on the beach lying that was cut open the belly of the black carp. In addition to nothing, where the monster. The man with the knife was the first to bravely walk toward the beach, and the others followed closely behind. At this time, Jiang Nan had already cleaned the dirt on his body and swam towards the shore. Just now, when they heard the sound of something jumping into the water, the crowd's eyes couldn't help but look towards the seawater, and they saw that a robust man had already reached the shore. Jiang Nan walked onto the shore, and before he could speak, the man with the knife spoke. Sir, are you from the belly of a fish? The man stammered and asked. Out of the belly of a fish? Jiang Nan had a black line. Yes. The crowd all gathered around upon hearing this. Godly man, truly a godly man. You have removed a great harm for us. You are our great benefactor. You've avenged us. This group of people surrounded Jiang Nan and thanked him profusely, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system's randomized quest, which has offset the 8 godly ho points owed to him. Jiang Nan was still complaining about this ghost system when he was in the fish's belly. Only now did he understand the system's intention. This system was quite socially responsible, removing a major pest for the fishermen. The system is bullish. System great. Long live the system. Jiang Nan gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. Other people's systems only knew how to give money, while his system not only gave money, but also removed harm for the people. Chapter 44, Shuayer. Benefactor, please accept my worship. The man stuck the knife in his hand on the ground and knelt down on one knee to kowtow to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was about to help. The others also knelt down in unison. Benefactor, please accept our worship. Jiang Nan was instantly confused. He just found this fish unintentionally. In order to complete the system mission to kill this fish, so many people kneel down and kowtow to him. Isn't it going to break him? Get up. Everyone get up. Jiang Nan stretched out his arms, and really had the demeanor of a great general. In fact, what Jiang Nan didn't know was how many fishermen's sons and daughters had been victimized by this fish. This group of fishermen had been living here for generations, relying on fishing to make a living. Every year there were fishermen who disappeared for no reason. At first they thought that they had been swept away by the wind and waves, and then one day a fisherman disappeared, and everyone came to the sea to look for him, and then they saw a scene in which a big fish swallowed a man, and the people were scared to death and fled. Then one after another fisherman disappeared. Everyone knew it was the black fish that caused the trouble, but that fish is really a spirit, can be big and small, but also magic power. People can do nothing about it. Every year in the first month of the year to pray to the god of the sea to dispose of this evil fish spirit, but still to no avail. Today, Jiang Nan killed the fish. Is their great benefactor? It is not too much to say that the regeneration of parents. The crowd only slowly got up after hearing Jiang Nan's words. They were all incredibly puzzled looking at Jiang Nan. What kind of person was he that he actually jumped out from the fish spirit's stomach and was unharmed? The person who could subdue the fish spirit was definitely not a human being, but a god, or a god with high magical power, because they had seen with their own eyes how the fish spirit had sucked a big living person into its stomach. The fishermen here all believed in the god of the sea. Was this man sent by the god of the sea to save them? Sir, you are a great benefactor to our entire village. Make sure to invite you to the fishing village for a small drink. I hope that the benefactor will appreciate your presence. The man in the lead clasped his fist and said respectfully. What Jiang Nan wanted now was to quickly return to the deserted island to look for Suman. Last night, I don't know how Suman lived. She must have been very helpless and desperate, right? Thinking of these, Jiang Nan's heart felt like it had been stabbed hard by a knife. He could not help but frown. Jiang Nan was about to open his mouth to say something, only to hear the man in front of him say, quickly, invite the benefactor to the village. Before he could react, a dozen young and strong boys surrounded him, and they all worked together to lift Jiang Nan high above their heads and carry him towards the village, and the others followed suit, whistling and singing, as if they were generals returning in triumph. At this time Jiang Nan was only wearing a pair of triangular pants, and being carried by the crowd was comical, which made him cry and laugh. Soon they arrived at a large courtyard in the fishing village, and as soon as they entered the courtyard, the man shouted, "Shuaer, quickly find my clothes and put them on my benefactor." The girl who was called Shuaer walked out and saw the group surrounding a strange man. The man was actually wearing only a triangle of pants. The capital was really not small. The girl's eyes crossed Jiang Nan's small triangle, and her heart was very admiring. She hurriedly ran back to the house, took a set of clothes out, and handed it to Jiang Nan with both hands, not forgetting to throw a wink. Ding! The system has detected a school flower level beauty. Name, Shui Air. Face value, 93. School flower grade. Age, 19. Height, 170. Weight, 90. Bust, 36B. Initial favorability, 80. Jiang Nan would only be thinking about going to find Su Man at this point, and just swept a glance at the system's prompts without thinking much about it. Shuaer pulled the man aside and asked mysteriously, "Brother, this person is?" The man then simply said that Jiang Nan was the godly man who killed the fish spirit, and the girl looked back and glanced at the handsome man again, and the adoration in her heart grew even more. Ding! The school beauty Shuaer's favoritism towards the host is increased by 20. Jiang Nan once again heard the system's beep, and only after looking at it, he was instantly shocked as to how this school flower level beauty called Shuaer had increased her favorability by 20 points for no reason at all. Jiang Nan couldn't help but look towards the girl, who was also looking at him with affection, and didn't dodge when she met Jiang Nan's gaze, but instead blinked her big crystal-like eyes in a quirky manner, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Fortunately Jiang Nan's fixation was good, or else she would have gotten trapped. Village chief, village chief, village chief. At this time, there were dozens of young women holding a large plate each, walking into the courtyard, with various dishes made from fish discharged on the plate. Every year to honor the sea god, every family would make a large dish to serve together, and today Jiang Nan had removed a major harm for them, so of course he had to be entertained with the highest etiquette towards the sea god. When the people looked at them, they hurriedly went and pulled two large tables, and the women placed the dishes on the tables. Shuaer, bring out my aged wine. As soon as Shuaer heard her brother's words, she ran to the house and carried out a jar of wine wrapped in a red cloth. The wine jug looked even more swollen with the accumulation of those two piles of meat, and the young boys in the courtyard couldn't help but gulp and spit. Chapter 45 Sea God. This girl named Water is the most beautiful girl in the whole fishing village, is the village boy's dream girl, but the girl's heart is high, is not willing to stay here all her life. She wants to go to the outside world to see, so to the boys of the adoration is to turn a blind eye. Water put the wine on the table. The people have already set up a large black wine bowl. She neatly unraveled the altar wrapped in red satin, peeled off the wine plug, thud 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 thud, poured two large bowls of wine, picked up a bowl and handed it to Jiang Nan, and then picked up another bowl of his own, slightly squinting almond eyes like clear autumn water. Benefactor, I, Shuaer, first try as a toast. After saying this, the girl tilted her head and gulp 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 the big bowl of wine and drank it all in one go. Jiang Nan watched as Shuaer drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp, and in his heart there were just two words: brilliant. It was the first time he had watched a woman drink from a large bowl. It was just very addictive, and when other girls drank, he, as a man, had no reason not to drink, so he picked up his glass and said with a smile, "A beautiful woman is bolder than the rest, a woman of honor." Jiang Nan was ready to say goodbye after finishing this glass of wine. He still had to go and find his woman. He didn't know how his woman was doing. How could he bear to continue eating meat here? Jiang Nan put down the wine bowl, clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, thank you for your hospitality, but I still have important things to do, so I'll take my leave." With that, he walked towards the gate. When the crowd heard this, they hurriedly chased after him. The benefactor just left like this. They really couldn't bear it in their hearts. Especially Shuaer is very reluctant. 19 years, she finally met a favorite man. Let him so go. How can she do? From just entering the door from the Water's brother from the Water's eyes to see that she is interested in the benefactor. He also thought, the benefactor to stay in the future and the Water married. The Water will always stay in the fishing village. The fishing village has such a man of God. The future they also have a mountain to fall back on. But he is about to go. Benefactor, you are leaving like this. Are you looking down on us fishermen? Shuaer blocked in front of Jiang Nan and questioned. The previous aura in her eyes was no longer there, but a wave of anger. The village chief hurriedly stepped forward to scold Shuaer. Shuaer, how did you speak to the benefactor? He then compensated Jiang Nan. Benefactor, please don't be offended. This sister of mine has been spoiled by me since she was a child. This little girl is quite a character. Jiang Nan slightly hooked his lips. I really have urgent matters. Thank you all for your hospitality. If there is a chance we will meet again in the future. After saying this, Jiang Nan left in big strides. There were a few young men who wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by the village chief with a wave of his hand. This person is their benefactor. They can't be exempted from it. If they want to go, let him go. Jiang Nan came to an uninhabited sea. Looking at an infinite sea and countless small islands in the distance, his heart is not bottomless. He is not familiar with the terrain here. His cell phone was lost in the savage island, and cannot be navigated. How can we find the savage island? Suddenly, he had a flash of light. There is a fish treasure in his stomach. The line of fish treasure is not an overnight thing. It is necessary to go through more than 10 years to be able to line up. That fish have become essence. Hundreds of years also. Is definitely a magical treasure? He thought that this fish treasure can definitely help him to find Suman. Fish treasure, come out and take me to Savage Island. With a thought in Jiang Nan's mind, the golden fish treasure came out of his mouth and hovered in front of him, emitting a blinding golden light. As he thought, this fish treasure was not ordinary. It was definitely a wondrous treasure. Only to see the fish treasure slowly approaching his head. Jiang Nan's head was as if he was carrying a golden crown. All of this was seen by the girl hiding behind the reef. She was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. She almost didn't scream and hurriedly held her mouth. This man really isn't human. Could it be the legendary sea god? If she could marry the sea god, wouldn't she herself be him? Ding! The school beauty Shueir's favorability towards the host is increased by 50. The system prompt sounded coldly. Startled Jiang Nan. Just now when he left, Shueir was still angry. How did this suddenly add 50 points of goodwill value? He hurriedly put away the fish treasure into his stomach. His heart already had a number. This Shueir was definitely staring at him from the shadows. After collecting the fish treasure, Jiang Nan felt his mind was especially clear. He knew everything about this area like the back of his hand, and soon had a clear route to the savage island. Jiang Nan looked towards the large reef behind him, and Shueir was startled. Could it be that the sea god had already discovered her? Shueir slowly walked out from behind the reef, as if she was a child who had done something wrong. She slowly walked towards Jiang Nan's side, and she put on, with a cry. She knelt down in front of Jiang Nan and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Sea god, I was wrong. I shouldn't have peeped at you practicing. Jiang Nan slatted his face. Since you know you're wrong, why don't you hurry up and leave? He knew that this little girl had seen the scene just now and had taken him for the sea god. Upon hearing Jiang Nan tell her to leave, Shueir instantly possessed the playwright. Bean-sized teardrops snapping, fell on the beach, smashing 2 deep depressions. Chapter 46. 10 Men. Sea god, I'm not leaving. I want to be your disciple. Please just accept me. If I go back, my brother is going to marry me off to a violent maniac I don't love. I'll be beaten to death by him. Sea god, you're a great man. No, a great good god. You won't see death and save me, right? As smart as he was, how could Jiang Nan not know what Shueir was thinking? But he was going to look for Suman. Bringing a little girl would be too much of a hindrance. You go back first. When I'm done, I'll go and talk to your brother, and ask him to break off the marriage for you. It seemed that the sea god didn't want to bring her. He was trying to coax her back home, so she stood up. Alright then, I'll wait for you at home. You have to keep your word. You can't go back on your word. Jiang Nan nodded. He wanted her to leave quickly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make it to Savage Island before dark. Shueir took one step and turned back 3 times and left. She just walked out 10 meters. Jiang Nan couldn't wait to dive head first into the sea. When Shueir looked back again, she couldn't see Jiang Nan's shadow anymore. She hurriedly ran back, thinking that the sea god must have gone back to the sea. When she ran to the beach, she saw that Jiang Nan was really in the sea. His swimming skill was very good, just like a fish in the water easily and freely. Shueir grew up living in the sea. Naturally, she is also an expert swimmer. She stomped on the ground hard with her 2 feet, and jumped into the water with her arms outstretched. Savage Island. The cave was in a mess. The ground was scattered with fruit peels, food packaging bags, boxes, drink bottles and beer bottles, and some uneaten food thrown randomly on the ground. There were 10 bare-chested men with their lower bodies covered with leaves sitting on the cushions, staring straight at Suman, with eyes as if they wanted to swallow her in their stomachs. Suman was curled up in the corner of the cave. She was cloaked, her face was pale, her eyes were demented and godless. The whole night, she was being watched by this group of people just like this, without blinking a glance. In fact, under extreme fear there was not a trace of sleepiness at all. She knew that Jiang Nan was already dead, but she was still holding on with the last glimmer of hope and holding on strongly, only to see that tall man with a scar on his face get up and walk to Suman, viciously saying, "Say, what are you here for? Tell me where that man is, I'll let you go." This group of people had already seen from what was in the cave that Suman definitely didn't come by herself. There was also a man traveling with her, and they had been right here already forcing the issue for a night. Suman said that the man had already fallen into the sea and drowned, but they just didn't believe it, and they had been waiting for the man to come back here. Suman is afraid of the brain does not turn, a moment to shake his head, a moment to nod. Beautiful eyes also no longer the usual luster, but full of infinite fear. Another man stood up and said, "Big brother, this is God seeing us pitiful, so he sent this woman to comfort us. There is a woman here. The brothers are not lonely." "Yes, big brother, this woman is so soft looking, she definitely won't be a police officer. Let's just take her back and have some fun." A few other men also chimed in. "Shut up, you guys just know how to play with women," Scarface angrily shouted. He was originally one of the 4 famous god of war in the western region, because he was falsely accused of defecting to the enemy on the international battlefield and was wanted worldwide. He had no choice but to bring his men to escape to this deserted island, where he began a life like a savage. This group of people on this deserted island rely on hunting, eat wild fruits for a living, although not hungry, but after a long time is very boring. Last night, a few men chasing wild rabbits, the island suddenly lightning and thunder, pouring rain, so they scrambled to find a place to hide from the rain. They mistakenly entered the cave where Suman. Scarface was convinced that the man would definitely come to look for the woman, so he waited here for the night. In order to save his life, he had to silence these 2 intruders. Jiang Nan was lying on his back at the mouth of the cave at this time. He saw everything inside. Suman looked weak, but she should not have lost her body. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just a short distance away in a cluster of bushes, Shuair had been observing Jiang Nan's every move, and her heart was in her throat. The group of people in the cave was a piece of cake for Jiang Nan. He could easily exterminate them, but just in case, he switched out the fish treasure in his stomach, and with a gentle blow, the fish treasure turned into a stream of water vapor, and instantly those few men were wrapped in thick ice, unable to move. Suman in the cave was also stunned by this scene and fainted. Jiang Nan sucked the fish treasure into his stomach and drilled into the cave. When Shuair saw the incredible scene just now, she was even more convinced in her heart that Jiang Nan was the sea god, and that only a sea god would have such powerful magic power. Seeing Jiang Nan enter the cave, Shuair also quietly came to the mouth of the cave to look inside. This look does not matter. Let her inhale a breath of cold air. Several big men are wrapped in a thick layer of ice into a popsicle. Jiang Nan is giving a woman to press the chest. Do artificial respiration. Jiang Nan bent down, mouth to Suman's mouth, sucking hard. Suman's body began to have a rise and fall, and suddenly coughed. She slowly opened her eyes, and saw her day and night thinking of people. Cannot help but fling himself into Jiang Nan's arms and lost his voice and cried. Chapter 47, War God of the Western Regions. He actually didn't die. Great. What Suman thought of at this moment was not her own safety, but Jiang Nan. She cupped Jiang Nan's face with a trembling hand, and the light of hope was back in her eyes. "Nan, you didn't die. You really didn't die?" Jiang Nan gently patted her trembling back and softly said, "It's okay, everything has passed. I thought you were eaten by the big fish spirit. Scared me to death." Suman said as tears couldn't stop flowing down again. Jiang Nan wiped away the tears on Suman's face with his hand. "It's too much to underestimate your man." Jiang Nan scratched her cute little nose and said, "The sea god is very powerful. He was the one who killed that big fish spirit." Shuair's eyes shone with adoration. She was apprehensive in her heart, afraid that Jiang Nan would drive her away. So she blinked her big eyes and said pitifully, "Sea god, I really don't dare to go home. I really don't dare to go home. Brother will force me to marry, but I don't want to marry so early." She was a bit incoherent. Suman was dumbfounded by her sentence. Sea god. When did Jiang Nan become a sea god? What the hell was going on here? Jiang Nan didn't say anything, but used his mind to retrieve the ice on these men. The 10 men didn't lose their consciousness when they were wrapped in the ice. They all heard Shuair's words. It turned out that there was really a sea god in the sea, and after recovering their free bodies, they didn't know what to do. "Who the hell are you people?" Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with hostility, forcing the question. Scarface felt the terrifying gravity from Jiang Nan's body like a Tarzan pressing down on him. Whether he was a sea god or not, he was an existence that could not be underestimated. Scarface did not know Jiang Nan's true identity yet, and was unwilling to expose himself as a last resort. "We are the fishermen who have strayed to the deserted island," Scarface said. In fact, Jiang Nan also felt the same pressure from Scarface. This man was definitely not an ordinary person, a martial artist proficient in martial arts. He would not tell the truth without showing some color. Jiang Nan gathered the strength of his entire body, utilizing the fish treasure to silently luck out. The air in the cave instantly solidified, pressurizing Scarface to the point that he almost fainted. This kind of sensation could only be passed on between strong people. Others could not feel it at all. Scarface had already measured the gap between him and Jiang Nan in his heart. Although they were not equal, Jiang Nan's internal strength was far above his. If he really faced off, I am afraid he would have to be inferior. He has been on the battlefield for 10 years and has killed countless enemies. He is the king of the Western battlefield, and the sword and missile are not good enough in front of him. Scarface doesn't want to admit defeat just like that. He would rather die standing up rather than live lying down. Jiang Nan got up, cold snort, cold light in his eyes, only to hear thud a loud sound. Scarface head on the cave wall. The cave wall appeared a deep depression in the head. Suddenly dust flying, blood splattered. Jiang Nan's movements were creepily fast. Scarface was dazed by this sudden attack. Unable to fight back, he staggered and leaned against the cave. The other 9 men shivered, their faces turning blue, and without the slightest hesitation, they rushed towards Jiang Nan, each holding a stick in their hands and hitting him. Suman and Shuai were worried for Jiang Nan. When they heard whoosh whoosh, like flying daggers coming out of their sheaths, 9 big men instantly flew out of the cave. Scarface adjusted the power in his body, clenched his fists, slowly approaching Jiang Nan. A burst of murderous intent. Jiang Nan was forced to take a step back. He concentrated on quickly mobilizing the power of the flood in his body. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and fire shot out in all directions. The 2 of them fought from inside the cave to outside the cave, and they were indistinguishable for a dozen rounds. The 9 men who had been kicked 10 meters away by Jiang Nan were now catatonic and quietly approaching. Suman was too scared to look anymore and closed her eyes in silent prayer. See God, be careful, Shuai shouted when she saw that several men were about to attack from behind. Jiang Nan quickly came with a 360-degree deathless sweep, and the 9 men instantly flew into the mountains and forests, wailing to the heavens. He stomped the ground hard with both feet, did a graceful flip in the air, and kicked Scarface in the crook of his leg, and he knelt down with a sound, his neck being strangled by Jiang Nan to death, unable to move. Say, who the hell is it? Scarface was a powerful god of war in the past. Who had he ever been afraid of? But when it came down to it, he had to be unconvinced, so he simply reported his identity openly and honestly. I was originally one of the 4 great gods of war on the Western battlefield. I was framed in an important international war, and since then I have been wanted globally. In order to survive, I and a few brothers fled to this deserted island. It turned out that this man was the internationally famous god of war. 5 years ago, a great war occurred in the Western region. The 4 gods of war were abolished, and from then on became a globally wanted fugitive. But after a year of being wanted, things were cleared up. The 4 gods of war were wrongly accused, but these 4 people disappeared from then on, and there was no more news. Jiang Nan liked to pay attention to international events, so he also knew something about this matter. Things have long since come to light. Could it be that he still doesn't know? Now that this matter has been settled, the 4 war gods have been wronged. Why don't you go back? What? Scarface didn't believe this was true at all. At that time, they were the ones who betrayed the death penalty, and in order to escape for their lives, they had to come to this deserted island and live in isolation from the outside world. You're telling the truth? The man said excitedly. If so, they could return to the battlefield of the Western region again, be a mighty god of war, and never again live like this savage. His eyes were shining brightly. The light only stayed in his eyes for a second before dimming. Scarface looked grave. He was born for battle, and he had no qualms about dying for world peace, but he was tired of the life of deceit. 5 years ago, he was lucky to escape. What about 5 years later? He is the god of war. For the world peace to shed blood, throw his head, he is not afraid of which people will not be willing to let go. Want to add to the crime? Why not? At this time, the 9 men rolled and crawled to the front of the cave, surprisingly looked at their boss kneeling on the ground, being strangled. Each eye is on fire. Big brother, Big Brother. Chapter 48 Conquered by Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan let go of Scarface, coldly scanning the group of men who were about to attack again. He did not want their lives. After all, they were also considered to be people who had made great contributions to China. Scarface could feel that Jiang Nan had only used 5 points of force, otherwise they would have been shattered into pieces. He had been completely conquered by Jiang Nan, both in terms of kung fu and as a person. His gaze was cold and stern as he heckled the 9 men who were stupidly moving. You guys kneel down for the sea god. Several big men were frozen by Scarface's such a heckle, and then they reacted to the fact that this young and handsome man in front of them was really the legendary sea god? Big brother. Several people wanted to speak, their eyes full of questions as they looked at Scarface, still not quick to kneel down. Plop, plop. 9 big men were beaten by Jiang Nan as if their bodies were scattered, and they had no choice but to kneel next to Scarface. Sea god, spare your life, the men said in unison. Sea god, we didn't touch this young lady with a single finger. Please, sea god, be clear, Scarface said. Jiang Nan took another look at Suman. Other than being a bit emaciated, she had not suffered any other injuries. Are you few going to keep living here? Jiang Nan spoke out coldly. Scarface hurriedly said, Sea god, my brothers and I will be at your disposal from now on. and will do whatever it takes to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for sea god. He used to be the god of war who shook the four directions, and whoever saw him had to bow down, but now it's not what it used to be. Although he is skillful, he has no use for it, and he only wants to be an ordinary person in the latter half of his life. In front of him, this person with high magic power is actually the god of the sea. He left them alive. He is willing to put the rest of his life into the hands of the god of the sea, for him to serve as a dog and horse. As soon as the other men heard Scarface's words, they also said in unison, "We are willing to follow the sea god and serve him. Please accept us." This group of people were not bad in nature. They were just forced to flee to this place. Besides, they were just trying to survive and had not done anything untoward to Superhuman. Jiang Nan did not want to make things difficult for them. The important thing was that he loved talent and was seeking for it. Wouldn't it be great if he, an all-powerful god magnificent, had another god of war who would be like a tiger with wings? "You guys get up first." Only then did the several men kneeling on the ground rise, waiting for Jiang Nan to lecture them. "What kind of people are in your family?" "Scarface, I've been an orphan since I was a child. I have a wife and children. My family has an old mother. My family has 2 children." The men each talked about the situation at home, and everyone's eyes were red. It is said that a man's tears are not light. Just before the heartbreak, this group of men seemed to be big old men. In fact, their hearts are still quite delicate. When it comes to the families, old and young cannot help but choke. "See God, I also want to follow you and be an ox for you." Shuair saw that this group of people were going to follow the sea god, and she also came over to strike while the iron was hot and said. Jiang Nan glanced at her and shook his head. "Following me is going to be physical labor every day. Can your little body stand it?" As soon as the water child heard this, she got excited. "You don't underestimate me. What physical work is not difficult to defeat my water? Cooking and laundry, feeding pigs and cows, fishing and sunning nets, sowing and harvesting, I will be able to do it all." This little girl seems to be dead set on following him. "You think too simple. These are also considered manual labor? You name it. What kind of physical labor is hard for me?" Shuair clenched her fists to show that she was strong. "Alright, don't regret it when the time comes." As soon as she heard this, Shuair knew that Jiang Nan had promised her. Happily pulling Jiang Nan's arm, she jumped up. Great. From now on I'll be the sea god's disciple." She bent down and bowed deeply. "Master, please accept my disciple's vow." Her mischievous and cute appearance drew Superhuman to want to laugh, but she still held back. She couldn't figure out where this girl came from. Why was she called Jiang Nan Sea God? Why did this group of men call him Sea God as well? Was it just an honorific title for a person? These few of the country's most important weapons that had once conquered the sands and beat their enemies into fleeing, but now they were actually unable to eat and clothed. Jiang Nan decided that if he wanted to take them in, he would have to solve the problem at hand first. Cell phone. He was going to call the fisherman from yesterday and ask him to come over. 2 hours later, the fisherman who sent them to the island yesterday came over. As soon as he entered the cave, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Yesterday there were clearly 2 people. How did so many more people come out today? Could it be that these men in leaves are the legendary savages? The fisherman stood timidly at the entrance of the cave, not daring to go further in, and said to Jiang Nan, "Sir, do you want to go back?" Jiang Nan nodded his head, then looked at Shuair and said, "Shuair, listen to the order." "Yes, what for?" Shuair flickered her long eyelashes and looked at Jiang Nan in confusion. "You take this big brother's boat and cross the sea. Buy a set of clothes for each of them to wear now, and I'll transfer the money for buying clothes to you." "Oh, buying clothes? Okay." Although Shuair was reluctant, she still took out her cell phone. Jiang Nan swept $500,000 for her and said, "You go across the sea to buy clothes and buy 10 more cell phones. Can this task be completed? What kind of physical work is this?" Shuair muttered in her heart. "It's not just trying to detach her. Guarantee to complete the task." Jiang Nan said to the fisherman, "Please send her there and send her back tomorrow." This group of men were all wearing leafy clothes. If they crossed the sea like this it would cause unnecessary trouble, so it was decided to buy each of them a set of clothes first. Nowadays in society, it's hard to move around without a cell phone. Each person must be equipped with another cell phone. This task can only be left to Shuair. He and Superhuman still have to do their business. Chapter 49, Dark Currents. After the fisherman and Shuair left, these few big men began to clean the cave, and after making the inside clean, they invited Jiang Nan and the others to go to the beach to eat barbecue meat. Superhuman pulled Jiang Nan's arm, signaling him not to go. She didn't believe that these men would sincerely submit to Jiang Nan. There must be a trick in it. Jiang Nan saw Superhuman's worry and patted her back to comfort her. "I'm here. What are you afraid of?" "Too much distrust of your men." Superhuman tooted her small mouth and said, "You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others." With everything under his control, there was no need to worry. A few big men quickly built a fire. opened the intestines of the wild rabbits they hit last night, and prepared to roast the meat. Jiang Nan and Su-man walked hand in hand along the seashore, and Su-man couldn't help but feel a pang of fear when she remembered last night's incident. Nan, I thought you would never come back. Su-man's eyes were full of water vapor, raising her small face to look deeply at the man beside her. Jiang Nan stroked her long hair and said heartily, "You're still here. How could I not come back? It's all my fault for making you suffer." Su-man had many questions in her heart to ask Jiang Nan, but she didn't know where to start. Her arms tightly hugged Jiang Nan's arm, her head leaned on his shoulder, slightly squinting her eyes. The feeling of happiness at this moment instantly washed away the fear of last night. Those few big men were grilling meat while whispering about Jiang Nan. "Big brother, do we really have to follow him? What kind of person is he? Is it reliable? I can't imagine that there really is a sea god in the world. Isn't that woman Hem? Thankfully we didn't do anything out of the ordinary. You guys really believe there is no such thing as ghosts and gods in the world? Big brother, are we going to do something tonight? Kill that man and leave the woman." Scarface grimaced and listened to the others' comments without saying a word. Not to mention his ice mana, that physical quality was not something he couldn't compare to. As a top-tier war god could clearly feel the strong pressure from him, while the others were only intermediate-level martial artists. They simply couldn't perceive the strength of an expert. This man, even if not a god, is also a dragon and phoenix among men. After a dozen rounds of sparring, Scarface is considered to be convinced. "What are you talking about? This man's strength is not something you and I can compare." As soon as Scarface's words left his mouth, everyone else shut up. In fact, Jiang Nan had long seen that this group of people were unconvinced. They were just pretending to be confused. He was going to live in the cave with Su-man tonight. If they didn't know how to die, he wouldn't have to be merciful. Jiang Nan smelled the smell of roasted meat. His stomach couldn't help but grumble, only to see a man running over to their side. "Hi Shin, hi come over and eat the roasted meat." Jiang Nan and Su-man then held hands and headed that way. Scarface gave them a rabbit leg each. "Eat? Here, there's no hospitality, only meat." Jiang Nan hadn't eaten for a day. He took the rabbit leg and wanted to take a big bite, but when he thought of himself as a sea god, he started to act civilized. He took a small bite of the meat and chewed it slowly. Su-man was holding a rabbit leg and didn't know how to take a bite. When Scarface saw it, he helped her cut the meat into pieces with a knife and handed it to her. Su-man suddenly felt that this group of people were not so scary, and were quite friendly, and couldn't help but relax a lot. Jiang Nan didn't speak. The others didn't speak either. Only the sound of firewood crackling and the whimpering sea breeze could be heard. The seemingly calm surface was actually surging with dark currents. This seaside barbecue was eaten until dark. Scarface then led the group of men back to their cave. Jiang Nan and Su-man also held hands and returned to the cave. "Nan, should we find a big rock to block the cave entrance?" Thinking of last night's encounter, Su-man still had palpitations in her heart, and she was afraid that this group of people would sneak attack in the night. A duel between a strong man and a strong man didn't need a real gun to do it. A single movement, a single look could feel the strength of the other party. Jiang Nan had a number in his heart. His physical attributes were 2 times the peak value of an ordinary person. Just this point alone could fight against that Scarface. Plus there was also a Jedi fish treasure in his stomach. That thing was even more magical. To deal with them would not take any effort to eat dust at all. No need. Jiang Nan gathered her in his arms and comforted her. "It's fine, tonight you can just sleep at ease. You forgot that I'm the sea god." Speaking of sea god, Su-man couldn't help but ask, "How did you somehow become a sea god?" Jiang Nan scraped her nose with his hand. "Want to know?" "Aha!" Su-man raised her eyes to look at him. "Come on, I'll tell you now." Jiang Nan picked her up and placed her on the mat. His fiery lips instantly pressed down. Only one night had not seen. It was as if a century had passed as long as. Prickly. The clothes on Su-man were torn to pieces. The heavenly thunder hooked the earth. Fire. Jiang Nan took out the power pill and the gold robbing pill from the system space while he was at it. He put both pills in his mouth, swallowed one, and fed the other to Su-man, who had not yet reacted when the power pill burrowed into his stomach. Chapter 50, Strange Night. The power pill had already verified its effect on Li Sutong. This was very reassuring. While this golden gun pill was the first time he had taken it, the exact effect was yet to be verified. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Nan felt that there was an unprecedented huge force strongly implanted in his body. It was just shocking. It was terrifying. The power pill also had an unexpected effect on Su-man. 10 times better than Knight Sutong's effect. 100 times better. Maybe it was because one could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place. When man and nature became one, the yin and yang would be highly balanced. And that's why there was such a miraculous effect. Inside the cave, love is entwined. Outside the cave, hidden killing opportunities. Quickly, if Big Brother wakes up, he will definitely stop us. Quick, palletize that kid, we can also have a good time. That woman is so tantalizing. If not for Big Brother stopping us, I would have done her last night. I don't know what the Big Brother thinks. The god of war is still afraid of him, a brat not. If I had a woman, I would be willing to be here for the rest of my life. Those 9 men with sticks in their hands crawled all the way towards the direction of the cave where Jiang Nan and the others were staying. During the day they were only pretending to subdue. Now they were going to take advantage of the night to kill Jiang Nan and dominate Su-man. After all, they were also men and had normal needs. The road on the island is not easy to walk, although the torch, but the walk is still stumbling. If you are not careful, you will be tripped by the stones on the ground, trees, cave dry wood fire, more and more burning, the whole desert island earth-shaking. All the animals were shocked by this great power, all coincidentally from all directions towards this side of the dart. The group of men staggered unsteadily on their feet, as if they were drunk. Hey, isn't it too weird today? Yeah, I feel as if the ground under my feet is constantly shaking. Me too, me too. They had been living here for 5 years and had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon, and a few people began to drum in their hearts. Could that man really be the sea god and this weird phenomenon is related to him? One man then linked this bizarre phenomenon to Jiang Nan. When these words came out, the others also sucked in a breath of cold air, and the men stopped in unison, not daring to go any further when they thought about the fact that they had been beaten the hell out of during the daytime and almost got killed. If he's really a sea god, several of our actions are bound to fail. How about withdrawing? Some people beat a retreat. We can't withdraw. No matter if he's a god or a ghost, we'll talk about it later, a man said boldly. The group was silent for a while and continued to walk forward. Suddenly so many small animals darted past them. The group of men were even more afraid in their hearts. Is it going to be an earthquake? Quickly, everyone, don't think nonsense. Those who want women all give me a 12% spirit. Palatize that boy. The words of one of them stirred the group of men's stupid hearts again. They charged forward regardless. Although Jiang Nan was fully engaged in this unprecedented battle, it did not delay him from sensing all the movements from the outside. There were many small animals surrounding the entrance of the cave, unable to stop sticking their heads out to look inside. Inside the cave is brightly lit. Water and fire, body and mind are united. The animals can't help but dance as they watch. Usually 30 minutes to finish the journey. Tonight but a whole 3 hours. The men rushed to finally arrived at the destination. They were all intermediate level martial artists. Their physical qualities were all very good. They never knew what it was like to be tired. But today they felt particularly tired. And they were already panting when they walked to the place. Slow down. What's in front? The man walking in front suddenly stopped, alertly shone his torch forward, and stretched his ears to listen to the movement. The other men all looked towards the cave. They thought they were blinking. How could there be so many small animals at the entrance of the cave? But it wasn't surprising. There were already a lot of small animals on this mountain. A few of the men crept closer to the cave. The critters were scared and scattered, standing at a distance and looking towards the cave. The grass at the entrance of the cave had been flattened by the critters, so they could see inside without any obstruction. Inside the cave is as bright as day. Only hear the sound and not see the person. A few big men suddenly dry mouth. An evil fire rushed to the door of the head. Each cannot wait to reach out to look inside. This look does not matter. Each scared paralyzed on the ground. When the group of people slowly approached the cave, Jiang Nan's mind moved and summoned the fish treasure, which was now hovering above the two of them, emitting a dazzling light. The golden light fired out in all directions, and the temperature around 10 meters away instantly dropped dozens of degrees, while Jiang Nan and Su-man were in a constant temperature environment, with a comfortable temperature inside, just like a sunny March. The golden light pierced into the eyes of several men, drilling pain, and then nothing could be seen. Chapter 51. The group of men's eyes were drilled with pain, as if 2 steel nails had been inserted, and each of them covered their eyes with both hands and wailed in pain. The screams echoed above the deserted island, making people's hair stand on end, and the small animals in the distance heard the screams and fled in all directions. The screams outside the cave did not affect Jiang Nan and Su-man. The two seemed to be in a paradise outside the world. 2 ears do not hear the sound outside the cave. 1 heart only do 2 personnel. These 9 men want to escape, but cannot see anything. The pain can only roll on the ground. This night was a few happy and a few sad, short and long. For Jiang Nan and Su-man was in the blink of an eye, while for those 9 men, it was longer than a century. The two did not know how to get tired, regardless of whether it was dark or day. It was a wonderful moment for them, and the cave was entwined with love and affection. After Scarface woke up, the sky was already bright. He was the only one in the cave. Where did the brothers go? He climbed up in a flash and ran out of the cave. There was not a single shadow outside. He tried to recall everything last night. The brothers ate barbecue together back to the cave. Before going to sleep, a brother gave him a cup of water to drink. After drinking the water he fell asleep until the dawn. Suddenly, he he seemed to remember something, and ran towards the distance like a madman. Those few fools who don't know the sky in the sky. It can't be. His heart was in his throat. Scarface stumbled and ran to the front of Jiang Nan's cave where they were, and saw those 9 big men rolling on the ground, covering their eyes and screaming miserably. What he feared had still happened. You fools with no eyes, how dare you do something stupid behind my back? It seemed that the sea god was still merciful, or else he would have seen 9 corpses. Big brother, help, help, big brother, save me. The 9 big men heard Scarface's voice and crawled over to pray. He was so angry that he kicked a man. Self-inflicted evil. You guys are doing this to yourselves. Begging me is useless. Quickly kneel down for the sea god and beg him to spare your lives. Hearing Scarface's reprimand, several big men endured the intense pain and knelt down towards the cave. Sea god, spare his life. Sea god, spare his life. Jiang Nan was sweating in the cave, and everything outside had nothing to do with him. You guys just kneel. When the sea god forgives you, when will you get up? Several big men knelt and screamed miserably like this. From morning to noon, from noon to night, Jiang Nan and Su Man, under the guardianship of the fish treasure aura, were completely isolated from the outside world, enjoying the 2-person world that belonged to them, forgetting everything in the human world. At this moment, there was only each other in their hearts, paying for each other and singing for love. 9 big men in front of the cave has been kneeling for 2 days and 2 nights, still did not get the understanding of the god of the sea. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Shuei returned to the island with a large bag of things. Scarface rushed to welcome together to take things. Originally, Shuei was supposed to come back yesterday, but due to the bad weather and the wind and waves on the sea, it was delayed for a day. She had thought that Jiang Nan would greet her at the cave entrance, but she didn't expect to see this scene. Big brother, what's going on? Shuei looked at the 9 large men who were kneeling on the ground and dying, and asked in disbelief. Scarface shook his head and said helplessly, they're all fools with no eyes. They angered the sea god and deserved what they got. How could it be like this? 2 days ago, the sea god sent her to buy clothes and cell phones for this group of people, treating them with so much love. How could they be so ungrateful and actually dare to offend the sea god? Shuei has always been cynical. Hearing Scarface's words, she let out a cold snort. What the hell did you guys do? Each and every one of you has no conscience, Shuei said as she was about to enter the cave to look for Jiang Nan. Sea god, I'm back. Just as she reached the entrance of the cave, she was stunned by the sight in front of her, only to see the cave glittering with golden light. Under the golden light 2 silhouettes were folded together but blurred to see. A few golden lights shot over. She hurriedly turned her face away, not daring to look again. Big brother, this? Shuei looked towards Scarface, hoping that he could make an explanation as to what was going on. Actually, Scarface was also puzzled. He looked at Shuei and said, oh, the sea god should be practicing. Shuei had lived by the sea since she was a child, and the whole village made a living from fishing. They all believed in the sea god, and Scarface's words were shared by Shuei. She looked at the cave and muttered to herself, well, the sea god is practicing right now, and he will definitely be tired after practicing, so he needs to replenish his nutrients in time. Shuei suddenly ran to Scarface's side and said, big brother, we need to prepare some food first, so we can eat when the sea god finishes practicing. Scarface looked at the group of men and cursed with hatred. Motor, let's go. Scarface and Shuei went to look for food together. These 9 big men had been wailing for 2 days and 2 nights. Even though their eyes were still drilling pain, they no longer had the strength to make a sound, only mosquito-like buzzing moans. In the evening, Scarface and Shuei had already fought dozens of wild rabbits, and they carried the trophies to the cave entrance, and there were still no changes inside or outside the cave. Shuei was an acute person. She had been back for a day and had yet to see Jiang Nan, so she was a bit unable to hold back. She plopped, kneeling on the ground with a cry. Sea god, Shuei has successfully completed her mission. Please sea god come out of the cave. Scarface looked grave and also knelt on the ground to beg the sea god. If the sea god didn't come out, I'm afraid that the lives of his brothers would be over. Sea god, please come out of the hole and spare these few. He also blared and scanned a few wilting men and roared. You few, quickly begged the sea god for forgiveness. Sea god forgive us. Sea god forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. Sea god forgive us. I'm willing to be an ox and a horse to serve sea god. A few big men listened to Scarface's reprimand and tried to raise their spirits a little, each kowtowing as if they were pounding their heads, praying for the sea god's forgiveness. Jiang Nan and Su Man were overjoyed. It was not easy to come to a deserted island adventure. If you don't have fun, you will be sorry for yourself. Sorry for those 2 magical little pills. A beautiful journey is always short. 5 days and 5 nights passed by in a flash. He still wanted to play for a few more days, but thinking that he had to go back to Magic City to attend the class reunion in 2 days, he had no choice but to call it a day. Jiang Nan slowly took the fish treasure back into his belly. Suman's eyes were mesmerized as she lay in his arms, tired but happy. It was as if she had been reborn. Her white skin was smoother and more delicate, and her eyebrows were more charming and attractive. She slightly raised her leg. Hiss! A drilling pain hit her. Chapter 52, End of Cultivation. Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he heard Suman's pain-eating voice. This was the magical effect of having a good sense as high as 180. The woman had sacrificed too much for him. Just as he was thinking, the system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fighting for 5 days and 5 nights. Rewarded with 10 lottery opportunities. Ding! The school flower beauty Suman's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! The school beauty Suman's favoritism towards the host is plus 20. Ding! School beauty Suman's favoritism towards the host is plus 50. Ding! Listening to the system beeps ringing one after another, Jiang Nan was touched. Suman was hurt so deeply. Not only did she not blame him, but her favoritism also grew one by one, and actually increased by 80 points. Jiang Nan was ready to heal Suman's injuries. Otherwise he could not afford the beauty's heartfelt feelings. He used his mind to change out the fish treasure, and gently blew it into Suman's body. In less than a minute, the injuries in Suman's body were healed, and she tightly hugged Jiang Nan's waist, and a sense of happiness came out of her. Ding! School flower level beauty's favoritism towards the host plus 20. In less than 2 minutes, Suman's favorability towards him had increased by 100 points. How could one not love such a truthful woman? Jiang Nan approached her pretty face, and his thin lips instantly pressed down. At this time, Jiang Nan had already retrieved the fish treasure into his stomach, and everything in the cave was exposed to the naked eye. Ah! When Shue'er stretched her head, she saw an indescribable scene, and she shrieked in shock, her small face reddening to the roots of her ears. The duo had already eaten a lot. The scene just now was just as sobering soup. It was nothing at all, but for a yellowflower girl like Shue'er it was very powerful and intoxicating. She was so envious of Suman, being able to lie in the sea god's arms and enjoy his love to the fullest. If she could have an in-death exchange with the sea god, it would be worth dying. Jiang Nan and Suman had already dressed. The two of them were very wanton and casual when they met frankly. Once they put on their clothes, Suman still felt a sense of shyness. She silently folded the bedding, and put the balls of paper on the ground into a plastic bag. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, walked out of the cave. When Scarface saw Jiang Nan walking out in a refreshed state, he hurriedly kowtowed. Sea God, please spare them. It was a moment of confusion before they offended you. Once those 9 men heard that the god of the sea came out, their dead bodies trembled. They kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Their eyes were as painful as nails driven into nails. It had been 5 whole days and 5 nights. If they continued like this, they would have to be buried on the deserted island. At this moment, the sound of begging for mercy, kowtowing and wailing rang out. Shue'er ran to Jiang Nan's side, and said with a face of excitement, "Sea God, have you finally finished your cultivation?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Will you bring me with you next time you practice?" Shue'er pouted and whispered. Jiang Nan said, "Cultivation is very hard. A few days and nights without eating or drinking. Can you stand it? What's suffering? If she could cultivate with the sea god, she wouldn't be afraid of death. I'm not $1,000 lady. There's no suffering I, Shue'er, can't endure," Shue'er said defiantly. This side of the duo was whispering. The 10 big men on the ground over there had their heads cracked and blood was pouring out. Jiang Nan cleared his throat and said loudly, "You group of things with no eyes. Thanks to my sincere treatment of you, you actually came to harm me. Sea God spare your life. We will never dare again. Never dare again. From now on, we will all listen to Sea God, and spend the rest of our lives as oxen and horses to repay your great kindness." Scarface moved to Jiang Nan on his knees and pleaded, "Sea God, if they do anything disloyal or unrighteous again, please dispose of them as you please. Please give them another chance." In fact, Jiang Nan did not want to make things difficult for these people. He was a pretty boy with a sense of justice. If these people's hearts were crooked, he had to correct them in time. "Give us another chance, Sea God," the 9 men begged breathlessly. They had been kneeling for 5 days and 5 nights. They were almost out of gas. Jiang Nan paced in front of them, righteously saying, "Do you few know what mistake you've made? No, no, we won't dare to do it again. Don't dare to disrespect the sea god. This is the last time. The next time will not be an exception." Jiang Nan walked towards the cave after saying this. "You 9 come with me." The sea god forgave them, and several big men cried tears of joy, all groping and crawling this way to the cave. Jiang Nan signaled Suman to go out. He was going to heal the eyes of several people in the cave. Exactly how? He didn't want others to know. After Suman went out, Jiang Nan used his mind to call out the fish treasure. Gently blew. The fish treasure floated in front of the eyes of several people. Less than a second. It felt that the eyes were relaxed, and the pain disappeared. Jiang Nan inhaled the fish treasure into his stomach before several people slowly had to open their eyes, and in the moment of opening their eyes, they knelt down in front of Jiang Nan and cried bitterly to express their sincerity. They hadn't seen the world for 5 days and 5 nights, and during these 5 days and 5 nights, they regretted to the extreme, regretting that they shouldn't have made the foolish thing of not being indifferent to the sea god in a brainwave, and regretting that they hadn't listened to their big brother's words. Now that they had regained their sight, it was a great joy, a rebirth after the calamity. We have no teeth to forget the great kindness of the sea god, and in the future, we will be oxen and horses to repay the sea god with all our heart. Several people shouted in unison. The people outside the cave shouted in excitement when they heard the commotion in the cave, and they also poured into the cave in unison. The eyes of the 9 big men in the cave had opened and they all knelt on the ground to show their loyalty. Scarface also knelt down for Jiang Nan when he saw this. "Sea god, from now on, the 10 of us brothers are yours. We will obey your dispatch for the rest of our lives, with no second thoughts." Scarface, this person is still trustworthy, Jiang Nan praised in his heart. He was once one of the 4 great gods of war in the western region. Having him by his side is very down to earth. Alright, all of you get up. There is gold under a man's knees. Don't kneel without moving in the future. Understand? Understood. The men got up and replied. Jiang Nan then looked at Shu'er whose eyes were dropping out in shock and said, "Shu'er, give them a set of the clothes you bought for each of them, and a cell phone for each of them." Shu'er reluctantly went to get the clothes when she heard Jiang Nan's words, and Su Man also helped. Shu'er grumbled in anger and handed the clothes and cell phones to which men. "You people really don't know what's good for you. Haishin treats you so well, yet you want to frame him." Hearing Shu'er's words, the few big men became embarrassed. How come their awareness was not as good as a little girl? "Miss Shu'er, if we ever do anything against the sea god in the future, we will be struck by the heavens." A man swore with conviction. Shu'er waved her hand and said, "Don't swear. If you guys do anything wrong to the sea god again, I, Shu'er, won't spare you." A few big men got clothes and cell phones. Their eyes were red. 5 years, the clothes they wore when they first came here were long gone. All year round they tied leaves to their bodies to protect them from the wind and rain, to protect them from the cold, and lived like savages. They also wanted to swim to the other side of the sea, but they were afraid that people would take them as savages and arrest them for research. Now finally have clothes to wear. They cannot wait to put the clothes on the body, and then pull off the body of the leaves to throw away. A few big men were like a group of children wearing new clothes, dancing happily and circling around the cave. Jiang Nan was their regenerative parents. They could be honorable people. Chapter 53 The Parting Station. Jiang Nan pulled out his cell phone and said to the group of men, "All hold your cell phones in your hands and open the collection code." Before they came to the island, their phones had already been seized by the organization, and after 5 years of living without a phone, now holding a phone in their hands was both fresh and strange, as well as a long-lost joy. They obediently opened their cell phones and found the money collection code. Was Poseidon going to give them money? While they were wondering, Jiang Nan had already swept 9 codes and transferred $1 million to one person. Gosh, they had never seen so much money before. When they were in the western region, all their living expenses were provided by the organization, and individuals didn't need to bring money at all, and they didn't feel the importance of money, and now it was great to have so much money for the first time. Before they even started working, Neptune had paid their salaries. How could such a boss not let people die? A few big men looked at the god of the sea in front of them with surprise. "No, it's the god of wealth." "Many thanks, god of the sea. We'll do our best to assist god of the sea from now on, and we'll go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire and sacrifice our liver and brain for you." Jiang Nan, "Alright, in the future, everyone will follow me as long as they are single-minded. I won't treat you all badly." Meeting such a good boss was harder than buying a lottery ticket. A few people were thrilled with tears. "You have been fighting on the battlefields of the western region for many years, and now you have been on the island for 5 years. Now I order you all to go home and take a look." Jiang Nan was as someone who valued affection. He hoped that the people who followed him were all people who valued affection and righteousness. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, several big men instantly burst into tears. They all hadn't been home for many years. How was the situation at home now? They didn't know at all. In countless sleepless nights, they also thought about their wives and children at home. They also wanted to go home to have a look, but the reality was so cruel. Jiang Nan is really their great benefactor. Not only save them from the fire, but also give them so much money to let them go home to visit their relatives. Really a kind and respectable great man. No, is a great good sea god. Tomorrow you guys will go home. Those who want to follow me, look for me in Magic City in the future. And those who don't want to follow me, don't come back. When the people heard Jiang Nan's words, they all said that they wanted to follow him, or the kind that was dead in the water. After all, who wouldn't want to follow a powerful boss who was generous with his money? Jiang Nan added, "When you guys go home, leave this money to your families, And in the future, your monthly salary will be much more than this. Scarface walked to Jiang Nan's side and said, I'm single. I don't need to go home. I'll follow the sea god from now on. Ding. War god level fierce man finished reporting for duty. Name, Zhang Long. Face value, 50. Age, 28. Height, 185. Weight, 165. Loyalty, 100. It turned out that Scarface was called Zhang Long, and with a loyalty opening of 100, he was invincible and assured. Jiang Nan nodded. You'll be my personal bodyguard from now on. I'm also going to follow the sea god. Shueya ran to Jiang Nan's side blinking her big ancient eyes, innocent and a bit seductive. Looking at Zhang Long, Jiang Nan remembered his 24-hour personal female bodyguard, Dian Nini, who was a very material woman and a woman who did great things, and now with Zhang Long as his personal bodyguard, Dian Nini could devote herself to the business world. In the future, he wants to acquire companies, negotiate cooperation, investment projects are handed over to Dian Nini can be. He just do a big brother behind the scenes. As you like life is very comfortable. At this time is already evening. A group of people from the cave out, find a flat and open place to set up firewood began to roast rabbit. In less than an hour, the fragrant rabbit meat was freshly baked. Shueya took a rabbit leg and ate it with her mouth full of oil. It's so delicious. She grew up on the beach and the meat she ate the most was fish. Like rabbit meat she rarely ate, so it just felt delicious. A few big men were now off the hook, thinking that they would soon be reunited with their loved ones. All of them were in a very good mood, and some of them hummed a little tune. Jiang Nan savored the fresh and delicious rabbit meat, seemingly leisurely. In fact, the heart has been thinking about the next arrangements. There are 2 more days of college reunion. He also has to send Su-man back to the Mishui County, and then go to meet the old classmate Wen La, in the return to the Magic City to participate in the reunion. The schedule is full of arrangements. Water is also particularly happy today, after she can be every day with the god of the sea. Think about it makes people excited. The mood is good to be released. She volunteered to sing a few sea family ditties. The atmosphere is instantly active. Atmosphere is active. Everyone forgets their own identity. The men will be uproarious to see God and Hyam to a love song duet. Jiang Nan natural good voice. Singing for him is just a rainy day. Suman's mood at this time is just like the yellow leaves falling in the fall. Tomorrow will leave Savage Island, which also means that she is going to leave Jiang Nan. Can not be sad? The past few days with Jiang Nan were the happiest moments of her life. Leaving him, she will not have such a full of happiness again. Never. This kind of happiness can only be given by him. There is no one else. Su-man at this time most wanted to sing a song that expresses her mood at this moment, so she pulled Jiang Nan's hand, deep in love, and stood up greatly. Nan, let's sing a chorus of parting stations. Said tears flowed down. Jiang Nan wiped away the tears on her face. He knew Su-man's mood. She did not want to leave him. After all, the two have been together for so long. There has been a deep affection. A song Farewell Station, sung by these big men are also tears. Su-man could no longer restrain the sadness in her heart, got up and ran to the beach. She wanted to cry a lot. Jiang Nan also followed her and ran over. A hand pulled her into the arms. Su-man's tears like a dike of the sea gushed out. Nan, Nan. Jiang Nan wrapped one hand around her thin little body, lifted her chin with one hand and said tenderly, "You are my woman. I will always be good to you. Don't worry, I will take you to the Magic City." Su-man stopped crying when she heard Jiang Nan's words. Really? Nan. A man speaks his mind. Jiang Nan once again took her into his arms to warm her up. This night, Jiang Nan and a few big men slept outside the cave, and Suman and Shueya were at ease when they slept together in the cave. Early the next morning, Jiang Nan called that fisherman, and the fisherman took them away from the island. This deserted island trip was considered to be a successful conclusion, although what very scary things were encountered at the beginning, but the harvest was even greater. Jiang Nan and Su-man clasped their fingers together, heart to heart. After disembarking, a few big men took a taxi home. Zhang Long, Water, Su-man together on Jiang Nan's luxury car. He had to return to Mishui County to take care of some things, and then go back to Magic City to attend the class reunion. This reunion couldn't be without Jiang Nan, otherwise it would be too meaningless. Chapter 54 When LA's husband, Jiang Nan put his foot on the gas, and rushed to Mishui County in half a day. He first sent Su-man home. Jiang Nan was going to take her to Mordor, so he definitely had to go home and discuss with his parents. Jiang Nan then drove back to the Jiang family village. Before leaving he had to go back to visit the old man, and also went to Jiang Qianlan's house to ask if they were going to the Magic City together. When he returned to the Jiang family's old house, it happened that Jiang Qianlan's family was there, so Jiang Nan asked Jiang Qianlan and Su Dapeng for their opinions. Auntie, little auntie, how did you discuss the matter of going to the Magic City? Jiang Qianlan and Su Dapeng were still willing to go to Mordor from the consideration of their two sons' studies, but they were relieved that they could not afford the two old men. so they decided not to go. Jiang Nan, your aunt and I have discussed it. We still won't go to Magic City. She didn't say that it was to take care of the old man for fear that the old man would be unhappy. In fact, Jiang Nan understood in his heart that the two families, Jiang Chengkai and Jiang Chenggong, only recognized money but not people, and they were not assured that the old man would be at home. After hearing Jiang Qianlan's words, Jiang Nan thought of another way. Little aunt, auntie, I have another suggestion. What do you think? I'll bring my cousin to Magic City. You and aunt will live at home. You don't want a farm. I'll buy you some housing and stores in the county. You two usually take care of your grandparents, and you're fine to collect rent. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, everyone dropped their jaws in shock. Such a day is what everyone aspires to. 99% of people can't realize it in their whole life. From Jiang Nan's mouth it seems very common, as if it's so easy to eat and sleep. Su Xiaoru and Su Xiaowei raised their hands in favor of it as soon as they heard it. Which person doesn't aspire to a big city like Magic City? And they are even more excited since they are going to school. Jiang Qianlan knew that Jiang Nan is now very rich. In Magic City he not only owns a company, there is also a building. Money is not a problem. She is worried that the two children will drag Jiang Nan down. After all, children nowadays are not like Jiang Nan when he was a child, as understandable as worrying. Jiang Nan, you take the two of them to go, and you still have to take care of them. I'm afraid that it will affect your work, Jiang Qianlan said with some worry. Work? Jiang Nan's work is to live as he pleases. No one can affect him, but he definitely can't say it. So he looked at Shue'er, who was at the side, and said, Little auntie, you can rest assured. After arriving at the Magic City, the two of them will be handed over to Shue'er to be in charge of them. There's no problem. Shue'er hurriedly nodded her head when she heard this. Jiang Qianlan and Su Dapeng took a look at the little girl on the side. She was not much older than their son. She was still a child. They were really uneasy. Shue'er seemed to have read their minds and hurriedly said, Auntie, just don't worry. I'll take good care of my two younger brothers. Zhang Long, who was at the side, also said, It's fine. When we get to the Magic City, we will all take care of them together. It's fine. Su Xiaoru and Su Xiaowei were afraid that Jiang Qianlan would not agree with them going, so they hurriedly assured, Mom and Dad, don't worry. We will listen to brother Xiao Nan well and never cause him any trouble. After 3 years we will definitely come back to report our good fortune with a notification letter from Kyoto University. That's it. Just rest assured. As soon as Jiang Qianlan heard her son's words, she was very happy. These two kids might really be able to get into Kyoto University. So she looked at Su Dapeng and said, What do you think? Su Dapeng was also more entangled, but still nodded his head and agreed, and then said seriously to the two children, You two go to be obedient and study well, or else I will pick you two back. Got it. Understood. The two children jumped up happily upon hearing this. After having dinner, Jiang Nan took Zhang Long and Shue'er to the town and opened 2 rooms for them to stay while he had to go to meet someone. Jiang Nan drove his car directly to the front of Wenla's hotel. Such a luxurious car attracted many guests to gather around. Jiang Nan walked into the hotel. The waiter enthusiastically surrounded him. He didn't come to eat this time, but to find Wenla. Where is your boss? The waiter frowned. You know our boss? Before Jiang Nan could speak, he heard a man's voice coming from the second floor. Who's looking for me? Jiang Nan turned his head to see the bald, beer-bellied man leisurely walking down the stairs. Wasn't the owner of this hotel Wenla? How come it had changed in just a few days? Jiang Nan sized up the man in front of him, and the man sized him up as well. Where's Boss One? I'm looking for Boss One. The man's face immediately changed when he heard that he was looking for Wenla. You brat, you sent yourself to the door. With that, he punched Jiang Nan, and as soon as Jiang Nan dodged, the man slumped to the ground. He had no grievances with this man. How did he meet and start a fight? There must be an inside story. The man was helped up by a few waiters. He pointed at Jiang Nan and cursed, That Wenla, so she seduced you, a little white boy. If you have the ability, you can open a hotel for her. Don't let her go out and sell. This man's words caused Jiang Nan's anger. He punched and raised his leg, attacking up and down, hitting the man without any chance to fight back. The man was knocked to the ground. Jiang Nan stepped out of the hotel with his long legs. Who is this man? Wenla's husband? Jiang Nan's heart is a mess. He wants to go to find Wenla, ask her in the end what is going on. Can help a hand to help a hand? After all, in the past, people did not less succor him. The grace of a drop of water when the spring is to repay. This is the principle of Jiang Nan do people. He drove the car to the dirt road outside the town, while pulling out his cell phone to find the QR code that he paid for that day, and sent a friend request to Wenla through that code, not expecting Wenla to pass it quickly. Where are you? I'm going over to find you now. Jiang Nan sent a message to Wenla. At this moment, Wenla was sitting alone by the moat of the county. She really wanted to dive headfirst into the river and die. Her parents forced her to marry a tycoon from a neighboring village for money, but she was not willing to do so so she didn't let him touch her after a year of marriage. So the tycoon suspected that she had someone else outside, so he kicked her out of the hotel. And her mother's family found out about this. Not only did they not comfort her, but also mocked her, and with nowhere else to go, she took a taxi to the county town and prepared to jump into the river to end herself. Unexpectedly at this time, Jiang Nan actually sent a friend request. Wenla saw a glimmer of hope. She actually does not want to die. She still has a lot of things have not been done. Looking at the message sent by Jiang Nan, she choked up. This man is her white moonlight. Even if she dies, she must see him one last time. Wenla's slender jade fingers gently tapped the cell phone keyboard. I'm in the county by the moat. Jiang Nan's heart tightened when he saw the message. Wenla wouldn't be thinking of jumping into the river, right? Wenla, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Jiang Nan put down the phone and drove his car flying in the direction of the county town. Wenla, this woman is not only beautiful, but also very gentle, is a rare good woman. It is impossible for him to see death to save. Chapter 55 The Heart of Someone. A luxury car is a luxury car. The journey of 110 miles took less than 5 minutes. In addition to the car's high style, of course, there is now the repair road is wide and flat. Unlike the dirt road like Jiang Nan's childhood, it can't be reached in 5 hours. Jiang Nan parked the car on the riverbank and sent another message to Wenla. I'm here. Where are you? Wenla raised her head and looked around, not expecting Jiang Nan to arrive so quickly. Just a short distance away, there was a car that kept flashing its lights, emitting a dim blue light, and the entire riverbank was especially conspicuous with this one car. Wenla got up and slowly walked in the direction of the car. Jiang Nan is leaning on the car. He pulled out the Hua Zai from his pants pocket, drew out one and held it in his mouth. Bear! The pure gold lighter struck a red flame. He inhaled fiercely. The cigarette but flickered in the darkness. Wenla had already walked over. The headlights were so blinding that she couldn't see Jiang Nan, who was leaning against the side of the car. While Jiang Nan looked at her but saw her clearly, she was wearing a medium-sleeved dress, as if it was the strapless kind. Her white shoulders were illuminated by the blue headlights. There was a kind of charming halo, and her long chestnut-colored hair was loosely tied behind her head, revealing her palm-sized seductive little face. Wenla was not as haggard as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because of her love of beauty. Even if she had lost confidence in life, she still wanted to be an exquisite woman. Thinking of this made Jiang Nan's heart hard. He took a few more puffs of his cigarette and pressed it out. Wenla walked to the side of the car before she could see Jiang Nan's face. She tried to restrain herself even though she wanted to cry. Jiang Nan pulled her over, and as he did so, she fell limply into his arms. Jiang Nan. Wenla softly called his name. Feeling a bit strange, Wenla's voice carried a deliberate control, as if she had a lot of grievances but didn't dare to say them. Wenla, cry out if you are aggrieved. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around her smooth, puffy shoulders and said softly. Wenla had 1,000 words that she wanted to say to him, but she didn't know where to start. After listening to Jiang Nan's words, she could no longer control the grievances in her heart and cried out in his arms. Jiang Nan held her tightly, hoping to give her a little warmth. Cry out all your grievances and unhappiness, and you'll be fine. In this way, Wenla cried in Jiang Nan's arms for an hour before she slowly raised her head. Her bright eyes were like the stars in the sky. After the baptism of tears, they became brighter and brighter. Jiang Nan pulled open the car door and took out a bottle of water from the car and handed it over. Drink some water. After crying, Wenla's mood was much better. She took the water and was a little embarrassed. Jiang Nan, I've made you laugh. Is this still the big sister who was not afraid of the sky or the earth? Jiang Nan said jokingly. In middle school, Wenla was the big sister in the class. There was nothing she couldn't handle, except for her studies, and Jiang Nan was just her little follower. But he didn't know that the big sister was also a little girl, and had those little thoughts of a girl. Wenla liked Jiang Nan, such a pure boy, or a small warm boy, so many years, has not changed. Are you still that little follower? Wenla's tone was a little ambiguous. Yes, Jiang Nan had grown into a real man, no longer that little follower who copied her homework. Jiang Nan swept over her willow waist and said in a low voice, I am now a big brother. Big sister's big brother. He lowered his head and looked down at her face. The distance between the two was too close. Wenla held her breath a little, so she took away Jiang Nan's hand that was holding her and slowly walked forward. Jiang Nan followed in big strides. Jiang Nan, do you know? I got married to someone I don't love. That hotel is his, because I didn't let him touch it. He drove me away. I didn't want to rely on him to live. Leaving would be a relief, but my family treated me as an enemy. They didn't want me. Wenla is a filial girl, very concerned about her family's opinion of her. Otherwise she would not have been entrusted to marry that old man. Jiang Nan walked next to Wenla, listening to her story, the heart sour. People to be concerned about too much will be very tired. Jiang Nan, the first 20 years is too much care about other people. In the future he won't be. They are happy. do not think too much, to love yourself. Jiang Nan comforted. Wenla, just with your intelligence and that kind of hotel or talented, out will have a better development. In fact, those are not what she wants at all. It's all for her money-grubbing mother's family, although she doesn't have a high education, but she also has big dreams. She has also taught herself some courses in business management over the years. She wants to open a company, but suffers from a lack of capital. I want to invest and run a business in Miswi, but the Magic City side is busy. I want to leave this side to you to manage. When Jiang Nan's words came out, Wenla was a bit in disbelief. Although the two of them had a good relationship in middle school, after all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and he trusted her so much? Investing in business is not a small matter. You say it's true? Of course, I believe you can do it. You can recruit some professionals to assist you to do it together. Don't be afraid to spend money. Jiang Nan is a pretty boy who is not afraid of spending money. He wants to spend more money, but spending money is also very tiring. He is just going to take 1 billion points of money and let Wenla help him to spend it. He himself will be very safe. Jiang Nan is more hoity-toity than Wenla imagined. More horrible. Don't be afraid to spend money, said so lightly. I have no experience. I'm afraid I can't handle it. This is Wenla's true thought. Managing a small hotel is fine. If she is allowed to open a large company, she is still a bit bottomless. Jiang Nan took her hand and said, it's okay. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. The important thing is to spend the money. Now Wenla is even more confused. Do not make money, why do? Just to spend money to play? How rich was Jiang Nan to say such a thing? Could it be richer than even Ma Xiaoyun? It's too scary. Wenla thought and worshipped Jiang Nan even more. After not seeing him for nearly 10 years, that malnourished green boy had become so arrogant. The two of them just like this, hand in hand, circled around the moat and got into the car in a natural way. Wenla felt that all this is dreaming. How she is so lucky. Met Jiang Nan, such a big man, but also give her money to run the company. The important thing is that there is no pressure. Making money is a small matter. Spending money is a big matter. The two sat in the car. The car has a lot of space. It is a bedroom. Jiang Nan opened a bottle of red wine worth millions of dollars, poured 2 cups, while drinking and chatting about some private topics. You and his marriage for a year. Why not let people touch shelves that man cannot endure? I do not love him at all. Why let him touch? You have someone in your heart? Wenla's face is red. I do not know whether it is the effect of alcohol or shyness. Anyway, it is more charming and charming. There is. Jiang Nan put down his wine glass, lifted her chin with one hand, and said in a mute voice, Who? Chapter 56, Back to Magic City. His face pressed down. His thin lips almost touched her lips, their warm breath entangled together. The temperature in the car rose instantly. Fine beads of sweat emerged from the tip of Wenla's nose. The deer in her heart was in turmoil, and the pair of big white rabbits began to tremble. Her breathing was a little messy. Her warm red lips pressed up. She wanted to answer this question of his with her actions. Jiang Nan's body stiffened. Then he tightly confined her, never wanting to let go. The car shuddered madly in the night. The insects accompanied in the grass. What a wonderful summer midnight. Early the next morning, the car pulled out of the moat bank with satisfaction. He took Wenla to the most upscale residential area in Miswi County, and purchased a luxury duplex to give to Wenla, which is also considered to give her a home. Wenla excitedly hugged him and kissed him. She did not look at the wrong person. When she left, she took out a bank card and handed it to her. The money in here is free to spend. Don't save it for me. Start your own business in Miswi County. Solve the employment problem here, and it is also considered to be some contribution to your hometown. Miswi County is a small county with a population of more than 900,000. Due to the underdeveloped industry, the young people have all gone out to make a living. Only the old people and children are left at home. There are also some women. The family can only be reunited at Chinese New Year. Jiang Nan wants to open a company in his hometown, so that the young people can earn big money without leaving home. Jiang Nan, don't worry, I will run the company well. Wenla looked at Jiang Nan firmly. Her eyes showed her reluctance. She had only been with him and he was leaving. Jiang Nan hugged her. I will come back to see you when I have time. You can also come to Magic City to find me. The two parted reluctantly. Wenla was already in tears. Jiang Nan bought another building, then drove to the county's busiest commercial street, where he bought 10 stores, all of which were large stores of several hundred square feet. Ordinary people can't afford to buy a set in a lifetime. He bought 10 sets in full payment at once, which caused a huge sensation in the sales department, and many female salesmen who thought they had a little bit of color got close to him, and he didn't even look at these mediocre girls, and took the title deed and left in style. Jiang Nan drove back to Jiangjia village and said goodbye to the old man, and then went to Jiang Qianlan's home. He took out a cowhide bag, and at once only pulled out dozens of big red real estate certificates. Auntie, little auntie, I bought a commercial building in the county town. There are also 10 storefront houses. These are the title deeds. This move made Jiang Qianlan's two mouths open wide in shock. Buy so much for what? How much money is this going to cost? Jiang Qianlan never thought of buying a house in the county in his life, because the county house is too expensive. To a family like them, supplying a few students is already very difficult, which has that free money. Did not expect Jiang Nan to buy so much at once. You child, easy money can't be built like this. Jiang Qianlan knew that buying so many houses must cost a lot of money. She was heartbroken for the money, and even more heartbroken for Jiang Nan. After all, this money is not blown by the wind. Yes, Xiao Nan, it's not a small amount to spend money on buying so many. Su Dapeng also said, these are nothing. For Jiang Nan it's not worth mentioning at all. He then said casually, it didn't cost anything. You guys don't have to work so hard in the future. Rent out these houses. The rent is hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. You guys and my grandparents move to the county and just collect the rent every month. Jiang Qianlan looked at Jiang Nan's heart is full of emotions. This nephew from childhood life is bitter. Did not expect to grow up so promising. She never dared to think of things this nephew have helped her realize. She is really happy. Jiang Nan picked up Su Xiaoru and Su Xiaoyi, two brothers, and then drove to the town to pick up Zhang Long and Shuayer, and finally went to the county town to pick up Su Man. When he came back, he was the only one, and when he went with a car, he was very happy. Jiang Nan drove the car, a car full of people talking and laughing, and soon arrived in Magic City. After arriving in Magic City, Jiang Nan arranged Shuayer and his two cousins in a set of rooms, and arranged Su Man and Zhang Long in a set of rooms respectively, with maids waiting in each suite. These people were all surprised by the luxurious decoration of the rooms, the luxurious duplex suites that they had only seen on TV before, but now that they were actually living in them, it was just shocking and unbelievable. Hearing that Jiang Nan came back, the housekeeper Xiao Myrtle started to get busy, instructing the maids to do their jobs well and greet everyone in the building. King Jiang Nan was not there. The whole building king had lost its vitality. As soon as Jiang Nan came back, everywhere was full of vitality, and everyone had a smile on their face. Master, are you dining at home tonight? Seeing that Jiang Nan had brought so many people back, Xiao Myrtle was unsure if she wanted to dine at home, so she came over to ask for instructions. Jiang Nan had just taken a shower and was half lying on the sofa swiping his cell phone. The classmates group would explode, all discussing the class reunion tonight. Jiang Nan glanced at Xiao Miao and said, I have something to do tonight. You take them to the Magic City Hotel to set a private room. Eat and drink well. Don't be afraid to spend money. I'll transfer 5 million to you first. Not enough to me. Jiang Nan opened the software and transferred 5 million to Xiao Miao. After Xiao Miao left, Jiang Nan sent a message to Bianmei, asking her to go back to the No. 1 building. King Bian Mimi was busy acquiring the company, and had not seen the boss for a long time, and was also very nostalgic, and naturally was ecstatic to receive Jiang Nan's message. She slightly powdered her face, changed into a sexy long open skirt, and hurriedly rushed to No. 1 building. King. The boss finally remembered her, and her heart could not help but feel a little excited. Jiang Nan was going to a classmate reunion tonight. How could he follow without a woman? A woman like Bian Mimi had good hands and material. Both talent and appearance would be very suitable. Boss. When Bian Mimi entered the door, she saw Jiang Nan holding his cell phone and squinting. She thought he was asleep, so she went forward and called out softly. She hadn't seen her boss for many days, and her heart was excited at this sight. Oh! Jiang Nan sat up straight to look at Bian Mimi. The first thing that came into his eyes was that huge ferocious weapon. 36E was just terrifying and very desirable. Bian Mimi thought Jiang Nan was calling her back for the company's business, so she started to give Jiang Nan a report about work. Boss, 10 listed companies have been acquired in Magic City, with total assets exceeding $100 billion, and these companies involve new energy, automobiles, helicopters, military submarines, and unmanned military rockets. Bian Mimi, like counting one by one, introduced the acquisition to Jiang's company, and Jiang Nan simply do not care about this. He cares about is how much money spent. This Bian Mimi performance is good. This paragraph actually spent over 100 billion. No wonder his god Ho point rose so much. This is all her credit. Jiang Nan still had 10 lottery chances that he didn't use. He would call up the lottery carousel in his mind and start drawing. The carousel kept turning in his mind, and he called out to stop when he saw the goods he wanted. But it still didn't reach Jiang Nan's satisfaction. And 4 of the 10 lucky draw chances stopped on thank you for your patronage. But it was also quite good. And the 6 prizes were also quite satisfactory. Chapter 57, Cold Goddess at Jiang Nan. The 6 prizes drawn were Lucky Little Cherry, Antidote Little Yellow Bean, Power Pill, Golden Gun Pill, Truth Paste, and Bad Luck Paste. The 2 prizes, Vigorous Pill and Golden Shot Pill, were not the first time Jiang Nan had gotten them and had already verified the effects, so they were very familiar. The other 4 prizes were the first time he got them, so he needed to study them. Jiang Nan enlarged the notes and looked at them carefully. Lucky little cherry, after eating it, you will be lucky for 12 hours. People will love it and flowers will bloom. Side effect, nosebleed. Detoxifying little yellow bean, after eating it, it will detoxify alcohol and poisons. Side effects, farting. Truth sticker, stick a sticker. Last 12 hours of truth. Bad luck sticker, stick a piece of bad luck for a day and a night. Drinking cold water or stuffed teeth. Power pills and golden gun pills is the most in line with the heart. Not only strong, and no side effects. Lucky little cherry and detoxification of small soybean more or less some side effects. It is very upset. Truth paste is okay, it can be used at the class reunion. Jiang Nan was calculating in his mind how to make the best use of these prizes, so as not to waste them. Dian Mimi hadn't earned him a lot of divine magnificence points during this period of time, so he rewarded her with the vigorous pill. Having a reward would be motivating. The golden gun pill is of course for his own use. How to use the other prizes is not to be considered first. Put it in the system space, maybe it can also come in handy. Jiang Nan was happy when he drew the prize of his choice. He couldn't help but slightly hook his lips. Dian Mei thought he was happy for his outstanding performance, so she said, "Boss, are you still satisfied?" Oh. Jiang Nan then pulled his thoughts back from the prize. Satisfied. Satisfied. You've done a great job. Heavy prizes. Dian Mimi was even happier when she heard there was a prize, but she didn't want anything else. She only wanted one thing. She didn't know if the boss would give it. Jiang Nan's cell phone was ringing non-stop. The group was chatting feverishly. He opened the WeChat group and saw that it was blowing up. Everyone was at him. Xiao Baojun, at all students. Tonight at Heaven on Earth. Don't see you there. Cold rain cold, at Jiang Nan classmates. Are you there? A, at Jiang Nan. Why don't you say something? B, Jiang Nan, are you coming or not? Big mallet, at Jiang Nan. What are you pretending to be? Can you die if you show your head? Jiang Nan quickly looked through the information above. No one mentioned Jiang Nan in the information above. Lang Yuhan mentioned it. Those lickspittles all blew up. How dare they cold shoulder their goddess? Every one of them came out to denounce Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was too lazy to care about those people, but directly at Ling Yuhan. Jiang Nan, at Goddess Lang, I'll be on time. As soon as Jiang Nan made a sound, the lickspittles stopped disliking Jiang Nan and instead all went to talk to the goddess. At this moment, Liku Xian was wearing a big red dress, beige high heels, and her hair was permed into big waves. She was sitting in front of the dresser tracing her eyebrows. A bald man with a big belly was sitting beside her. His hands were not honestly touching her body. Baby, you are so beautiful. Liku Xian shyly looked back at him and said in a fatherly voice, then do you want to be with me forever? Of course I want to. I dream about it. The man said in a long fragrant island accent. Liku Xian, then how do you express sincerity? Oops. It's not just to spend a lot of money for you. My current assets are not frozen well. First swipe your credit card. After thawing I return 10 times. My money is all yours. Li Kerson's this balding pot-bellied boyfriend is a rich businessman of the island. She is still ready to make a fortune on this man, but now he has no money, but also to swipe her credit card. For the sake of the high return in the future, Li Kerson will also admit it. Tonight she is going to bring her fragrant island rich boyfriend to the class reunion, so that Xiao Baojun and Jiang Nan can see that she, Li Kerson, is wanted by someone, and the person who wants her is still the fragrant island rich businessman. When she appeared in front of the crowd with her fragrant island rich businessman boyfriend, the men's shock, the women's envy, Li Kerson was thrilled to think about it, to impress those who looked down on her, especially Jiang Nan that hangman and Xiao Baojun that scum. Leaving them, she Li Kerson over became a human being. Li Kerson makeup, put on the boyfriend to her to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of diamond necklaces, pick up the new LV bag, sit on the million luxury car on the departure. Tonight she was the prettiest chick, brightening up their dog's eyes. Jiang Nan put away her cell phone, went to the check room and put on a white t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans, a pair of casual shoes, and casually carried a few dozen wristwatches. Go, set off. Dian Nini, who was fantasizing about what prize her boss was going to give her, looked at Jiang Nan suspiciously. Where to? Jiang Nan didn't say it outright, but sold a lie. You'll know when we get there. The boss is just saying one thing. The boss's order is her vocation. Following the boss is right. Dian Nini took Jiang Nan's arm and walked out the door. At this time, a certain box in Heaven on Earth was filled with people. Everyone was chatting feverishly. Class president, how are you doing since you've been here? Squad leader is still as cool and racy as ever. The thing that is most lacking around the class president is beautiful women. This watch is worth at least $1 million, right? That goes without saying. Class president's compulsion is high. Xiao Baojun sat on a double sofa, both feet resting on the coffee table in front of him, one hand holding a wawa, one hand wrapped around the sexy beauty next to him. A group of licking dogs surrounded him to put up rainbow farts. He spat a long eye ring in the woman's face and said lazily, "Is everyone here?" As soon as the guys heard this, they hurriedly all started counting heads. 1, 2, 3, just missing Goddess Lang and that sand sculpture from Jiang Nan. Big Banger cursed and gave Xiao Baojun a report. "There's also Li Kuxin," a girl added. The students all knew about Li Kuxin and Jiang Nan's romantic relationship, but not the one with Xiao Baojun, so they talked about these two. These two are really, without any sense of time. It can't be that they did good deeds at home and forgot about this, right? With Jiang Nan's weak appearance, I really doubt that he can't serve Li Kuxin. Look at Li Kursen's shameful appearance. It's a bottomless pit that can't be filled. A group of boys had a dirty smile on their faces. While discussing, they secretly looked towards the woman in Xiao Baojun's arms. This woman was not an ordinary person at first glance, especially the kind that could hurt a man. The girls also put their heads together in groups of 3 or 5 and whispered, "I heard that Li Kuxin and Jiang Nan split up? I don't know. No way? Jiang Nan has been licking her for 4 years. How can they just split up? Li Kursen didn't like Jiang Nan in the first place, right? She's just used to being licked by him. Can't it? Ask in the group. Let them come over quickly. This golden box, but there is a time regulation. At most 4 hours. Xiao Brejan pressed out the cigarette in his hand and said with a bit of impatience. It was at this moment that the people in the box all looked towards the door in unison. Surprise written all over their faces. Chapter 58, Long Yuhan. Asterisk. Isn't this Li Kuxin? The man next to her is not Jiang Nan, that girl? Look at people this dress. Is evening big money? The man looks to that? Look how attractive. Successful people are like this. That's right. Money is fine. Li Kursen's dream has finally come true. The people in the box all flocked to the door to give Li Kuxin a salute. She was wearing a long red dress. On her neck, ears, wrists, fingers, ankles, anyway, as long as she could wear jewelry, she was all bejeweled, noble and luxurious. Li Kursen assisted the man with a big belly, raised the face of the mask of heavy makeup, stepped on 10 centimeters of high heels toward this side of the box. The man is short and fat. His age can be her father. The top of his head and Li Kursen's shoulders are flush. But people don't care. As long as there is money, age is not a problem. Height is not a gap. She has a face of pride and pride, waving her hands to the people in the box as she walks, as if it's a leadership inspection. Xiao Baojun saw the crowd flocking to the door and thought it was Lung Yuhan coming. He also turned his head towards the door. Li Kuxin? Because she herself was kidnapped into the cave by the group of loan sharks who wanted a loan. In the end, his family took $3 million to ransom him out. Motor. He cursed in his heart. He then noticed the man beside Li Kursen. Li Kursen. This stinking was all let up in the cave and found an old man to take over. He sneered and sat back in the sofa. Li Kursen assisted the man to sit on the sofa, scanning the circle of the crowd, seeing those women's envious and jealous eyes. Don't mention how happy she was in her heart. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. She took down that $200,000 bag from her shoulder and put it on the table in front of her. It's annoying to have too many bags. I didn't know which one to take when I went out, so I just took one. The gazes of the girls all gathered on the small bag in front of her. Kuxin. This bag of yours costs at least $100,000, right? A girl asked enviously. It's actually not that expensive. It's only $200,000. Li Kuxin said, twisting her waist and kissing the man on the face. I have dozens of bags like this, but my husband said that the class reunion should be emphasized, and had to buy another new one. Li Kursen Afterglow secretly swept a glance at the opposite side of the seated Xiao Baojun. In the heart rolled a blank stare. You Xiao Baojun don't want me, someone wants me. Kuxin. Your husband is our Magic City people? No, he's from Xiangdao. Li Kursen pulls the fragrant island accent, said proudly. No wonder. A rich businessman from the island. Marvelous. The girls' eyes were red, and they were jealous to death in their hearts. Li Kursen looked at a common clothing, clean and simple female students. Superiority instantly burst. Fragrant island rich businessman? Isn't it just a pile driver? Xiao Baojun could not stand to see Li Kursen's squirming face long ago, so he said with a cold snort. This statement shocked the 4 seats. Everyone looked towards Xiao Baojun and instantly understood in their hearts that during the university period, Xiao Baojun had chased Li Kursen for 4 years, and Li Kursen seemed to be unfavorable to him, so she held a grudge. No one dared to offend Xiao Baojun, so they stopped paying attention to Li Kursen, but turned the focus to Xiao Baojun, and gave him another burst of bombardment of compliments. Jiang Nan drove his car all the way, and in 10 minutes, he arrived at the downstairs of the heaven on earth. He got off the car downstairs, and instead, he let Bian Nimi park the car in the parking lot. Jiang Nan just got off the car and saw a Ferrari supercar parked on the side of the road. A high-cooled beauty slowly stepped down from the car, and the car sped away again. Jiang Nan? As soon as the beauty got out of the car, she saw Jiang Nan, who had just gotten out of the car. Ding! The system found a goddess-level beauty. Name, Long Yuhan. Face value, 98. Age, 20. Height, 176. Weight, 93. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 80. Jiang Nan could not imagine that the iceberg beauty's favorability towards herself was so high, knowing that she was cold to anyone and had a feeling of rejecting people all day long. During the university period, the two of them did not have much interactions at all. They were just ordinary classmates. In fact, what Jiang Nan didn't know was that although Long Yuhan was cold and icy on the outside, she was actually very soft on the inside, and was a girl with an overwhelming sense of justice, and she was most displeased with people like Xiao Baojun, and appreciated Jiang Nan's kind of boys who were self-reliant and hardworking. Oh, Goddess Lang. Jiang Nan was not surprised by Long Yuhan's enthusiasm, because the goddess had already interacted with him twice in the group, so it seemed that the goddess still had a good impression of him. Long Yuhan was dressed differently today. In the past it was shawl-length hair and white long skirt, giving people a feeling of not eating the world, but today it was a light green knee-length short skirt, smooth hair tied in a high ponytail at the back of the head, exquisite nude makeup. The whole person looked sunny and pretty, less cold and more passionate. The two of them took the elevator together to the 68th floor. The party's box was at the end directly opposite the elevator. The door of the box was open, and after exiting the elevator, they could see inside the box. Only Goddess Lang and Jiang Nan. That girl didn't come. I just asked in the group. No response. Big Banger said while sitting on the sofa. Some people were singing in the entertainment area. Some were mingling and talking, and some were complimenting Xiao Brejan. A girl took out her cell phone when she heard Big Mallet's words and said, "I'll give you Han a call to ask about the situation." This girl was called by Ling, the only good sister of Lang Yuhan during her time at the university, and she was the only one who had Lang Yuhan's phone number. "Yuhan, where are we?" Already at the door. Since Bai Ling's cell phone was on speakerphone, everyone heard Lang Yuhan's words, and once they heard that the goddess had already arrived at the door, they all twisted their heads to look towards the door, and there were a few boys who directly got up to greet them at the door. Xiao Baojun also pushed away the woman in his arms and walked towards the door. Goddess Lang. The crowd greeted Long Yuhan one after another. No one paid attention to Jiang Nan on the side. Walking into the box, everyone realized that Jiang Nan came with Goddess Lang. Then recalling that Lang Yuhan took the initiative to talk to Jiang Nan in the chat group, everyone reacted. Could it be that these two? But in the next second it was denied. Lang Yuhan is the university flower. There are not 1,000 or 800 suitors, either the second generation of the rich or the second generation of the government. She could not see. How would she look at Jiang Nan? Now that everyone is here, everyone take your positions, Xiao Baojun said loudly. In a short while, the 5 large tables in the box were filled with people. Only Jiang Nan stood on one side without a seat. Xiao Baojun disdainfully looked over towards Jiang Nan. Alright, it's been a year since graduation. The group is getting together for the first time. All of them talk about the development in the past year. Xiao Baojun, as the initiator, naturally had to take the lead. Hearing Xiao Baojun's words, all the students applauded enthusiastically, and no one noticed that Jiang Nan did not have a seat yet. Jiang Nan! Someone shouted. Chapter 59, Fake It to Make It Look Real. Farsighted Eye was Jiang Nan's old deskmate. During the university, only Jiang Nan and him had a good relationship, and he relied on Jiang Nan. Seeing Jiang Nan without a seat, he hurriedly stood up and called out to him. Jiang Nan, you sit here with me. I'll go ask the waiter for a chair. Saying this, Farsighted Eyes had already come to Jiang Nan's side, ready to go out and find a chair. This gold-level suite originally only had 1 table and 8 chairs. The rest of the tables and chairs were temporarily added, and the temporarily added seats needed to be charged, and the price was not expensive. Xiao Baojun mockingly looked at Jiang Nan and said, adding a chair costs 10,000. Can he afford it? As soon as Xiao Bailuan opened his mouth, the crowd clamored. There is still this rule? The most expensive hotel in Magic City is extraordinary. There is no such rule in other hotels. During the university, Jiang Nan can't even afford to eat a portion of meat dishes, plus a chair to 10,000 yuan. He certainly does not have the money to pay out, even if he can take out 10,000 yuan. I'm afraid he can't afford to do so. 10,000 yuan to spend on this. Behind his back, he still can't eat half a year of instant noodles. Farsightedness is also a blank stare. He wants to add a chair to Jiang Nan. Is not forcing Jiang Nan to spend money? Jiang Nan's family's situation, he is very clear. 10,000 is not a small amount at all. Which one is MS? Lying? At this time, a service provider had already moved a chair and asked with a smile. The crowd looked at the service provider in disbelief, not knowing what was going on. Here, a cold voice rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Lang Yuhan standing up and shouting towards the waiter. The waiter then placed a chair next to her and whispered, "Ms. Lang, if there's something you want to order." The waiter's respectful attitude towards Lang Yuhan caused another round of exchanges. No one knew about Lang Yuhan's family background, but from the way she dressed and the luxury car that often transported her to school, it was by no means an ordinary family, either rich or noble. Just now, Lang Yuhan quietly sent a message to the front desk, and as soon as they saw that it was the second miss of the Lang family who was a gold-level member, they didn't dare to neglect her for a moment, so the waiter hurriedly sent the chairs in. "Jiang Nan, you sit here with me." Lang Yuhan looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. When did the titular iceberg beauty change? The crowd stared in disbelief. Xiao Baojun saw that the goddess he begged for actually took the initiative to show Jiang Nan favor. His heart harbored a bellyful of anger, but it was not good to snap in front of the goddess. "Jiang Nan, sit down. We are all old classmates. What's the point of being polite?" Xiao Baojun showed great generosity at this time. In fact, everyone knew what was going on. Not having Jiang Nan's place was his reason. He swept a glance at Jiang Nan's dress and the watch on his wrist, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "We've been together for 4 years. Who doesn't understand who? Not being able to afford a famous brand isn't a shame. Wearing fakes isn't necessary, right? It is necessary to be honest between classmates." The crowd will only then carefully survey Jiang Nan. Versace's top, his pants are Zegna, shoes are Connor's, especially that piece of golden wristwatch is even more remarkable. Is Patek Philippe's? The light of this piece of table is worth 90 million. These, if they are real, the total value to be more than 100 million. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, then face full of disdain. The former Jiang Nan is very real. Now how to become so vain? In the crowd's attention, Jiang Nan walked to Lang Yuhan's side, sat down. A few tables of people are talking, who do not believe that Jiang Nan whole body brand is real. At most is a high imitation, but high imitation is also the price is not expensive. The men in the room, except for Xiao Baojun, are all wearing ordinary clothes. After all, they are ordinary people's children, but they also have a dream of a brand name. If they can spend very little money to buy such a realistic fake, they would be happy to, at least in front of which gold-digging women to pretend to be a pussy. There are a lot of boys began to ask Jiang Nan where to buy. Fake goods made so upscale, simply can be false to the real. Jiang Nan did not answer, just casually scammed the crowd. Xiao Baojun looked at those male students with disdain and said, "If you want to buy the real thing, buying fake goods is purely for pretending. In fact, the real thing is not expensive. I only have 200,000 for the top, 80,000 for the pants, 50,000 for the shoes and 500,000 for the watch. As long as everyone works hard, they can all afford to buy it. This set adds up to nearly 1 million. Still say it's not expensive. Rich is capricious." The crowd can't help but sigh, enviously looking at Xiao Baojun. Freshly graduated college students' monthly salary of a few $1,000s can only guarantee the most basic life. 1 million for them is astronomical. By real brand name do not even dare to think. Whereas Xiao Baojun said so simple. Xiao Baojun in front of the crowd insulted Jiang Nan. Show superiority. The heart of the fire only a little less. And Jiang Nan seems to not care about his words at all. Casually clipped the dishes. Li Kerson remembered that thing is angry. Are this Jiang Nan caused trouble? Although the money is their own spend. But she and he talked about 4 years of love. Should he pay back the money? He does not return the money, not to say, but also let the people to take her away on. Those people in the cave in front of Xiao Baojun face whirl her. Xiao Baojun do not want her, or she will not find an old man. Li Kerson played with the watch on her wrist and said, "Hey, some people like to pretend to be a bully. Is it interesting? Self-deception. Never buy fake goods, always support the genuine," said and touched the necklace in the neck. "I wear are bought back from the island. Want to buy fake goods? There is really not, because there is no market. Which like here, pretending to be too many people." Li Kerson was supposed to mock Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan didn't seem to hear it. His face was always calm. While those boys who inquired to Jiang Nan couldn't listen. They couldn't afford to buy the real ones. What happened to buying a fake one? Li Kerson, you are standing on your feet. If I were a female, I would also find a big money old man, and definitely buy the real thing. A boy disliked towards Li Kuxian. Li Kuxian's face turned red at the dislike. What are you saying? Who is an old man? My husband is only 40 years old, okay? The crowd's gazes all glanced at the man with the bald top and big belly. Where does this look like 40 years old? Is it clearly an old man? Other girls looked at Li Kerson's embarrassed face. Their hearts are much more comfortable. Looking for an old man, rich, and so what? There are small young good? The girls all comforted themselves in their hearts, although they envied Li Kerson for finding a rich man. But this man's looks were too shabby. If they could put down their faces, they might be able to find a richer old man. Li Kerson is a scumwoman, Xiao Baojun thought in his heart. Fortunately did not want her. Or this vampire he cannot stand, although he is a rich boy. His family assets tens of millions of dollars, but only a few tens of thousands of pocket money per month. He is also on the brand name is fake, only no one can think of it. This reunion, Xiao Baojun has a clear purpose from the beginning. One is to show superiority. The second is to give Jiang Nan embarrassment. Chapter 60, Diamond Box. Not having Jiang Nan's seat was a deliberate act by Xiao Baojun, who knew that Lang Yuhan had helped Jiang Nan out, but there was still a good show below. Go, bring the stuff over, Xiao Baojun said to the woman beside him. The woman wiggled her ass and went out, and in a moment brought a paper bag and handed it to Xiao Baojun. Old classmates, separated for a year. I came today to bring you all a thin gift. Everyone come over to receive, one for each. When the crowd heard this they all had glowing eyes. A rich young master like Xiao Baojun, the thin gift should be worth quite a bit of money, right? Some of Xiao Baojun's lickspittles gathered around first, then the others came over to Xiao Baojun's side. It's still the old squad leader who is so courteous. Class president is rich and generous. The class president is great. Xiao Baojun took out the gifts from the paper bag, one for each person, both men and women. Only Li Kersen, Lang Yuhan, Jiang Nan and Farsightedness did not go to receive them. All of them couldn't wait to open the box. All of them were excited. Wow, Omega. Mine is a Longines. Mine is Cartier's. The boys each had a watch. Everyone took it out and wore it directly on their wrists. And one by one, they all gave Xiao Baojun a grateful look. The girls all received a necklace. The golden light was very beautiful. Everyone was excitedly comparing it on their necks, and their gazes at Xiao Baojun were even more blazing. Thank you, class president, for the gift. Thank you, class president. Thank you, Xiao Baojun said indifferently. We are all classmates. No need to be polite. Each gift is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Not worth mentioning. A few tens of thousands of dollars may not mean anything to him, but for these people it's a few months' salary. They can't afford to spend money to buy these impractical things. Today, someone gave it away, so they are very happy. Xiao Baojun proudly took out the last gift box, the only real one. Oops, now there is only one gift, bought a few less. Who does everyone say this one is for? Of course it's Goddess Lang. Goddess Lang. Lang Goddess. Xiao Baojun's group of lickspittles shouted loudly. All of them knew that he craved the body of the goddess. Xiao Baojun took out a golden box, different from all the other girls. It looked more expensive. It looked at Lang Yuhan and said, the people's heart is in the right place, so let's give it to Goddess Lang. He walked over to Lang Yuhan with the box in both hands and nodded slightly in a gentlemanly manner. Goddess Lang, please smile. Lang Yuhan came from a famous family and had lived a princess-like life since she was a child, but she did not have a big lady's temper, nor would she deliberately try to curry favor with those who were stronger than her, much less would she taunt those who were inferior to her. The thing that she despised the most was people who were bullying others and casually stepping on others' dignity. She didn't even look at Xiao Baojun's face. Instead she directly took the gift and casually gave it to Bai Ling who was sitting next to her. Here you go, I don't need it. Xiao Baojun spent nearly 100,000 yuan, carefully selected this gift, in order to please the goddess, did not expect her to give it away without even looking at it. The smile on Xiao Baojun's face froze. He was hemorrhaging money. His heart ached and he wanted to cry. He really wanted to ask for the gift back from Bai Ling's hand, but he still endured it in order to save face. When the others saw Xiao Baojun's awkward appearance, they all rounded up the situation. After all, they had taken someone's shorthand. Class president, next time you will bring the goddess along to pick. Yes, as long as the goddess falls in love with it, our class president will just pay for it. Xiao Baojun's face regained a hint of a smile, but in his heart, he scolded Lang Yuhan for not knowing what to do. Yes, everyone's opinion is good. Next time we bring the goddess to pick, we must make sure the goddess is satisfied. Everyone eat and drink well. Xiao Baojun promptly changed the topic. Everyone had taken the expensive gifts sent by Xiao Baojun, and their emotions rose higher and higher. And for a while, the wine cups were intertwined, and they drank openly. Boys and girls all lined up to come over to give Xiao Baojun a toast, which instantly gave him back his face. When the box was carrying on to the climax, suddenly a beautiful woman walked in. Everyone, please go to the Diamond Private Room on the top floor. Diamond Private Room only Diamond members are qualified to enjoy. All services are the highest specification in Magic City. Not whoever wants to go can go. Even Xiao Baojun and Lang Yuhan, such rich second generation, have not been there. How suddenly let them go to the diamond box? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Everyone looked at Xiao Baojun. No one had this strength except him. After all, the total value of the gifts given just now had already exceeded 1 million. And at this moment, Xiao Baojun was also shocked. This gold membership card of his was still borrowed. Who was so bold that he actually took the diamond membership card? Class president, you are really arrogant. Why don't you say earlier if you've got a diamond box? Big Mallet looked at Xiao Baojun and complained. Squad leader, this is to give us a surprise. Xiao Baojun was instantly catapulted to the altar. Everyone thought that he was the one who booked the diamond box, while Long Yuhan didn't think so, but she was also very curious. Who in the world had that much power? Xiao Baojun was too embarrassed to say it wasn't himself, so he was flanked by everyone and went to the diamond box on the top floor. The diamond box was not a level better than the gold box. It was simply heaven and earth. Even Lang Yuhan, who had seen a lot, was shocked. This was too luxurious. She walked to the wine cabinet. On it were placed millions of famous wines. The dishes on the table were all she had never seen. She heard the elders of her family said, "The earthly paradise only has a diamond membership card. Not rich can apply for." She was puzzled when she heard a put sound. She turned her head to look. Jiang Nan actually opened a bottle of 85-years-old Romane Conti. This bottle of wine is worth more than 3 million Chinese dollars. She was shocked. This wine money Jiang Nan certainly can't afford to pay. She was worried. Jiang Nan has already poured 2 cups, and handed over a cup to her goddess, Long Yuhan. Jiang Nan definitely didn't know how expensive this wine was, or else she wouldn't have just opened it and drank it. She mechanically took the glass, and Jiang Nan's glass gently thumped the one in his hand before she drank it all in one go. All this was watched by Xiao Baojun on the side. This sand sculpture, drinking hundreds of thousands of dollars in one gulp. Today you're playing a big game. Jiang Nan, do you know how much a bottle of that wine costs? More than 3 million Chinese dollars. You can't earn that much in your whole life. You can't leave today. The crowd was dumbfounded when they heard this. A bottle of wine cost several $1,000,000. Jiang Nan even casually opened it and drank it. Jiang Nan ignored the gazes of the crowd and continued to pour the wine, slowly savoring it. Farsighted Eye was shocked by Jiang Nan's action and hurriedly went up to stop it. Jiang Nan, this wine is too expensive. Don't drink it. Jiang Nan looked at Farsighted Eye indifferently. Since someone invited us here, we don't need to worry about paying. Just make it whatever you want. He casually picked up a wine glass and poured a glass for Farsighted Eyes. Jiang Nan was really crazy. Casually make it? Can you afford to make it? The crowd turned their eyes to Xiao Baojun again. If you build it like Jiang Nan, Xiao Baojun won't go bankrupt, right? Big Mallet went up and pulled Xiao Baojun and said, "Squad leader, can't let him drink like this. How much money will this cost?" Chapter 61 AA System. Li Kuxian looked at Jiang Nan with contempt. If he knew the true value of this wine, he would not drink it to death. When she was with Jiang Nan, he drank just the 12 yuan bottle of Kyoto Erguotu. He didn't even bother to buy the 15 bottle of the hardcover version. Luckily she split with him, or else she herself would have to follow him into bad luck. Li Kursan was celebrating in her heart. At the same time, she waited to see the jokes of Jiang Nan. Everyone don't care about him. Let him build as much as he wants. Today's classmates come to the party but AA System, build as much as he wants at his own expense. Xiao Baojuan's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, shocking the crowd's eyes. Originally thought it was Xiao Baojuan's treat. Now it is actually AA System. This is the most upscale hotel in Magic City, or the highest level of Diamond Suite. The price is simply unimaginable. The crowd froze in place on the spot, and those few who picked up chopsticks and prepared to savor the food also put their chopsticks down. Jiang Nan didn't care at all. He brought a glass of wine, casually sat at the table and started to savor the food. Everyone, don't freeze. It's a pity not to eat so much food. Come and eat, and then feel free to drink. No drink for nothing. Jiang Nan was really sick, and it was not light. Xiao Baojun had said AA System. He seemed to be fine. The group ignored Jiang Nan and looked at Xiao Baojun instead. Squad leader, just now the consumption in that private room should also be AA? Big Banger asked when he really couldn't help himself. Of course, that's a golden box. The box fee is billed by the hour. An hour is as high as $200,000. Mom, the crowd's heart has almost jumped out. Just now they were 3 hours. Is 600,000 plus food, drink, that do not millions? What can we do about this? This meal is going to eat up half a year's income. It's horrible. All the people were worried. It was not a good idea to leave, nor was it a good idea not to leave. Jiang Nan ignored the crowd and just ate and drank. Lang Yuhan felt that Jiang Nan was very abnormal, so he quietly sat next to him. Jiang Nan, this diamond private room is a bit fishy. Who the hell ordered it? Who cares? Since Letcom is not afraid to spend money, do not have to think so much. Just eat and drink on the line. Naturally someone will settle the bill. Lang Yuhan is not afraid to eat. Her monthly pocket money is tens of millions. Tonight's consumption she all-inclusive is not a problem. Just that she has a big question mark in her heart. In the end, who has such great ability? Actually let them enter the diamond private room. Jiang Nan, this is the diamond private room of heaven on earth. Every dish is very expensive. Aren't you afraid of AA? Ai Ling walked to Jiang Nan's side and reminded. What are you afraid of? I said someone's treating me, I don't have to pay for it. Jiang Nan's voice was so loud that the crowd frowned. Xiao Baojun had said AA, and he still built it like this? Class president. How much does each person in the golden box share equally? A girl asked carefully. I just mimeographed over. 40 people, 30,000 per person. Xiao Baojun said thoughtfully. 30,000? The crowd repented their intestines. They shouldn't have come to this party. Such high consumption was simply not something they could afford at this level. Squad leader, can you advance it first? I'll slowly pay it back later. I don't have that much money right now. The far-sighted eye whispered, his eyes not daring to look at Xiao Baojun. Padding, you think so beautiful? Can't take out $30,000. What's the point of living? In fact, many people can't take it out. Their salary was not high, but also to rent a room. Every month is spent. Listen to Xiao Baojun said so. Everyone is also embarrassed to say that they don't have it. I have an idea. Didn't the class president give everyone gifts worth tens of thousands of dollars? Give the gifts to the class president and let him help everyone sell them, and offset the $30,000. Jiang Nan is really smart. Why didn't they think of it? Everyone has taken down the watch, necklace into the box, ready to return to Xiao Baojun. Jiang Nan has long seen Xiao Baojun send everyone's gifts are fake. Only to send Long Yuhan is the real thing. Jiang Nan quietly from the system space to take out the truth sticker. The idea of a move on Xiao Baojun's back. And Xiao Baojun simply do not feel at all. Xiao Baojun as soon as he heard Jiang Nan's words, the fire is very big. He sent those things are not worth money at all. Dozens of dollars take those things against the money. He is not going to lose a lot of money. Jiang Nan, you. Xiao Baojun pointed at Jiang Nan and was about to curse, but suddenly paused. The following words were even more shocking. In fact, the gifts I gave to everyone are all water goods, not worth money at all, each only a few dozen dollars. How can I use them to offset the money? Xiao Baojun said loudly, fooling people with fake goods, and saying it so lightly and justifiably. Xiao Baojun, a rich second generation from the Magic City, actually took fake goods and passed them off as the real thing to give to everyone and said so. The crowd did not believe that he was telling the truth and thought that he was saying this because he did not want to take back these things. A few people had already taken out their gifts and looked at them carefully. It's real. It's absolutely real. How could the class president buy fake goods? Just for the fact that the squad leader is so atmospheric to give us such an expensive gift. This 30,000 yuan has to be paid. The gift is real. It's real. No one believed that the gift was fake, and all of them put it into the packing box again. Fake. I say it's fake is fake. Don't believe you guys to identify. Xiao Baojun said with certainty. Big Banger touched Xiao Baojun's goose head. Squad leader, do you have a fever? No one believed that the gift was fake. If it was really fake, Xiao Baojun wouldn't have said it. Isn't this hitting his own face? Xiao Baojun knocked off his hand. You're the one with fever. Xiao Baojun couldn't control his mouth at all. In fact, he didn't want to tell the truth, but he just couldn't control it. Jiang Nan sent a message to Bian Mimi who was waiting in the hall on the first floor, and Bian Mimi soon came up with something. When Bian Mimi appeared in the box, the crowd was stunned by her beauty. This woman was not only beautiful, but also sexy. Xiao Baojun and Li Kerson's hearts tightened. Wasn't this the woman who called herself Jiang Nan's bodyguard that day? What was she doing here? Bian Mei ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked straight to Jiang Nan's side. Boss. This stunning beauty called Jiang Nan boss, and the crowd's brains instantly short-circuited as they all turned their heads together to look over. Hand out the gifts to everyone. There's a list inside. Jiang Nan spoke out in a low voice. Yes. Bian Mei pulled out the list. There were more than 30 people on the list. Only Li Kerson, Xiao Baojun, Big Stick, and Xiao Baoju and several loyal lickspittles were not on the list. The others were all there. What is going on with Jiang Nan? Xiao Baojun said that the gift he gave was fake. Is he going to give everyone fake gifts as well? The people whose names were called out all mechanically took the gifts. Each person had a wristwatch. Looking at the brand, it was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but everyone thought it was a fake. Jiang Nan was an ordinary person. How could he afford to buy such an expensive watch to give to everyone? Long Yuhan looked at the gifts Jiang Nan gave. It was unbelievable. Where he came from so much money. These dozens of watches are worth a few $1 million at least. How did he just give them away so freely? Chapter 62, Suspected of Fraud. The crowd got the gifts without any joy at all. Xiao Baojun had already sent fake gifts. Jiang Nan also sent them fake gifts in order to compare with Xiao Baojun. Was it useful to ask for so many fake goods? Although they were poor, they also had dignity. Jiang Nan, you can't even afford to eat, and you still have money to buy watches to give away? Fake. It's absolutely fake. The few people who didn't get the gift sneered. Really? That watch is real. At least $100,000 per piece. Xiao Baojun could tell at a glance that the watches Jiang Nan gave were real. He was puzzled in his heart and felt that he had no face for giving fake goods, but he still couldn't control himself to tell the truth. What's wrong today? Jiang Nan is abnormal. Xiao Baojun is even more abnormal. He actually said that the watches Jiang Nan sent are real? This watch is worth $500,000. Lang Yuhan said as she looked at the watch in her hand. As soon as Lang Yuhan's words came out, everyone hurriedly took their own watches to show her how much they were worth. 500, 000, 300, 000, 1, 000, 000, 800, 000. These watches are of different brands, so the prices are also different. Dian Nini was randomly taken out of the bag, so some people just happened to get the more expensive ones, and some people just happened to get the cheaper ones. After hearing Lang Yuhan's words, everyone really believed that the watches Jiang Nan sent were real, but they couldn't understand how Jiang Nan was suddenly so arrogant. Li Kerson looked at the crowd all got the watches Jiang Nan sent. Her heart was not in the right place. Jiang Nan couldn't have developed so quickly. Where did he get so many watches? The origin of these watches is unknown. You guys dare to accept them? Li Kerson said to the crowd. When she said this, the crowd still felt that it made sense. Jiang Nan was obviously a poor boy, and it was only a short year before he developed. How could it be possible? The origin of these watches was questionable. Smuggling? Stealing? The crowd is confused. Suddenly came in a few police, followed by two women about 30 years old. Could it be that Jiang Nan had really broken the law? The crowd nervously hid their gifts behind their backs and looked at Jiang Nan. As soon as they entered the box, the two women rushed to the bald and pot-bellied man without saying a word. Scratching and biting. You big liar. Cheating money and sex. Dead liar. You return the money to me, or I'll fight you today. The two women were fighting and cursing at the same time. Li Kuxian hurriedly stood up to stop it. What are you doing? Are you guys recognizing the wrong person? In fact, Li Kerson's understanding of this man is not deep. The man told her that he is a rich businessman on the island, but he never took her to the island. Followed him for half a year. He only gave Li Kerson to bring back some jewelry from Hong Kong, and the so-called brand name clothing and bags, and he had already swiped away millions from her credit card. Identify the wrong person. I would know him even if I peeled off 8 layers of his skin. He's a big liar. He bought all the clothes you're wearing for you, right? All fake goods. A woman sized up Li Kerson and said angrily, he also bought these things for me. They're all fake. Imposters. They're not worth anything at all. I have them too. I threw them all in the trash. This big liar. My credit cards were all maxed out by him. I also borrowed a lot of money online. Li Kerson listened to the words of the two women, thinking about the money she was swiped away by him. Her eyes went black, nearly fainted, and was casually helped by a female classmate next to her to sit on the sofa next to her. Too humiliating, she actually found a liar. The so-called name brand on her body turned out to be fake. She had just laughed at Jiang Nan for wearing fakes. The real clown turned out to be herself. She now really wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill in. The crowd looked at Li Kerson, thinking about her gloomy words. Their faces showed contemptuous color. So her so-called rich husband is a big liar. It's too much of a relief. At this time, Xiao Baojun also did not forget to come with a wave of divine assistance. Li Kerson, don't always think of getting something for nothing. There is no such thing as a cheap thing in the world. As far as you are all played badly, the real tycoon can look at you. Li Kerson tightly bit her lower lip and glared at Xiao Baojun. The eyes seemed to want to kill. She followed several men. Only Jiang Nan was sincere to her, but she didn't know to cherish it. Now she ended up with 2 losses of wealth and color. Li Kerson could not cry. Just now Jiang Nan gave hundreds of thousands of watches to his classmates. It seems that he is really well off. Li Kerson genuinely headbutt herself to death. She is really stupid. The police pulled away the 2 women. The bald man's face, his body were all injured. They took out a pair of handcuffs and handcuffed the man. You are suspected of fraud. Come with us. A female police officer walked over to Li Kerson and said, you as a victim, please go over with us to cooperate with the investigation. At this moment, Li Kerson was like a puppet, with a dead silence in her eyes. She got up trembling and followed the police to leave. When she was about to go out the door, she suddenly turned back and ran to Jiang Nan's side, kneeling on the ground and crying out in pain. Jiang Nan, I know that you are good to me. Please forgive me. I will listen to you in the future for everything. Such a scum woman he has long seen through, but also want to come to cheat him. The face skin is thicker than pig skin. Jiang Nan coldly said, the water can't be retrieved. Please respect yourself. Let's go. First go cooperate with the investigation. The policewoman pulled Li Kerson up and took her away. The crowd's mood today was like a roller coaster with ups and downs. It was almost like acting in a movie. This plot reversal, slap in the face, and then reversal. It can be described as a twist and turn, and the big reversal that they couldn't have imagined even more is still behind. After Li Kerson was taken away, the people think about today's AA. The mood fell to the bottom again. Many people cannot take $30,000, but cannot not pay. Only in front of the money and interests can see a person. Usually say more than sing all good sound Xiao Baojun to the key time to reveal the true colors. But this matter the crowd can still have a little understanding. After all, in the golden box spent more than 1 million. Each of them have a share. The most intolerable thing is to also give them fake goods, which call people will be very difficult to accept. This diamond box to eat, drink, play are the top. But the crowd thought of expensive consumption. Do not dare to move the things inside. Are full of sadness to find a way to cash out $30,000. A beautiful woman pushed a dozen layers of large cake slowly into the box, with a professional-style smile on her face. Tonight everyone must eat well, drink well, play well. What needs, despite the command? Beauty. What is the per capita minimum consumption here? Big Banger looked at the delicious dishes on the table and couldn't help but ask. There is no concept of per capita consumption here. Only Diamond members are qualified to enjoy such highest specification services. VIPs who walk into the Diamond box are free of charge. Hearing the words of the beauty, a series of question marks appeared in the hearts of the crowd. You look at me, I look at you, not knowing what's going on. So was it free just now in the gold box? Someone couldn't help but ask again. Free. The waiter's words were out of everyone's expectation. Everyone looked at Xiao Baojun. Didn't he say AA? Chapter 63 Diamond member of Human Paradise. Xiao Baojun sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette carelessly. He didn't know what was going on. The gold membership card was borrowed by him. He didn't understand the rules here, since the hotel had said it was free. What scruples did he have? My gold membership card is borrowed. I don't understand the rules inside. Since the hotel has said that there is no charge, then there is no charge. Xiao Baojun really wanted to reach out and slap himself. How did he talk about the borrowed card thing? He felt that he was possessed today. Originally his heart was not willing to say it, but his mouth did not listen to the command of his brain. Xiao Baojun is a rich second generation. Is the object of worship of the crowd? Did not expect the gold membership card are borrowed. The crowd also questioned the strength of this rich second generation. Did not expect the back of him burst out a bigger melon. The clothes on my body are all water goods, but the water goods worn on my body are turned into real goods, because I am a rich second generation. Although Jiang Nan is wearing real goods worth hundreds of millions of dollars on his body, but in other people's eyes it is the ground floor goods, because he is a poor man. Who will believe that he can afford to wear the brand? What's wrong with Xiao Baojun today? The crowd's three views were all turned upside down by him. In fact, what he said does have a few points of truth. When a rich person wears water goods, others think it's the real thing. When a poor person wears a brand name, others will also think it's a water goods. Eat drink build since you don't have to spend money. Don't be polite. Xiao Baojun stood up, picked up a bottle of Massini Premium Garden red wine and opened it. So he poured a cup for himself. The others couldn't believe it at first. Since Xiao Baojun said so they believed it. For a while, everyone sat at the table, eating food, drinking wine, enjoying themselves. Like this opportunity once in a lifetime would be good. This time do not make wait for when? Everyone was guessing who actually invited them to the diamond private room. Definitely not Xiao Baojun. The gold membership card was borrowed. How could he be a diamond member? Much less Jiang Nan. Although he gave everyone hundreds of thousands of wristwatches. But it is not so powerful. It is impossible to be a diamond member here. In the end, everyone targeted their suspicions on Long Yuhan. They decided that her family was a mysterious big family based on her usual behavior. And she must be rich and powerful. This diamond box must have been invited by Long Yuhan. Thinking of this, the crowd all cast a grateful gaze at her, and many began to give her a toast. Lang Yuhan could tell that everyone thought of her as that diamond membership card owner. In fact, she was also very curious as to who that person was, and should be amongst this group of classmates. Jiang Nan, why did this diamond member invite us? Lang Yuhan said as she looked at Jiang Nan. In fact, she suspected that Jiang Nan was the one with a lot of power. The total value of the watches he had given to his classmates just now had exceeded $10 million, and his current appearance and temperament had also changed drastically from before. The current Jiang Nan was infinitely charismatic. He couldn't say exactly where he had changed, but overall he just looked different from before. Handsome, cool, 10 million gifts to say send on send. This boldness is a lot of rich second generation are not, such as Xiao Baojun, eat a meal but also AA, this is usually bragging. In the event of stingy rich second generation, and Jiang Nan cannot be compared. Lang Yuhan can conclude that this year, Jiang Nan's life has taken a major turn. Jiang Nan did not answer her question directly, but asked her in return, what do you think? He picked up his wine glass and looked at Lang Yuhan. Come on, cheers. Lang Yuhan picked up her wine glass and clinked it with him. She leisurely took a small sip, but in her heart, she couldn't let go of the question. At this time, the night was already late. After the people ate and drank, They sang and danced in the entertainment area. Jiang Nan and Lang Yuhan sang a chorus of Rush Hour, which made many people weep. Xiao Baojun organized this party. Originally wanted to humiliate Jiang Nan and embarrass him, but he didn't expect to embarrass himself. His mouth was always out of control of his brain to say something he shouldn't say, and the rich second-generation persona that he had set up in the hearts of his classmates instantly collapsed. Can't stay any longer? He has to leave immediately. Otherwise he doesn't know what shocking words he is going to say again. Xiao Baojun thought and got up and walked to Lang Yuhan's side, squeezing out a fake smile and said, "Goddess Lang, I just remembered that there are some things at home that I haven't dealt with yet, so I will leave first." When Xiao Baojun wanted to leave, his several loyal lickspittles couldn't sit still, so they got up and followed Xiao Baojun out of the box. Who knew that they were stopped by the uniformed staff outside the door? "Please show your documents." Xiao Baojun was extremely annoyed when he heard that. "We are the most honored guests here." "Show what documents?" "Believe it or not, I will complain to you." "Yes, we are the most honored guests and not prisoners. What documents do we need?" The few people following Xiao Baojun also yelled impatiently. Another staff member quickly walked inside the box and went to Jiang Nan's side and whispered. Jiang Nan's handsome brows slightly knitted, got up and walked out of the box. "Today's party is AA. A few of you haven't paid yet. Don't be in a hurry to leave, ah?" Several people's eyes reddened upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, and each of them clenched their fists, ready to use force to solve the problem. "Jiang Nan, who are you? The hotel has said it's free. What AA are you stepping on?" The big mallet was the first to voice out. When the people in the box heard the sound outside, they all ran to the door to see what was going on, and after hearing Big Mallet's words, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats again. "Everyone else is free, except you few." When Jiang Nan's words came out, there was another commotion in the crowd. "This is not what you say. Why should the laborers listen to you?" Xiao Baojun scolded. "Mr. Jiang?" The staff threw an inquiring glance at Jiang Nan. A few of them follow the hotel's standards, the others are exempt. Lang Yuhan's heart was shocked. As expected, Jiang Nan was that powerful diamond member. It was simply too shocking. "Yuhan, what exactly is this Jiang Nan?" Bai Ling pulled Lang Yuhan's hand and asked, "Are you stupid? Can't you tell? Could it be that he's a diamond member of heaven on earth?" Bai Ling looked at Jiang Nan's handsome face with a face of surprise and adoration. Or else, the fact that we were lucky enough to come to the diamond box was all due to Jiang Nan. When did Jiang Nan become so powerful? Bai Ling's eyes kept staring at Jiang Nan's side face, and the more she looked, the more handsome she became. Jiang Nan's status in Lang Yuhan's heart also skyrocketed, and his favorability continued to soar. Ding! Favorability from goddess class beauty Lang Yuhan plus 10. Ding! From the goddess level beauty Lang Yuhan's favoritism plus 20. Ding! Goddess level beauty Lang Yuhan's favorability plus 50. Ding! Jiang Nan heard the system beep and turned back to look at Lang Yuhan. Her small face was slightly red. She was staring at Jiang Nan obsessively. Her four eyes were opposite to each other. She was a little embarrassed and lowered her head. Jiang Nan could not imagine that the iceberg beauty Lang Yuhan's favorability towards him had risen so much all of a sudden. Wasn't this the rhythm of dedication? Chapter 64, The Day to Come. Xiao Baojun and his few loyal lickspittles exploded as soon as they heard this. Xiao Baojun pointed at Jiang Nan and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what qualifications do you have to say that? He then looked at the staff and said, "I am a member of the Xiao family in Magic City. Do you know the famous Xiao family? He is a poor man. Why do you guys listen to him?" The staff said with a serious expression, "Please keep your mouth clean. Mr. Jiang is the only diamond member of heaven on earth. He is our most honored guest. If we don't listen to him, do we have to listen to you?" The staff's words were as shocking as a 12-magnitude earthquake. The hearts of the crowd received a huge impact like never before. The Jiang Nan they knew was a plain and poor boy. Graduating for a year was so terrifying, simply heaven-defying. All the girls looked at Jiang Nan's gaze was different. Each eye was like two big fireballs, itching to burn him to ashes. Lang Yuhan was shocked when she guessed that Jiang Nan's identity was unusual, and the shock level was directly increased by 10 stars after getting the staff's confirmation. Xiao Baojun was like being struck by lightning. He didn't believe it was true. He couldn't figure out how it could be like this, and several of his loyal lickspittles were stunned into statues in their places. "According to the standard, several of you will share $1 million each," said the staff. A few people were about to bolt at that, but they were taken away by a few security guards who pressed them on the spot. Today this class reunion subverted everyone's three views. Rich second-generation Xiao broke the collapse of the military persona. The poor boy Jiang Nan successfully reversed the trend. It is shocking and horrible. Horror as such. The crowd surrounded Jiang Nan a burst of compliments after a flurry of departure. At this time, Dian Mimi had already driven the Rolls-Royce Phantom out of the garage and parked it on the side of the road. The crowd was shocked by this luxury car worth more than $100 million. Many girls regretted. How did not find Jiang Nan this potential stock? If the university during the Jiang Nan chased into the hand, now there is no need to take a cab. Sitting in such a luxury car every day to cry is also incomparably happy. Lang Yuhan took out her cell phone and was about to hang up the phone to the driver at home, when she heard Jiang Nan's voice. Goddess Lang, do you want a ride? Lang Yuhan's surface is cold and icy. Many people feel that she is not good to approach and do not dare to approach her. In fact, her heart is hot and is very easy to be moved. Today Jiang Nan made her very touched. She very much wants to further develop with him. After hearing Jiang Nan say so, she hesitated for a few moments and then said, "Then I will trouble you." Thank you. She had a natural noble temperament that many rich girls did not have, and Jiang Nan liked it. No trouble. Jiang Nan gentlemanly pulled open the car door and invited Lang Yuhan to get on the car. Dian Mimi drove the car. Jiang Nan and Lang Yuhan sat in a separate space at the back, and with sentimental love songs playing in the space, the atmosphere became very ambiguous. On the side of the car waiting for other people to see Lang Yuhan on Jiang Nan's car, heart are mixed feelings. The boy's eyes are red. The girl's little heart is also sour. If they were invited to get on the car is how good they are. Lang Yuhan heart has a lot of questions. She does not know this year Jiang Nan in the end went through what. Do not know how he did today's achievements. She would like to know. Would like to further understand this man, but Jiang Nan does not say she did not ask. Prying into other people's privacy is impolite. If the two of them were destined to be together, she was willing to spend her whole life getting to know him, rather than rushing this moment. Goddess, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nan saw that she was mesmerized by her thoughts, so he waved his hand in front of her eyes. Oh, nothing. By the way, just call me by my first name from now on. Call me by my first name affectionately. Two blushes flew up on her white little face. Since she was particularly high and cold, no one in the class dared to call her by her first name, calling her Lang Goddess to her face and Ice Beauty behind her back. Jiang Nan had never thought that he would be able to have such a close contact with Lang Yuhan, and was a bit flattered when he heard her say so. He was a billionaire goddess. He had women lined up around him, and Iceberg Beauty was also a woman. He could also melt her with passion. Yuhan, your name is really nice, full of poetry, and it's especially pure. Jiang Nan also wanted to pretend to be more literate, but his language was not good and he could not say anything with substance. Lang Yuhan looked at him with a smile. This man in front of her was her confidant. She also felt that her name was very nice, full of poetry and picturesque, and it fit her character. Your name is also very nice. Jiang Nan, Smoky Rain. What a beautiful mood. Lang Yuhan squinted her peach blossom eyes with a mesmerized look. Do you want to go to Jiang Nan to listen to the rain? Jiang Nan's voice was low and magnetic. Lang Yuhan was a very sensitive girl. She seemed to hear something in the man's words, and her careful heart couldn't help but accelerate and beat wildly. I want to. It's just that it's boring to be alone. I'll accompany you. Jiang Nan's eyes blazed and his breathing became rapid. Lang Yuhan looked at the man and felt the approaching danger. She was not a casual girl. She did not want to have a story right now, but her body came up uncontrollably. Jiang Nan cupped her harmless little face, smooth and tender to love. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her thin, cool lips pressed against her soft lips, desperately seizing them. Only when she couldn't catch her breath did the man's lips slowly leave. The first time Lang Yuhan kissed a man, or her old classmate, she felt embarrassed and lowered her head with a red face, not daring to look at his. Jiang Nan is not an ordinary pretty boy. The woman's mind he understands best. With the first skin-to-skin kiss, the second time will go with the flow. The water will flow. The relationship will become deeper and deeper. Yuhan. Jiang Nan took her in his arms. Usually the girl with cold surface has a glass heart. He has to guard him well. Wrap her up with his tenderness, not letting her get hurt. Lang Yuhan's heart was warm. For the first time she experienced a different kind of love from her father. A different kind of tenderness. This may be the so-called love, right? She buried her head in Jiang Nan's embrace, feeling his heartbeat with all her heart. Love came so suddenly. She was not a bit prepared. Time seems to have stood still. Everything outside the car is left behind. The two quietly enjoy each other's warmth, giving each other tenderness. When they got out of the car, Jiang Nan held her tightly in his arms, a little reluctant to part with her. Nan, there will be a long time to come. Lang Yuhan stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips as if she was a dragonfly. Looking at her back, Jiang Nan suddenly felt that all this seems to be a dream. Between them were originally two parallel lines, never intersecting, but God just likes to surprise you when one is desperate, actually changing the trajectory of the two, intersecting just like this. He believed that the story behind was even more exciting. Chapter 65, Headmistress Lin Meiju. It was already 3 a.m. When he returned to Building 1 King, Jiang Nan looked at Bian Mimi's expectant eyes. He was going to give her a reward, but when he thought that he had important things to do tomorrow, he changed his mind. Mimi, you go to bed early. We'll talk about the reward later. Jiang Nan said and went into the master bedroom. He was about to close the door when Dian Nini pressed the doorknob from outside. "Boss, I'm your personal female bodyguard." She threw a wink at him. This was not a female bodyguard. It was clearly a female goblin, always trying to seduce him into making mistakes. "It's too late today. Sticking it for a while isn't enjoyable. Stick it for 24 hours some other day." Jiang Nan laughed gangly and closed the door behind him. Dian Nini pouted and pushed open the door of a second bedroom. The boss said he wanted to reward her. What kind of gift was it? She was both looking forward to it and curious. As the boss's personal female bodyguard, it was her shame that she hadn't been posted for so long. She had recently been busy with the company during the day, and at night, she had been studying online with MS Misha. She wanted to test the results of her learning, but the boss actually didn't appreciate it, and her heart was upset. But what could she do? The boss's words she must obey unconditionally. Jiang Nan lying in bed, tossing and turning, cannot sleep. His heart is now only one person. That is, Lin Yuhan. She and other women are not the same. There is a kind of people want to explore the mystery of her body, her cold appearance under what kind of a soul. The next day, Jiang Nan woke up early. He called Chang Yueshi to let her come over to drive. Who knows that she was not feeling well for the past 2 days. Jiang Nan let her rest at home, so he called the housekeeper Xiamiao to drive for him. Today, he was going to arrange things for Su Xiaoru and Su Xiaoyi to go to school. He was going to let the 2 children go to the attached middle school of Mordor University. This school was the best middle school in Mordor. In order to get into a good university after 3 years, it was necessary to get into such a school. Jiang Nan asked Xia Myrtle to drive the car to the attached middle school of Mordor University. The security guards at the entrance let him go once they saw that it was a luxury car and the visitor had an extraordinary demeanor. He came to the door of the principal's office and reached out to knock on the door when he heard a strange voice inside. "Young Lin, don't." Jiang Nan's hand froze in midair and eventually landed on the door. Knock knock. The duo inside stood up from the sofa as soon as they heard someone knocking on the door. "Damn, who's so ungrateful to have spoiled the good things of the laborers?" Lin Mo cursed as he pulled his tie that was crooked to the side. He has long coveted Xia Shue's beauty. He heard that Xia Shui was on duty at the school, so he took the opportunity of his aunt going out on a trip to come to the principal's office, hung up an internal phone call to Xia Shui, saying that the principal was looking for her for something, and Xia Shui came over believing in the truth. But who knows that there was only one person, Lin Mo, and the principal wasn't there at all. Xia Shui knows that he is a playboy who lifts up his pants and doesn't recognize anyone, so he is very resistant to Lin Mo's advances. As soon as she saw that it was Lin Mo who called her, she turned around and was about to leave, but Lin Mo held her waist from behind and pressed her onto the sofa, and the buttons on her blouse had already been unbuttoned by Lin Mo, and she was about to cry out for help when she heard a knock on the door. Xia Shui panicked and stood up from the sofa, buttoning up her buttons and gathering her messy hair, not knowing what to do. Lin Mo walked to the door and pulled it open with one hand. The person in front of him really startled him. Surname Jiang? He remembered the humiliation he received in Jinjiang Garden, and today he disturbed his good deed. He became furious. In his own territory, he wanted to avenge the old and the new together. "Surname Jiang, I haven't looked for you yet, but you took the initiative to come to my door. You have guts." Lin Mo gave a conspiratorial thumbs up. Jiang Nan was also baffled the moment he saw Lin Mo. How is this Lin Mo in the principal's office? There is a girl inside. Who is the principal in the end? Jiang Nan was too lazy to say more to Lin Mo, so he opened the door and said, "I'm looking for the principal." "Oh, you kid is looking for the principal. Labor is the principal." Lin Mo pointed his arms around his chest and said in a condescending manner, "Attachment middle school with a principal like you is simply misguided." Jiang Nan turned around and left after saying that. Lin Mo caught such an opportunity. Where would he easily stop? He sneered and dialed a phone number to the school security room. Several security guards surrounded Jiang Nan as he walked to the school's main entrance. "Give me a hard beating on him. Teach this thing that doesn't know the sky and the earth a good lesson," Lin Mo ordered. Several security guards then rushed up together. Xia Shui's face turned white with fear, but she didn't dare to squeak at all. Lin Mo was capable of doing anything on the basis of his aunt being the school principal. Jiang Nan came here today to do business. He didn't want to dirty his hands, so he dodged a few people and walked to the main door. "Catch him. Don't let him escape." Lin Mo gave an order. A few security guards rushed out to catch Jiang Nan. With Jiang Nan's current physique, packing up these few little lolos was as easy as stepping on an ant, but he didn't want to lay down a hard hand until he had no choice. Just when a few people were close to him, he kicked these security guards out with a few feet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Mo cursed and kicked towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan turned around and smashed his fist on his face. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Several security guards climbed up and rushed towards Jiang Nan again, At this time, a white BMW 7 Series slowly stopped at the entrance. The several security guards froze in place, only to see a noble and elegant woman around 40 years old walk out of the car. Principal. The several security guards bowed to the woman. This woman was the principal of the attached middle school, and Jiang Nan had no intention of leaving when he wanted to have a good talk with her. The woman looked at Lin Mo, then at Jiang Nan and these few security guards, and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" Lin Mo covered the half of his face that was swollen by the slap and ran to the woman's side to complain. "Auntie, this person came to the school to cause trouble. Lin Mo is a what virtues? Lin Meiju heart clear, but he is after all her own nephew. Hit the dog but also look at the master, let alone hit her nephew." She raised her eyebrows at Jiang Nan, voice in a few points cold. "School is a party of the Pure Land, is not who want to come to, want to go away." "Good." Principal Lin said it well. Jiang Nan's expression was cold as he clapped his two hands together. Lin Meiju was the second miss of the Lin family. She had been arrogant and domineering since she was a child, growing up to be the principal of the attached middle school. She even didn't look anyone in the eye. And this young man in front of her actually used a mocking tone of voice to speak with her? Lin Meiju's face was eerily terrifying. "Take him to my office." After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and stomped away. Several security guards went up to pull Jiang Nan. "Go." Jiang Nan shook them off. "Let go. I can walk by myself." The security guards were thrown straight shake. "Also dare not go to pull him. Just follow Jiang Nan behind to go." Xia Shui was about to leave when she saw the situation, but was pulled by Lin Mo. "Sooner or later, you'll be the laborers." Lin Shui trembled in fear and wiped her tears and went to the office. Lin Mo also strutted towards the principal's office. He wanted revenge. Chapter 66, Wan Hongfa. The door to the principal's office was open, and Lin Meiju was sitting behind the desk, her face terribly gloomy. Jiang Nan walked into the office. Lin Meiju seemed like she didn't see him, holding a stack of documents in her hand to read. Jiang Nan arrived with his front foot. Lin Mo followed him in with his back foot. "Auntie, this person trespassed into the school and injured people. We should call the police to arrest him." Jiang Nan did not bother to argue with Lin Mo. Instead he said to Lin Meiju, "Principal Lin, I have something important to tell you." Lin Meiju lifted her eyelids. "Speak, what are you stepping on?" Lin Mo had a bit of a heart attack and hurriedly stopped it. "I'm speaking to Principal Lin. It has nothing to do with you." Jiang Nan coldly glanced at Lin Mo. He couldn't help but shiver. After all, that slap just now was too powerful and directly swelled his face. Lin Meiju looked at Jiang Nan. There was a hint of curiosity in her heart. It was the first time she had encountered such a righteous man. "Lin Mo, get out." Lin Mo also had a few scruples towards Lin Meiju. After hearing Lin Meiju's words he could only reluctantly go out. On his way out he didn't forget to say to Lin Meiju, "Auntie, he's just a psychopath. Don't listen to his nonsense." He clenched his fist and gestured at Jiang Nan's face, saying viciously, "Surname Jiang, don't be too rampant." Lin Mo couldn't figure out how Jiang Nan had appeared in the annexed middle school. What exactly was he going to say to Lin Meiju? And whether he had heard him molesting Xia Shui? Who cares? Even if Lin Meiju knew about it, what could she do? The big deal was to say a few words about him without any pain. Lin Meiju put down the documents in her hand and stared at Jiang Nan for a while. This dress, this temperament, it should not be a child of an ordinary family. She was familiar with the big families in Magic City, but she had not seen such a one. Say it. She coldly opened her mouth. "Principal Lin, I'm here today to arrange for 2 senior students." Jiang Nan opened the door. Lin Meiju listened in a daze. This was the attached middle school of the Magic University, the best middle school in all of Magic City. Many powerful and wealthy people had squeezed their heads to send their children here. To get into this school, the conditions were absolutely harsh. This young man in front of her actually said it so easily. He thought that small fishes and snappy shrimps could just get in? Lin Meiju sneered. The annexed middle school has a limited number of places for new students every year, and it's already filled up before the vacation. Jiang Nan did not speak, but took out his cell phone and sent a message to the manager of Heaven on Earth. The reason why Jiang Nan came directly to the annexed middle school was because he had checked before he came. Earthly Paradise was a globally famous plutocrat, and the 4 major families of Magic City did not dare to mess with him. They all had to give face, or else they would be able to make you disappear completely in a minute. Jiang Nan, as the only and most honored diamond member of the Earthly Paradise. Of course, his face was not normally big. Seeing that Jiang Nan had no intention of leaving, Lin Meiju said, "No send-off, take your time." Jiang Nan did not go, but directly sat on the sofa on one side. "Principal Lin, is the Magic University attached middle school the best middle school in all of Magic City? Of course. Is there any other middle school that can be compared to the Magic University attached middle school?" Lin Meiju blankly glanced at Jiang Nan, knowingly asking, "Why are you here if it's not the best school?" Then the discipline in here is also the best? Lin Meizhu stopped talking and instead looked at him askance to see what he was going to say. And the quality of everyone in the school is no better? What exactly are you trying to say? Why don't you just say it? Don't beat around the bush. Lin Meizhu raised her voice. No one had ever dared to question the Magic University-affiliated high school before. What qualifications did this boy who didn't know what was going on have to ask like that? Lin Mo. Your nephew, right? He bullies female teachers at school. This is something you as the principal wouldn't be unaware of, right? Lin Meizhu walked to Jiang Nan's side and looked him up and down for a full minute before saying in a conspiratorial manner, do you have any evidence? False accusations are against the law, understand? Jiang Nan heard clearly at the door. Lin Mo was bullying that female teacher. He did not want to meddle in the matter. But this aunt and nephew were too unorthodox. The road is not good. When it is time to take action is his character. Evidence? You can check the surveillance. Right now. Where has Lin Meizhu seen such an aggressive and unknowing brat? So she slapped her hand on the table and pointed at Jiang Nan's nose and roared. There's no need for you to tell me what's going on here. Get the hell out of here. Lin Mo, who was standing outside the door, heard Lin Meizhu's angry yelling. So he slammed the door and worried. Auntie, don't give this brat a general opinion. I'll call the security guards to come over right away and throw him out on the street. Lin Mo said as he picked up the house's intercom and called. In less than a minute, several security guards came up. Principal Lin? The stomach that was kicked by Jiang Nan just now at the gate still hurt. They looked at Jiang Nan and didn't dare to do it easily, standing there waiting for Lin Meizhu to issue an order. Besides, after receiving Jiang Nan's text message, the general manager immediately drove to Mordor Annex Middle School here, the only diamond member of Mordor Nintendo. Not only rich, so simple, the identity is how horrible. Lin Meizhu actually dared to offend such a big shot. Is not wanting to get rid of his name in Mordor? Lin Mo looked at the several security guards, and then pointed at Jiang Nan and said, what are you guys still standing there for? Throw him out for me. A few security guards were just about to make a move when the security guard on duty at the main entrance panted and ran up. It's bad. It's bad. The general manager of Heaven on Earth is here. At the main entrance. Lin Meizhu tensed up as soon as she heard it. The boss behind the earthly paradise is a big family in Kyoto, and legend has it that he is also a big shot in the military department. His power is immeasurably large, and the 4 big families of the Magic City have to respect him for 3 times, and now he has suddenly come to the annexed middle school, and I don't know if it's a disaster or a fortune. Lin Meizhu did not dare to delay, jogging all the way towards the entrance. At the entrance stood a lean man with an ugly face. When Lin Meizhu saw the face of the visitor, she knew that it was not a good thing. Her face was pale. She went forward and respectfully said, Mr. Wan, what wind blew you here? Please don't blame Mr. Wan for missing the welcome. Mr. Wan, please. Lin Meizhu made a gesture of please. Wan Hongfa walked towards his office with a stern face. Lin Meizhu followed behind with apprehension in her heart, not knowing where she had offended this great god. At this moment, Jiang Nan was standing in Lin Meizhu's office, surrounded by several security guards and Lin Mo. When she was almost at the office, Lin Meizhu ran to the front. She wanted to drive the uninvited guest in the office out, so as not to get in Mr. Wan's way. You guys get him out of here. Lin Meizhu shouted with glaring eyes. Get rid of who? Wan Hongfa asked. Oh, General Manager Wan, a kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth, ran into the attached middle school to cause trouble and even beat up someone. Lin Meizhu said with a smiling face. Wan Hongfa had already seen Jiang Nan and said to Lin Meizhu with a cold face. The one who doesn't know the high ground is you. Chapter 67. Lin Meizhu was driven away. Wan Hongfa walked over to Jiang Nan and bowed politely. Mr. Jiang. Lin Meizhu was petrified on the spot when she saw this scene. What a terrifying existence a person like Wan Hongfa was in the Magic City. A cough from him could make the Magic City flicker with lightning and thunder, rain and wind. What kind of status was the person who could make him respect? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Meizhu is also a person who has seen the world. After a moment of stupefaction, she reacted and hurriedly bowed to Jiang Nan. Mr. Jiang, I, Lin Meizhu, have eyes but no pearls. Please bear with Mr. Jiang and be a grown-up. Consider me a fart and let go of it. Lin Mo on the side was also dumbfounded by this scene. Wan Hongfa was the #1 big shot in Magic City, and still nodded his head to Jiang Nan like this. Could it be that his identity was really extraordinary? Lin Mo's scalp tingled when he also associated it with the fact that he had bought a king of buildings in Jinjiang Garden. At first he didn't believe that this man was so terrifying, thinking that he was just a thug. Today he really believed it. Such a person was not something that their Lin family could afford to mess with at all. You're dismissed, Wan Hongfa said to Lin Meizhu. What? Lin Meizhu's mind was blank. It was only a matter of words for Wan Hongfa to get the Lin family removed from the Magic City, let alone her as the principal. However, Lin Meizhu was still unwilling. She didn't care about this salary. but this title was too important to the Lin family. Being the principal of the Magic University High School, she could liaise well with all the big families, which was beneficial to the Lin family's career, and if she didn't become the principal, the Lin family's career would definitely be affected. Lin Meiju still want to say something was interrupted by Wan Hongfa. Don't say anything, if you don't want the Lin family to get rid of the name in the Magic City, hurry up and leave. Wan Hongfa has always said one thing in Mordu. In order to not let the Lin family get rid of their name in Mordu, Lin Meiju could only obediently roll up and leave. Mr. Wan rest his anger. Mr. Jiang rest his anger. I'll leave this time. This time, Lin Meiju said and stumbled away. Lin Mo saw Lin Meiju leave and also wanted to flee with his tail between his legs. Wan Hongfa looked at a few security guards and said in a cold voice, "Drag him out to me and throw him on the street." A few security guards immediately went forward to get Lin Mo away with pulling and tugging. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Lin Mo's pig-killing screams echoed in the campus. "Mr. Jiang, you have the final say in the annexed middle school. It's no problem to arrange a few students by the way," Wan Hongfa said respectfully. "Jiang Nan, trouble manager want to make a trip. It's my honor to serve Mr. Jiang." Actually, Wan Hongfa had one more thing to tell Jiang Nan, but he just didn't find the right opportunity to do so, so he took this opportunity to divulge it today. Now that Jiang Nan and Wan Hongfa were the only two people in the principal's office, Wan Hongfa said, "Mr. Jiang, please take a seat." Then he gave Jiang Nan a cup of tea. "Mr. Jiang, the chairman of Kyoto will be coming to Mordor in a few days. He would like to pay you a visit. I wonder if you would be kind enough to do so." Wan Hongfa had long reported the diamond member of the earthly paradise to the behind-the-scenes boss of Kyoto. The behind-the-scenes boss was shocked. To be able to apply for the only diamond card is to be selected through the layers of the major military regions around the world. This person must be the one who has done a great contribution to the world. The power is incomparable to these businessmen of theirs, so he would like to meet this person. And if he could climb some relationships it would be even better. The strength of heaven on earth in Magic City was above the four great families because the big boss behind him was very scary, and they felt that Jiang Nan was very scary, so they had great respect for him. In fact, only Jiang Nan himself knew his own bottom line. If it wasn't for the system protecting his information in advance, he might have been killed long ago. In order to improve his strength, he still had to rely on these big consortia, and that the boss behind the curtain wanted to see him, which was just what he wanted. Jiang Nan crossed his fingers on the tip of his nose and said thoughtfully, "Good, I've long admired Mr. Chairman's great name, and I'd like to pay my respects." Wang Hongfa was thrilled when he didn't expect Jiang Nan to agree so readily. "That's great. I'll go back and bring this good news to the chairman. He'll be very happy." A mysterious big shot like Jiang Nan, who was not found, was a terrifying existence for Wang Hongfa, including the big brother behind him. If he could climb into a relationship with him, the family's business would surely be able to go to the next level, so he had to find a way to get closer to the relationship. Xia Shui sat in the office, thinking of Lin Mo's words is very scared. That is a colored demon. Scum. On the basis of his aunt is the principal. Subterfuge a lot of young girls teachers. If she continues to teach here, sooner or later will be his scourge, but she does not want to give up hard-won job. This job, although it cannot make her rich and famous, but in the Magic City can also be food and clothing, but also can subsidize the rural brothers. She originally went to the teacher's college. To be a teacher is her dream. Xia Shui is very entangled, not when the teacher and what she can do. In the Magic City, Xia Shui did not have a relative. Suffered a great aggression can only carry their own. She was not willing to tell her parents in the countryside. Her parents always think that she spent so much money to go to college. In the Magic City, good work, high wages, should return them, give them money, but the depression and pain in her heart no one cared about it. She thought of her best friend who grew up together. She is now in Mordor, because everyone is very busy, and seldom see each other. Xia Shui would like to tell her the grievances in her heart, and would like her to give her a little advice. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Xia Myrtle. At this time Xia Myrtle is sitting in the car waiting for Jiang Nan. Received Xia Shui's message was very surprised. "Xiao Shui, where are you now?" "On duty at school." "Are you busy now?" Xia Shui is in the school right now. She is in the school's parking lot. So close? They hadn't seen each other since they arrived at No. 1 Building King as housekeepers, and today was an opportunity. Xia Myrtle was also afraid that Jiang Nan would be angry if she came out and couldn't find her. So she said, "Xiao Shui, I happen to have something to come to the school today. I'm at the entrance of the school right now. Can you come over?" Xia Shui was especially happy to hear this, so she walked out of the office and jogged all the way to the school gate. She saw a few security guards were dragging Lin Mo towards the entrance. Her brain was not enough at once. Lin Mo is the bully of the attached middle school. How come a few security guards are so bold? At this time, Xia Myrtle had already come out from the parking lot and stood at the entrance waiting for Xia Shui. Sister Xia Myrtle, Xiao Shui. The two were both excited to meet, and Xia Shui's eyes turned red. She ran out of the gate and pulled Xia Myrtle's hand. The two were neighbors and had the same surname near the gate, and were of similar age, so they were very close since childhood. Sister Xia Myrtle, did you come to the annexed middle school on business? Well, accompanied my boss over. Xia Myrtle felt something was wrong when she saw Xia Shui's eyes a little red. Xiao Shui, what's wrong with you? Did someone bully you? As the security guard dragged Lin Mo to the front door, Lin Mo shouted at Xia Shui, bitch, you wait, labor will come again. Chapter 68, The Petite Little Sheep. Xia Shui looked at Lin Mo who was dragged out and shivered in fear. Xia Myrtle also heard Lin Mo threaten Xia Shui words. Xia Shui from childhood is a good girl. How could offend someone? Xia Myrtle looked at Xia Shui puzzled. Xia Shui? Who is this person? Xia Shui pulled Xia Myrtle's hand. Before she could speak, tears flowed out. Whispered. Xia Myrtle's sister. She is the principal's nephew. Looking at Xia Shui wanting to speak, Xia Myrtle has understood everything. Sister Xia Myrtle, I don't want to do it here. I want to change a job. No matter what kind of work. Happy is the most important. Not happy to change the environment. Xia Myrtle knew Xia Shui the best. She wouldn't have such an idea if it wasn't a last resort. The two were chatting. Jiang Nan and Wan Hongfa walked out of the gate together. After Wan Hongfa excused himself, only then did Xia Myrtle walk to Jiang Nan's side to greet him. Boss. Xia Shui looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. Wasn't he the one who was looking for the principal? And Lin Mo seemed to have a beef. Xia Myrtle had just said that her boss was very powerful. She had thought that it was someone older, but she didn't expect it to be this young and handsome man. Xia Shui couldn't help but blush when she thought that just now in the principal's office Lin Mo wanted to molest her and this man seemed to have heard it. Xiao Shui, this is my boss. Mr. Jiang. Boss, this is my good girlfriend Xia Shui. Xia Myrtle introduced them to each other. Jiang Nan looked at Xia Shui and nodded with a smile. This girl looked gentle and kind. Her appearance was slightly higher than Xia Myrtle's. If he hadn't arrived at the principal's office in time, he would have been arched by that pig Lin Mo. Wouldn't it be a pity then? Ding! The system found a goddess-level beauty. Name, Xia Shui. Face value, 96. Goddess level. Age, 22. Height, 170. Weight, 90. Bust, 36D. Initial favorability, 60. Jiang Nan looked at the system layout. Really, the face value is 1 point higher than Xia Myrtle. The initial good sense of 60 passes the test. It is not bad. After all, female teachers are very subtle. He found a law. The beauty that the system gives basic information will have 1,000 connections with him in the future. Not just a one-sided relationship. It seems that this Xia Shui will also socialize with him in the future. Xia Shui also smiled and nodded. Hello Mr. Jiang. If it wasn't for him knocking on the principal's door, she would have been sullied by that rascal. She was grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. Miss Xia Shui teaches here? Yes, but we'll be leaving soon. Xia Shui whispered and regretted after saying that. Why would she say that to a stranger? Her words Jiang Nan heard in his ears and knew why she said that. Miss Xia, you don't have to leave. That Lin Mo won't come back in the future. Xia Shui looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Why? Because the principal has changed. Xia Shui looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Just now Lin Meizhu was still the principal of the Magic University attached middle school. How could she say it wasn't? No wonder Lin Mo was dragged away by the security guards. So the school was about to change. Could it be that all this was done by this young man in front of him? Oh, she seemed to understand everything, and the big stone in her heart fell to the ground. When he came back from the school, Jiang Nan went to see Shui'er and his two little cousins. They came to Magic City for the first time. They were very curious about everything here. Jiang Nan was ready to take them out for a walk and buy some things on the way. Jiang Nan drove in the front. Shui'er and Su Jia Xiaorui sat in the back. Along the way, they were lying on the car window to look out. The skyscrapers and traffic that they used to only see on TV were shocking when they really saw it today. Sister Shui'er, do you know what's going on in that tall building? Xiaoru said as she looked at Shui'er. Shui'er grew up living on the beach. This is her first time to come to a big city like Magic City, and she doesn't understand a lot of things. So high buildings, she can't think of what is done inside. So she said, in a moment, let brother Jiang Nan take us there to see if we don't know. Jiang Nan looked at them curious about everything, want to take them where to go around. But the Magic City is so big, to turn around to finish is not a day's work. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Jiang Nan drove to the Oriental Pearl Tower first, and go to the Bund Expo Park. A morning time quickly passed. At noontime in the Magic City's most luxurious and upscale Ping-An hotel meal, Su Xiaoru and Su Xiaoi saw up the meal. Some dishes inside the gold. Shocked open mouth. They first saw such a good dish. The TV did not. These dishes look so delicious. Look. The waiter one by one made a presentation, listening to a few people and a burst of sighs. The original rich people can also eat like this. Really, poverty limits their imagination. A few of them looked at such a beautiful and exquisite meal. They didn't know how to put their mouths down. Hurry up and eat. Taste if it's to your liking. As soon as Jiang Nan opened his mouth, the two children couldn't wait to start eating, saying as they ate, "It's too delicious. It's too delicious." Compared to the two children, Shue'er's eating appeared to be very civilized. Now it wasn't like the fishing village. She had to maintain her image at all times, especially in front of the person she liked. She chewed the vegetables in her mouth, but in her heart she was thinking about the man in front of her, thinking about how to get closer to him. Looking at the two children eating their hearts out, Jiang Nan also smiled with satisfaction. "Brother Nan, this table is expensive, right?" Su Xiaoru asked while rubbing her bulging stomach. "It's not expensive, just over $1 million. His words once again made their jaws drop. Coming out from the hotel, Jiang Nan drove them again to the most upscale trade building in Magic City, buying them clothes, shoes and other various supplies. The trunk of the car was loaded to the brim. After buying things, it was already late in the evening, and they had dinner at the Magic City Hotel before going back. At night, Jiang Nan, lying in bed, suddenly received a video call from Li Sutong. He remembered that they had not seen each other for half a month. This woman must have missed him again. When he opened the video, Li Sutong's flirtatious and sexy body appeared on the screen, and her little face was also red. "Husband, for so long you don't contact people, people want to die you, every day dreaming of you," said the woman, pampered, her eyes overflowing with longing. Who would not have thought that during the day the high and cold overbearing female president would return home to be a dainty little sheep look? But this look is only for Jiang Nan to see his heart tingling, really want to rub her through the screen. "What do you want from me?" Jiang Nan looked at her with a gangly smile. Chapter 69, A Man You Can Rely On. This woman craved his body. It's been half a month since he saw her. If this is goodbye, isn't it a hungry wolf pouncing on him? Ordinary men must have been gnawed by her to the point that even the bone dregs were not left. And Jiang Nan was not an ordinary man. His attack power was amazingly large, and he could harness the hungry wolf at will. Li Sutong delicately squinted her eyes. "Nasty. Of course the earth wants your man. Then what did you dream about in your dream?" "Dreamed that you are bad." Li Sutong's hooked tongue stretched out and drew a circle on her red lips, just like a beautiful snake. Jiang Nan's throat knots rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of spit. This woman was a demonic spirit, too seductive. "I want to see you." Li Sutong looked at Jiang Nan's fit body. Her breathing was a little messy. "Come to me. Come over now. I'm dying, darling." Li Sutong's look was unbearable for a man, let alone a powerful man like Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan couldn't bear to see the woman's unbearable look, so he put on his clothes and drove towards Li Sutong's villa. When he walked to the entrance of the villa, a young maid with a very good figure ushered him up. "You are Mr. Jiang, right? Missy seems to be sick. You should quickly go and take a look." The maid brought Jiang Nan to the door of Li Sutong's room and gently knocked on the door. "Eldest miss, Mr. Jiang is here." The maid left with a red face after saying this. This eldest miss of her family didn't know what was wrong. This section of the night was always humming in her room, making people very worried. This Mr. Jiang should be a doctor. I hope he can cure eldest Miss's strange illness. Jiang Nan stood in the doorway and had heard the movement inside. Instantly his whole body was tense and his blood boiled. Suddenly, the door opened, and before he had time to see, a hot, fluffy, delicate body jumped into his arms, and the man picked up a ball of warmth and softness and threw it on the big, soft bed at once. What followed was the baptism of a raging storm, a sleepless night. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the morning the next day, when the woman just couldn't hold out any longer, that Jiang Nan called it quits. The two slept cuddling again until 12 o'clock, until the maid came knocking on the door to call them for dinner. Li Sutong was still reluctant to part. After all, it had been half a month since they had seen each other, and she wanted to make up for all the shortcomings of this half a month. And although she was already exhausted and overwhelmed, the hollow feeling in her body still made her scratch her heart. When she heard the maid call them to dinner, she pounced on the man beside her once again. "Here there is a show. Who loves to eat that boring as cold white rice?" Until the evening, Li Sutong still pestered the man not let go, dainty lying in his arms pouting. Jiang Nan helpless. He still has a lot of things to do it. Said to reward Bien Mimi, so far has not been rewarded. The heart is very guilty, but he also could not bear to hurt this siren-like woman. So he stayed and compensated her for another night. When he was leaving, the woman satisfied on his lips kissed again and again. "Dear, remember to come to see people often." When Jiang Nan walked to the entrance of the villa, a group of maids looked at him with red faces. A young maid said, "Mr. Jiang, is Missy okay? You must come often so that Missy will be happy." In these 2 days and 2 nights, All the maids in the villa heard Li Sutong's cheerful singing, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes lilting, sometimes impatient. The maids who listened to it all had their hearts in their mouths, and they all envied how Missy had found such a good man. To give such a man a word is a great enjoyment. The maid's heart is a deer in the headlights. Jiang Nan glanced at the maid, who also had a few good looks. I will. From the maid's blazing eyes, he felt that he was a piece of tantalizing fat meat. A pair of hungry wolf's eyes were staring at him. Jiang Nan hurriedly got into the car and left this place of wrongdoing. This period of time, Jiang Nan was particularly busy. Just after receiving Wenla's call, his other cell phone also rang. It was Bien Mimi calling. He didn't pay attention to it, but listened to Wenla report to her about the progress of the company in Mishui County. Jiang Nan didn't care about this. Just say, as long as it's a big item, just do it. The more money you spend, the better. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. Just consider it as a contribution to your hometown. Also, Mishui County's education resources are seriously insufficient. You buy some land, build more schools, from kindergarten all the way to high school, and even college. Recruit some top teachers in the country. Spend high salaries to hire, only to improve education, in order to make the hometown completely out of poverty. Wenla had just established a large-scale clothing company and solved the employment problem of many people. She was thinking of taking a breather and visiting Jiang Nan in Magic City, but she didn't expect to have a new task. But she was happy to do it, and also worshipped Jiang Nan even more. Infected by Jiang Nan's charisma, many people forget their hometowns when they have made a fortune outside, but Jiang Nan is not. He is always thinking about building his hometown and contributing to his hometown. Such a person is worthy of respect. After hanging up Wenla's phone, he remembered that Bien Mimi had just called him and dialed over. Boss, there's a bit of a problem with the land this side is bidding for. A big plutocrat in Kyoto cut off from it. When Jiang Nan heard it, the visitor seemed to be not to be messed with. Although he was rich, he didn't have his own power or network of connections. His handsome eyebrows slightly knitted. Suddenly he thought of the big man behind Heaven on Earth. Wasn't it a famous big consortium in Kyoto? In the morning, Manhwa called him and said that his boss was receiving him at the earthly paradise in the evening, so he could probe from him. In the evening, Jiang Nan was dressed in a suit and brought Zhang Long's group of bodyguards to Heaven on Earth. The boss of earthly paradise was a 60 or 70 years old man. His beard and eyebrows were white, not quite the same as Jiang Nan imagined. Not at all like a plutocrat who had been in the shopping mall for a long time, but like an immortal cultivator. The old man smiled amiably. He could tell at a glance that the young man in front of him was not an idler. That powerful aura alone made him, a person who had been practicing for decades, feel ashamed of himself. He had already felt the powerful oppressive force from Jiang Nan. Could it be that this young man was also a cultivator? Lan Gusi was practicing in Wudong Mountain. The Lang family's family business was hiring elites to take care of it, and his only granddaughter Lang Yuhan had already graduated for a year, and was gradually making a name for herself in the shopping mall. She wanted to hand over all of the Lang family's family business to her, and promoted her to be the company's chairman. Although there is a military department to take care of it, he still feels not quite at ease, so he wants to think about finding a man for Lang Yuhan to rely on. The world's major plutocrats are all trying to marry her family, but not only does Lang Yuhan not agree, none of the gentlemen can pass his eyes, so he thought of the diamond member of the earthly paradise. Chapter 70, A More Wonderful Moment. This diamond member was hand-picked by the military department. This person is definitely not immortal. He then had an idea. This time he came mainly to meet him before deciding whether or not to give his granddaughter to this person. He also did not expect to be so young, aura, handsome, and his granddaughter and his own granddaughter would be very compatible. The main thing is the power of the heavens. The granddaughter to such a young man is also assured. His own granddaughter is so outstanding. He thinks this young man will also look at it. While this was happening, a man came in and whispered in Lang Gusi's ear and went out. The old man frowned and said, "This child, too career-oriented." He then looked at Jiang Nan and said, "That granddaughter of mine, so busy with her career that she even lost her own grandfather." Lang Yuhan had just bid for a piece of land king in Magic City, ready to be developed into the world's highest-end trade street. This was her first big project in Magic City, so she had to do everything herself, and she was so busy that his grandfather even asked her to go to earthly paradise to see a person. She didn't dare to be interested in anyone right now, except for Jiang Nan, so she called her grandfather's assistant to say she was busy and couldn't go. She was packing up the papers on her desk when the phone rang. At a glance, it was her grandfather's call, so she pressed answer. Before she could speak, she heard her grandfather say, "Granddaughter, put your work aside. You must come over tonight. Grandpa has a surprise for you. I'll have my assistant pick you up." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lang Yuhan shook her head, although she didn't want a blind date, but she missed her grandfather. Lang Gushi all year round in the deep mountain cultivation. See him once is really not easy. This time the opportunity to meet also solved the pain of longing. She just finished cleaning up. Long Gusi's assistant came into the hall of heaven on earth. The staff bowed low and called her miss, making her puzzled. The assistant brought her to a luxury box on the top floor, and once she entered the door, she couldn't help but grow her mouth, unable to say a word. Jiang Nan was also shocked to see Lang Yuhan. Lang Yuhan was Lang Gusi's granddaughter. He reacted instantly. Miss Lang. Jiang Nan called out to her as he looked at her confused face. Lang Gusi also smiled and laughed when he saw his granddaughter, and there was definitely something in the way he looked at this young man. Lang Yuhan didn't react for a moment. Jiang Nan was the powerful man her grandfather had said? Jiang Nan, is that you? His own granddaughter calling people by their first name seemed a bit impolite. He was about to speak out when he hit a genie. Lang Yuhan knew this young and talented youth. Yuhan, come and sit. Lang Gusi got up to greet Lang Yuhan. You know each other. I won't hide it from your old man. MS. Lang and I were college classmates. Jiang Nan said politely. This time it was the old man's turn to be surprised. That's great. Classmates are good. Classmates are good. Classmates understand each other and get along well. Lang Gusi was incoherent with excitement. Grandpa wants to give her a surprise as Jiang Nan. Not right How does he know that he likes Jiang Nan? Look at his performance just now, should not know anything In any case, for Lang Yuhan, it is indeed a surprise. And thought of that day in the car Jiang Nan kissed her. Heartbeat cannot help but accelerate. The small face also stained a layer of redness. Lang Guji looked at his granddaughter's small appearance. His heart was happy. It seems that his own vision is good. Picking his granddaughter-in-law is very in line with his granddaughter's tastes. Lang Gusi's big hand clapped. Then a man pushed the door in. This person is the general manager of Earthly Paradise, Wan Hong Fa, only to see him holding a shareholding letter and handing it to Lang Gusi. This is Grandpa's birthday gift to you. Lang Yuhan was stunned. Today was the 8th day of August. Wasn't it her birthday? She was so busy that she forgot. She took it, and there were tears flashing in her eyes. Since she was a child, her parents had been abroad. Only her grandfather loved her and remembered her birthday. Thank you, Grandpa. She hugged the old man, excitedly shedding tears. Shy, hurry up and don't cry. You're a big girl who's about to get married. Lang Gusi doted on her and wiped away her tears. Open it and take a look. Lang Yuhan puzzled to turn over that contract. This is the equity certificate of the Earthly Paradise. The legal person on it is actually her Lang Yuhan. Could it be that it is specially grandfather bought it and gave it to her? Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you for the gift. Actually don't need to buy such an expensive gift. Just see Grandpa is happier than anything. Silly child. This earth was originally the property of the Lang family. Just changed the legal person. Before this, Lang Yuhan really didn't know that heaven on earth was the Lang family's, and it was really shocking to hear Grandpa say that. The Lang family's businesses are all over the world. They are all top-notch businesses, and there are a lot of them that the military department takes care of. So wherever they go, as long as it is what they want, no one will want to earn it with them. After a few people chatted for a while, Lang Gusi left on the pretext of meeting an old friend, leaving Jiang Nan and Lang Yuhan in the box. Yuhan, happy birthday. Lang Yuhan's small face flushed. Thank you. The two ate and chatted until 12 o'clock at night. Jiang Nan, I want to go out for a walk. So the two of them drove to the Bund, standing on the bridge and blowing the breeze. Their mood was cozy and anxious. Jiang Nan pulled up Lang Yuhan's small hand and looked at the lights in the distance and said, "This world is marvelous. Why do people meet each other? Everything is just right." Lang Yuhan leaned on Jiang Nan's shoulder. She felt very lucky. She just met the right person at the right time. Everything was just right. Too good to be true. Nan, if time will not be lost, how good it should be. Just like this all the time. Jiang Nan wrenched her head, his breath pressing close, and whispered, "There are more wonderful moments than this. Don't you want them?" What? Lang Yuhan looked at Jiang Nan. Then, as if she understood something again, she lowered her eyes. Want now. The voice was small, just talking in his heart. Jiang Nan's hearing exceeded normal people by many times, so he heard it clearly. It was really a heart-to-heart. Jiang Nan grabbed her hand and walked off the bridge without saying a word, and drove to the Magic City Hotel. The two came to the top floor of the luxury suite. Everything happened magically and naturally. Chapter 71, Giving Birth to a Bunch of Children. The two of them lingered until noon the next day, and after eating in the restaurant on the first floor, Lang Yuhan took Jiang Nan to visit her Land King. Yesterday, Dian Mini called him about this Land King, and the big plutocrat in Kyoto turned out to be Lang Yuhan. In fact, Jiang Nan was intoxicated. His purpose was to spend money to earn divine magnificence points. How much was this piece of land auctioned? 100 billion. 100 billion was not a small amount. It could earn 1,000 divine greatness points. Yuhan, yesterday was your birthday. I didn't prepare a gift. Can you give me a chance to make it up? Lang Yuhan looked at him and said, "There will be another chance in the future. This time it can't be less." Hearing Jiang Nan's domineering words, Lang Yuhan could only nod her head shyly. "Isn't this piece of land $100 billion? I'll buy it and give it to you." Lang Yuhan couldn't believe that this was true. Jiang Nan actually spent $100 billion to buy this piece of land king for her as a birthday gift. It seemed that she had saved the earth in her last life, and only in this life was she so lucky. This is too expensive. Lang Yuhan still felt ashamed to receive it. After all, she and Jiang Nan had only had one time to give such a big gift. It was a bit inappropriate, right? My woman is the most expensive in the world. What is this billion points of small money? 100 million points of small money. Too ostentatious, right? Although Lang Yuhan had auctioned off this land king, but it was still a bit difficult to return $100 billion in a short period of time. Accepting Jiang Nan's gift solved this problem for her. Jiang Nan had treated her so well, she would have to repay him properly in the future. The two people came out from the land king, and went shopping, eating, until the early lights. In the night, the boy wrapped his arms around the girl and whispered in her ear, "Baby, thank you for the wonderful time you spent with me." Lang Yuhan's little face was red with shame. She felt the most wonderful thing in the world with Jiang Nan. That kind of thing was hard to talk about and so desirable. "Nan, I thank you too. You're really great. Call if you miss me." Jiang Nan made a gesture of calling and said as he kissed Lang Yuhan on the lips. Back home, Jiang Nan called Bian Mimi and asked her to go to the auction party to pay the money for the land king. Chang Mimi thought that the boss got the land privately, so she was happy and went to pay the $100 billion. Jiang Nan thought to go to the south. Working sister Jiang Shui received Magic City too, by the way, to see if there are any good projects there. On this day, Jiang Nan looked through his classmates' group, and his classmates said that Li Kerson committed suicide because she was cheated by that man, and she couldn't take the blow. Jiang Nan's heart slightly trembled. "I do not know what it is like, although the scum girl is hateful, but that is also a life. This is the so-called self-inflicted evil, right?" Suddenly, Jiang Nan received a call from Lang Yuhan, saying that he should go to heaven on earth today, and that grandpa had something to say to him. Lang Gusi and Lang Yuhan's grandparents and grandchildren were waiting for Jiang Nan at the heaven on earth, and after Jiang Nan arrived, Lang Yuhan excused himself because his grandfather wanted to talk to Jiang Nan alone. Seeing Jiang Nan, Lang Gusi smiled gently and kindly. He heard his granddaughter say that Jiang Nan had taken out $100 billion to buy the land king to give to Lang Yuhan. He really did not miss his eyes. A man who was willing to take out so much money to buy a piece of land to give to Lang Yuhan as his birthday gift was definitely worth trusting. He also felt elated when he saw the extent of their development in Lang Yuhan's eyes, so he decided to meet this young man before returning to the mountain. "Mr. Jiang, have a seat. Grandpa, Yuhan and I are classmates, so you old man can call me Jiang Nan." As soon as Lang Gusi heard Jiang Nan call him grandpa, his heart became more solid, changing his tone so quickly. Good, Jiang Nan. I also heard from Yuhan that you gave her a great gift. Thank you very much for your heart for Yuhan." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "It's not worth mentioning. Grandpa, don't be polite. A girl as outstanding as Yuhan deserves all the good things in the world." Lang Gusi loved to hear others praise his granddaughter's excellence, especially when a big shot like Jiang Nan praised his granddaughter. He loved to hear it even more and even floated a bit. "Kid, have a vision. It's not a gift to come. My old man also has a big gift for you." Jiang Nan was a bit surprised. What big gift did Lang Gusi want to give him? "I don't know if Yuhan has told you. I have been practicing in Wudong Mountain for 30 years. I have already mastered the entire essence of Qigong. I want to teach this Kung Fu to you. This Qigong not only strengthens the body and prolongs life, but also sweeps away thousands of armies and cures the sick and saves people, which is beneficial to you and to Yuhan." Lang Yuhan had told him that her grandfather belonged to the military department of the state of China, and when the country was in need, he would come down from the mountain, and he had also made a great contribution to the state of China. Jiang Nan had wanted to find a chance to probe the old man's mouth, but he was excited when he didn't realize that he actually took the initiative to talk about it, and would also teach him Qigong. Jiang Nan also had a fish treasure in his body, which could defend himself against enemies and heal the sick and save people, but it didn't seem realistic for him to sweep away thousands of armies by himself. After learning Qigong, he would be invincible and fearless. "Grandpa, thank you for your kindness. Thank you so much. I've especially admired martial arts masters since I was a child. I didn't expect the heavens to treat me so favorably, letting me meet a supreme master like you. Ha ha ha." The old man laughed out loud. "Good, then I will impart the power I have gained in my body to you. In the future, you have to take good care of Yuhan. I will be relieved, and I can also meditate and cultivate in the mountains." Jiang Nan knew that the old man had conditions, but this was nothing at all. He liked Lang Yuhan and took care of her willingly. Even if he didn't impart his Qigong, he would take care of her just the same. the kind of all-round care. Grandpa, don't worry about handing Yuhan over to me, I won't let her suffer, Jiang Nan said with firm eyes. Good, then come find me at West Wind Mountain at night. Asterisk. Jiang Nan and Lang Gusi chatted happily, even talking about having children. He gave Jiang Nan a task to have a group of children with his granddaughter. As they were chatting, Lang Yuhan came in, and when she heard her grandfather say that he wanted Jiang Nan to give birth to a group of children for herself, her little face became hot. Grandpa, what are you talking about? She pouted. Say what? Let Jiang Nan tell you, Lang Gusi said as he got up and left, leaving the two of them behind. Grandpa said to let the two of us have a bunch of children. Are you willing? Jiang Nan pulled Lang Yuhan to sit on his lap. Shame on you. The girl buried her head into his chest and said shyly. Jiang Nan cupped her chin and lifted it up, and his handsome thin lips pressed down. Let's go make a baby now. She wrapped her legs around his waist, and Jiang Nan held her hips, so he walked into the bedroom inside the box. Chapter 72, Good Pregnancy Patch. The two were stuck together as if by universal glue, and without separating for a moment they both collapsed onto the large bed. This big bed was strangely shaped, but it worked well and seemed to be specially designed for love. Lang Yuhan was very shy. Such a petite and soft woman was like a cute little white rabbit. It was more likely to make a man want to die. Didn't Lang Gusi let them have children? Jiang Nan quietly took out the good pregnancy patch from the system space and put it on her belly. It was another night of entanglement. She loved children, and in order to have a child, she also put up a fight. In the following days, Jiang Nan went to West Wind Mountain every night to follow Lang Gusi to learn Qigong. Due to his superior physical strength and fish treasure, after less than a week, he learned all the essence of Qigong, and his power surpassed that of Lang Gusi. Lang Gusi was relieved to hand over his granddaughter Lang Yuhan to Jiang Nan and went back to Wudong Mountain. Jiang Nan went to pick up 10 more luxury cars worth $10 million and then taught Shui'er how to drive. Shui'er was a smart woman, and in a few days she had mastered her driving skills and had gotten her driver's license. Asterisk. Ever since he met Xia Shui that time, Jiang Nan couldn't get her out of his mind, so he invited Xia Shui to dinner. Xia Shui was flattered, but Jiang Nan called Xia Myrtle also. They are just friends get together. Originally, Xia Shui has a very good feeling about Jiang Nan, and not really want to refuse him. People like this big man invited her to dinner. If she refused, it would be too ungrateful. Heard that Xia Myrtle also go, and gladly agreed. In the middle of the meal, Jiang Nan revealed that he wanted to learn the language of the West. $10,000 an hour. Xia Shui was immediately moved. This $10,000 an hour. Too tempting. Boss, do you think Xia Shui can do it? She has all 10 levels of Western language. Xia Myrtle hurriedly recommended her good girlfriend. Xia Shui was a bit embarrassed to open her mouth. That depends on whether Ms. Xia is willing or not. Jiang Nan looked at Xia Shui and said, Little Snow. Xia Myrtle gave her a wink. Of course I'm willing, as long as Mr. Jiang doesn't mind. Xia Shui said carefully. Then it's settled. Jiang Nan said cheerfully. Ding. Goddess class beauty. Xia Shui's favorability towards the host is increased by 60. Xia Shui's favorability actually increased by 60 points, and her favorability had reached 100 at this point, so she was satisfied. After dinner, Xia Myrtle drove the two little Rui back to the King of Buildings. Jiang Nan then drove Xia Shui back. Xia Shui invited Jiang Nan to sit in her single apartment in order to show her gratitude. Jiang Nan did not excuse himself and went over. Xia Shui's single dormitory was very clean and elegant, giving people a kind feeling. The girl made him coffee. Mr. Jiang, there is nothing to entertain. Try the coffee I made. Jiang Nan drank the coffee she made. His heart was warm. The two of them sat opposite each other. This was the so-called quiet years. Jiang Nan also wanted to live an ordinary life, but this life was destined to be impossible to be ordinary. Jiang Nan has longed for a quiet woman like Xia Shui since he was a child. Chatting with her is really easy and happy. The two are like old friends who have known each other for many years, chatting very much, and even forgetting the time. It wasn't until 1 in the morning that Jiang Nan got up to leave. Mr. Jiang, take your time, Xia Shui said politely. Since you're already friends, call me Jiang Nan. It sounds friendly. Okay, Jiang Nan. Xia Shui reddened her face and called out. The deer in her heart was banging around. It would be nice if she had such a boyfriend, but this thought was just a daydream. How could it be possible? Jiang Nan's heart at this time also could not be calm. Such a quiet woman is mysterious. Let him have infinite yearning. He could see that the woman's eyes are written with adoration. However, it was not quite appropriate now. Everything should just go with the flow. After Jiang Nan left, Xia Shui lay on the bed and couldn't sleep. Full of his voice and smile, she thought that if the man suddenly came back, she would take the initiative to give it to him. Asterisk. After the two little Rui started school, there was Chang Yueshi picking them up and dropping them off every day, and they were taken care of by the maid at night. Jiang Nan thought of sending Shue'er to college. After all, she was only 18 years old. It was the right time to learn knowledge. Shue'er wants to see Jiang Nan every day, so she doesn't want to go to college. Besides, she hasn't finished junior high school. How can she go to college? But Jiang Nan encouraged her to say that she is smart, must be able to do. Said that after graduation can be in his place to manage the company. In fact, Shue'er also have their own dreams. She wants to be a police officer. So Jiang Nan sent her to the famous police academy in Magic City. Shue'er drove herself to and from school every day, so she could also often see Jiang Nan, and she was very happy. Jiang Nan called Jiang Shui and said that he went over to pick her up to live in Mordor. Jiang Shui was very excited, and at the moment she saw Jiang Nan, she was so excited that she hugged him and bawled her eyes out. When her father left, her younger brother was only 5 years old, and now he has not only grown up, but also so successful. She wanted her father to be alive and how good it would be, and their family can live happily together. Jiang Nan cannot help but redden his eyes. Sister for him to pay too much, in order to let him go to school. He dropped out of school early to work to provide him. He now has money to repay his sister. After Jiang Nan received Jiang Shui to Magic City, he also sent her to the university campus, fulfilling her childhood dream of college. After arranging everything, Jiang Nan asked Bian Mimi to go to the seaside to see the scenery. He bought a villa by the sea, and decided to relax with Bian Mimi here for a while. And by the way, he gave her the rewards. After all, this period of time, Bian Mimi didn't earn him a lot of divine magnificence points, and the rewards and punishments are clear in order to have motivation. Bian Mimi leaned on the railing of the seashore. The gentle sea breeze blew, lifting up her short skirt, revealing her snow-white long legs. Her beauty was breathtaking. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around her willow waist and whispered in her ear, "Mimi, you've worked hard for a while." Bian Mimi turned around, and the two of them stuck together. Such an extremely beautiful woman. No man would be able to settle down, let alone an extremely beautiful man like Jiang Nan. Hands couldn't help but increase their strength. Bian Mimi was a warm and generous woman, and also learned a lot on the internet, so she understood her boss's heart at this time. Her fair white arms climbed up his neck, and her hot red lips pressed up. Those skills she learned, finally had a chance to try. Her heart was excited. She was very hard, afraid of being disliked by the boss. Chapter 73. What goes around comes around. Jiang Nan picked her up and placed her on the beach. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, making her even more enchanting. Bian Mimi's wanton spontaneity finally angered Jiang Nan and pressed her underneath, and quietly took out the vigor pill and put it into her mouth, so that she would not be afraid of her halfway. 3 days and 3 nights is not a problem. At this time the whole world is only the two of them. It is very cozy, very beautiful. Jiang Nan and Bian Mimi lived in the seaside for a month. This month, in addition to eating and sleeping to see the sea, the two of them are entwined together. It is very cool, very addictive. Chang Mimi's favorability to Jiang Nan also skyrocketed to 5,000. This is the best reward for him. The woman's favorability to him increases. It will also increase his charm value. Now Jiang Nan's charm value has reached the point of 10,000 people's fascination. Wherever he goes, he is the prettiest boy in the crowd. A month later, Bian Mimi continued to expand Zhang's group's business, and had moved from Magic City to Kyoto, as well as Deep Sea City, and there were Jiang Nan's businesses everywhere. And Jiang Nan still lived a life of spontaneity and wantonness. He only cared about enjoying himself, and other things had nothing to do with him. This day, Lang Yuhan called her and said that he should go to the hospital. He thought she was sick and worried, but he didn't expect it to be a huge surprise. "Nan, I'm pregnant, or 10 twins. Jiang Nan picked her up and spun her around the hospital, completely ignoring other people's eyes. The good pregnancy patch was just awesome, coupled with his amazing reproductive power. It was normal to carry 10 children. Jiang Nan directly carried Lang Yuhan out of the hospital, carefully put her into the car, afraid of breaking it. Back home, Jiang Nan personally cooks a nutritious meal for her, holding her in the palm of his hand like a little princess, moving Lang Yuhan to tears. Jiang Nan did not allow Lang Yuhan to deal with the company's affairs, but spent a lot of money to hire a top talent to take over the company, so that Lang Yuhan can rest assured at home to recuperate. She also hired a few nannies and nutritionists to wait on her every day, and Jiang Nan went to see her every day. Wenla side in Misui County to do the cause of colorful. Jiang Nan is very happy, so he went back to a trip. On the way to visit the grandparents, Lang Yuhan pregnant with 10 twins told the old man. The two old people smiled from ear to ear. Elderly Mrs. Jiang was 4 in 4 births, and her grandson was 10 in 1 birth. It was too powerful. Look at how competitive the other girl is. She gave our Jiang family 10 pregnancies in 1 birth. You old woman can't compare. Old man Jiang looked at old lady Jiang with disgust. When Mrs. Jiang heard this, she quit. That means our grandson is good. You're not good. The matter of giving birth to a child depends on the man. Asterisk. Jiang Nan also found it very funny and cozy to listen to his grandparents fighting. Jiang Nan and old man Jiang were eating, when suddenly a dark and thin woman came in, and as soon as she entered the door, she plopped down on the floor, startling them all. This woman was Jiang Nan's own mother, Li Change, and a few people were cold after seeing her clearly. "What are you doing?" Old man Jiang frowned and said. "Get up, old Mrs." Jiang went up to pull her, only Jiang Nan didn't make a sound and ate by himself. 2 months after his father's death, this biological mother of his married another man and gave birth to other people's children, ignoring him and his sister. Their mother-son bond was long gone. "Please, help me." The woman sniffles in tears as refusing to get up. Jiang Nan has long become a household name in Mishui County, the god of wealth, assets of more than 100 million. Of course, Li Changhuan also heard. Her own son is so successful. Their mother of course also want to dip some light, so heard Jiang Nan back to run to cry poor. In fact, Jiang Nan, they all know that she has a bad day. The man is a gambler. The son does not fight all day fighting. Daughter was an old man abducted. But these are all her own self-inflicted, with their family has nothing to do with. Li Changchang lying on the ground to talk about their own difficult, said she misses Jiang Nan's siblings, is because of the poor conditions did not come to find them. She said she cannot afford to Jiang Nan, cannot afford to Jiang old man old couple, but also cannot afford to the dead Jiang Changrun. Her son is now in jail because of the fight, and urgently need 500,000 yuan to fish people, so they came to beg Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan tears in his eyes. "He is your son. I'm not your son? Why are you so cruel to abandon a pair of poor children who have lost their father? How much pain did grandparents suffer to feed them? And where were you at that time? And now you actually have the face to beg him? Get out!" Jiang Nan pointed at Li Changchang and yelled. Such a heartless woman did not deserve to be his mother, much less to be sympathized with. The people in the village heard that Li Changchang had come to Jiang Nan. They all came over to accuse her of her behavior back then. They all said that she was inhumane and too ruthless. The children had already lost their father. How pitiful. But she married with that kind of desperation. For the sake of the children and men in her back nest, never came to see them, give them a penny, not to mention love. Such a woman to this point is God's eyes. Deserved. The villagers couldn't stand to look at her, and a few women came straight up and dragged her outside the gate, in the crowd's scolding sound of her self-conscious face, so she slipped away. Originally a happy meal, but was stirred up by this woman. Angry old man and old woman straight to tears. They thought of their own bitter son. The heart is even more difficult. Jiang Nan's heart is also not good. He misses his father. Not that he is desperate, but this woman hurt them too deeply, so that he cannot let go. After all, he is a mortal, not a god. Li changed back home, crying to death. Did not expect their own son will be so desperate. She really regret the original choice. If at first she did not remarry. If they are a little better, and now you can live in the clothes to stretch out the days of food. But unfortunately there is no regrets in the world can be bought. The man was upset by her crying, pointing at her and cursing. Useless stupid woman. You gave birth to a white-eyed wolf, and have the face to cry. In fact, only she herself knew that Jiang Nan was not a white-eyed wolf, but she herself had made things worse. What happened to her like this was perhaps what came back to haunt her. One of the most regrettable things she had done in her life was not staying in the Jiang family and not giving motherly love to her 2 children. She regretted it so much that she wanted to hit her head on cotton and die. Chapter 74. A pretty boy with a patriotic heart. Jiang Nan accompanied his grandparents for a week and then went to the county. Wenla was so happy to see Jiang Nan that she was like a little girl in love, pestering him at all times. Jiang Nan leaned on the sofa. She nestled in Jiang Nan's arms, picked up a bunch of grapes in her hand, peeled the skin and fed them to Jiang Nan one by one. The two occasionally looked at each other with deep affection. Is it delicious? Not delicious. Wenla pouted her red lips and said angrily, don't know what's good for you. Jiang Nan stroked her chestnut-colored curls and said, besides you, nothing tastes good. It's like chewing wax. Saying that, he went to kiss her red lips. What for? In broad daylight. Wenla gently pushed him and said petulantly, Jiang Nan doesn't care about this. His life is to do as he pleases. No concept of time. Any time. Follow his heart. Never condescend to himself. He forcefully put the woman down on the sofa. Grace and love. And the qin and the music. The enterprises and schools in Mishui County are gradually getting into the right track. So Jiang Nan brought Wenla to the Magic City, which is close, and it is convenient to meet to relieve the pain of longing. She took her to buy her favorite car, and bought her a detached villa, living a sweet little life. Jiang Nan then sold dozens of villas, one for each woman. The maids, bodyguards, and butlers were also well equipped. Jiang Nan also ran a private kindergarten to prepare for the 10 upcoming babies. 3 years later, Jiang Nan went to the police academy to pick up Shuaer, who had successfully graduated. Congratulations to Ms. Shuair for successfully completing her studies. I listened to you and finished school. I want a reward. She leaned over Jiang Nan's ear and whispered, I'm 21 years old, so I can be your woman now. Jiang Nan looked at the fresh little woman, and immediately his body reacted. He drove straight to the villa. A night of lingering, satisfied. Water is full of aspirations for the future life. She is going to be a female police officer, and the man who loves her. This life has not been in vain. Jiang Shui also graduated from the university. The two little Rui brothers successfully entered the Kyoto University. All this is how delightful. Jiang Nan then went home and brought his grandparents and Su Dapeng's two families to Mordor, and invited them to a banquet at the best hotel in Mordor. Jiang Old Lady and Jiang Old Man for the first time to come to such a luxurious place. Really sad and happy. Did not expect his life can still come to this kind of place. Are enjoying the blessing of Jiang Nan. Jiang Shui and little Rui brothers toasted the crowd. A joyful atmosphere. Su Dapeng's two families were also thrilled with tears. Right? Unable to speak. Their son got into Kyoto University. This is the honor of several lifetimes. These were also thanks to Jiang Nan. If not for Jiang Nan they wouldn't have the happy life they have now. The two of you were able to get into Kyoto University thanks to your brother Nan. You two can't be ungrateful in the future. Jiang Qianlan said to her two sons with tears in her eyes. The two children's eyes were red and they couldn't stop nodding. Little Rui brothers can get into Kyoto University is the result of their own efforts. I just provide some conditions. It's nothing. In the future, you two graduated to serve the motherland well. Don't worship foreigners. On the line. In a cheering sound, the banquet ended. Jiang Old Lady they lived in Magic City for a month. Jiang Nan took them to eat all the food and see all the beautiful scenery. Although the life here is very good, but the old man and old lady are not accustomed to it. Jiang Nan sent them back home. People are old. How to be happy, how to live. Jiang Nan are obedient to them. And filial piety and obedience is called filial piety. Asterisk. Jiang Nan drove Lang Yuhan to his kindergarten, and a group of little munchkins surrounded him. 5 male babies, 5 female babies, each with big eyes and long eyelashes, round little fleshy faces, all as cute as little stars, soft and cuddly. One look can make the heart melt. Daddy, mommy, daddy, mommy, daddy, mommy, daddy, mommy. The children all stretched out their chubby little hands begging for hugs. Jiang Nan and Lang Yuhan hugged the children one by one and gave each child a kiss on the face. Let's go home. A few little munchkin babies got into the car hand in hand. That cute little look really can't be described in words. Sitting in the car, several munchkins scrambled to touch Lang Yuhan's belly. Mommy, is it a brother or sister in here? There's a brother and a sister too. The little munchkins lay on her stomach to listen to the sound. Why don't you say anything? The younger brother and sister are asleep. Looking at the 10 cute munchkins and touching the 8 children in her stomach, Lang Yuhan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. October in the golden fall. Lang Yuhan gave birth to 8 more adorable babies for Jiang Nan. Time flies like a shuttle for another 3 years. Jiang Nan brought the whole family and started their global journey. Lang Yuhan, Li Sutong, Wenla, Xia Myrtle, Xia Shui, Shu Aer, Su Man, Dian Nini, Chang Yueshi, and a group of little munchkins, also with maids and bodyguards, traveled the globe. Everywhere they went, not only left their laughter, but also left their love. Jiang Nan with his medical skills, to those poor children in Africa to cure the disease, to build them a house, where to build factories, also in a space war, with his own strength to repel the hegemony of the rice country, for the world peace has made a great contribution. After 3 years of returning to the Magic City, a major disaster occurred in China. Jiang Nan not only rushed to the disaster area, but also donated hundreds of billions of dollars to the people in the disaster area. He is not only a rich pretty boy, but also a pretty boy with a strong patriotic heart. In the days to come, Jiang Nan devoted himself to the public welfare of China, until one day, China's military department sent people, saying that he was needed on the battlefield in the western region. He did not hesitate to say goodbye to his family, and rushed all the way to the western region. From then on began the war god mode. Beat the enemy, retreat. The rice country collapsed. From then on, the country of China peace. No more enemy countries dare to offend. Jiang Nan also returned to the Magic City, continue the family business. In the unity and cooperation of the family, the children more and more every year, Jiang Nan and run a private elementary school, middle school, and later to run a university. Day so happy and calm life. No regrets in this life.